Chapter 1. Author's note, please read before you start the first chapter, auxiliary chapter before reading it. Thank you tilde. Honk. Honk. Asterisk tires screeching asterisk bam asterisk the driver tried to apply brakes, but it was already too late. He never expected a random man to appear in front of his truck on a clear road. Ugh. Truck-Kuan, though I did request you to hit me in a few of my comments, I just did that because I thought it would make me look funny and cool, you weren't supposed to take it seriously. Fuck. It hurts. Nux, the 35-year-old man who was hit by the truck felt his whole body searing in pain. It did not take much of a time for his body to fall limply on the ground, his eyes turned heavy, he did try to keep them open but couldn't bear it anymore, and soon, his consciousness faded away. Wah. Nux's whole body flinched as he woke up. That was a scary dream. He sighed, his forehead still sweating, but suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Where is this place? He looked around and found himself in an unknown room. Unlike the normal rooms made from cement and bricks, this room was built from wood, though it was clean. It was clear from the furniture that the living condition of the person living in this room wasn't very good. Of course, Nux didn't have the time to think about all this since he was already panicking due to the weird circumstances. Was I kidnapped? No, it doesn't make sense. There is no way someone would kidnap me since I don't have any value at all. There is no merit. Wait, does that mean it wasn't a dream and I was really hit by that truck? He thought about several things that can lead him to his current situation. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and could feel an unusual bump on his head. Was I saved by someone? That must be it. Damn, now I would have to pay for hospital bills, if I knew this would happen, I would have bought health insurance. Nux cried inwardly, already thinking about different ways to pay the bill and was ready to say goodbye to all his games and novel for the next few years, since he would have to work overtime. However, he suddenly felt something was different. Due to all that confusion, he might not have noticed this earlier, but now that he is thinking clearly, his hands were whiter and thinner than before. He looked down and noticed that he was wearing completely different clothes from what he is normally used to. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. Chapter 2. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. Suddenly, a whole new theory appeared in his mind and a strange excitement welled within him. Is this what I think it is? Ignoring the pain he felt, he quickly ran towards the door and as soon as he opened it, he took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly and a big smile appeared on his face. Yep. It's definitely what I think it is. He exclaimed. The air is different, the scenery is different, there is no doubt about it. He was in another world. Ha. I transmigrated. Truck-Kuan, my friend. I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. Ha. He laughed loudly and after taking another deep breath, he returned to his room and sat on the ground with an excited look on his face. According to the script, now is the time for my cheat to make an entry right. His eyes shinned in excitement as he waited for his cheat to appear. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. His excitement dimmed down. His cheat did not appear. Okay, it's alright, some cheats like to play with MC's feelings and only appear when MC is in danger, yes it must be like that. Thinking that, he looked around and his eyes fell on a slightly sharper rock lying on the floor. Without hesitation, he picked the rock up and stabbed it right through his abdomen. Or not. Nope. No, nope. Not doing that. I can't hurt myself based on a fantasy story now, can I? That makes no sense. Not that I'm scared or anything, this is just not practical. Ha. He chickened out and decided to wait a little longer. Time passed, nothing happened. Finally, Nux gave up on receiving his cheat. As expected, ain't no way will Lady Luck ever be beside me. Truck-Kuan, you weren't supposed to take my comments seriously. He sighed as he accepted his fate and decided to find a way to live yet another normal life. His eyes then fell on a small mirror in the corner of the room, he walked towards it and as soon as he looked at his reflection, he cussed. Fuck. I am handsome. He instantly threw away the thoughts he had about living a normal life. Alright, I'ma become a gigolo and find a sugar mama to take care of me. Yay. An instant decision. Chapter 3. I am handsome indeed, Nux spoke in delight as he glanced at his face from different angles, the more he watched the more he liked it. His long thick raven hair, combined with his smooth white skin with a perfectly carved face. His golden eyes had a unique shine within them. His sword-like eyebrows, thin nose, and sharp jawline made his face immortal-like even though it was a little bruised. With this face, combined with this frail-looking body, I am indeed the best quality gigolo anyone can ever have. I have to work hard to find a customer worthy of me. Nux nodded to himself but then furrowed his brows. But why am I bruised? He thought. After his transmigration, nothing was going according to the script, he didn't get his cheat, and neither did he have his predecessor's memory. Were they jealous of my overly handsome face? That should be the case. HMPH. Losers. Wait till I find a good sugar mommy, I'll have my revenge then. HMPH. Nux snorted inwardly as he hypothesized. Growl just as he was thinking about his revenge, he heard his stomach growling, only then did he realize that he was very hungry. He looked around and found some peach-like fruits on his table. It should not be poisonous since it is in my house. Thinking that, he quickly took a bite. They tasted like green apples, finding them delicious, he devoured them all without wasting any time. Though that little amount of fruits could not satisfy his hunger completely, it was not as bad as before. However, if he learned that what he just ate was equal to 2 days' meal of his predecessor, he would not complain about not being satisfied at all. Knock smash suddenly, he heard a knock on the door but just as he was about to answer, the door was slammed open and 3 rough-looking guys came in. Why did you even bother knocking if you wanted to slam open the door? Nux thought inwardly but he knew it was not the time to ask questions like these. Have you decided to come with us? The scar-faced man, who Nux presumed was the leader of this group asked. Nux took a deep breath as he glared at them without saying anything, however, there was no trace of fear on his face. The leader frowned as he glanced at his subordinates. Only when he confirmed that they had the same confused look on their face did he turn to Nux and raised his eyebrow. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time, his tone a little heavier than before. Of course. Chapter 4. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time, his tone a little heavier than before. Of course. Nux quickly answered without even knowing where they would take him. His logic was simple, he knew he stood no chance against them if they fought, so if they wanted to harm him, they could have done it here. They would not bother taking him somewhere where they have set up a trap just to deal with a weakling like him. He agreed after thinking it logically, not because he was scared of the scar-faced man in front of him. Not at all. The leader, the scar-faced man was shocked by his answer but his face quickly returned to normal as he nodded, and threw a glass bottle containing a weird purple-colored liquid in it. Drink it, without asking anything, Nux quickly emptied the bottle, although it was a little bitter. As soon as it traveled down his throat, he felt warm energy coursing throughout his body and his face, which was bruised, was healed without any mark left. Though surprised, he didn't have the luxury to think what kind of godly thing he had just drunk as he quickly followed the men. After walking for a while, he appeared in front of a building, which was completely in contrast with his worn-out wooden house. It was a large building made from white-colored marbles which gave the building a holy feeling. There were a few words written on it, but Nux couldn't recognize the language so he ignored them. Soon, the party entered the building and walked towards a specific room, although he could not read what was written on the door. By the design and others' attitude, it was clear that the room belonged to someone important. Knock knock after a knock, the door was opened by a beautiful girl wearing a classic maid costume. She nodded to the scar-faced man before glancing towards Nux. A little surprise could be seen on her face before it went back to her normal, expressionless face. She walked into the room and the party followed her trail. There they saw a man wearing expensive-looking robes who was sitting on a chair with a leisurely attitude. The man had blonde hair with a French moustache, making him look like a classic merchant. He then glanced at Nux before asking, you know why you are brought here, right? Countless thoughts ran wild inside Nux's mind. Should I tell him I do not know anything? But from that scar-faced man's attitude, it is clear that he had told my predecessor about the situation. Won't they know that I am not who they think I am? But this is my only chance to know what is happening, I should not waste it. Due to all these quick thoughts, Nux panicked a little and nodded and shook his head at the same time, looking quite funny. The man raised his eyebrows at his response as he glanced at the scar-faced man before turning back to Nux. My name is Elton Payton, I am the head of this merchant guild. You, my friend, are a lucky man who caught the eyes of Viscount Felberta. Nux's eyes opened wide as he looked at Elton to see if he was joking. Yes, my friend, Viscount Felberta wishes to take you as her personnel boy toy, Elton revealed and Nux's eyes couldn't hide the shock he was experiencing. Fuck yes. Chapter 5. Seeing Nux's shocked look, Elton nodded in satisfaction and questioned, well, are you ready to meet Viscount Felberta? Of course. But shouldn't I first prepare myself and buy some suitable clothes to look my best possible? Nux questioned, already thinking about ways to get on Viscount Felberta's good side. He was a good gigolo. As good as a natural. Hearing what Nux said, Elton glanced at Nux's stunning face and his lips twitched. Still, as a professional merchant, he hid his expression and replied, no, I don't think you should do that. A woman like Viscount Felberta has a thing for weak boys, you know what I mean? Your frail-looking body combined with those worn-out loose robes will make her more excited. I see, Nux nodded solemnly. His expression looked like he was contemplating something serious. All right, let's not make Viscount wait for longer than we already have, Elton said as he clapped his hand and rushed everyone to get ready. An hour-long carriage ride later, Nux found himself in front of a woman. As the lady's gaze fell on Nux, her eyes brightened and a big smile appeared on her face. Hello, Nux, my name is Felberta Alvi, I was the one who bought you from the merchant guild. From now on, you will stay here with me and will do whatever I say, all right. What of Tilda I say, au curé? Nux on the other hand stood still as he gazed ahead with a dumbstruck look on his face. Noticing his intense and kind of lost gaze, Viscount blushed a little before she asked, do you have any questions? Nux remained silent. Seeing this, everyone in the room furrowed their brows, but it didn't matter to Nux at all. He didn't bother about anyone present in the room, not even Viscount Felberta. Right now, he was busy examining the screen that appeared in front of his eyes along with a ding sound inside his head. Ding, first target detected, initializing Supreme Harem God System, connecting the Supreme Harem God System to host soul, connection completed, character information, name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL 1 HP, 100 STR, 6 AGL, 8 VIT, 10 STM, 7 INT, 9 Def, 5 blank points, 10 limit of a normal human, 10 ability. Craving touch, your touch will make a woman crave for more and she will never be sexually satisfied by anyone else. The more time you spend with a woman the stronger the effect gets. Harem members, none, as a starting bonus. The system will provide the host with 10 blank points that he can add to any of his stats. The Supreme Harem God System has been successfully installed. From now on, the host can gain the power, talent, physique, and bloodline of the woman he fucks. The stronger the target, the more benefits the host gains, the more he read, the better it got, an unusual glint shone in his eyes. Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore. Chapter 6. Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore. He rejoiced inwardly. Nux. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name and his thoughts quickly returned to earth. What, he asked as his gaze finally fell on Viscount Felberta. What are you thinking that is so important that you had the galls to ignore me? Viscount questioned as she glared at Nux. Sorry, I am sorry. I just never saw someone as beautiful as you so I was lost. He replied awkwardly with a slight blush on his face. Real smooth. His answer worked like a charm as Viscount's gaze changed from glare to a warm gaze. This game's on easy mode, Nux thought inwardly as he noticed the change in her expression. But he wasn't lying, he was really surprised when he saw her. He thought that she would be like some fat ugly lady, but she... Man, she was a classic example of a MILF. Her perfect hourglass figure was as enchanting as it could ever get. Nux couldn't help but glance at those milky breasts that were enough for a normal weeb to die from a nosebleed. Her raven hair matched Nux's, while her black eyeballs were as deep as an abyss. Her thin eyebrows, small nose, and cherry-like red and luscious lips made her look like an alluring succubus. He even wondered why a woman like her wants a boy toy and why would she even pay for it. Heck! People would pay themselves if they can have a chance to be her boy toy. It's not a problem, just be careful from now on. Okay, I will ask you again, are you ready to abandon your normal life and stay with me for the rest of your life? Of course. Though this reply was the same as before, if one looks deeply, there was a different glint in his golden eyes. A look of a predator. Earlier, he just wanted to be a boy toy so that he can live a stable life while he spends some time with someone, but now he wasn't here just to be a boy toy or a gigolo, now he wanted to conquer this woman called Felberta. He glanced at his ridiculously overpowered ability, the craving touch, and thought of different ways to get more women and increase his power. Truck-Kuan, my friend. I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 7. Ha. Nux sighed in relief as he sat on a soft bed and looked around. Right now he was in a new room that was completely different from his previous worn-out room. It was clear that Viscount treated him quite well. Nux shook his head as he glanced at the system screen in front of him. Memory fragment detected, would you like to retrieve it? Cost, 10 blank points, YN, this should be my predecessor's memories. Should I retrieve it? But is it really worth it? I mean, he was just a nobody, what could he know that can help me? Sure, it would be more convenient, but should I spend 10 blank points? That is all the blank points I have right now. Also, I don't know what is the drop rate of these blank points, so I don't know their value. But according to the system, a normal human's limit for a certain attribute is 10, which means if I add all the blank points on strength, it can directly double my strength compared to normal humans. That's definitely a huge gain, yep, I can't waste these precious blank points on something I am unsure about. Now technically, I should save these blank points and not add them to any other attribute so I can grind more points while being weak, and add these points when I can't gain them anymore. But this only sounds good if it is a video game, and my life is certainly not one. Okay, I have decided, I'll add these points right now and will preserve the points I will gain later. Alright, there is nothing much to think about it, 6 points on agility, 4 on stamina. Nux felt a unique stream of energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, he felt that his body was a lot lighter than before. He felt like he could easily overtake the world's faster runner in a race. It felt weird and good at the same time. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL 1, HP, 100 STR, 6, AGL, 14, VIT, 10, STM, 11, INT, 9, Def, 5, blank points, 0. He nodded in satisfaction as he glanced at his stats. With this, I can run away easily if I ever get stuck in a difficult situation. Security is important, after all. After settling the matter of his stats, he shifted his attention to his system as he started reading about its features to get a better understanding of it. Chapter 8. Time passed and evening fell. Nux noticed that it was time for the Viscount to return from her office. He didn't know the exact time she would return, but since he didn't have anything else to do, he stood up and walked towards the Viscount's room. He had done some research and learned that the Viscount's husband died and her only son lives in Royal Academy and rarely comes home. Yep, a clear path ahead. Chuckling inwardly, he appeared in front of the Viscount's room. Noticing that she hasn't returned, he decided to sit in front of the room and wait for her. Nux? What are you doing here? It didn't take a long time for Viscount to return along with 2 maids. She had a surprised look on her face when she saw Nux sitting in front of her room and she questioned. Oh nothing ma'am, I just thought that you would be tired after working for so long, so I decided to come here and check if there is anything I can help you with. Nux stuttered as he answered. Of course, he didn't forget to glance at her face before lowering his gaze in shame and a slight blush. Seemingly pleased by his answer, Viscount smiled and questioned, oh? What would you help me with? I can massage your shoulders, it will help you relax. Nux answered, keeping his gaze down. Viscount chuckled as an intense urge to tease this boy welled inside her. She walked towards Nux with an enchanting smile, her face half a finger away from Nux's as she questioned. Why are you looking down? Am I too ugly for you to look at? No. You are just too beautiful. Ah. I mean no, that's not it, no I mean you are beautiful, but Nux panicked when he looked up and noticed that her face was too close to his. He tried to back away but slipped and fell to the ground. Unable to come up with an explanation, he decided to keep his gaze on the ground. Seeing this, not only Viscount, even the 2 maids following her chuckled. The Viscount smiled as she crouched in front of Nux as she questioned. Are you telling me I am not beautiful? No, then you think I am beautiful? Yes, Viscount's smile widened as she questioned. Are you hitting on me? No. I didn't mean it like that. I dash ha ha ha. Seeing the flustered look on his face, the Viscount laughed out loud before she flicked her finger on his forehead to gain his attention and replied. Alright, you don't need to be so flustered, I was just teasing you. As for you massaging me, well, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Saying that, the Viscount stood up and she entered her room with a very satisfied look on her face. Nux also followed her back to her room obediently. Of course, nobody noticed that small, imperceptible smile on his face. A predator's grin. Chapter 9. Viscount Felberta's room was much more elegant and well-furnished than Nux's, but he didn't bother looking around as his gaze was fixed on that ripe ass that is swaying left and right as she is walking. Combined with the red gown she is wearing that does nothing to hide her hourglass figure, and even enhances it, she looked as if she is teasing her just by being there. A really enchanting woman. Ding, suddenly, a sound rang inside Nux's head. Mission, fuck Felberta Alvi. Description, well, fuck Felberta Alvi. Reward, Eye of Discerning. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 30 days, huh? A mission? Wow, it really is like an RPG game, huh? The punishment is quite scary though. As for the reward, I don't know what that is. Eye of discerning, discerning eye of discerning. Nux tried to say the ability name in his mind. He even tried touching the screen. Not only that, he even called it out loud even though he was near Viscount Felberta. But even after all this, nothing happened. Yo? Mr. System? Do I not get any description? Nux tried to call the system but again, nothing happened. The system was ignoring him. HM? Is it one of those systems that do not have consciousness? Well, to be honest, I do prefer it that way. I don't really want a talking system, that's too annoying. Oh well, whatever. As far as I know, this mission is very easy. I mean, this woman bought me as a boy toy, right? Won't it be stupid not to fuck the boy toy she spent her money on? This mission is a freebie. Hee tilde, I am looking forwards to rewards though. What are you standing there for? Come on, start with my shoulders. Viscount who was sitting on the huge bed ordered. Nux came out of his reverie and his eyes fell on Viscount Felberta sitting on the huge bed and his heartbeat quickened. The contrast between the Viscount's red gown and white bedsheets was really great, combined with how she was sitting there defenselessly while looking at him with her overly charming face, he couldn't help but gulp and blushed. This time, he wasn't acting, it was his natural reaction. Viscount Felberta was too beautiful. Seeing him blushing like that, a smile appeared on Viscount Felberta's face. Who doesn't want their beauty to be appreciated by others? Of course, as a Viscount and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble, she knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux, however, was different, he was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her, therefore, his praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably, Felberta was even surer. Chapter 10. As a Viscount and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble, she knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux, however, was different, he was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her, therefore, his praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably, Felberta was even surer. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why Nux and the others were different. This boy Nux was really handsome. A little too handsome. Just looking at his perfectly carved face combined with that beautiful golden eyes, Felberta felt her heart racing. All of this combined with the frail-looking weak body he has. Felberta was really happy with her find. Yep, good looks really helps with many things. Come on, Nux, why are you not coming here? Do you plan to make me wait for so long? No ma'am, I am coming. Nux then walked towards the bed, the closer he walked the more his face blushed, then without waiting, he climbed onto the bed and then moved behind the Viscount. I will be starting ma'am, yes, do it. Nux's hand then touched Felberta's shoulders. His gaze then turned focused and he started massaging them. His massaging skills, however, were anything but good. The Viscount wanted to say something but when she turned her head a little and noticed his immersed gaze on his stunning face, she ignored the bad massage and just closed her eyes. However, as she remembered the concentrated look and compared it to the flustered look he had a while before, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She then turned her head and questioned. It must be difficult for you to massage without direct contact with the skin, right? Wait, let me remove this gown. She then stood up, deliberately forming an arch between her back and as to tease Nux before she grabbed her gown and with one move, the whole thing fell on the floor. She stood in the room wearing nothing but a black pair of bra and panty. She quickly glanced at Nux and seeing the flustered look on his red face, her smile widened. Ma'am, it was alright dash. Nux wanted to persuade her but she cut him between his words and replied. Don't worry, I am not an unreasonable person, I know that massage should be done with direct skin contact. Now don't worry and continue what you were doing. The Viscount sat back on the bed and quickly placed Nux's hands on her shoulders, urging him to continue. Nux, of course, couldn't go against her orders and continued with the massage. This time when Viscount turned her head, she saw the same focused gaze but she didn't miss the tinge of red that he was trying hard to hide. Not only that, even his hands were shaking a little. Ha ha ha. He is so cute and innocent tilde. Chapter 11. Ha ha ha. He is so cute and innocent tilde. Viscount laughed inwardly as she admired her past self for deciding to buy and have him all to herself. Nux, on the other hand, smiled inwardly when he saw the satisfied look on her face. He then glanced all over her body and he had to admit, she has the best body he has ever seen. Adding it to the fact that she was already in her black undergarments. Nux already had a boner. Alright, let's advance to the second part. With that, Nux shifted his body a little and the tent that was formed on his crotch directly touched Viscount's lower armpit. Startled, Viscount quickly glanced at the thing poking her and was shocked to find what it was. She then glanced at Nux and seeing his same focused and flustered look, she understood that Nux has no clue about what is happening. Thinking that, she smiled and directly cupped his balls with her fair, tender hand. Oh. What is this, Nux? Nux's eyes opened wide when he saw her cupping his thing, he jumped back in shock and apologized. Ma'am. I am really sorry. I don't know how it happened. He tried to hide his boner with his hands as he tugged it between his thighs and stuttered. Just as I expected, seeing him responding just like how she expected, Viscount Felberta smiled before she grabbed his hand and smiled, it's all right, it's a perfectly natural thing. To be honest, I would have lost my confidence if you didn't have this sort of reaction after seeing my body. Let's see, how should we take care of this? It is all right ma'am. It will go away quickly, Nux replied in a very low voice. The tinge of red that was on his face turned a little brighter. What are you talking about? Do you take me as someone selfish? You waited in front of my room so that you can help me relax when I was tired, now that you are in this situation, do you think I will leave you alone? But that is my duty." Hearing that, Viscount grabbed his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes, and she replied softly, "You are mine now, it is my duty to take care of you as well, now don't waste time and lie down on the bed. I'll help you out." Her voice was a lot more seductive than it was normal. Nux didn't argue and quietly did as she told her. Smiling, the Viscount removed his pant and underwear gently and a 6-inch rod popped out. Let alone the Viscount, even Nux himself was surprised by his size. Mind you, it was still not completely hard yet. "Damn, I never thought my weapon was this strong." "Oh. That's quite a size you have here." Viscount nodded, clearly surprised that such a cute boy has such a huge rack. Not that she complained, rather, she was happy since she knew it was all hers. With that thought, she grabbed Nux's rod with her soft and tender hand gently. As soon as she touched his shaft, Nux felt a huge electric bolt coursing through his body, starting from his tailbone and ending near his neck. He bit his lips and grabbed the bedsheets, trying to contain his moan. Seeing his reaction, the Countess smiled before she started stroking his rod gently. Oh. Fuck. This is good. Way too good compared to masturbation. Mind you, Nux was a 2-times virgin. This bit of a simulation was enough for him to climb to cloud 9, especially when the one doing it was such a beautiful MILF and a Viscount to boot. His whole body flinched in pleasure, but he still controlled and stopped himself from letting out a moan. As if seeing through his intention of not moaning, the Viscount took the challenge and sped her stroking. Ah. Fuck. Thick veins bulged on his dick, his rod now as hard as a rock and an 8-inch sword stood tall and proud even though the owner's body was quivering, since the simulation was too much for a 2-time virgin like him. Feeling that he was about to come, Nux tightened his body a little and without telling her anything, his load burst out covering the Viscount's whole face with his hot, thick jizz. Nux sighed in pleasure as he glanced at the Viscount, and seeing her face covered with his thick and slimy jizz, he smiled and admired himself inwardly before he put on a panicked expression and shouted. Ma'am, I am sorry. I can't believe I did that. I am so sorry. He tried to stand up but his body, which was relishing the aftertaste of the frighteningly good feeling, denied his command and he was forced to lie down. On the other hand, Viscount Felberta still couldn't believe what happened. In a daze, she used her finger to gather some jizz that was on her face before she put it in her mouth and tasted it. Finding it quite pleasant, her eyes brightened as she spoke. Who? Now, why didn't you tell me that you were cum? Huh? It just felt really good and everything happened very quickly. I never experienced this before so I didn't know it would happen. Nux replied apologetically and emphasized the last part. It's all right, next time warn me when you are about to come, okay? The Viscount had a big smile on her face when she heard him. Nux nodded embarrassedly. All right, now go outside and the maid will take you to the bathroom, take a bath before sleeping, she replied gently. Why yes, I'll do it after I clean this road dash, there is no need for that, we have maids to do all that. You just have to take care of yourself and return in time. Viscount smiled gently. Our return? Of course, from now on, you will be sleeping with me, the room you have is just for you to spend time in when I am busy in my office. After I return, you have to stay here with me. Am I clear? Do you have any questions? No, none at all. Good, the Viscount nodded before she walked into the bathroom that was attached to her room, hiding her embarrassed look. This is the first time someone came on her face. It was a new experience for her as well and she did not hate it since she got to see his embarrassed expression. Of course, the major part of the reason was that Nux's jizz wasn't smelly or sour. Rather, it was somewhat pleasant. Nux on the hand smiled widely as he saw the Viscount walking into the bathroom. He achieved his today's goal and the whole process was even easier than he imagined. The Viscount's Shotacon nature is stronger than he thought. Of course, he wasn't actually a Shota but his body style matches one for sure. As he recalled the Viscount's face smeared in his jizz, he grinned wickedly and after recalling the effects it would have, his grin widened even more. It had other effects. Of course, it did. Nux wasn't foolish enough to risk offending the Viscount just because of his satisfaction. He can't afford to do that, at least not at this stage. When he was reading about his system and his abilities, he found out that the closer and more erotic the contact between him and his target, the stronger the effects of his craving touch gets. The Viscount getting smeared with his jizz would make her crave for him even more. And obviously, the more the craving, the faster he will achieve his goal. His smiling face looked like a handsome demon who just tricked another innocent person due to his bidding. He quickly stood up and walked outside and entered the bathroom the maid pointed to. He wanted to bathe with the Viscount but he controlled his urges and calmed down. He knew if he plays his cards well, the Viscount will be the one to ask for this instead. After taking a long bath, Nux returned to the room and saw the Viscount lying on the bed, glancing at him with a seductive smile. She was wearing a sky blue-colored, loose nightgown, her hairs were still wet, making her look more captivating than normal. Nux didn't forget to continue his act as he blushed and glanced down. After smearing all your jizz on me, you still dare to blush in embarrassment. The Viscount chuckled. No I didn't Maya dash ha 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 Tilda it's so fun to tease you Tilda alright, now don't keep standing there, come over, I am already very sleepy. Seeing him panicking, the Viscount chuckled. Nux walked over with an embarrassed look before he lay down beside her. Okay, good night Tilda, Viscount muttered as she closed the lights and hugged Nux from behind like a body pillow, her ample chest touching his frail back, causing him to have a slight reaction in the lower part of his body. Gee good night, Nux replied. He knew this night would be a sleepless one since there is no way he can sleep while an alluring woman like Felberta hugs him from behind, and her long legs crosses over his. She was practically glued to him. Not that he hated this feeling, he could have never gotten someone as beautiful as the Viscount to hug him while she sleeps in his previous life so, currently, he was fully satisfied. Thinking about how potent his craving touch will be after this night, he got even more excited. He noticed that even his previous calculations were wrong. He didn't need 5 days at all, 2 to 3 days would be enough to complete this mission. It was an error on his part. Of course, such errors were warmly welcomed by him. Chapter 12. Jolts of pleasure forced Nux to wake up from his sleep, he then subconsciously glanced at his dick, which was somehow out in the open while his pants were down. He then saw a jade white hand stroking his rod lovingly. He didn't need to think twice and instantly knew the culprit who was behind this. He slowly turned his head and saw Viscount Felberta with a slightly red face, smiling at him. Oh, you are awake. I noticed your little brother was quite excited about this new morning, so I decided to give him a hand. Ma'am, it happens every morning. You don't have to trouble yo dash, it's all right. As I said before, you belong to me. It's my duty to take care of you, Viscount Felberta replied. Though she said the thing as before, this time, her breathing was a little erratic while her face had a tinge of red. The craving touch is absurd, Nux thought inwardly while he blushed and nodded meekly. Bolts of pleasure assaulted him wave after wave, but it wasn't as bad as yesterday. Last time, he was someone inexperienced, but now that he had already experienced it once, he will try his best to hold out for as long as possible. As if she knew what he was thinking, Viscount Felberta instantly changed her strategy as bent her body and she crawled towards his crotch. All right, I'll show you something good today, Tilda. Saying that, she pulled her gown down, only enough for her large milky breast to pop out, standing upright, as they were being supported by the gown. Seeing those white twins with a pink cherry on the top could make any man drool. Nux dreamt of squeezing those soft mounds of flesh as much as he wanted. It took all his willpower to not stand up and grope those juggers. But moments later, he thanked himself for not giving in and staying where he was, since what happened next was something he never imagined would happen, at least not in the recent future. Viscount Felberta positioned herself carefully and then her two huge mountains engulfed his huge rod, and a soul-stirring pleasure assaulted his mind. Thousands and thousands of bolts of pleasure ran throughout his body and he felt this with numbing sensation all over his body. The legendary titfuck. Tilda, despite trying his very best not to, he couldn't help but release a satisfied moan. His whole body twitched, and the pleasure he felt as his dick rubbed her cleavage while being mushed by two soft and beautiful pair of breasts was 1,000 times better than the hand job she gave him yesterday. His eyes rolled back and his back arched up, trying to resist the enormous pleasure he was feeling. Satisfied by his reaction, Viscount Felberta smiled and increased her speed, further intensifying the pleasure he was feeling. However, Nux still resisted. He still fought the urge to come right away. As if provoked by this, Viscount Felberta's eyes met his. While maintaining eye contact, she lowered her head and licked her luscious red lips, before she kissed the tip of his dick that popped out of her breasts. Oh, Tilda, stimulated by this heavenly scene, Nux wasn't able to hold it any longer and his jizz burst out, once again spreading all over Viscount Felberta's face and her milky breasts. This time though, it was more concentrated near her mouth. Ha! 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 Nux breathed heavily, his chest moving up and down in quick successions. This time, there were no thoughts about how this would help him with his goal, or how should he act to please the Viscount. His mind was already numb because of all the stimulus it has received. You really like to spread your milk all over my face, don't you? Viscount Felberta teased. It just felt too good, ha. Nux replied without thinking. Seeing him like that, Viscount Felberta smiled as she shook her head. You don't take my order seriously, do you? I told you to tell me before you come, but you ignored it. This time, Nux's head cleared up and he quickly replied, I am extremely sorry, ma'am. He thought he somehow offended Viscount Felberta, but soon he noticed that teasing smile he had on her face. Although that smile looked more like a foolish smile with his milk spread all over her enchanting face. But that too gave her a different kind of a charm and was enough for Nux to feel a slight reaction in his lower body, even though he had just come a moment ago. Hey Tilda, I never said I don't like it. Although you still require some punishment for listening to my order, Viscount Felberta muttered. I will go through any punishment ma'am gives me to without fail. Nux nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. Look how serious you are. It's like I will punish you with death or something. Don't worry, it will just be a light punishment. You might even enjoy it a little bit, Tilda, Viscount Felberta replied as she licked her lips sensually and at the same time she tasted Nux's milk again. A different kind of satisfaction washed over her body as she noticed the jizz all over her, and that handsome boy lying on her bed with a tired look. My money is not wasted at all, Tilda, she nodded inwardly before she smiled. All right, it's time for me to go to work after I take bath. I will see you after I return. Okay? I will wait for your return in front of your room like yesterday. I really did not waste my money at all, Tilda. With an unusually bright mood, Viscount Felberta walked toward her office to start the day. As a Viscount, most of the matters are handled by her subordinates. Of course, that does not mean she does not do anything. She is more like a CEO who takes care of everything around and manages everything. However, these few days, she is exceptionally busy. This is the last week of the 8th month, and also the week in which the Viscount has to work harder than normal since she can't ignore the tax collection and leave it to her subordinates. She has to read reports about the amount of tax collected, how to deal with those who haven't paid the taxes and all that. She settled down on her chair and a few minutes later, a man wearing a black coat over a white shirt walked over and bowed. Greetings, Viscount Felberta. He was Joyab, the butler of Viscount Felberta. Felberta nodded and Joyab started. The farmers are unable to pay the taxes this month due to the draft. They say that they spent all their saving on paying the tax last month and can barely afford food to eat right now. I had some men check the situation and confirm that what they say is true and the farmers are really having a hard time. Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. Joyab stayed silent without interrupting her thoughts and a few minutes later, Viscount Felberta spoke. All right, take their lands and free them from taxes for the next whole year. Joyab's eyes widened when he heard that and he countered, but Viscount, the land they own has a lot more value than the tax they owe us. Aren't we just extorting them? Of course not, those farmers are fools. If we force them to pay tax, they will sell their land to someone else at cheaper prices just to pay the taxes for the next few months, and then will become homeless without anything to do. This will lower the food production and reduce our taxes as well, therefore, it is better to take their lands. Of course, we aren't really taking them, we will just have them on paper. We will allow the farmers to farm on them and if they pay 10% higher taxes for the next 12 years, we will return their lands to them. As for the taxes, use the treasury to pay for it. Joyab was enlightened and inwardly praised Viscount Felberta for coming up with this plan, but soon, he furrowed his brows and questioned, but what if the draft reappears within the next 12 years? What shall we do then? We will just increase the number of years they will have to pay extra taxes, no big deal. Felberta waved her hands nonchalantly and Joyab couldn't help but be more impressed by her vision. I believe I can leave this matter to you now? Yes, Viscount Felberta. I'll give you the report within the next 2 days. Joyab nodded, as efficient as ever. The meeting continued, and the more time passed, the more uncomfortable the Viscount felt. She sneakily lowered her head and felt a weird twitching inside her little sister. She rubbed her thighs with each other, trying to calm this weird feeling, but nothing happened. Feeling helpless, she ignored this and continued listening to the reports. Viscount Florence Reeds has asked if 9 in the morning is a good time to meet up. Meet up? Did we plan on meeting tomorrow? Joab furrowed his brows in confusion before he replied, Viscount, it's Marquess Edgeworth's daughter's 21st birthday and they plan to celebrate it. We have received the invitation a week ago. I believe it would be disrespectful to the Marquess if we don't go there. Felberta then recalled reading the invitation letter and nodded. Being a mere Viscount, she can't afford to offend someone like Marquess, so she has to go there. Also, this party will have some sort of political importance since many nobles who haven't decided which prince they would support will appear there, so it is speculated that even the princes will join the party. Alright, tell her that I will be ready by 9 and we shall leave before 9:30. We can't afford to be late. Also, have you thought about the gifts? Viscount need not worry about that, I have already prepared it. Felberta nodded as she said, alright, you can take a break now. We will discuss the rest after 2 hours, as you command. Joab, even though he noticed that today's break was a little early and longer than usual, didn't think too much and bowed before he left. As soon as Joab left, Viscount's solemn face changed and she quickly lifted her gown before plunging her finger into her canal and started pleasuring herself. Tilda, what is happening? What is this tickling feeling? This never happened before. Although it felt really good as she masturbated, she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, a face that has been appearing in her mind, again and again, appeared once more. She then calmed down, fixed her gown and called her maid. Call Nux, the maid bowed before she left. A while later, a boy with an otherworldly face entered the office and greeted in a low voice, Good afternoon, ma'am. Viscount smiled as she signaled him to sit on the chair beside her. Now Nux, do you remember how I helped you this morning? Nux's face turned red as he nodded embarrassedly. Now I want you to help of course. You can order me to do anything. I will surely do my best to satisfy you. Before Felberta could even complete her sentence, Nux stood up and replied quickly. Felberta chuckled seeing him like that as she replied, Good, now touch me here, Tilda. Chapter 13. Good, now touch me here, what? Nux stood there, dumbfounded. He could not believe that she was being so direct. What? Didn't you say you would do anything I say? Are you going back on your words? No, I'll do it. Nux's face turned red, and then even redder before he quickly got on his knees as he glanced at the red-colored gown. Gulp he gulped inwardly. Viscount Felberta is really too beautiful. He then held the lower part of the gown before pulling it up, revealing her slender, long legs. His movements were very slow. It might look like it was because he was embarrassed, but Nux was just relishing and appreciating the feeling of unclothing a beautiful lady like her. He felt like he living a dream. A dream he would never want to wake up from. On the other hand, the slower his movements, the more Felberta anticipated what was about to come as her heart started beating loudly. The tingling sensation, which she barely suppressed, burst out, this time more potent than the last. Soon, Nux's hand reached her little sister before he glanced at her. She nodded, signaling him to continue. Nux smiled seeing her rushing like that. He wanted to tease her a little, but he knew he was not in a position to play it like that. He needs to be careful and act as an obedient boy toy. Time was in his favor, he just needs to wait for a while and then he will be able to do what he wanted. Without any delay, Nux directly shifted her black panties aside, revealing her gorgeous pink pussy with a little to no hair around it, and seeing a clear way, he immediately plunged the tip of his middle finger into her canal. On Tilda, getting the reaction he wanted, Nux smiled inwardly before he pushed forward. And Tilda, jolts of pleasure assaulted the Viscount's body. Somehow, the pleasure was a lot more powerful than when she did it herself. Not finding anything to hold, she directly clasped Nux's head and pushed his face right into her plump breasts. Nux noticed that she was a lot more sensitive than normal. He then smiled as he slipped his index finger inside as well. On Tilda, he felt her grip getting tighter around his head as she pushed him deeper into her cleavage. Her legs also crossed around his, as if afraid that he will go away. Although this position might look like it was a little uncomfortable, her body's softness made it one of the most comfortable positions he can ever be in. With his 2 fingers, he teased her wet, squishy insides without rest. Her moan sounded like blessed music to his ears. On Tilda, the more she moaned, the faster he moved his finger, and as soon her moans decreased, he would reduce his speed, forcing her to moan louder. On Tilda, noticing the pattern, the Viscount continued to moan with all her might while she also tightened her grip around Nux, as if trying to merge his body with hers. Soon, Nux felt her insides twitching uncontrollably and he knew she was about to come. Without warning he increased his speed even further, his movements, a lot rougher than before. On Tilda, Felberta's body twitched uncontrollably before she arched her body and her juices gushed out without pause. Nux's whole hand was covered in her juices, he felt her grip around him weakening, he stood up and questioned. Ma'am, was my performance satisfactory? He sounded very nervous. Viscount Felberta, on the other hand, was breathing heavily before she slowly raised her eyes to meet his and replied, Satisfactory? It was as if you have done this countless times. Hearing that, Nux shook his head in panic as he replied, No, I did not. I just thought that I will be doing something like this soon, so I started reading about it so that I can do my very best. His last sentence was almost inaudible as he lowered his voice in shame. Viscount Felberta chuckled hearing that, but then she was surprised by the unexpected action Nux did. He sat down on the chair, before patting his thigh, with a face as red as a tomato, he spoke, I also read that after the woman comes, it would feel better if she sits on the man's lap. A man, Felberta chuckled weakly as she saw him sitting there with a red face, but then, she stood up and walked towards him before sitting on his lap. What the book said is really true, it does feel better than before. Saying that, Felberta leaned her back on Nux's chest before she closed her eyes. Nux smiled as he rolled his arms over her thin waist and placed his chin on her shoulder. Maybe one more day, and she will be mine, he thought inwardly. What Viscount didn't notice was how she turned from someone who was always in control of the situation to someone who is sitting on his lap, tired and unable to move, and how scarily quick this whole transition was. Of course, even if she does notice this, she wouldn't care about this since right now, she was too tired and was busy enjoying the Nux's cuddles. Nux also wanted to knead her breasts, but he knew his limit. He will wait a little more. Viscount Felberta's mind is clearing up little by little, he needs to act meek right now and just have a blush on his face. Nux and Felberta stayed like that for a little longer, but Nux knew that they couldn't continue like this for a long time and muttered shyly. Ma'am, I think your break is about to end, you should stand up now, millimeter? No need, let me stay here like this, we still have an hour, but we also have to get this place cleaned, and... Without saying any further, Nux started fixing her panties, and then her gown. There was no way he was going to let go of this chance to make her more dependent on him. You can't do your work like this, can you? He muttered. A small smile appeared on Viscount's face, she waited for him to fix her clothes before she finally opened her eyes and stood up lazily. You are right, let me go to the bathroom, you ask a maid to clean this place. Okay? Nux nodded, this time, although his face was still red, it was not to a degree where his movements were slow and stiff, showing that he is adapting to all the changes. It was also his way of slowly gaining control over the whole situation. Not noticing anything, the Viscount left and then Nux called the maid and got everything cleaned. 15 minutes later, Felberta returned, she had already fixed her makeup, looking at her giving off a strong and independent woman's aura. Nobody could imagine she was the same lady who sat on Nux's lap powerlessly. There are still around 40 minutes before my work resumes, what should we do by then? She asked. Why you still haven't eaten your lunch yet, ma'am, so you should eat it first. Ah. I completely forgot about that. I wonder why is that? Maybe it's because I have been having nutrients through some other means that I don't feel hungry anymore, what do you think? She smiled mischievously as she glanced at Nux's crotch and licked her lips. Nux's face turned red as he lowered his gaze in embarrassment. To divert her attention, he ordered the maid to bring lunch and acted as if nothing happened, however, he did not look very convincing with that red face of his. Ha 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 Tilda, Felberta laughed out loud when she saw him acting like that. The maids in this palace were efficient as ever. As if they were just waiting for the order, delicious and sizzling food was brought into the office. After the maids left, Felberta smiled before she glanced at Nux and teased, now Nux, where should I sit? Does your lap sound good? Nux blushed and Felberta laughed, it is really fun to tease him. Ha ha ha, just as she was about to sit on her seat, Nux's voice was heard, why you can if you want to. She glanced at Nux who was sitting on his chair with a red face, patting his thigh while avoiding her gaze. Viscount was surprised by his response, she just wanted to tease him a little, she never thought he would take it seriously. She wanted to shake her head and deny, but when she glanced at his lap, something inside her stopped her. It is very comfortable there. She walked towards him and sat on his lap, her face had a tinge of red which she desperately wanted to hide from Nux. Noticing this, Nux smiled inwardly while he pretended that he didn't notice the red face at all. Just wait, it is still not the time yet. He was very patient. The Viscount made herself comfortable on her new seat before she hid her embarrassment and replied. All right, now feed me, expecting something like that from her, Nux shook his head inwardly while he nodded with a red face. By the time the two of them were done with the lunch, it was already the time for the break to end. Okay, it's time for you to leave, but don't miss me too much, okay? I'll return soon. Felberta teased as she stood up from his lap. I'll wait for ma'am in front of her room, Nux nodded and left the office. After he left, a smile appeared on his face as he thought about today's gains. He got one step closer to his goal, if he wished, he could complete his tonight but he decided not to rush things and be a little more patient. A few good things happened today, the first one being that he touched her little sister. He also got her to sit on his lap and then the last one was where he got her to feed him. Yes, after he was done feeding her, the Viscount offered him to do the same, which he of course accepted with a blush. He thought about tonight and decided that he would let her decide the pace for today. If he is the one deciding everything, he might give her a feeling of not being in control which he did not want, not until she is more attached to him. At the same time, he was also surprised by the monstrous ability he had, the craving touch. He still remembered her slightly red face when he entered her office and when he touched her canal, it was already wet. She might have masturbated but after noticing it did not work, she called me. That was straight up scary. On the other side, as Joyab entered the office he saw an unusually energetic Viscount Felberta sitting with bright, shiny eyes as she declared. Alright, let's end what's left so that we can leave and go back home as soon as possible. Chapter 14. The next day, Nux and Felberta were in a rush since it was already 8 in the morning and Felberta has to get ready by 9. This is all because of you, who told you to have morning boners every morning. Not only that, you even had the galls to rub your tent on my ass. Viscount Felberta exclaimed in frustration. Nux on the other hand froze when he heard that and complained inwardly, what the hell are you talking about, woman? How the hell do I control myself when I am hugging you? And I am rubbing my tent on you? Who are you kidding? Who was the one who was wiggling her fat ass in front of my dick and started teasing me? Huh? Of course, he can't say that out loud so he continued his act as his face turned red, I am sorry. IW would make sure I don't get like that in the morning. No, you don't have to do that, it's a good sign that you get hard every morning, don't change it. Viscount Felberta felt that she lost something precious when she heard him and quickly corrected him. Oh okay, I'll make sure to get as hard as I can get every morning then. This time, it was Viscount Felberta's turn to turn red, she was dumbfounded by his answer but in the end, she could only nod. Gee good, the chaotic morning continued, maids were called to clean the bed which had Nux's milk spread all over. Felberta rushed into the bathroom while Nux continued staring at the maids cleaning his jizz with an expressionless face. It was as if they were trained to not show any expression in any situation. Noticing that, an uncontrollable urge to see some lewd expressions on these maids' faces welled inside Nux's head. At that moment, the maids' bodies quivered for some unknown reason, it was as if they were locked onto by some wild beast. Around 45 minutes later, Viscount Felberta entered the room, ready to go to the party. She was wearing an eye-catching black gown which was made from silk, and her hair was combed into a bun while she only had light makeup on. Combining all of this with her beautiful face and a succubus-like body, she looked really captivating. How do I look? She glanced towards Nux and questioned. Nux stood where he was, frozen. She furrowed her brows and waved her hand. Hello? Nux? Ah. Huh? How do I look? Beautiful, too beautiful. He muttered softly before he came out of his reverie and replied, I mean, you look really good, ma'am. Satisfied by his reaction, the Viscount nodded and smiled. All right, I will take my leave now. You take care of yourself, ask the maids if you want anything, okay? Nux does not have the status to go with her. In the end, he was just a boy toy. Even though Viscount Felberta might not see him like that, in others' eyes, he is just that. Of course, Nux wasn't too bothered either. It has just been 2 days since he came to this world. He isn't in a rush to rise in position. Who knows? Maybe at the next party like this one, he might be called as a chief guest. Of course, Nux didn't forget to take advantage of this situation and deepen his impression in Viscount's mind. Why yes, see come back soon. Nux muttered softly. Oh. Why should I come back soon? Would you miss me if I don't? No. No. I mean, take your time and please enjoy the party to its fullest extent. I'll wait for you. Nux replied with a red face. Ha 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 Tilda, don't worry, I was just teasing you. I will come back as soon as possible. The Viscount smiled as she left. As she entered the living room, Felberta saw 2 women, wearing red and purple silk gowns sitting in front of her chatting with each other with smiles on their faces. These 2 were Florence Rids and Willa Hart, both of them were Viscounts and Felberta's close friends. There were 2 men wearing the same suit as Joyab standing behind them. These 2 were their butlers. Willa noticed Felberta coming and stood up as she greeted, "Morning, Sister Fel." Florence also stood up and her eyes brightened when they fell on Felberta. Oh ho, someone is looking really charming today? What's the matter? How come your face is looking so bright and lively? Huh? What do you mean? Don't I always look bright and lively? Ha. There you go again with your narcissism. Florence rolled her eyes. But Flor is right, although you are always a charmer, you do look a little different today. Willa muttered. Although Flor and Willa were not as beautiful as Fel, they could still be called beauties in their own right. Flor had a petite body, blonde hair, and a small nose. Combined with her energetic attitude, she looked lively and cute and was the youngest of the 3, being only 24 years old. Willa, on the other hand, was the opposite. Her breasts were larger than Fel's, combined with her black hair with brownish texture. She had a motherly charm and was the oldest of the group, being 31 years old. Come on Sister Willa, I know she is a lost cause, but why are you teaming up with her? Felberta complained. Ha. Who are you calling a lost cause? You want to fight? Flor snapped. Ha ha ha. The 2 others started laughing and then Willa muttered, all right, we can talk in the carriage, let's go, we can't be late for this party. Felberta and Florence nodded as the 3 women entered the carriage. After a 1-hour ride on the carriage, the 3 appeared in front of a large mansion where different people wearing expensive-looking clothes were roaming around. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Flor took a deep breath as she rejoiced, ha. This feels good. Finally. I don't have to stay in my stinky mansion doing stinky work. Fel and Willa rolled their eyes when they heard her. The 3 of them were accompanied by their respective butlers and Flor's butler couldn't help but shake his head inwardly as he lamented. Why are you even complaining? I'm the one doing all the work, you just sit there and complain. Nobody knew his troubles. While the 3 were looking around excitedly, a voice was heard which caused the 3 of them, along with their butlers, to furrow their brows, especially Joyab. Viscount Felberta, I see you are looking as stunning as always. Yes, that is true, I do look stunning even if I do say so myself. But Viscount Hayden, I must say, you are still as uncreative as ever. This is the 13th time I have heard you repeating the same line to start the conversation. Felberta turned around as she saw a man standing behind her, his face twitching due to her reply. He was Hayden Youngie, a Viscount who fancies Fel but was rejected and now he pesters her everywhere they meet hoping to win her heart. Appearance-wise, although he couldn't be called ugly, he wasn't handsome either. Blonde hair, refined attire, pointy nose combined with that mole on his cheek, gave him a cunning look, which, actually isn't far from his actual personality. Of course, no matter how cunning he is, he never dared to use any tricks on Viscount Felberta. No, it was not because he was scared of some rules or something like that, but because he was scared of Felberta herself. A beautiful woman with a dead husband, a mother of 1, and a noble Viscount to boot. Who won't be charmed by her and would want to make her his? Many tried, but they all failed. Her being able to survive in these conditions proves that although she may look like a mere Viscount, she was not as simple as that. Hayden, considering this factor, searched her past and learned a piece of shocking news. A few years back, there was an earl who fancied Felberta and wanted to make her his concubine. After being rejected, he raged and decided to drug her and force himself upon her. Not only did his plan fail, but Felberta even demanded compensation, thinking that it should be solved with this payment. Earl agreed. But coincidentally, the day after he delivered the compensation, all his crimes were exposed to the public along with their proofs. Of course, there is no noble in this world who hasn't committed any crime. But as they say, cheating is not an act worth punishing, getting caught is. The king was forced to take action and the earl was demoted to a mere baron. Of course, the punishment wasn't as simple as it looked. How could an ex-earl, now a baron, survive while being in the bad books of 1 Viscount and countless other enemies he created while being an earl? Unable to take the pressure, the earl sold all his properties and left the kingdom. What happened to him later was unknown. Knowing this, Hayden dared not play any tricks. Even an earl was unable to escape. How could he, a mere Viscount, take this risk? Although he liked beauties, he liked his life even more. All right, if you have nothing else to say, we will be taking our leave, since we have to meet a few of our friends later. Seeing that he was thinking about something, Felberta took this chance and walked away without giving him another glance. Hayden gritted his teeth, and then his eyes fell on another woman. Fixing his hair, he smiled and walked toward her. Viscount Freed, I see you are looking as stunning as ever. The party started. In truth, normal birthday parties are only held in the evening, but Marquess Edgeworth really adores his daughter and therefore launched this grand party which covers breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the whole day. In these types of grand parties, only low-ranking nobles like barons and viscounts are required to arrive by the morning. Actually, in the past, it was these low-ranking nobles who arrived in the morning to build connections, but as the time passed, it became a trend and it was considered disrespectful if a baron or a viscount doesn't arrive in the morning. So right now, all the people here were either barons or viscounts. Of course, the noteworthy thing was that Marquess Eduard personally greeted all the guests without caring if they were barons or viscounts. This made everyone happy, and they even felt lucky that they joined this party. After the Marquess left, the barons tried to get into viscounts' good books, some introduced their children to each other, and some formed relationships in other ways. Of course, as experienced nobles, Fel and her friends didn't bother with viscounts and barons, they just greeted their friends before the three sat together and started chatting, catching up with each other. Although Fel, who was enjoying the conversation, had already started missing a certain someone. Time passed and afternoon fell, this was the time for the earls to make their entry. One by one, all the earls entered the hall, and after greeting each other, they were greeted by viscounts and barons. Even Fel and her friends greeted the earls they knew before everyone sat at the table and had their lunch. This time, Fel and her friends didn't sit alone, they were with a few earls along with some other viscounts. Fel, however, was already feeling that familiar sensation inside her little sister. She closed her legs tightly and straightened her back as she suppressed the feeling before she smiled and continued eating. After lunch, the garden was opened, Fel and her group excused themselves as they walked towards the garden, getting some fresh air. Time passed and it was time for the main party to start, starting with Marquess, then the 4 dukes of the kingdom, and finally the 3 princes. All these big faces appeared one by one. After another round of greetings, Fel finally couldn't take it any longer as she spoke. Willa, Flor, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be quick, okay? Tilda, Flor replied and waved her hand nonchalantly while Willa nodded. Felberta walked away elegantly, but when she detected no one around her, she quickened her pace and rushed into the bathroom before sitting on the seat and plunging her finger into her little sister. Tilda the relief Tilda. Chapter 15. After a quick session of self-care and suppressing the tingling feeling to a great extent, Felberta fixed her hair and her dress before walking out of the bathroom and joining Florence and Willa. Huh? What took you so long? Flor questioned as she raised her eyebrows. Nothing, I was just fixing my makeup a little. HMPH. Then why don't I see any changes? Your face just got a little red like a monkey. Flor snickered. Yo dash, all right, stop fighting, there are dukes and princes here, think about your image. Willa, as mature as always, stepped in before the two could embarrass themselves. Also Fel, you came at the right time, the Marquess daughter is about to appear, oh right. Have you seen the Marquess daughter before? I once got a chance to and I can tell that she is prettier than Fel. Flor chimed. I also saw her before, although she is indeed beautiful, I can say for sure that she is at best, on par with our Fel, why would you say she's prettier than her? Willa questioned. TSK, Fel is already an old woman, in just a few more years, her face will be full of wrinkles, how can she be on par with the girl who is in her prime right now? Flor snickered. Felberta's lips twitched when she heard that. Noticing that, Willa quickly changed the topic. Oh, I also heard that Candace, the Marquess's daughter, is one of the strongest students in the Royal Academy. It is said that she's one of the most talented individuals in the Empire right now and has a bright future ahead. Not only that, even the Empress asked her hand for marriage for her son, the first prince. Although the Marquess rejected, saying that she would be the one deciding who she marries. What? The first prince? How can someone reject him? Just look at his face, he is so handsome. Money, power, and face, what does he not have? He is a perfect man. Flor glanced at the prince with stars in her eyes. Although Felberta would have agreed with her in the past, now when she glances at the prince's face, another face, which is a lot more attractive than his, appeared in her mind and she shook her head with a smile. She then glanced at Flor and furrowed her brows. I have to keep this bitch in heat away from him. Otherwise, she'll find all sorts of ways to pester me to get hands on him. A few minutes later, Candace Waters, the star of the party, appeared. And though unwilling, Fel admitted she was indeed a beauty. She had blonde hair just like her father, fair, delicate skin, beautiful blue irises, wearing a sky blue colored gown with a dark blue design, she carried herself with elegance and a smile on her cherry-like lips. A beauty who is talented and has a bright future ahead of her. Felberta subconsciously compared herself with her, and couldn't help but shake her head. Flor is right, although she was beautiful, in a few more years, wrinkles would start appearing on her face. It could have been avoided if she had cultivated since young, but she, like many other lower-level nobles, thought that creating more contacts is much more important than cultivation and ignored it. By the time she matured and realized its importance, it was already too late. This was also her biggest regret in her life and also the reason why she forced her son to join the Royal Academy, even though he had the same thought as the past her. Sigh. Felberta sighed deeply before she shook her head to get rid of these useless thoughts. A face appeared in her mind as she smiled. I am sure he is missing me right now. I wonder if he is crying sitting in a corner with his face on his knees. Tilda foo 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 Tilda. She was eager to go back home. The party continued. Many boys tried to impress Candace, even the princess, but she, like an untainted flower, rejected them all with a smile. On the other side, the political war between the 3 princes had already started. Right now, 3 princes each have a duke supporting them. As for the 4th duke, who should have been the breaking point and the deciding factor of this game, he decided to stay neutral since the one he supports is the 2nd princess who, for some reason, has no wish to participate in this battle. Of course, although a woman becoming a queen is rare, it was not like it did not happen in the past. Not only that, but it was noticed that every time a woman ascends to the throne, the kingdom has seen unprecedented glory. But when he learned that the 2nd princess has no desire to fight for the throne, he declared his neutrality and stayed back. This caused the other princes to focus on other nobles, the marquises and the earls, so they started securing the support of these nobles while the viscounts and barons readily tried to support any prince so they could rise in ranking. This game continued till dinner. Felberta, on the other hand, was already getting impatient and uncomfortable since the suppressed tingling feeling inside her little sister has already started acting. Flor and Willa also noticed her weird attitude and asked in worry. She just shook her head, saying she was not feeling well and continued eating dinner. The dinner ended, and many nobles still stayed talking about various things, mostly discussing which prince to support or how to win the heart of Candace Waters, who might be the next pillar of the kingdom. This time, Felberta didn't wait any longer, and as soon as the dinner ended, she rushed back to her mansion. Seeing her walking figure, Florence couldn't help but mutter. It looks like she really is sick. Chapter 16. Author notes. I had two major things to address. I know that after reading the chapter, you wouldn't bother reading author notes and would rush to the next chapters, so I will write about it here. First, spam reviews. Dowis CXRH5L, look my friend, I really appreciate how much you like and love my novel, but think about it from my side. I promise you guys extra chapters for your reviews because I want more readers to read my novel and then give a genuine review. It would raise my novel rankings, reading time, valid reads, in the end getting more views and reaching more readers, and you guys will get your extra chapter, but now you have posted around 40 reviews, making my total reviews reach 50, but I only have around 15 genuine reviews. That isn't really fair to me, right? Isn't that the same thing as me reducing chapters length from 1,000 to 250 words, and then posting 16 chapters a day? You guys will be disappointed as well, right? So let's do this. Since you have posted 40 reviews, with 3 different reviews saying different things, I will treat them as 3 reviews and give you guys extra chapters calculating that. I hope you understand my plight and please don't get offended. I really value all my readers, especially readers who love my work. If you guys still feel I am in the wrong, comment here, and I will try to post more than 20 chapters, but please think about it from my side as well. Now the second issue, the readers are divided into 2 parts, some wanting first option, some the second, chapter 5's author's note. So what I will do is I will take Despair Hope's suggestion and divide the girls into 2 categories, first, being the main harem, the girls with real personalities and characters. The second one will be combat maids or maid assassins, you can choose between these 2 options. Thank you, love. As soon as Viscount Felberta reached her mansion, she jumped out of her carriage and rushed towards her room. Although the servants were surprised by her actions, they didn't dare ask anything and her 2 maids started following behind her silently, keeping up with her with ease. Seeing a familiar figure sitting in front of her room, Felberta smiled and shouted excitedly, Nux. Nux wanted to act like he was excited seeing the Viscount again, but he didn't expect her to rush into him and hug her, without thinking about anything. He then noticed the unusual stiffness in her legs and understood what happened. Again, surprised by the ridiculously overpowered ability he has, he glanced at the maids and ordered, I'll take care of Viscount Felberta from here, you can excuse yourself for the day. The maids noticed the change in his tone in just 2 days, but seeing the Viscount acting like that, they shook their heads and bowed before leaving. Nux on the other hand, smiled as he held Felberta's plump butt and carried her into her room. Though surprised by his actions, the Viscount didn't complain and let him do what he wanted to. Nux then gently placed her on the bed before he said in a soft tone, Ma'am, you must be tired. Let me massage your body and help you relax. This time, there was no stutter in his words. His tone only carried a gentle but a compelling tone. Millimeter, Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. Then shall I help you remove your gown? Surprised by his words, Felberta opened her eyes and glanced at Nux. Nux blushed before he explained, you know how difficult it is to massage without direct skin contact. Since I want you to feel the best, I request you to remove your gown. Finding his explanation logical, she nodded and allowed him to remove her gown. A small smile appeared on Nux's face before he quickly removed her gown and glanced at Felberta lying on the bed wearing nothing but a sexy black-colored bra and panties, with her back facing him. He also opened her hair since he liked open hair rather than the bun. With everything ready, he rubbed his hands together before she started with her shoulders, and slowly started moving down, her back shoulders, to her back, then her lower back, before he started kneading her plumpus with extra care and gentleness. Until the jolts of pleasure assaulted Felberta's body, she wanted to question what he was doing, but when his hands kneaded her butt, the tingling feeling which had been suppressed after she hugged erupted, and this time, it was far stronger than before. Combined with how good it felt when he touched her butt, she completely forgot all her questions and gave up. However, before she could thoroughly enjoy the feeling, Nux's hand continued down to her plump thighs and then to her legs and feet. Feeling frustrated, she wanted to tell him to continue massaging her buttocks and thighs, but she then felt his hands coming back to her legs. Noticing the pattern, she stayed silent and enjoyed the massage. Nux smiled widened seeing her acting like that. Of course, this time, he wasn't here to just massage her body, he was here to complete the mission and make Felberta his. Thinking it was time to jump to the next step, he massaged her but before moving up. As his hands moved towards her back, Felberta shook her head inwardly before her eyes widened when she felt something touching her little sister. She quickly turned her head and saw a huge tent right in front of her little sister. She then glanced at Nux who was still massaging her back. Then he leaned forwards to massage her shoulders and his tent started rubbing her canal. On Tilda, she released a soft moan. Nux, however, wasn't able to hear it. Her little sister started trembling. The tingling sensation this time was incomparably stronger than before. Asterisk gulp Tilda asterisk an image appeared in her mind and she gulped thinking about that possibility. Ha! Nux, she called out. Yes? I want you to massage me down there. Nux then stood up before he touched her but and questioned, here? No, there. Nux's face turned red before he touched her little sister and questioned, here? Yes. Okay. Nux nodded before he started massaging around her canal, enhancing her sensitivity. MMNH Tilda N no, not with your hands, then how should I do it? Nux questioned, perplexed. Felberta glanced at his crotch as she answered, W with that. What? Nux stuttered as he blushed. He couldn't believe what she just asked. Jay, just do it. Felberta ordered, her tone stern, although it would have been better if she wasn't stuttering. As you say. Nux nodded with a face as red as a tomato before he lowered his pant and a big, 8-inch monster popped out. Asterisk gulp asterisk Felberta gulped audibly, her anticipation and excitement, both were on another level. Nux also didn't waste much time, he skillfully removed her panties, and his rod directly entered her canal. Tilda, with her insides already wet from all the teasing and stimulations, Nux's dick directly slipped into her deepest part without any resistance whatsoever. Tilda, Felberta moaned in delight. All the tingling she felt the whole day finally subsided and was replaced with the immense amount of pleasure, the pleasure so extreme that her eyes rolled and she took a deep breath before she let out a loud moan. She felt as if she was finally full. It has been 7 years since her husband died. Well, though she did call him her husband, there was no romantic feeling between them. So after they had a son, they never had sex. Also, his weapon was a little small, so she can't really say she felt very good when they did it, which is completely different from now, where she was on cloud 9 in just a single thrust. Atilda, of course, Felberta wasn't the only one feeling good. The 2 times virgin who finally lost his virginity felt jolts of pleasure assaulting his body as her warm and squishy insides clustered around his dick while her womb was already sucking his dick deeper and deeper as if it wanted to engulf the whole thing. If not for the training that he had been through in the last 2 days, he would have just cummed in this single thrust. Taking a deep breath, he collected his thoughts as he pulled back his dick before plunging it even deeper than before. Atilda, relishing the otherworldly feeling, Nux paused for a moment before he drilled her again, then again, and again, before he lost in pleasure and continued. Atilda, the 2 moaned as they mated like animals. Nux tried to go deeper with every thrust. Felberta clenched the bedsheets hard as she bit her lips so that she can control her moans, but it was clear that she failed miserably. Noticing that he was about to come, Nux slowed his thrusts before, click with a single click, he unplugged her bra and removed it. He then turned her body, making her face him. Felberta opened her eyes and seeing his naked body and otherworldly face covered with sweat, she smiled. She wasn't alone, even Nux was enjoying the view of her raven hair spread all over, a smile that was on her cherry-like juicy-looking lips while her delicious-looking twins moved up and down as she breathed. He did not waste any more time as he bent down and started licking her pink nipple while he kneaded her other breast with his hands. Another jolt of pleasure assaulted the Viscount, Atilda. She moaned in pleasure before she grabbed his head and forced it deeper into her chest. Her lower body twitched in pleasure, her canals tightened, squishing and crushing his dick with her soft insides. Tilda, unable to cope with sudden pleasure, his milk burst out and he came. As his thick milk filled her insides, it was as if her last wall was broken and she moaned in ecstasy before her juices gushed out as well. Tilda, suddenly, Nux felt some weird power flowing into his body. He wanted to check what it was, but he was too tired to. Also, he wanted to relish this heavenly feeling without any sort of interruptions. Nux then let his body fall on top of Felberta's. Both of them didn't have the power to think about anything and stayed in the same position for the time being. After a while, when Nux finally had the power to move, he moved to the right of the Viscount. Noticing the movement, she opened her eyes, and when her black irises looked into his golden eyes, she smiled sweetly as she nodded. It felt really good. Nux didn't answer, he just moved his weak body close to her and sealed her lips with his own. He didn't use his tongue since he was tired, so he just sucked her juicy lips for a while before he returned to his original place and nodded. It really did. Felberta on the other hand was dumbfounded and couldn't react to his sudden action at all. She just felt something amazing on her lips before the feeling disappeared, confusing and shocking her at the same time. You are quite bold, she commented. I read it in the book. Nux blushed as he tried to avoid eye contact. Viscount smiled as she lifted her head and kissed his lips. I would really like to see the book you are reading, Tilda. This sentence caused Nux to sweat uncontrollably. Did he read any book? Of course, he did not. Heck, he didn't even know how to read. Of course, as a professional actor, he continued his acting without panic and nodded with a red face. A few more minutes later, he finally removed his little brother out of her little sister before he moved her body a little, hugged her from behind. He also did not forget to place his dick in the second most comfortable position, which was between Felberta's plump thighs, while slightly touching her canal. The Viscount's body trembled a little, but she was too tired to say or do anything, so she directly closed her eyes and enjoyed Nux's gentle kneading of her breast with a smile on her face. Seeing her like that, Nux chuckled inwardly, but just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a sound in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Chapter 17. Ding, mission, fuck Felberta Alvi, description, well, fuck Felberta Alvi, reward, Eye of Discerning. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 30 days, status, completed, would you like to receive the rewards? YN, excited, Nux pressed yes quickly. Ding. Fusing Eye of Discerning into host's body, suddenly, Nux felt unbearable pain in his eyes, but noticing Felberta sleeping soundly beside him, he gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to not scream in pain. Veins popped on his forehead while his whole body trembled. You ugh. Suddenly, drops of blood trailed out of his eyes and it continued for a while. After a while, the pain finally subsided and a message popped out. Ding. Eye of Discerning fused successfully. Nux breathed heavily before he wiped the blood and opened his eyes. If one looked closely, different golden-colored patterns could be seen moving inside his golden irises, making him look more mysterious. His eyes then fell on Felberta and suddenly, a screen popped out. Name, Felberta Alvi, age, 28, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom, race, human, talent, low, LVL, 3, HP, 100, STR, 7, AGL, 8, VIT, 10, STM, 8, INT, 7, Def, 7, I can see other status with this ability. Damn, that's convenient. Nux rejoiced inwardly before he recalled that weird feeling he felt after he came and checked his status. As soon as he thought about it, a screen appeared in front of him. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 2, HP, 120, STR, 8, AGL, 16, VIT, 12, STM, 13, INT, 10, Def, 7, blank points, 3, ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, he leveled up. He calculated and concluded that with each level up, he gains 2 stat points for every attribute other than the intelligence stat, which he only gains 1 point for and 3 blank points. That means, he gets a total of 14 points with each upgrade. That's fucking overpowered. He thought about why he didn't get 2 points for intelligence stat but was unable to come up with an explanation, so he shrugged. Wait, will my stats increase if I work out? Wait, why did I not think about this when I arrived in this world? Ah. I was too busy finding ways to fuck Fel. Is this what they call post-nut clarity? Okay, let's not think about this nonsense. Let's sleep, I'll wake up early in the morning, and test my theory out. Thinking this, he tightened his hug around Felberta and entered the dreamland. The next day, Felberta woke up with a satisfied smile on her face. She turned around before her eyes widened as she couldn't find Nux. All her drowsiness disappeared as she called the maids, Skylar. Lane. There was a tone of urgency in her voice. Master, 2 women quickly rushed into the room as they bowed. Where is Nux? The 2 maids glanced at each other before one called Skylar replied, Master, Master Nux is in the garden. She didn't know how to address Nux after the night the Viscount and he had so just called him Master. What is he doing in the garden? Fel questioned. Leave it, I'll go check it out myself. Before they could answer, Fel quickly stood up and just as she was about to leave, Skylar shouted. Master. At least wear some clothes. Fel looked down before she blushed a little, clearing her throat. She quickly wore a normal gown and walked towards the garden with 2 maids following her. As she walked into the garden, Felberta saw a handsome man, drenched in sweat doing push-ups on the ground. Although Fel could see his arms quivering, he continued and after a few more, his body finally fell. Fel wanted to rush towards him but when she saw a satisfied smile that suddenly appeared on his face, she stopped and decided to look at him a little more. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 2, HP, 120 or 120 STR, 8, AGL, 16, VIT, 12, STM, 13, INT, 10, Def, 8, blank points, 3, ability, craving touch, eye of discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Nux who was now lying on the ground smiled as he saw his status. His experiment was proved successful, although he didn't receive many stats, his defense still improved by 1 point and he could feel that if he continued for a few more days, his strength would increase as well. He was regretting his decision of adding some of his points to his agility and stamina, but he didn't think too much about it. He can't play with his life, he was sure he could gain many points in future. This was not his only gain though, he experimented a little and found out that unlike his craving touch, eye of discretion, was an active skill that would activate whenever he thought about it. It was a good thing, it would be weird if he was in front of a large group and all he could see is the system screen. He chuckled as he stood up and just as he turned, he saw Felberta looking at him with a smile on her face. He smiled back before he activated his eye of discretion and his eyes widened in surprise. Name, Skylar Hale, age, 25, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, medium, LVL, 24, HP, 280 or 280 MP, 390 or 390, STR, 29, AGL, 34, VIT, 28, STM, 32, INT, 39, Def, 27. Name, Lane Winey, age, 26, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, medium, LVL, 23, HP, 270 or 270 MP, 370, 370 STR, 33, AGL, 28, VIT, 27, STM, 29, INT, 37, Def, 34. They can crush me with their fingers. He gulped inwardly and swore that he would treat them with respect. Now that he thinks about it, he realized that a Viscount like Felberta can't possibly be left around unprotected. If not, then even random cultivators could destroy a noble's whole house and chaos would ensue. He also noticed that MP stat which he did not see on his own, or Felberta's status, thinking that it may appear after he levels up a little, he ignored it. Why the sudden need to exercise? While Nux was lost in his thoughts, Fel questioned with an amused smile. I just thought I should start exercising a little now that, he blushed mid-sentence and stopped. Now that what? Nothing. Nux replied as he sneaked a few glances towards Fel's crotch area. Understanding what he was thinking, Fel blushed and just as she was about to say something, Nux continued. By the way, you look really beautiful today, Lady Fel. He also subtly changed the way he addressed her. He can't stay in this weak position forever, right? Nux had decided to initiate his second plan. Of course, he will still be patient with everything since he knew he should not rush things. Surprised by the sudden compliment, Fel didn't know how to react and retorted, Huh? What do you mean? I didn't even take a bath yet, so what? Just look at your face, other women can't have this beauty even if they bathe 100 times a day. Nux hushed and before she could even react he walked towards her and continued. Of course, after you take bath, you will look even more attractive and also, you are getting late for the office so let's get going. Sister Lane, please prepare bathwater for Lady Fel. Saying that, he took Fel's hand as they walked toward her room. Lane on the other hand was confused, how did he know my name? You changed, as she was walking with Nux, the Viscount muttered. Huh? I said you changed. You are bolder than usual. Well, I did transform into a man from a boy. Nux replied as he blushed. A man? Fel muttered before she thought about a possibility. Wait, is that the reason you were working out this morning? Nux didn't reply as he continued walking while he tried to hide his red face. Ha 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 Tilda, so that's why Tilda, now I know why you were acting so weirdly, you became a man. Ha 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 Tilda, Fel laughed out loud while Nux continued walking without responding. As they walked inside her room, Fel smiled mischievously as she questioned, but Nux, what if I want you to stay how you were? I can't do that, Nux replied instantly. Oh. But didn't you say you will do whatever I want you to? Fel questioned with an amused smile when suddenly, Nux stopped walking before he cornered her to a wall and placed his hand in front of her shoulder, cutting all her escape routes. His movements were so fast that Fel couldn't react to them. I did say that, Lady Fel. But I won't do anything that you might be sad about in the future even if it is you who tells me to. Although surprised and a little excited for some reason, Fel kept her calm as she questioned, Oh? Why would I be sad if you stay like the cute little boy you are? Nux smiled at her question before he closed his eyes, tilted his face and moved closer to her. Fel's heartbeat quickened, she closed her eyes and moved her lips a little forward, but suddenly, she felt Nux's lips moving past hers and they arrived in front of her right ear as he whispered seductively. Oh, you will, Tilda, you will definitely miss out on a lot of things if I stay like the cute little boy I was. Why don't you trust me with this one? Kay? Felberta's heart raced and her face turned red, and as if compelled by some force, she nodded weakly. She only opened her eyes when she felt Nux had moved away from her. But unexpectedly, instead of his confident look she thought he would have, she found a Nux with a bright red face as he muttered, I am still not very experienced with this, give me some time. Felberta didn't know how to act. Her emotions were in turmoil, she found that man Nux extremely attractive, but she also found this boy Nux extremely cute. She was confused about who was better. But just as she thought about this question, the image of Nux cornering her into a wall popped into her mind. She felt her little sister tingling and she quickly came to an answer. She then glanced at Nux, who was blushing and avoiding her eye contact and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Tilda, all right, I am getting late. I'll go and have a bath while you do whatever you want. Nux nodded and Fel quickly walked towards the bathroom. Her heart was still beating rapidly as if she ran a marathon. Her face was red as she recalled her being pushed into a wall. Dangerous, that was too dangerous. My heart nearly exploded, she muttered. Chapter 18. Author's note, alright, you guys, from now on, the chapters will have the normal length, 1000 words. Thank you for bearing with me on this weird rollercoaster-like ride. I hope you enjoy the future chapters. Right now Viscount Felberta was sitting inside her big bathtub wearing absolutely nothing, her face was red and her movements were stiff. At the moment, her mind was occupied by a single person, and that was Nux. Remembering how he pushed her to the wall, her face turned even redder as she snorted, HMPH. How dare he talk to me like that? He has become a man, he says. Suddenly, the images of him drilling his hard dick into her appeared in her mind and her movement stopped, but it did feel good though. What felt good? Lady Fel? Suddenly she heard a familiar but unfamiliar voice. She turned back and saw Nux standing in front of her, completely naked other than a towel covering his crotch. Why are you here? She questioned with a flustered look on her face. She did not expect him to appear in front of her like that just when she was thinking about him. HM? I figured that I should help you take bath and decided to come here. Saying that, he walked into the bathtub and sat beside her as if it was completely normal. In reality, even Nux was feeling a little embarrassed and shy about this. He was worried that his actions might backfire, but then he shoved all his worries away. He had to take the risk. He can't stay too passive or he will stay like a boy toy forever. He needs to be bolder and more unrestrained. Of course, he could only do it now because he was sure that the Viscount can't live without him anymore. So although she might punish him if she was dissatisfied, she won't kill him. And since the rewards were enough, he decided to take this risk. Huh? When did I say I needed your help to take bath? Felberta questioned. How can someone as intelligent and beautiful as you need someone's help to take bath? I just thought that it would be more convenient for you if I did that. After all, I was brought here so you can relax, wasn't I? He says that as he picked her up and placed her on his lap. He then positioned his chin on her shoulder and questioned seductively. I'm sure you prefer it that way, don't you? And before she could reply, he offered, of course, if it's uncomfortable for you in any way. Just say a word and I'll leave as quickly as possible. He even slightly pushed her away as he said that. No. IIT's okay. You can do it if you want to. She couldn't win against this man Nux. Nux smiled and picked up the soap as he replied, then I believe I should start it quickly since Viscount must be getting late. He picked her a bit and then placed her in a more comfortable position, for him of course. He placed his dick right between her thighs and pussy as he interlocked his legs with her. Then he started from her thin waist, before avoiding her beautiful bare breasts as he cleansed her shoulders and arms. He then moved down, avoiding her breasts again before cleaning her thighs. Of course, he gave special care to her inner thighs, going marginally close to her little sister before pulling back. Filling her with anticipation and disappointment at the same time. MMHM a soft moan came out of Felberta's mouth. Deciding that he teased her little sister enough, he returned to her waist, but this time, he circled around her lower breasts without touching her before moving to the shoulders and repeating the same with her upper breasts. Viscount Felberta on the other hand felt different sensations as his hands moved. Her little sister quivered in frustration while her breasts felt some weird itch and her soft, light pink nipples hardened. The smile that appeared on Nux's face when he saw her reaction made him look no less dangerous than a scheming demon who traps maidens with his plans. At the same time, his rod also hardened as he started moving it a little, experiencing pleasure from her plump thighs and at the same time teasing her little sister more and more. The Viscount's breathing quickened as her body started trembling in frustration. Finally, she gave in to the temptation and requested, "See clean there as well." "Where, Lady Fel?" "My breasts." As you say, saying that, he suddenly grabbed her squishy breasts and started cleaning them roughly. Untilda, the Viscount yelped in pleasure and surprise, causing her to tighten her fleshy thighs, which suddenly increased the pleasure Nux was feeling. You! The sudden stimulus forced him to leak his milk as he stained the Viscount's thighs and her little sister with her jizz. Oops, looks like I have to clean that area again. Saying that, his hands moved towards her thighs as he washed them again before his fingers moved towards her canal which was already twitching uncontrollably, after his jizz fell on top of it. His finger circled around her entry for a little while before he pinched her erect clitoris, causing her to moan in ecstasy. Hum? I think it somehow went inside, let me clean it thoroughly then, without waiting for confirmation. His middle finger directly entered her pussy followed by his index finger. His two fingers rubbed her wet and mushy insides, finding all her weak points. Felberta kept moaning in pleasure as he played with her pussy. Suddenly, a weird idea popped in Nux's mind as he brought his lips closer to her left ear and he blew some air into her ear softly. Felberta's body jerked weirdly before her canal tightened and she came. Her juices gushed out without stopping, staining her thighs all over again. It looks like I have to clean it again. Chapter 19. After what could be called the longest bathing session she ever had, Viscount Felberta walked out of the bathroom with a satisfied yet strict expression. We are late and this is all because of you. What do you have to say in your defense? I deeply apologize for the inconvenience I have caused, although I will say, it felt really good, did it not? Viscount Felberta's lips twitched when she heard his remark. She wanted to reprimand him, but when she thought about it, it really felt good. Ag. I am being led astray by him. She clenched her fist in frustration, but when she remembered the pleasure she felt a few minutes ago, she decided to let him go. Ha, I am really weak against him. All right, no point complaining since we are already late, let's move quickly so we can save some time, she stated as she quickened her pace. Wait, I am going with you. Nux questioned. Yes, I decided to take you as my butler from now on, but I don't know anything butlers do, you don't have to worry about it. Joyab will take care of that, you just have to follow me. You can't keep staying here, can you? Lady Fel, you don't have to go through this roundabout way, just tell me that you can't bear to stay away from me and I'll follow you even if you walk into hell. Felberta's lips twitched. She wanted to retort to that, but deep down, she knew what he said was true. He is annoying. Where the hell did my cute Nux go? You sure have a glib tongue, don't you? I believe Lady Fel knows more about it than I do. He purposefully glanced at her firm breasts before he licked his lips seductively. Understanding what he meant, Felberta's face flushed before she sighed. Ha. I really miss the past Nux, he was so sweet and cute, unlike the now you are just a rude person. Do you really mean what you said? Lady Fel? Why don't you ask your pus heart and see what it says? Felberta used her right to remain silent. Although she did miss that boy Nux a little, if she were given a choice, she would choose that man Nux any day. After all, no matter how much thick face she has, whenever she ordered Nux to do anything, she always felt like she was manipulating a little boy, although it felt good, in some part of her mind, she felt a little weird. Nux now, on the other hand, steps us and seduces her on his own accord. His playful words feel good and his little forceful methods get her heart racing. After all, in the end, she bought him as her boy toy, someone who would satisfy her sexually. Of course, what Felberta doesn't realize is that Nux's importance in her heart has long passed what any random boy toy has. If she was given a choice to choose between her close friends and Nux, she might not be able to choose her friends even if she was given enough time to think. As the two of them entered Fel's office, they saw a middle-aged man standing inside the office, wearing a black suit. Without wasting any time, Nux activated the Eye of Discretion and this man's information appeared in front of him. Name, Joyab Fry, age, 59, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Occupation, Butler of Viscount Felberta, Race, Human, Talent, Low, LVL, 31, HP, 350 or 350, MP, 550 or 550, STR, 36, AGL, 41, VIT, 35, STM, 39, INT, 55, Def, 35. Joyab, let me introduce him to you, he is Nux, he will be my new butler from now on. Hearing that, Joyab frowned as he questioned, Viscount Felberta, isn't he the B-? Yes, he is. But from now on he is my butler. Joyab couldn't help but notice the defensive tone she had when she cut him off mid-sentence. What kind of magic has this kid done on her? He couldn't help but doubt if Nux was some sort of evil cultivator who somehow hypnotized Viscount Felberta. If it wasn't for how he could not feel even an ounce of energy coming out of his body, he would have attacked him already. But Viscount, does he know what he has to do as your butler? He questioned. You don't have to worry about it, then what about his cultivation? How would he protect you if he is so weak? You know that a butler is also a bodyguard who guards his master with his life. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. I have decided to provide him with our house's best cultivation technique. He is still young, and I believe he can catch up with others. But Joyab wanted to argue further, but he couldn't find any points. Noticing that he was acting weird, Felberta thought about it and quickly understood his dilemma and smiled. Butler Joyab, you have taken care of me ever since I was a child. You don't have to worry, I won't treat you or your family badly. I know you have been training your son to become my butler after you retire, this won't change after Nux's appearance. I am not firing you or your son. Joyab glanced at Viscount before he tried to avoid her gaze, embarrassed that he was seen through easily. Also, a sense of relief washed over his body when he heard her and he sighed. Yes, although I have appointed Nux as my butler, he is not exactly my butler, he is more of an assistant. No wait, you are kind of my assistant as well. Forget it, just remember you two have different jobs. Viscount's words not only confused Joyab but even she couldn't understand what she was saying. Behind her, Nux snorted inwardly when he heard her words, TSK, what's the point of covering up? Just tell him that we both are your assistant, the only difference being that while he works on the papers, I work on your body. Chapter 20. Author's note, again, I will warn you, if you don't want to get blue-balled, wait for the next chapter that I will post in 2 hours _read at your own risk * skeleton face *. After introducing Nux to Joyab, the Viscount continued with her work. However, soon she noticed that her speed and efficiency has improved a little. It was only a little, but it couldn't be hidden from the Viscount's eyes. Also, now that Nux was standing right behind her, even after working for a long time, she didn't feel that tingling feeling she was so annoyed by. Of course, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have their fun during the break time. The Viscount smiled, looking forward to the lunch break. On the other hand, seeing her working so efficiently and elegantly, Nux was thoroughly impressed. He was awed by how she solved the farmer's problem. Her fast decision-making skill was something very hard to have. She looked like a perfect, empowered lady. And when he thought about how he had this empowered lady sitting on his lap, he smiled evilly and waited for the lunch break. All right, this is enough. You can take your lunch break now, you have 2 hours, as you say, Viscount. After a bow, Joyab quickly left and noticing that Nux was still inside, he finally understood what kind of assistant he was. Nux didn't know what Joyab was thinking about, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just smiled as he walked towards Viscount Felberta, placing his hands on her shoulders, he smiled. Lady Fel, you must be tired after working for so long. Knowing that she wouldn't need to ask what she needed, Felberta smiled inwardly, looking forward to how he will turn this situation to his advantage and do something lewd. Of course, she didn't forget to help him with his script and nodded. Your whole body must be stiff, is it not? My whole body is very tilde stiff. I understand, I could help you with some massage, but I believe that would make you a little too relaxed, affecting your work in later hours. That's certainly true. Then how about I help you with some stretches? Stretches? Yes, then Lady Fell, since we are tight on time, let's start it as quickly as possible, though she couldn't understand what he wanted. She nodded then stood up and let him do whatever she wanted. Alright, first, let's remove your gown, then without waiting for her response, Nux quickly and skillfully removed her gown. Today, she was wearing a purple-colored bra and panties. The contrast between her pure white skin and these dark purple undergarments made her look really alluring. Damn, she has a very irresistible body. No matter how many times he has seen her, he would always get enraptured by her. Her perfect hourglass figure that he could only imagine in the past fantasies. Even those film stars or models did not have a body like hers. Alright, now sit down, straighten your knees and open your legs as wide as possible. Felberta did what he told. She stretched her legs as wide as possible, and though it was not a straight line, it was still very close to it. Nux was impressed by how flexible her body was. He also did not miss the chance to rub her inner thighs, helping her to stretch more. Now bend down, and try to touch your toes with your hand tilde, Nux whispered as he supported her back. She bent down, feeling the stretch on her thighs, but she couldn't really focus on it since the demon was still needing her inner thighs, while teasing her little sister again and again. Alright, now do the same with another toe. Completely ignoring her frustrations, Nux continued to take advantage of her body as he helped her with her stretches. Okay, now to the next stretch. He then made her sit in the classic Japanese position, the Caesar position, and then told her to slowly push her back backwards. Felberta's body was very flexible, her head nearly touched the floor while being in this position. Of course, Nux still supported her head on his lap, as he needed her soft and fleshy breasts without removing her bra. Untilda, she moaned in delight, and seeing her face flushed in red, Nux felt his little brother twitching. Alright, a little more, yes, that's enough. Breathe a little as we move to the next one. He then made her sit on all fours, though embarrassed, Viscount still did as he told. Smiling, Nux instructed, now arch your back, lift your butt and head and stay in the same position till I say otherwise. Nux smiled evilly as he placed his hand on her firm but juicy ass, teasing her as much as he wanted. He felt her body twitching and was sure it was not due to the stretching she was doing. Felberta felt the familiar tingling sensation inside her little sister. His hand circled around her ass, teasing her little sister from time to time. Her pussy twitched in frustration. The Viscount could feel her little sister was missing something. Something big. Satisfied after groping her for a while, he instructed, alright, this should be enough, now to the it's enough, I think my body is fine now. Knowing full well that he only wants to tease her, Felberta interrupted him. Her body was screaming in frustration within just 10 minutes, she didn't know what would happen if she continued to let him do whatever he wanted. Nux smiled, thinking that he couldn't tease her more, although it was fun, he still wanted to jump on cloud 9 together with her. Thinking about it, he smirked as he questioned. Are you sure? Because I can definitely feel this part of yours is very stiff. Tilda. Viscount's body jolted when Nux boldly grabbed her little sister. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Tilda. Chapter 21. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Tilda. Nux then rubbed his tent on her, but as he whispered seductively, would you like to try it? I'll give you one chance, Felberta replied with a red face. She was just too weak against him. Even though she had decided to end this, with just some of his whispers and teasings, she gave in again. She could not decipher how she ended up like this. I promise it would be worth it, Nux smiled before he lowered his pants and his large dick appeared. He then used his dick to slap the Viscount's firm ass a few times before he removed her already wet panties, and started rubbing his dick on her entry. On Tilda, this was already too much for Felberta to handle and a moan leaked out of her mouth. Tilda, completely drenching his rod with her love juice, he slammed it right into her insides without any warning, making her moan in pleasure. After all that teasing she has been through for the past 10 minutes, her body, especially her pussy, was already very sensitive to touch. Thus, as soon as he rammed his cock into her, Viscount's whole body quivered in ecstasy and her arms felt weak. Since she was still on her fours with her arm weakening like that, she was about to fall, but soon, a pair of hands gently grabbed her waist, supporting her from behind. I believe that my method is already working, is it not? Lady Fell? She then heard a soft voice from behind, the voice so hypnotic that she couldn't help but go with the flow, and she nodded in reply. Nobody could have guessed that the Viscount, who was so noble and elegant half an hour ago, would be down on all her fours, being drilled by an unknown man, inside the office she works in. On the other hand, Nux could also feel her insides trying to engulf and merge with his dick. Feeling the squishy inside squirming around his rod, he closed his eyes and moaned inwardly. Tilda, he was sure that he would need a lot of time before he could get used to this lovely sensation. TSK, who was he kidding? He might not be able to get used to this his entire life. He then bent down as he placed his head on her back, her sweet perfuming assaulted his nostril, inhaling deeply, he gazed at her purple bra before unplugging it with his teeth, freeing her two giant and firm mountains. He moved his hands from her thin waist to her firm breasts, kneading them with love and care. He could feel her body twitching every time he rubs the area close to her nipples. Her nipples are sensitive, he smiled before he gently flicked her nipples, and as if confirming his thoughts, her canal narrowed, clenching his dick harder, and the Viscount moaned out loud. Tilda, the pleasure Nux felt soared instantly, he moved his head towards her right shoulder, and he gently kissed her nape before he whispered. I'll start moving now. Under the intense suction from her womb, he pulled back his dick to the entry slowly, before ramming it back in one thrust. Tilda, his hands played with her breasts, sometimes flicking her hanging nipples, while he kissed her nape and her cheek gently, and drilled his huge dick inside her roughly. Tilda, his different approaches to different parts of her body sent countless jolts of pleasure into the Viscount's body, weakening it even further. She had long given herself to the pleasure, her whole body was handed to Nux for him to do with it as he sees fit. He, of course, didn't disappoint, supporting her body with his arms, he continued drilling his dick into her, making her moan in delight as she asked for more. Tilda. Don't stop Tilda, continue what Tilda, you are Tilda doing Tilda, this feels so good. It was already afternoon, the sun was shining strongly, their bodies were already drenched with sweat. The sweat mixed with perfume and love juices forming a weird but pleasant scent that spread in the whole room. If someone walked into this room right now and sees them, he would instantly compare them with two dogs mating together on the street without caring about anything else. Viscount Felberta's eyes were opened, but there were no eyeballs there. Her tongue was hanging outside. She couldn't even speak properly, but she was still moaning and asking for more in her whole language. She looked like she had already lost her senses. Nux wasn't any better either. He kept drilling his huge rod that was drenched with her love juice into her repeatedly. His one hand was holding and squeezing her bare breast, while the other was pinching the other breast's nipple. His handsome face rested on her upper back as it kisses her back and nape sometimes before he bites his lips, seemingly trying to prevent himself from moaning, but was unable to notice that the grunts he released were even worse than her moans. Ayang tilde, I am coming tilde ayang tilde, unable to take the pleasure anymore. Felberta's pussy contracted before a huge amount of love juices come out of her pussy, spraying all of it on Nux's already drenched dick. As if finally achieving his goal, Nux's eyes opened wide before he finally let go as he grunted, you ug tilde Fel. I am coming as will tilde, from Lady Fel to Fel, but nobody noticed. Fresh milk burst out from his body quivering in the pleasure of releasing his jizz after holding it for such a long time. Weird energy entered his body, but he was already too tired and fell beside Felberta. The two stayed like this for quite some time, their bodies twitching in pleasure as they relished the aftertaste of their orgasms without any words. Ha! I believe ha, this cured all your stiffness, did it not? Lady Fel? Ha! The stiffness ha, has spread all over my body ha, but since it felt so good ha. I'll forgive you ha. Many thanks. Chapter 22. After the intense session and a few minutes of rest afterwards, Nux and Felberta finally woke up and came to their senses. Felberta quickly wore her clothes and rushed towards the bathroom while Nux called the maid and told her to clean everything. However, this time the maid wasn't as expressionless as before, as she had a tinge of red that she desperately tried to hide but couldn't do it. Nux smiled when he saw her acting like that. This little missy was peeping on them when she heard Viscount Felberta moaning like that. Nux noticed it but didn't say anything because this was essential for the next mission the system gave him. Mission, fuck Skylar Hale, description, well, fuck Skylar Hale, reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, craving touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days. Mission, fuck Lane Whiny, description, well, fuck Lane Whiny, reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, craving touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days. He received these two missions when he saw these two maids in the morning. Not that he needed the system to give him any mission since they were already his targets when he discovered their cultivation level. He did not know what the system points were, but he shrugged, thinking there was no harm in getting extra rewards for something you were already going to do. Skylar quickly left in embarrassment after she cleaned the office. Nux also went to the other bathroom, cleaned up and returned before Felberta. Felberta then returned. The two had a quick lunch before Joyab entered. Joyab, who just entered the office, smelled the strange scent before he glanced at Viscount and then looked at Nux. Felberta blushed a little, while Nux completely ignored his gaze. Shaking his head, Joyab forced himself to focus on the work. After the work was over, Viscount Felberta walked towards her room while Nux followed her from behind. Suddenly Felberta questioned without stopping her walk, did you learn anything today? I did. I learned that your nipples are the most sensitive part of your body, second only to your pussy. Also, I noticed that slowly pulling back my cock before ramming it deep into your pussy in one go excites you the most. Felberta paused as she turned around glaring at Nux with a completely red face. No matter how much you glare, your face won't look scary if you are blushing like that. You will only look cuter and cuter. Nux complimented. He knew the risk he was taking when he was talking about things like these, but as he had thought before, the risk-reward ratio is favorable for him. You are really rude. You talk as if you dislike it. I do dislike it. You are not very convincing when you are blushing so hard, my beautiful Fel tilde, Nux replied with a smile. What did you call me? Suddenly, Felberta's gaze narrowed and all the redness that was on her face disappeared. My beautiful Fel? You can't call me that. I have an image, a servant can't call me as my friends do or it will affect my authority, she corrected in a serious tone. Nux quickly bowed as he replied in a formal tone, it was too presumptuous and daring of me to call you like that, Viscount Felberta. I apologize for my mistake and swear that it will not be repeated in the future. He did not even call her Lady Fel anymore and directly addressed her as other servant does. Seeing him acting like that, Felberta frowned and felt some sort of weird sensation in her heart. It was as if she lost something she shouldn't have. You don't have to bow and act all formal like that. Without raising his head, Nux replied, Viscount Felberta, I believe that as a servant I was indeed going a little too far with the way I addressed and talked to you. So I decided to change myself and talk to you like this so that I can become a better servant and someone who doesn't affect your image. I said don't bow your head. As you say, Viscount Felberta, he raised his head and looked at her with a serious face. No signs of previous playfulness could be seen on his handsome face, there was just a submissive look that said, I will do whatever you tell me to. Felberta's heart ached when she saw his face, but it was still better than when he was bowing. She believed that she should take it step by step. Good, now stop acting formal, Viscount Felberta, forgive me for being ignorant, but I cannot seem to understand how should I act as a servant without being formal, just act like how you previously did. Felberta yelled in frustration. I apologize, but I cannot do that, Viscount Felberta. I am just a mere servant, it will affect your image if I act like that, you don't have to worry about that. Image is just a stupid concept, we don't have to restrict ourselves just so we could impress people we don't even know. She quickly contradicted herself without a single change in her expression and even made it sound enlightening. Nobles really are thick-skinned. But this will still affect your authority, Viscount Felberta. Huh? How can that be? I am still me, Viscount Felberta. If someone has a problem with the way I handle things, they can come and talk to me. Felberta declared proudly. Heh. As expected of my beautiful Fel, I knew you couldn't bear to see me like this, Tilda. Nux's serious expression crumbled in an instant as he smiled playfully. You were acting. Huh? Of course, I was. What do you take me for? How can I change my character so quickly? Why you? HMPH, speechless, Felberta snorted and turned around. Oh come on, don't be angry. How about this, you cheer up and I'll kiss you. Felberta continued walking, treating him like air. On the lips, Nux continued. Suddenly, she stopped and replied. Combine it with another night session and we will talk. Chapter 23. For the next 5 days, Nux spent most of his time with Fel. They started the morning with a beautiful bath session, at the lunch break, they have office sex, and at the night, they have bedroom sex. As for his mission with the maids, Nux decided to postpone it for now as he focused on Felberta. Why? It was because of craving touch. No, he did not want to increase its effect, it was quite the opposite. He wanted her body to get used to him, with that, her body would be able to adapt to the craving of the craving touch. He did not want her to just start masturbating like crazy when he was not around. She was a refined and elegant lady, not a horny slut. No, that did not mean the craving will end. If left unattended, it will be back with the effect 2 times stronger than normal, rendering her unable to do anything. Of course, Nux would let that happen no matter what. This was not the only reason, the other one being that he wanted to increase his stats through his hard work, even if it was just a little increase. He knew that once he had sex with the maids, he would jump levels at a tremendous pace, making it a little harder for him to gain some stat points. Of course, that did not mean that having sex with Felberta had no benefits, he got even closer to her and also, he leveled up to level 3. He also gained a few stat points from the exercise he did. He also noticed that the exercise became too simple for his current body so he increased the intensity. From 100 push-ups 100 sit-ups 100 squats 10 kilometers run to 300 push-ups 300 sit-ups, 300 squats 30 kilometers run. No, his hair did not fall off, that information was wrong. A shocker, right? Even Nux was shocked. Of course, this doesn't mean that he completely ignored the 2 maids. He teased them whenever he had a chance to, making them comfortable in his presence. This will make it easier for him to complete the mission when he starts it. The failure of this mission would cost him the best ability he has, Nux wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Although he was confident that he can complete the mission within 5 days, it does not mean that he will only start when there are only 5 days left. That would be just plain stupid. Accidents can happen. It would be laughable if he somehow failed this easy mission due to his overconfidence. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 3, HP, 140 or 140 STR, 11, AGL, 18, VIT, 14, STM, 15, INT, 11, Def, 10, blank points, 6, ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi. After he did his last push-up, his stats appeared in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned around and saw Felberta standing there accompanied by her 2 maids. He smiled as he walked towards them before Felberta sighed, I can't believe you improved so quickly and you haven't even started cultivating the technique I gave you. Look, I can notice that you have a talent for cultivation, you can achieve heights unachievable by others. Don't waste it. I can even release you from your duty as my butler, just don't end up like me. There was a tinge of regret when she said her last sentence. Nux smiled gently as he patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't slack off, but I have a different plan in my mind. Although I will need you to release me as your butler, what, why? Oh come on now, don't make that face. I will make sure I come when it's a lunch break, I can't miss the chance to taste you, now can I? Nux chuckled as he fondled her ass. What are you talking about? She then glanced at her maids before she blushed, they are still here, huh? It's not like they don't know what we do. The 2 of them peek at us all the time. Heck, you can even ask them what's your favorite position and they will tell you in a jiffy. Hearing him, the 2 maids blushed as they looked down, avoiding the Viscount's shocked gaze. What? You 2 peek at us? Felberta questioned in shame and anger. She couldn't believe that her 2 maids would do something like that. Now, you can't blame them, it is your fault for moaning so loudly, you can't blame them for taking a peek or 2. Felberta glared at Nux as she snorted, if you weren't that good at sex, I would have killed you for being so annoying. Ha 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 Tilda, alright calm down, anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. Come, let's go to the bathroom, I'll help you relax. Skylar, Lane, prepare the water. I'll give you another chance to peek at us and see your Viscount moaning cutely. Felberta blushed in shame, but before she could retort, Nux picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. Before going, he did not forget to glance at the 2 maids and wink at them. Why? Just for fun. The maids also smiled seeing him act like that. Although at first, they were wary of him as he got close to Viscount Felberta abnormally quick, but now that they have seen him for a long time, they lowered their guards. Since they were sure that he wasn't going to hurt Viscount Felberta. Why? Because he already had many chances to do so and get away successfully. Also, they lowered the bars for him to get in their good books because he was a little too handsome, but they would never admit it openly. So forget I said that. Chapter 24. After a warm and cozy bathroom session, Nux and Felberta walked out of the bathroom with a smile on their faces. However soon, Felberta's smile disappeared when she realized that she had to go without Nux today. Oh come on. Don't make that face my lovely Viscount, I promise you that I will come when it's lunch break. Don't you trust me? You promise? You really think I'll let go of the chance of spending time with such a beautiful woman like you? I am sure that no man is willing to do that, if there is, then he is gay, okay, then remember, if you don't come on time, I will declare you a gay. Nux used his right to remain silent. Ha 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 Tilda, Felberta laughed as she walked towards her office. Seeing her walking figure as her ass jiggled right and left, Nux shook his head, he still couldn't believe that he actually managed to have sex with a beauty like that, and she's a Viscount to boot. On the other side, in the bathroom, Skylar was washing Viscount Felberta's clothes when her eyes fell on Felberta's panty. She blushed before she picked them up, she looked around sneakily before she placed it on her nose and inhaled deeply. She then blushed even more as she muttered. You. Her panty is wet yet again. Then Felberta's ahigo face when she was being fucked by Nux appeared in her mind and she blushed again. AR. This is so indecent, but from the looks on her face, sex feels really good. I wonder if it's true, Of course, it is true. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her, and she panicked. She quickly turned around and saw a 1.75 meters tall man with a devilishly handsome face standing behind her. He had a teasing smile on his face as he questioned. Little Skylar, what are you doing with Viscount Felberta's panty, I wonder? Nothing. And how dare you call me Little Skylar? I am older than you. It should be I who should be calling you Little Nux. Skylar retorted as she did a wasteful attempt to hide the panty behind her back. Skylar was a beautiful fair-skinned woman. She was 1.68 meters tall, with short auburn hair, big green-colored eyes, a cute small nose, and pouty red lips. Her breasts weren't really big, but they weren't small either. They were what they would perfectly fit in my hands type. She had a perky bottom, and although she might appear serious, if one gets to know her, she was a clumsy type. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Felberta, she was wearing a classic French-made costume, so that increased her charm to another level. You can call me whatever you like, but first tell me, what were you doing with Fel's panty? Nux replied as he walked towards her. What panty are you talking about? I don't know anything, Nux chuckled as he held her chin before lifting her face and bringing his face dangerously close to hers. Then what are you hiding from me? He whispered seductively, his lips really close to hers. Skylar felt her heart beating quickly. Although she was 25 years old, she has never interacted with any man before, let alone someone as charming as Nux. Seeing him standing so close to her, holding her chin like that, how can her maiden heart not beat uncontrollably? However, she quickly came back to her senses as she cried inwardly. This man is too dangerous, he almost fooled me. I mustn't let him see the panty. Nux's other hand moved towards her back, but before he could get the panty, she shifted her arms a little. Of course, Nux didn't care, his target wasn't the panty, to begin with. He then grabbed her perky bottom and suddenly, Skylar's whole body twitched as she perked up and she moved back. What happened to her? Nux thought inwardly before he glanced at her red face and smiled knowingly. It might be easier than I expected, he didn't expect to learn about her weak point so randomly. He slowly walked toward her, the smile on his face didn't disappear as he questioned. Come on, tell me what you are hiding, I promise I won't tell anyone. You promise? Don't you trust me? Do I look like someone who betrays others' trust? Skylar slowly glanced at his handsome face and suddenly she felt guilty that she doubted someone so innocent-looking person like him. She then slowly moved her hands from her back as she showed Fel's purple panty that was in her hand. What were you doing with it? I will not tell you. Skylar rejected firmly. Oh come on Tilda sister Skylar, aren't you like my big sister? Will you really hide this from your younger brother? Nux questioned with a sad look on his face. Skylar wanted to ask when she became his big sister, but seeing the sad look on his face, she couldn't bear to. Oh okay, I will tell you, but you have to promise that you will not tell anybody. Nux's face brightened as he quickly rushed towards Skylar and hugged her tightly. Yay! Sister Skylar, I knew you were the best. Skylar was unable to react to his sudden outburst, but since it felt really good, she allowed her younger brother to hug her. So, Sister Skylar, what were you doing with Viscount Felberta's panty? Skylar blushed when she heard her question, but since she already agreed to tell him, she admitted, I was wondering if sex felt as good as others say. Just that? Then why were you so confused and shy about it? Why not confirm it yourself? Chapter 25. Author, same warning, proceed with caution * skeleton face *. Why not confirm it yourself? Huh? What? If you are so interested in knowing that, then why not confirm it yourself? Nux repeated, his face showing utmost confusion as if he couldn't believe that she hasn't thought of such a simple solution. How do I do that? Skylar questioned in confusion. By having sex, of course, Nux answered as if it was a matter of fact. Sex? But I don't know who to have it with. Skylar muttered shyly, her last part of the sentence barely audible. Huh? Don't you have me? You can do it with me, you? But aren't you doing it with Viscount Felberta? Who says that if I am doing it with Viscount Felberta, I can't do it with anyone else? Isn't that wrong? Oh come on, there are many noble women who share their husband with other women, but they are nobles, and I am just a servant. Huh? What do you mean? Am I not a servant as well? If noble women can share their nobleman partner with other women, then why can't normal women have the same partner who is also a normal man? That makes sense. That made no sense at all. Nux smiled brightly as he replied, right? We are both servants, so there is nothing wrong with having sex together, but I don't know anything about sex, don't worry, I know all about it. After all, it is the only thing I am good at Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears seductively before he grabbed Fel's panty, and put it aside before picking Skylar into his arms as he walked towards the empty bathtub. Huh? It was only after he placed her inside the bathtub did she finally reacted and questioned in panic, what are you doing? Did you not want to try having sex? Alright now. The earlier the better, isn't it? But I am not ready yet. You don't have to do anything, just trust your body to me. He then smiled gently, and whispered like a demon enticing a person to form a contract with him, you trust me, don't you? Skylar felt her heart beating faster and faster the closer he got to her, she blushed deeply before she nodded with a soft millimeter. Nux smiled as he moved forward before planting a soft kiss on her forehead. You can't do it with a tense body like that, let me help you calm you down. Just close your eyes. He instructed. Something inside Skylar told her to do what he said and she closed her eyes. With that, her other senses increased, she could feel Nux's every move even though her eyes were closed. Then Nux's lips moved down before he planted the same, gentle kiss on her eyes before moving towards her small nose. The closer he got to her mouth, the faster her heart started to beat. Her body was trembling in fear and expectation. And soon, she felt a pair of soft lips touching her own. Her body shuddered, she even felt that her heart would burst out in that instant. Their lips parted and a weird sense of loss welled inside her heart. She then felt his soft lips on her chin, then her neck and then it moved down. Skylar waited in anticipation, she wanted to open her eyes, but her body didn't listen to her command. Suddenly, she felt the clothes covering her breasts being removed and fresh cool air stroking her bare breasts. Your breasts are beautiful, Skylar, she then heard a gentle voice, hearing him calling her name with such gentleness. Skylar's little heart bloomed in happiness and a smile appeared in her small mouth. She then felt a pair of soft lips touching her right nipple before they sucked the whole thing inside and a wet tongue started licking it. It was as if a jolt of pleasure was released into her body, and her pussy started trembling in excitement as if knowing and fully accepting what was about to come. Then a hand started kneading her other breast, sending another jolt into her body. Her body started to get a hang of this foreign feeling, but suddenly, another wave of pain and pleasure assaulted her body as she felt her left nipple being pinched by his fingers. Her back straightened up, but before she could think more about this weird painful but pleasurable feeling, she felt his hand sliding down her waist through her clothes before it entered her skirt and suddenly it grabbed her bare butt. On Tilda, her body jolted in pleasure, she wanted to move but suddenly, she felt something biting her right nipple that was in Nux's mouth. It was as if he was telling her not to move. Her body followed his command and he continued stroking her butt. His other hand also joined in the fun and they started playing with her ass, molding it into various shapes. The more he played with her, the stronger the pleasure she felt. On Tilda, she felt her pussy trembling in joy as it released her love juices continuously. She couldn't believe that her pussy was already this wet before he even touched it. As if hearing her thoughts, his right hand started moving before it arrived in front of her entrance and directly pushed his middle finger into her. On Tilda, she moaned in pleasure, but before she could get used to it, another finger entered her canal and the two fingers started stroking her inner walls, making her moan in ecstasy and forcing her pussy to keep releasing her juices to welcome them. On Tilda, she moaned out loud, her body twitching in pleasure. She never felt this good when she did it herself. Her canals tightened and just as she was about to come, she felt his fingers stopping, cool air stroking her wet right nipple, his other hand stopped kneading her butt, and she heard a voice, since the side dish is over, I believe you are ready for the main course now. Chapter 26. I believe you are ready for the main course now, this was just side dishes. How good would the main course be? Skylar thought inwardly before the images of a huge rod drilling Viscount Felberta as she screamed in pleasure appeared in her mind. Her face blushed and her little sister, that was already very sensitive, twitched even more. She finally opened her eyes and saw that Nux was removing her white-colored panty. She may be clumsy, but she wasn't stupid. She knew that this was her last defense, once he succeeds, there was no turning back. Her little sister, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. It trembled uncontrollably as if reprimanding her that she was thinking too much. Her eyes moved up and met Nux's gaze, he smiled gently and suddenly, all the thoughts about her panty being her last defense left her mind. It will happen eventually, why not do it now? Confirming her thoughts, she smiled and nodded, ready and anticipating what was about to come. Nux was taken aback by her smiling like that, his smile widened before he removed her panty and finally saw her clean and beautiful vagina, with an erect, pink clitoris on the top. He then removed his pant and his huge dick popped out, already excited about the new and untouched cave he going to explore. When Nux noticed Skylar's eyes widening in surprise, he smirked inwardly. It boosted his ego. Any man would feel proud if he saw a reaction like that. He placed his little brother's head in front of the canal, glistening it with her overflowing juice. He pushed it in and then glanced at nervous Skylar. Don't be nervous, I am here. Skylar nodded, trying to calm her body as well as her excited and nervous heart. Nux then moved his head closer to hers as he instructed. Just focus on me, he then sealed her lips with his own. Smooch he didn't move his tongue, instead, he started sucking her lower lip. Smooch he then left it alone before started sucking her upper lips, and a few moments later, he started sucking her lower lips again. Her lips felt soft and tasted sweet, Skylar soon understood the pattern and reciprocated with her sucking. Smooch smooch the smooching sound echoed throughout the bathroom. When Nux noticed that she was busy sucking his lips, he directly pushed his dick inside her tight canal, breaking her hymen in one go. Unung tilde, Skylar bit his lower lip, before he felt her already tight canal tightening even more. Her mushy inside squirmed around his body tightly for a few seconds before they finally relaxed and his dick was drenched in love juice. Nux furrowed his brows, he stopped kissing and distanced his face before he questioned, did you just come? Skylar's face turned red, her body was already too stimulated by his side dishes, the kiss she just had also felt very good, her pussy was already twitching in frustration since his dick just stayed there without moving while her lips relished unknown amount of pleasure. Therefore, just as he slammed his dick into her, rather than the pain she expected, her already sensitive pussy reacted differently and she came. Millimeter, Skylar nodded embarrassedly. In just one thrust? Nux was dumbfounded. Millimeter, Skylar nodded again, this she could feel smoke rising from her head. She was too embarrassed. Nux on the other hand couldn't decide how to react, in the end, he sighed and questioned. Do you want to continue? If she refused, he would just control himself and leave unsatisfied, it was her first time, he wasn't going to force her to continue for another round if she wasn't ready. HM? Oh of course I want to. Wait, you don't want to do it with me anymore since I came without telling you? I am sorry, I will make sure not to repeat this mistake. Nux now frowned even more before he recalled that although clumsy, this girl in front of him is still a cultivator. There is no way she's going to get tired with just one thrust. He smiled seductively as he replied, of course not. I was just teasing you. Do you think I will let you go now? You wanted to know how good sex felt, right? I'll show you. Saying that, under the suction of her pussy, he moved his dick back before slamming right into her in one go. Ayang tilde, Skylar moaned loudly, her body twitched in pleasure. Shatilda, you can't moan loudly like that, here, let me help you. Nux sealed her lips with hers, this time, he wasn't as gentle as before and his tongue invaded her mouth as he continued his thrusting. MMMNNGGHNN tilde MMMNNGGHNN tilde MMMNNGGHNN tilde, Skylar's muffled moans were heard inside the bathroom. The pleasure was starting to get over her head as she couldn't think straight. Her body was already numb with pleasure, Nux's tongue dominated hers in the battle easily, while her eyes had already rolled back in delight. Her body completely submitted to Nux with no resistance whatsoever. If Skylar could think straight, she would match her current condition with Viscount Felberta and would find many similarities, but of course, those types of thoughts were too high level for her current state of brain to think about. Her mind had already given itself to pleasure, and the only thing she could think of was ways to keep this pleasure going on and on and on. Nux was also very satisfied as he fucked her silly. Her pussy was very welcoming, her walls squirming around his dick, sending jolts of pleasure into his body. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind as he smiled evilly. His hand moved before grabbing her cheeks roughly. Skylar's body suddenly arched up, he could feel his canal tightening to another level as if wanting to suck him dry. Uyig Tilda, her pussy walls managed to achieve their goal as Nux grunted and his white jizz burst out, filling her insides without stopping. Anna Tilda, I am coming Tilda, Skylar also moaned loudly as her body twitched and she came again. Nux's tired body fell beside Skylar's, as he was enjoying the aftertaste, an enormous amount of energy gushed into his body and a screen appeared in front of him accompanied by a sound in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Chapter 27. Mission, fuck Skylar Hale, description, well, fuck Skylar Hale, reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, craving touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 10 days left, mission status, completed, the reward will be sent to system inventory. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 9 HP, 260 or 260 STR, 23, AGL, 30, VIT, 26, STM, 27, INT, 17, definite, 22, blank points, 33, ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale. After Nux relished the aftertaste of the intense session he just had, he hurriedly glanced at his status and was pleasantly surprised. He directly jumped from level 3 to level 9. It was a huge gain. He also noticed that other than his intelligence stat, his other stats were already close to Skylar and Lane and he wasn't even level 20 yet. Doesn't that mean that my foundation is peerless? He smiled inwardly, he then noticed that his blank points had shot up to a whopping 33. He can already recover his predecessor's memory. Just as he thought about it, he threw that thought out of his mind. HMPH. He was only a commoner, what could he possibly know? I am gaining levels quickly for now, I don't know how long will this continue. It is completely illogical to waste my precious blank point on this memory I might have no use for. If I want to know something, I will directly ask Fel. I refuse to believe that a mere commoner will know something a Viscount does not. I will only accept his memory if I have more than 1,000 blank points, that way, I won't feel too bad even if they are wasted a little. Who knows, I might get something out of it. Nux then clenched his fist, he could already feel a vast amount of strength boiling inside his body. He was very eager to test it out, but he soon calmed his emotions and glanced at Skylar who was lying beside her and questioned. So? How was it? Was sex as good as you thought it would be? It was 1,000 times better Tilda, Skylar answered with a bright smile. Nux smiled back as he replied, all right then, be ready tomorrow, I'll meet you here at the same time, K? We can do it again. Skylar questioned in surprise, her breathing quickened. Huh? Of course, now that we had sex, you are my woman now, why should we not do it again? You're woman. But you said that no dash, before she could complete, Nux sealed her lips with a short kiss. We had sex, so you are my woman now, K, he whispered into her ears seductively. Skylar's face turned red, her body moved on its own as she nodded. Good, now be here on time tomorrow, K? Unless you don't like having sex, of course, I won't force you if that's the case, no. No, I'll be here on time. Skylar nodded embarrassedly. Nux chuckled before planting another kiss on her lips before he questioned, good, now Skylar, can I leave cleaning this up to you? Please? Oh of course, you don't have to worry, I also have to wash Viscount's clothes so I'll clean this up as well, thank you Tilda, millimeter. Alright, I will be leaving now, K? Millimeter, okay, love you Tilda, saying that, Nux walked out of the bathroom, eager to test his strength. Skylar on the other hand just stood there, her face as red as it could get before she finally muttered in a mosquito voice. L love you too, embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands. Nux quickly rushed into his room, excited by the sudden power-up he gained. It had been 6 days since he last entered this room since he has been spending his time with Felberta and is often staying in her room. To be honest, this room was only there for show, his actual room was the room where he and Fel lived and fucked together. Of course, though he didn't use this room, it did not mean that it wasn't cleaned by the servants. Nux quickly sat on the bed and sat cross-legged. He had seen a new term on the system screen and wanted to check them out. System inventory, he thought inwardly if it was what he think it is, then it would be very convenient for him. Just thinking about it made him excited, but soon, his excitement dwindled as he read the message in front of him. System inventory, locked, this feature is locked, level up to unlock this feature, what? Then what about my reward for this mission? Didn't you say they were sent directly to system inventory? How do I get them? Nux questioned, but no one replied. At least say something. Hey. Hello. Again, no one replied. What an annoying fucking system. Nux cursed, but he knew he couldn't do anything about it. He calmed his agitated emotions and closed his eyes. I will level up eventually, I think I will get my rewards then. I should not think too much about all this and should just check my strength. He clenched his fist again, feeling the power surging into his body, he looked around to find his target. He glanced at the wall of the room and then glanced at his fist. No. I am still too agitated, I can't hit the wall, it will be too painful, I mean, it will cause a commotion if the wall breaks. He hurriedly shook his head, he then glanced at the wooden cone that was placed on the table. He picked it up before putting some pressure. Asterisk crack asterisk the cone broke into two without any resistance. Am I too strong or is this cone too fragile? Chapter 28. Author, same warning, proceed with caution asterisk skeleton face asterisk. In the end, Nux gave up on the idea of testing his strength for now. He decided that he will ask Felberta about this. He reckoned that since this is a world based on strength, they might have better ways to test someone's strength. With that, he lay down and relaxed his body for some time since he was a little tired after having sex twice in a short interval. Not that he was complaining, no man would ever complain about having too much sex if it was with a woman or women of his own choice. After a few hours of rest, he right now was sitting in front of Fell's office waiting for the lunch break. Alright, that will be enough for now, we will continue this after the break. He didn't have to wait for a long time as heard Fell's sweet voice, announcing the start of lunch break. As you say, Viscount Felberta. Moments later, Joab walked out of the office, but when he saw Nux sitting on the floor as if waiting for something, his face twitched. When he noticed that Nux did not come with Viscount Felberta today, he thought that maybe Viscount Felberta have had enough fun and was bored of Nux, but seeing him here, he knew he was wrong. Of course, he didn't have anything against Nux, he just thinks that it is not good for Viscount Felberta's image to have a boy toy following around her all the time. If they want, they can have all the fun they want in the night, but doing it so openly might affect her influence as a noble. Neither Nux nor Felberta bothered about his thoughts. Seeing him exiting the office, Nux stood up before he entered the office with a smile. Felberta's eyes brightened when she saw Nux walking inside the office. Nux. She hurried over and jumped on him in excitement. Ha ha ha, Tilda, what are you? A monkey? Nux laughed as he carried Fel into his arms. Ha? Who are you calling a monkey? Do you want to die? Ho. How are you going to kill me? Fel smiled seductively as whispered into his ear, I can suck you dry, till you die. You know, that's actually not a bad way to die at all. Dying with beauty in hand. Nux joked. Alright, then I'll let you have that honor today, talk after you don't lose your mind with just one thrust. Felberta's face turned red as she muttered, you are really shameless. Ha ha ha, Nux laughed as he walked towards her chair. He sat down and placed Fel on his lap as he questioned. So, Miss Dominant One, how would you like to start our afternoon session, HMPH? You don't have to worry about it, since I am one in charge, I'll do everything. Viscount snorted. Last night, she noticed that every time they have sex, she ends up as a weaker one, the one being drilled while moaning like a whore, whereas Nux was always the one who controlled the pace. She then decided that from now on, she will be the dominant one, controlling the pace while Nux will be at the receiving end. But the reality is often disappointing. She tried to take control of the things this morning, but that ended with her being drilled mercilessly. Alright, Miss Dominant One, I'll wait patiently to see what you got, Nux smirked provocatively. HMPH. Fel snorted again before she got on her knees. She removed his pants and a semi-hard 6-inch rod popped out. She grabbed it gently before giving it a few jerks. She then smiled seductively before kissing its head. All the while, she did not break the eye contact between them. She had already noticed that though he feels good with her breasts as well, a blowjob works wonders if she wants to turn him on. Ah. Nux's body shuddered when he saw her kissing his dick with her red juicy lips like that. The Viscount continued licking his shaft before slowly sucking his balls. When he saw his dick lying on top of Fel's face like that, a weird sense of satisfaction washed over him and his semi-hard dick turned hard. The scene was just too stimulating. He then saw the Viscount smiling at him. She kissed the head again before gobbling up the whole thing in one go. Tilda, Nux moaned in pleasure as jolts of pleasure assaulted his body. The inside of her mouth felt warm and squishy. The Viscount slowly moved her head back and then she started sucking. Tilda, the suction force was too much for Nux to bear and he moaned out loud. The Viscount's tongue moved all around his cock as if it was the tastiest thing she ever had. All this while, Fel never broke the eye contact. She noticed his reaction when her tongue licked different parts of his dick and quickly figured out all his weak points. She smiled in satisfaction when she saw him moaning like that. She could feel thick veins bulging out of his dick when she licked it. She moved her head back and forth, increasing and decreasing the pace whenever she wanted. Tilda fell. It feels too good. Nux moaned again, his legs quivering in pleasure. He had long since closed his eyes to relish this otherworldly feeling to the greatest extent. Just as he was about to come, he felt Felberta slowing her face before she stopped. He frowned as he opened his eyes and he saw Felberta smirking at him. Should I continue? She asked playfully. What do you mean should you continue? Of course, you should. Then why aren't you admitting your wrongdoings and apologizing for teasing me so much? She smirked. My beautiful Fel, I deeply apologize for everything I have done. Please be the bigger and kind person you already are and continue what you were doing. An instant reply. Fel was taken aback by his sudden reply and was a little disappointed. She wanted to see him struggling a little before saying what she wanted, but the instant reply didn't satisfy her. Still, she smiled and engulfed his whole dick in one go, resuming the blowjob. Chapter 29. Fel, I am coming, Tilda, Nux grunted in pleasure. This time, he held her head so she couldn't pull the trick she did earlier. Fel's tongue moved around his dick quickly. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body before he finally let go and fresh milk burst out from his dick. MMMNNM. Felberta's mouth was filled with Nux's jizz. She wanted to move, but with Nux's newly gained strength, she couldn't. Her cheeks bloated before she slowly started swallowing his cum gulp gulp Aunt Tilda that felt good. Nux moaned in relief after he unloaded all of his cum inside her lovely mouth and finally released her head. How could you do this to me? I nearly choked to death. Felberta complained. It's not my fault, you were just too good. Also, we need to keep your office clean, don't we? You. Come on, at least control your pussy if you are going to act that you are angry. I can smell your juices from here, that's how wet you are right now. Who gets wet when they are angered? You horny woman, Felberta blushed. She couldn't believe her little sister gave her away. Still, now that she had won the first round, she did not want to let him take the lead as she continued. Don't act like you know everything. As I said, just stay put and let me do everything. She completely ignored the fact that she was the one who blamed him. Of course, Nux did not mind, he found it rather cute. Also, it satisfied his ego seeing such a beautiful girl trying to satisfy him with everything she has. Fel stood up, removed her black panty before she lifted her gown to her waist and sat on Nux's lap facing him. She then held his still hard dick as she gave it a few strokes up and down. You dare call me horny when you are still hard after coming just a few moments ago? I would doubt my sexuality if I don't get hard seeing a beautiful girl like you trying so hard to seduce me, HMPH. At least you have this much sense, Felberta smiled sweetly before snorting. She then placed his perfectly hard dick in front of her little sister and inserted it in one go. Aunt Tilda, she let out a moan of pleasure. You Tilda, Nux didn't have it any better either, and he grunted in pleasure. After having so many rounds of sex with Felberta, her insides have already taken the shape of his dick. It was as if her vagina was specially made for him. Her squishy inside surrounded every part of his rod, sending him to cloud 9 just after entering it. Suddenly, Felberta hugged him tightly, his face stuck between her two giant but soft mountains that were still covered with her gown. The sweet scent of her lavender perfume assaulted his nose. Nux even wondered if it was an aphrodisiac because he could feel the sudden urge to just grab her and start pounding her like crazy. Of course, since he promised to play by her rules, he controlled that urge. He also wanted to see how far she could go to dominate him. Felberta then lifted her but before slamming it down again, sending jolts of pleasure inside his body. He could feel her soft and perky but hitting his thigh, jiggling after the collision. Again Tilda, Felberta also couldn't resist the pleasure and moaned out loud. Her pussy has already been molded into the shape of his dick, which means that with just one thrust, Nux can hit all her weak points making her body shudder in pleasure. The Viscount bit her lips and continued moving. Again Tilda, Nux continued moaning in pleasure, but Felberta had it worse. The more she moved, the more pleasure assaulted her body and soon, it was clear that her body was too numb and weak to continue. Nux smiled before he raised his head that was buried in her cleavage and whispered. Oh. Tired already? It's okay, just entrust your body to me like you always do. He then grabbed her perky butt, before lifting it up and as soon as he released it, he moved his crotch up as well, his dick exploring the area it couldn't do before when Felberta was in charge. Ayang Tilda, Felberta shuddered in pleasure as his dick directly entered her womb. She grabbed his head tightly to cope with the pleasure, still trying hard to remain in control. Nux smiled before he lifted her but again, thrusting in the same way he did before and sending another wave of unbearable pleasure into her body. Ayang tilde, asterisk fat, asterisk fat, asterisk fat. Asterisk the sound of moans and flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the office. Felberta's grip over Nux's head had already loosened, the only reason she was not falling was Nux's hand supporting her back from time to time. Her body was already numb, again, she completely entrusted her body to Nux to do as he see fit. Her mission to dominate him and be the one deciding the pace has failed miserably, but she didn't care, the pleasure she felt right now marginally surpassed any pleasure she could ever feel after dominating Nux. Her whole body moved rhythmically with Nux's and her moans. Her Ahigo face has long appeared. Angaha Tilda, suddenly, she felt Nux biting her nipple through her gown, her body jerked due to sudden stimulation, her canals tightened and a huge amount of love juice was released by her little sister. She came. Having his dick showered by her fresh juice, accompanied by her canals tightening around his dick trying to suck it dry, the pleasure he felt rose exponentially and, I am coming again. His milk spread all over her insides. Chapter 30. Right after he came, Nux felt an almost negligible amount of energy entering his body. He quickly understood that after leveling up, in the future, the amount of energy he gains from Felberta would not help him with anything. Of course, that does not mean that he will stop having sex with her. He had other plans in his mind, he then glanced at Felberta, before activating his Eye of Discerning. Name, Felberta Alvi, age, 28, Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom, race, human, talent, low, LVL, 5, HP, 120 or 120, SDR, 9, AGL, 10, VIT, 12, STM, 10, INT, 9, Def, 9. Just as Nux came into her, Felberta felt a huge amount of energy entering her body. Normally, she would have ignored it as she was too busy enjoying the aftertaste of their session, but this addressed something she was very concerned about right now. She felt her strength increasing, and it was not by a little. She even felt she was hallucinating since she has been thinking too much about this issue, but Nux's words confirmed that she was indeed not hallucinating. Do you feel your strength increasing? Huh? What? How? Nux smiled as he kissed her forehead and explained, do you remember when you told me to cultivate the technique you gave me and I said I have my ways to get stronger? Why yes. What about it? Well, this is the way. I have this ability that whenever I have sex with a woman, with energy is released and is distributed between the couple. Of course, the weaker one gets the most shares. I call this dual cultivation. Fel's eyes opened wide in shock, she couldn't believe that such an absurd ability actually exists. Then when we started, I was just a weakling, you on the other hand were stronger than me. That is also the reason how my strength grew so quickly. That is also the reason why you couldn't feel any changes, since the energy you got was too minimal for you to notice while you relished the aftertaste of our session. But that still doesn't describe how you got stronger so wait, Felberta realized something. Her expression turned black as if she was still processing what she learned. She was so shocked by what she learned that she started contradicting her brain, trying to find ways to prove her theory wrong. However, after thinking for a while, nothing came up and she glanced at Nux with unconcealed anger. It wasn't playful anger she always had, she was really angry this time. I will not hide it from you, I did have sex with another woman. You. How dare you? Do you think that just because he got a little stronger, I can't kill you? I have countless ways to have you die without even getting my hands dirty. Felberta roared as she grabbed his collar in anger and hatred. Nux on the other hand, stayed silent. He knew he was in the wrong, but he also knew that this is his only way to survive and live a good life in this new world. Not getting any reply from him, the Viscount's anger soared, tears threatened to leak out from her eyes, she then took a deep breath, stood up from his lap and ordered. Leave. I said, leave. Nux nodded before he walked out of the office. Outside the office, Skylar was there and glanced at him, she looked especially worried and wanted to talk to him but Nux shook his head. Lane was out for some work today, so no one would be here to tend to Felberta's needs if she left. After Nux left, Felberta wore her panty, fixed her gown before she walked into the bathroom and washed her face. She then returned to her office and sat on her chair, all this while, there was no expression on her face. An hour later, Joyab arrived. He frowned when he noticed the unusual atmosphere and questioned, Viscount Felberta, is something bothering you? No. Joyab realized that this no meant yes, he then thought about it and noticed that Nux wasn't here anymore. His eyes suddenly turned cold before he questioned. Viscount Felberta, if it is that boy toy who has hurt you in any way, we can get rid of him. Viscount frowned when she heard him and muttered, boy toy. Joyab furrowed his brows as he asked, that is what he is, right? Suddenly, Felberta thought about something and her brows furrowed even more. Unable to take it any more, she stood up and announced, today's work is over, we will continue what's left tomorrow. Then without waiting for his answer, she stood up and left the office. Where is Nux? She questioned. I believe he is in his room, Skylar replied. There was a tinge of fear in her tone, but the Viscount failed to notice that. Felberta nodded as she increased her pace and rushed towards Nux's room. Bam Nux turned towards his door that was slammed open by someone, and saw a familiar figure entering before closing the door with another bam star. He stood up to receive his guest as he heard her question. Why did you do it? Do what? Why did you have sex with me instead of just running away after you completed your goal here? You know me, I might send someone to search for you, I wouldn't have hurt you. And then what would I do later? With your looks, I don't think you would have difficulties finding and seducing any other woman. You could have kept increasing your strength that way. Do you think that I don't have control over my ability? If I wanted to hide, I would have just disabled the dual cultivation ability and stayed here as if nothing happened, but what? But if I did that, then what about you? Chapter 31. But if I did that, then what about you? Nux questioned. Of course, his talk about him controlling his ability was all bullshit, he didn't have that level of control yet. Heck, he didn't even know if he could control it in the future. What about me? Look, Fel, my goal is a lot bigger than you think. You might be a beautiful woman right now, but in a few years, your age will catch up to you, your body wouldn't be able to handle all the pleasure and we wouldn't be able to have sex as we do now. You are the first woman I fell in love with, there is no way I would let that happen. You are just a 28-year-old woman right now, 28 can be considered young if you are a cultivator. You might not be able to cultivate now that your prime is over, but that does not mean I cannot help you. I plan to force you to be with me in all my adventures from now on, and not just for a few years, but for many many years to come ahead. Felberta's anger soothed a little when she heard that. Her age was her biggest worry right now. Seeing him thinking about her and also finding ways to help her warmed her heart a little. Also, the words, you are the first woman I fell in love with, filled her heart with an immense sense of satisfaction and delight. She had long since stopped considering him as her boy toy. She felt happy that he felt the same way. Of course, that doesn't mean she will forgive him so easily. She kept a tough front and questioned. Then what would you have done if I had ordered to get you killed in a fit of anger? HMPH. As if you can bear to see me get killed, Nux snorted. You. How would you know that? Isn't me standing here in front of you enough proof? Nux smirked arrogantly. You. Felberta wanted to strangle him to death after seeing his arrogant expression. Okay, now calm down. How about I apologize with my body instead? Nux smiled as walked toward her before embracing her lovingly. Millimeter, Felberta nodded weakly. Nux's smile widened as he picked her up and placed her on his bed to start another round of lovemaking. Ang tilde, aaninga tilde, hearing the loud moaning sound coming out of the room, Skylar couldn't help but widen her big green eyes. Wasn't the Viscount angry? Why is she moaning like that? What did Nux do? Name, Felberta Alvi, age, 28, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom, race, human, talent, low, LVL, 6 HP, 130 or 130, STR, 10 AGL, 11 VIT, 13 STM, 11 INT, 10 Def, 10. My strength increased again while being in Nux's warm embrace, without wearing anything, Felberta muttered, still surprised by how absurd his ability was. It did, but not as much as before, Nux nodded. How do you know? I can see other strength with my eyes, Nux pointed at his hypnotic golden eyes. Felberta stared at them before noticing some sort of golden patterns moving around as if they were alive. I wonder how many more surprises you have for me. Oh, just wait, your future journey would be nothing sort of fantasy. I promise you, MMHM. Felberta nodded with a smile. Nux. Suddenly, Felberta called out. Can you tell me who is the other woman why you spend time with? Do you promise not to say anything to her? That's not it, I have already accepted that you will meet and spend time with a lot more amazing women in the future. Many of these women would be even better than me. I am just thinking that since I have the advantage of meeting you the earliest, I would create a faction under me to increase my influence over you. Ha 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 tilde, I can't believe you thought this far ahead. You really are a Viscount, aren't you? Ha 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 tilde, hearing her words, Nux laughed out loud. The more he laughed, the redder Felberta's face got as she pinched his waist in anger. Ouch. I give up. I give up. Don't do that anymore. Nux cried in pain. Of course, with his defense right now, it didn't hurt him that much, but it was still fun to see her reactions. Moments later, Nux turned serious as replied, Fel, remember it, no matter how many women I meet, no matter how amazing they are. You, as my first love, will always have a special place in my heart. I will always love you, Kay. Felberta's heartbeat quickened, her face turned redder every second and she replied in a voice as low as a mosquito, I will always love you as well. Seeing her acting like that, Nux tightened his embrace around her. His hand played with her soft breasts while his limp rod stood up again. Sensing a hard and very familiar thing poking her ass, Felberta's face reddened even more before she threw away her bashfulness and returned to her previous Viscount mode. TSK, you got hard again, what kind of horny animal are you? HMPH. You don't sound very convincing when your ass is moving like it is trying to get my rod closer to your canal in your dreams. I would neave until Felberta wanted to retort, but just as Nux placed his dick right in front of her entrance, she moaned. TSK, and you had the galls to call me a horny animal, Nux snorted before he drilled his rod right into her canal. Aninga tilde. Chapter 32. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage mana cultivator from a mortal stage mana cultivator. INT, +5, blank points, +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage body cultivator from a mortal stage body cultivator. STR, +3, AGL, +3, VIT, +3, STM, +3, definite, +3, blank points, +5, system shop, unlocked, name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, beginner. Body cultivation, beginner. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 9, 13, HP, 370 or 370 MP, 170, 170 STR, 23, 34, AGL, 30, 41, VIT, 26, 37, STM, 27, 38, INT, 17, 26, definite, 22, 33, blank points, 33, 60 ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale. Countless messages appeared in front of Nux as he released his jizz inside Skylar. A large amount of energy that gushed into his body felt great. He slowly removed his dick from her body as he smiled. It felt really good, it felt good for me as well, Skylar muttered shyly. Nux kissed her forehead before he hugged her from behind as the two stayed in the same position for a while. Since Lane was back today, they couldn't have sex in the bathroom, therefore, Nux sneakily brought her to his room after Skylar asked Lane to do her part of work as well for a while. Though confused, Lane nodded in agreement and Skylar quickly sneaked away with Nux without letting anyone know about this, not even Lane. Skylar enjoyed his embrace as she snuggled even closer to his body, which has now gained some muscles, making him manlier than before. After a few hours, outside Felberta's office, Joyab's mouth was twitching uncontrollably after he saw Nux entering Viscount Felberta's office with a smile on his face. Nobody will know how he will react if he was told that his words were the ones responsible for their relationship getting back on track, and getting even stronger than before. However, Nux wasn't here to have sex with Felberta like before. Today, they were on a mission. Nux and Fel smiled when they glanced at each other as Nux remembered the time after they had sex last night. Nux, yeah? You still haven't told me who the other woman is yet. It's Skylar. It's her. But how did you know that she was a cull? Oh, your eyes. MMHM. Then what about Lane? What do you plan to do with her? Of course, I plan to have sex with her as well, but I still can't think how, Nux replied honestly. He might have ignored her since she and Skylar had around the same level of strength, but he had that mission with the penalty of him being stripped of his craving touch. He can't afford that. But tricking Lane won't be as simple as it was with Skylar. Huh? Why do you sound like I always trick women to get under their skirts? Huh? Isn't that what you do? Felberta did not waste the chance to retort to him. Nux thought about it a little and decided to remain silent. He knew himself well, heck. He even tricked this woman in front of him. How can he retort back? HMPH. Felberta snorted before she continued, as I was saying, Lane isn't that easy to deal with. Skylar is a little clumsy, so it was easy to trick her, but Lane is too serious about her work. She would shun you away before you could even touch her. This will be a little trickier then, Nux muttered. I can help you if you do what I told you to do for the rest of the night. What do you think? Felberta offered. You'll help me? Aren't you against me spending time with other women? Nux questioned in surprise. I am, but I also know that with a weird ability like that, it will benefit you greatly. Also, Skylar and Lane are different, I know them already so I can bring them to my faction. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you are still thinking about it, Tilda. You don't have to worry about that, just tell me, do you accept or not? Fel snapped. I will be under your care for the night then, Master Tilda. Felberta smiled seductively before she brought her hand in front of his mouth and just like an obedient servant, he gently kissed her hand, showing his submission. Skylar. Lane. Felberta called out. Moments later, two beautiful women wearing French-made uniforms entered the office. Lane, I want you to go out and buy grains and some spices for this month. Viscount Felberta, I have already bought everything for this month when I left yesterday. Oh, is that so? Good, you are as efficient as ever. Oh right. I think it's time we buy a new set of utensils, don't you think? Lane, I'll leave it to you. Go and buy some new set of utensils, I want to see them by today evening. As you command, Viscount Felberta. Lane bowed though she thought that the Viscount was acting weird. She did not think too much about it and nodded. Oh right, Fel, you see, I have gained some muscles after exercising for so long, don't you think I should buy some new clothes for myself? Should I go with Sister Lane? I can also protect her if someone dares to bully her, what do you think? Okay, you do that. Lane, I will leave him in your care. Okay? Huh? Why would you leave me in her care? You think I am a child? Sister Lane should be left in my care, Nux complained. Of course, Fel completely ignored his words like they were nothing. Skylar and Lane smiled when they saw them acting like that. All right, Sister Lane, let's go. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Nux grabbed her hand naturally before the two left the office. Felberta then glanced at Skylar, being stared at her like that. Skylar panicked before she questioned, the Viscount F. Felberta, is there anything I can help you with? You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that? Huh? Chapter 33. You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that? Huh? Felberta snapped. Skylar's face turned pale when she heard that. She then quickly bowed and apologized. I am very sorry, Viscount Felberta. I was the one who seduced him. It was not Nux's fault. If you are angry, then please punish me. Seeing her acting like that, Felberta couldn't help but laugh out loud. She just wanted to tease her a little. She didn't expect her to react so strongly. Skylar on the other hand got even more confused when she saw her laughing like that. Don't worry, I won't punish you. It's not your fault that Nux is a scoundrel. Once he lays his trap, no one can escape it. That's not it. I am really telling the truth. I was the one who seduced him. It was not his fault. Felberta was dumbfounded when she saw her acting like that. She felt like she was a tyrant of a love story of a couple and is forcing them apart. I said I am not angry, not at you, neither at Nux. So don't worry, Felberta clarified. What? Skylar stuttered. She was already panicking when she learned that the Viscount learned about her and Nux. Although she wondered how she learned about it, she did not have the time to think about it. She only wanted to protect Nux by taking the blame on herself. She knew that if she wasn't curious about sex, Nux wouldn't have shown her. Not only that, she then even got addicted to how good it felt and they both continued doing it. It was all her fault. She did not want Nux to suffer because of her, but when she heard that the Viscount wasn't angry at them even though she knew what they did, she could not believe it. Yes, so don't worry about unnecessary things since we don't have time for that. Come here, I need your help with something, as you say, Viscount Felberta. Seeing Felberta confirming her words, Skylar smiled brightly as she quickly walked towards her. Felberta wanted to change the way she called her since they were both the woman of the same man, but deciding that it was Nux's headache, she did not bother with it. Do you know why I sent Lane and Nux together? Felberta questioned directly. What? Wait. Viscount Felberta, you don't mean? Yes, it is exactly as you think it is. I want Lane and Nux to be together and for that, I need your help. Okay? As Felberta confirmed her doubts, Skylar couldn't help but get even more confused. She clearly remembers how mad she was when she learned that Nux had sex with another woman yesterday, but today, not only she's not mad anymore, she is even helping him get another woman. What kind of magic did Nux do on her? Was she really the Viscount Felberta she knew? What are you thinking about? Do you agree or not? While she was still wondering about it, she heard Viscount Felberta's question and quickly nodded. Good, now remember, when Lane comes back. On the other side, Lane was being dragged by Nux as he held her hand tightly. Sister Lane, don't leave my hand till I say, okay? I can only protect you if you stay with me. Although she was stronger than Nux, or she believed, Lane nodded lightly. She did not dislike this foreign feeling that arose in her heart. Sister Lane, or Lane Wine, was a beautiful and serious woman. She had dark brown color hair and eyes, she had a well-carved face, with sharp brows, a thin nose and soft pink lips. Nux's favorite part about her was her big, but firm breasts which were even larger than Fel's. Her body curves were wonderful, coupled with her maid uniform, she was an ideal dream-made girl in any teen's fantasy. Why didn't you and Viscount Felberta have, stay together today like you two always do? What do you mean? I meant that why did you and Viscount Felberta not have your afternoon session like you always do? Ha 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 Tilda, why are you laughing? Lane glared at Nux. Sorry Tilda, I just find it funny how you are so ashamed of saying the word sex. Ha 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 Tilda, that's not it. That's not it at all. Lane quickly retorted. Oh. What it is then? Why you are too young to understand that, so there is no point explaining. Ha 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 Tilda, look how flustered you are. Sister Lane, although you are older than me, you are still too immature. Even Sister Skylar is more mature than you, huh? Skylar? What do you mean? Lane frowned. Nothing Tilda, Nux snickered inwardly. After a long walk, the two finally entered the market. Nux also understood why Fel said that she was not easy to deal with. During the whole journey, she didn't utter a single word. Of course, Nux also did not allow her to free her hand. The two walked hand in hand without saying any word. Nux sighed, he realized that if he did not initiate the conversation, she would not speak at all. Sister Lane, why do you work as a maid? He questioned whatever came to his mind. What kind of question is that? I mean, why do you work as a maid for Viscount Felberta? Why not other nobles? Is there any reason for it? Viscount Felberta's father picked me and Skylar up from an orphanage. Not only did he provide us with a decent place to live and food, he even gave us cultivation techniques to cultivate. We are both indebted to him for changing our lives and decided to work as his daughter's maids. You are Sister Skylar are orphans? Then you two must be really close, huh? We are. A small smile appeared on her face when she talked about her. Skylar is the only person I am close to. Sister Lane, would you mind if I ask a personnel question? You can ask, whether I will answer or not depends on the question. Sister Lane, do you have someone you love? Love? Chapter 34. Love? Do you have someone who makes your heart race just with a mere mention of his name? Huh? Of course not. A maid doesn't need love, huh? What kind of logic is that? Who said that? Who doesn't need love? Why would anyone even need love? Won't that just waste their time? Then do you plan to be a maid even after you get old? Don't you wish to have anyone who is there with you at all times? Anyone who you can share your joy and sadness with? Don't I have Skylar for that? She is there for me whenever I need her, and I can share anything I want with her, Lane countered. But you can't have sex with Sister Skylar now, can you? Nux snickered. What? Then what if Sister Skylar found someone she loves? She definitely won't have much time for you if that happened, will she? Huh? Skylar finding someone she loves? Lane frowned. Of course, you can't be thinking of forcing Sister Skylar to live your way, are you? Finding someone you love is natural, even if you force yourself not to, it doesn't mean Sister Skylar won't. What will you do after Sister Skylar isn't there for you anymore? Nux questioned. That would never happen. Skylar would never do that. Lane retorted. Who knows? Nobody knows what the future holds. What if Sister Skylar found someone she loves? Would you want her to force her heart and continue living the boring life you two are living right now? Isn't that a very lonely way to live? Nux's words had a huge impact on Lane. She looked back and noticed that their life was true as Nux said, boring. Since they both cultivate, they are different from other servants and are treated differently, this caused other servants to avoid them. Of course, it did not matter to Lane because that was how they were used to live to begin with. As long as they were together, everything was fine. But that's where another problem came in. The two of them had the same job in the same place, no matter how close they were, they didn't have any topic to talk about. The two of them just eat and sleep together without having anything to talk about. She has seen other servants talking with each other about their respective spouses, some complained, some bragged, but in the end, they still had something to share, but she and Skylar did not. When she imagined them living like that for the rest of their lives, Lane shuddered. But when she imagined Skylar finding someone she loves and leaving her behind, Lane shuddered even more. I have to talk about this with Skylar, she thought inwardly. Just as she was about to contemplate even more, she felt Nux pulling her somewhere. She then glanced at his face and seeing the excited look on his face, she smiled unconsciously. Sister Lane, look. A gift shop. Nux exclaimed, his eyes gleaming in excitement. He then picked up 3 simple-looking black-colored bangles and bought them. Why did you buy this? This one for Viscount Felberta, this one for Sister Skylar, and this, she saw him smiling before she felt something on her hand. She looked down and saw a black bangle on her wrist. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Lane felt her heart racing like never before as a warm feeling filled her heart, but the feeling soon disappeared when she heard his next words. We can also have sex if you want, you. Lane glared at him angrily. Ha 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 Tilda, I am joking, I am joking. Even though I am actually not Tilda, you are really shameless. Come on, you need to have some sort of fun in life, don't you? Or else you would die of boredom. HMPH. Lane snorted outwardly but inside, she had a little smile on her face as she glanced at the bangle in her hand. The two bought everything Felberta said. Nux let her choose clothes for him and Lane did it excitedly. Of course, Nux did not forget to tease with every chance he gets and their shopping trip that continued throughout the afternoon ended. Name, Felberta Alvi, age, 28, mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom, race, human, talent, low, LVL, 8, HP, 150 or 150, STR, 12, AGL, 13, VIT, 15, STM, 13, INT, 12, Def, 12. My strength increased again after their night session, Felberta muttered as she clenched her fist. MMHM, a few more sessions before you will finally step into beginner mana cultivation stage. Felberta nodded with a smile, she couldn't believe the problem she thought so deeply and gave up will be solved so easily and the process will be so pleasurable. Did you succeed in the mission today? She suddenly questioned. Are you doubting my skills? The two of them should be talking about it right now. Nux affirmed. Yeah, how can you fail when it comes to seducing an innocent woman? I myself am a victim. You are really thick-skinned enough to say that when you are grabbing my little brother in your hands, huh? Nux was right, just as Skylar and Lane were done with the work and returned to their room, Lane questioned. Skylar, do you have someone you love? What? Do you have someone you love, someone whose mere mention of his name fills your heart with joy? Suddenly, Skylar blushed. Lane's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned, do you have one? Skylar nodded embarrassedly. Sister Lane, why are you asking about it? Who is it? Lane questioned without answering her question. Skylar slowly glanced at the black-colored bangle she was wearing. Matching her gaze, she glanced at the bangle on Skylar's hand and her eyes widened. Is it Nux? Chapter 35. Is it Nux? Skylar slowly nodded her head without raising it, she was too embarrassed to face her. Skylar! You mustn't. Suddenly, Lane shouted as she grabbed Skylar's shoulders. Skylar, I know Nux is extremely good-looking Anne. She blushed mid-sentence as she glanced at her bangle, and very caring as well. Although he acts like a pervert sometimes, that also has its charm. He might as well be the most perfect person you could have as your partner. Nobody knew if she was convincing Skylar, or just confirming her own thoughts as she continued, but you mustn't fall in love with him. He belongs to Viscount Felberta, no buts, remember, he belongs to Viscount Felberta. I know it will break your heart, you must have already fallen in love with him by now and must be continuously thinking about him while you work, but you mustn't make a move on him or it will hurt Viscount Felberta. I'll give you a tip, remember all the things Sir Alvi has done for us, he is the reason why we have a roof on our heads and good food to eat every day. With how much he has done for us, how can we hurt his beloved daughter like that? No, we are not that selfish. Do you understand? Nobody knew where we had come from. But Sister Lane, Viscount Felberta has already agreed. Good, I knew you were, what? Yes, Viscount Felberta already knows about our relationship and has given her approval. Are you sure? Of course, why would I ever lie to you? Lane was so shocked by her words that her mouth opened wide. And not only that, but I already belong to Nux, Skylar dropped another bomb. What do you mean? And my body already belongs to him now. Skylar answered with her face so red that she looked like a tomato. Oh my lord. How? When? Lane shouted in shock as she questioned. Why yesterday was the first time and today morning was the second. Skylar replied shyly. You did it twice. Lane screamed in surprise, somewhere in her heart, a sense of disapproval and dissatisfaction welled in. She wanted to be happy for her sister, but she couldn't, instead, she was jealous of her. She wanted to throw this feeling away, but she couldn't. Sister Lane, why don't you consider Nux as your partner as well? Skylar dropped another bomb as she questioned. Huh? No, of course not. I would dare not go after your man. We are sisters after all, Lane placed a huge stone on her heart as she replied. No, it will not hurt me. On the contrary, it will make me feel good. Sister Lane, you see, I have spent my whole life with you. From what I know, Nux will leave this mansion sooner or later and I would have to choose. Between you and him, which will put too much pressure on my heart. Both of you are irreplaceable parts of my life, please don't make me choose one of you. Sister Lane, just imagine, we two sisters having the same man, we can live together forever along with the man we love. Won't that be so amazing? Skylar suggested, her eyes glimmering with hope. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Suddenly, Nux's words echoed inside her mind and Lane blushed. She considered Skylar's suggestion and couldn't help but think that it was too attractive. Sister Lane, tomorrow morning, I will be going to Nux's room, why don't you come with me? Skylar questioned. Suddenly, Lane glanced at Skylar as she questioned seriously, you will have sex with tomorrow as well? Of course, we will have sexy every day, a sudden emotion welled inside Lane's heart. I mustn't miss out. I have already lost too much. Okay, I'll go with you. Lane decided. Yay. Sister Lane, you are the best. Skylar jumped in joy as she hugged her tightly. I am not the best, my little Skylar, I am just a selfish person. Lane muttered inwardly, clearly disgusted by herself. The next morning, after sending Felberta off to her office, Nux returned to his room, waiting for someone, or some people. He didn't have to wait for too long as the door opened and Skylar walked in. Oh. Skylar. You are he, Sister Lane? What are you doing here? Nux questioned in surprise. Hearing his question, Lane blushed before she pinched Skylar's waist, signaling her to explain it to him. Nux, I had a request. After screaming in pain, Skylar started. You can ask me anything, love, Nux replied gently. Skylar and Lena blushed a little before Skylar continued. Nux, you see, Sister Lane and I have always been together. When I was thinking about it, I couldn't seem to choose between you two. So that's why, I want you to accept Sister Lane together with me. So in other words, you want me to have sex with both of you at the same time? Before Skylar could even answer, Lane nodded readily. I am very excited and happy about this offer, but I am sorry, I can't do that. Nux directly shook his head. Skylar opened her eyes wide in shock. Lane however had it worse, her heart plunged into despair. She thought that everything Nux said to her yesterday was fake and her whole world crumbled. Tears welled up inside her eyes, but just before they could fall, Nux's next words pulled her from despair and brought her to heaven. This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skylar, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour and I promise I will make up to you. Chapter 36. This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skylar, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour and I promise I will make up to you, okay? Skylar sighed in relief before she nodded readily and left the room. After Skylar left, Lane's heart started beating faster. She was now alone with Nux inside his room. She felt a sudden need to say something and opened her mouth. I don't know anything about sex. Oh. So you can indeed say the word sex, Nux nodded in realization. Lane's face blushed in embarrassment, she then saw Nux walking towards him. The closer he came, the faster her heartbeat rose. You don't have to worry, just leave your body to me, okay? She heard Nux's gentle voice and nodded. She felt Nux's hand on her but before he carried her in his arms and placed her on the bed. It's really going to happen. Lane thought inwardly. Suddenly, she felt something soft on her lips. She glanced below and saw Nux's lips touching her. She moved her lips a little forward, feeling his lips even more. She then felt his right hand moving down before directly entering her skirt before reaching her sacred place. The closer it got, the stiffer her body got. She then heard a calming voice that seemed to ease all her insecurities. You do not have to be so tense. Just relax, Kay? Lane nodded as she took a deep breath and calmed her body. She soon felt his fingers moving her forbidden area sensually, her body trembled and she could feel her juices building inside her. Then suddenly, a long finger entered her canal sending a jolt of pleasure into her body. MNHFF. She wanted to moan but at the same time, a wet something entered her mouth and started fighting her tongue for dominance. Since she was already facing so many attacks at the same time, her tongue lost without much of a fight. Soon, another finger entered her cave. MMHGGNH tilde again, she wanted to moan but her mouth was already dominated by his, so only a muffled moan was released. The two fingers started exploring her cave. The pleasure she felt already surpassed the pleasure she even thought was humanly possible to feel. Unable to moan, her body found another way to show how good it felt, her back arched up and her eyes rolled up. Ayang tilde it feels so good tilde, as if understanding her plight, he freed her already defeated mouth, allowing her to moan to her heart content. Soon, she felt her giant mountains getting freed. She felt an otherworldly wave of pleasure assaulting her body as soon as his wet tongue then started licking her already erect nipple. Her canals tightened and she moaned even more. ANNGHH tilde, she felt his tongue stopping for a second before it continued to assault her nipple, sending waves of pleasure all over her body. It didn't a long time before her body finally gave up, her canal tightened more than ever and she screamed, I am coming tilde, spurt asterisk she came, drenching his hand with her cum. Moments later, her arched back fell, her eyes balls that weren't visible returned, and her large breast moved up and down as she started breathing heavily. Ha. 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 Just as she thought that pleasure couldn't get any better, she felt something that was not his hand or fingers touching her canal. She slowly opened her tired eyes and saw a huge dick, which she has seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. Alright, next jump to the next stage, she heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head already entered her little sister and she moaned. On tilde, it might hurt a little, be brave, Kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear, her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw Nux biting her nipple, sending shivers to her body. Ayan tilde, with this weird combination of pleasure and pain she was feeling, Lane moaned weirdly but soon, the pleasure overwhelmed her pain as she could feel her nipple being sucked on by Nux while being licked by his tongue inside his mouth. ANNGHH tilde, her body quivered in pleasure as her pussy released her love juice uncontrollably, her tight cave loosened a little, allowing his dick to move. Soon, she felt the dick that has invaded her pussy moving, after a few little back and forward moves, his rod moved back, nearing the entrance before directly drilling into her deepest parts. Ayan tilde, she could feel him repeating the same move, drilling it even deeper this time. Ayan tilde, the process started getting smoother as Nux increased his pace while exploring deeper and deeper. Ang tilde, Lane continued to moan in delight, the pain she felt was long since overwhelmed by the huge amount of mind-numbing pleasure that assaulted her body. Her back arched up again, eyes rolled back and she continued to moan while being drilled by his rod mercilessly. Ang tilde feel so ang tilde good tilde ang tilde you are tilde. Nux was also trying his best to not moan in pleasure, her pussy was unusually tight, and his both hands played with her plump and large breasts, while he drilled deeper and deeper. He could then feel his dick twitching, knowing that he was about to come. He pinched and pulled her nipples. Ang tilde, I'm coming again tilde. She moaned loudly. Her pussy walls tightened to a ridiculous degree and her love juice drenched his dick. Not able to take the pleasure anymore, Nux grunted and his milk burst out. You tilde, ding. Mission accomplished. Chapter 37. Just as he painted her walls white, a huge amount of energy entered his body, revitalizing his body. A screen appeared in front of him, announcing the mission being accomplished. Mission, fuck lane wine, description, well, fuck lane wine, reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, craving touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 8 days left, mission status, completed, the reward will be sent to system inventory. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, beginner. Body cultivation, beginner. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 17, HP, 370 or 370 MP, 250 or 250, STR, 42, AGL, 49, VIT, 45, STM, 46, INT, 29, Def, 41, blank points, 72, ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale, Lane Wine. Since Lane was still tired, he did not force her to go for the second round. There was still some time before Skylar returned. Nux sat cross-legged before he looked at another feature he got a day ago. System shop, cultivation techniques, 1-star cultivation techniques, 100 system points, 2-star cultivation techniques, 200 system points, 3-star cultivation techniques, 500 system points, 4-star cultivation techniques, 1000 system points, 5-star cultivation techniques, 2000 system points, 6-star cultivation techniques, 5000 system points, 7-star cultivation techniques, 10,000 system points. There were still more, but Nux quickly decided to ignore them and move to the next columns. Skill books, 1-star skill books, 10 system points, 2-star skill books, 20 system points, 3-star skill books, 50 system points, 4-star skill books, 100 system points, 5-star skill books, 200 system points, 6-star skill books, 500 system points, 7-star skill books, 1000 system points, weapons, 1-star weapons, 10 system points, 2-star weapons, 20 system points, 3-star weapons, 50 system points, 4-star weapons, 100 system points, 5-star weapons, 200 system points, 6-star weapons, 500 system points, 7-star weapons, 1000 system points, abilities, 1-star abilities, 100 system points, 2-star abilities, 200 system points, 3-star abilities, 500 system points, 4-star abilities, 1000 system points, 5-star abilities, 2000 system points, 6-star abilities, 5000 system points, 7-star abilities, 10,000 system points, current system points, 20. Nux could see a few other sections, but they were locked and he couldn't even read what they were, so he decided to ignore them as well. Ah, so this is where I can use my system points. Nux realized, but when he saw the price, he quickly backed off. He didn't even have enough money for a 1-star cultivation technique or ability. Not that he needed a cultivation technique since he already had this cheat, but damn, it was expensive. The skill books and weapons aren't any better either. He would have nothing left if he bought 2 1-star skills or weapons. Nux then shook his head and decided that he would just talk to Felberta and get whatever skills and weapons she had. That way, he would be able to save some system points and buy something good later. Of course, that did not stop him from reading about some skills books and abilities, thinking of different ways to use them. He learned that these skill books were like spells a magician has, while these abilities are more like innate power or something like his craving touch and eye of discerning. Of course, his 2 abilities were very high-leveled, at least he didn't find something of similar use in the 1, 2, or 3-star abilities section. He didn't dare venture deeper as 1000 system points were still a pipe dream for him. Time passed and soon, Skylar entered the room with a big smile on her face. Sister Lane is sleeping, huh? I guess she was too tired just after one session, she muttered. Heh, it is not like you are anything better. You always pass out after I come inside you, Nux teased. I was inexperienced back then. I can guarantee I have improved now, What back then are you talking about? Didn't you pass out just yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday, today is different, we'll see about that. Skylar blushed a little before she walked towards the bed before she fell on top of Nux. Nux then quickly turned around, lying on top of Skylar. Without wasting any time, his hand moved towards her pussy and when he touched her entrance, he noticed that she was already wet. Were you peeping? I only looked a little before I went back to my room. And what did you do in your room? Nothing. She tried to avoid his gaze. Ha 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 tilde you so cute, Skylar blushed in embarrassment. Alright, since you are already ready, shall we start with the main dish directly? Nux did not wait any longer, he quickly removed her white panty before he inserted his half-hard dick inside. Her warm insides wrapped around his half-hard dick, caressing him as if eager for it to grow up. After enjoying the pleasure for a while, Nux started moving rhythmically. Skylar on the other hand bit her lips, she wanted to control herself and not moan like she always does. Some maids working in the mansion have already heard her moans. She could hear when they about it and it made her too embarrassed. Nux then lowered her uniform, freeing her cute breasts as he played with them to his heart's content. It did not take a long time for his dick to harden, its veins bulged out, going deeper and deeper with every thrust. Anne. So good anga tilde, ang tilde eng tilde eng tilde, Skylar tried to keep her voice down, it started with a little moan, then with a bigger one, and then even bigger, before she finally decided that it would be too difficult to complete her task and decided to let go. Her mind was already numb with pleasure as Nux drilled her rhythmically, she was too busy enjoying the pleasure to think about these minor things like her moans. Yes, she will regret it later. Nux continued his drilling, Skylar's pussy was way too soft and since it had already taken his shape, no point of his rod wasn't tended by her walls, pushing him to cloud 9, his body and mind numb with pleasure. You tilde, it didn't take a long time for fresh milk to build up, he then grabbed her perky but before filling her insides with his jizz. Anga tilde, so good Skylar shouted, her canals tightened before her pussy drenched his long rod with its juices. Nux took a deep breath and felt familiar energy entering his body. Just as he was about to lie down, he heard another voice calling him. Hey! Don't leave me out. Chapter 38. Hey! Don't leave me out. I want to join as well. Lane said sleepily as she crawled towards the pair. She was sleeping soundly when she started hearing loud moans. Her dreams turned into wet dreams and soon, she woke up. The moment she woke up, she saw Skylar being drilled by Nux mercilessly as she moaned in ecstasy. Lane also noticed that Skylar's face was very close to Viscount Felberta's. The sight turned her on while she pondered how could Skylar show such an indecent face. Of course, she didn't know that she had a similar expression just an hour ago. Seeing her crawling towards him while her huge breasts hanging down, swaying back and forth, Nux felt his dick twitching again. It didn't take a long time for his rod to stand proudly again, ready for another round. Since you want it so badly, why not? Of course, even he was tired after ejaculating so many times, but the energy he received after he came inside Skylar helped him recover a bit. Also, seeing her huge mountain swaying like that, as if needing attention was another boost to his will, he believed he shouldn't turn her down no matter what. I want to join as well. Suddenly, he heard another voice. He glanced at Skylar who was lying on the bed as he questioned, aren't you tired? Didn't I say that I was too inexperienced back then? I can go for another round without a problem now, Skylar replied with a smug smile. Nux glanced at her before he glanced at Lane and suddenly, a thought made him excited. Am I going to have the legendary threesome? Damn. I became one of those characters that my previous virgin self was jealous of. Thinking that, he smiled as he replied, then you are welcome to join as well. Alright, from now on, you two shall listen to me and I promise I will fuck you to the ninth heaven. The girls blushed in embarrassment, they couldn't believe how bold he was to say indecent things like that out loud. However, when they saw him waiting for their reply, the two of them nodded. Alright, now the placing. As a certified virgin and a man of culture, Nux had watched enough source materials to know what he can do to make them feel the most pleasure. Of course, since this was his first time as well, he was a little nervous as well but he quickly hid it and continued confidently. Lane, now crawl over here, place your ass on Skylar's face and place your mouth in between her thighs, Nux ordered. Lane blushed before she nodded with a determined look and crawled over to them. The sight of her breasts jiggling was a huge turn-on for Nux. Even though her movements were a little stiff, she quickly placed herself as Nux told. All this while, hers and Skylar's faces were red like a tomato. Alright, now continue licking your sister's little sister until I tell you to stop, Kay? Lane nodded before she licked Skylar's pussy for the first time. Her body was trembling in nervousness and some excitement. She imitated Nux's fingers as she licked the surroundings slowly before she inserted her tongue inside. On Tilda, Skylar's pussy was already a little sensitive since she had just come, therefore she moaned in pleasure when Lane's tongue entered her cave. Good, don't forget to tease and knead her but from time to time, do it just like I need your milky breasts Tilda. Lane did as she was told as her hands grabbed Skylar's perky butt. Skylar's moan already filled her with some weird sense of satisfaction, right now. She was even more excited to continue what she was doing, her nervousness transformed into excitement and thrill. Skylar's moan was abruptly stopped as a huge rod was placed on her forehead, nose, and lips. As if controlled by some force, her lips moved forward automatically, planting a small kiss that looked more like a kiss of submission. MMNNFFF Tilda, the dick's strong scent assaulted her nose, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Look closely how it enters and pleasures your sister's little sister, Kay? Skylar nodded as she opened her eyes. The sight of a huge dick placed right above her eyes made her tremble in excitement. Her pussy leaked her juices endlessly. By the sudden influx of fresh juice, Lane was surprised, but then she started drinking her sister's juices greedily as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Her hand movement quickened, sending waves and waves of pleasure inside Skylar's body. MMMNN Tilda, Skylar wanted to moan but since her lips were busy kissing Nux's dick, she couldn't and let out a weird sound instead. Nux then started rubbing his dick in front of Lane's entrance. Lane's body trembled in excitement, she wanted to stop her tongue and moan but was stopped as she heard Nux's order. Don't stop your tongue till I say otherwise, Kay? Lane nodded without stopping, showing how obedient of a girl she was. Her fresh juice leaked out of her pussy, and Nux smiled as he glistened his dick with her juices, preparing to enter and conquer her insides. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of pleasure coursing through his body and he looked down. Skylar, since she couldn't kiss and lick his dick anymore, she shifted her mouth to the next target. His balls. She kissed and licked them a little before she gobbled them up and started sucking. Good Tilda, Nux smiled as he praised before he turned to Lane's ass and drilled his dick right into her in one go. MMNNHHHH Tilda. Chapter 39. Lane's body jolted in pleasure as Nux drilled his dick into her. Since she wasn't allowed to stop licking her sister's little sister, she let out a muffled moan and tightened her grip around Skylar's perky butt. This sends another jolt of pleasure into Skylar's body as she intensified her sucking, increasing Nux's pleasure. Impressed by the cycle of pleasure he created, Nux smiled before he pulled his dick backwards and then smashed it right into her. He then repeated this again, then again, and again, before his movements turned smoother and caught a rhythm. The more he pounded Lane, the more pleasure she felt and she tightened her grip around Skylar's ass, sending more pleasure inside Skylar's body, causing her to suck even more. You Tilda, this feels so good, Nux grunted in pleasure before his eyes fell on Lane's huge breasts swaying back and forth in rhythm with his drilling. They looked extremely soft, it was as if they were enticing him to grab them. He bent down, placed his head on her back and grabbed her mountains as he started playing with them. ANNGHHH Tilda, as the pleasure she was feeling exploded, Lane stopped her licking and squeezing, and moaned out loud. This caused the cycle to stop. Nux, of course, wasn't exactly happy with it. He smiled as he slowed his thrusting before stopping. Lane's body trembled in frustration, she wanted to ask why he stopped but soon heard her answer. I said don't stop until I tell you to. Lane nodded before she quickly started licking Skylar's pussy and kneading her butt. She didn't waste time telling him how good it felt or anything, she just wanted him to start his pounding as soon as possible. Nux, of course, did what she wanted and the cycle continued. As he kneaded her breasts, he remembered that her weak point was the same as Felberta's. He wondered if the women who have larger breasts have the same weak point, but he quickly threw that thought out as another, far better thought entered his mind. He smiled evilly before he pinched Lane's nipples. MMNNHFFHH tilde. This time, Lane did not repeat her mistake and continued licking while her canals tightened, but Nux wasn't done. He quickly started pulling her nipples as if he wanted to tear them apart. Lane's body jolted due to this weird sense of pain and pleasure, her canals tightened more than ever. To not moan out loud, she started sucking Skylar's pussy intensely, causing Skylar to suck on Nux's balls even more strongly. You tilde, I am coming tilde. The stimulation was too much for Nux to bear, his milk burst out, painting all Lane's insides in white while he pinched her pink nipples even harder. MMMMNNNHHHHH tilde, as if her last defense was broken, Lane orgasmed like there is no tomorrow. Her whole body trembled before turning weak and she passed out. Nux's face twitched when he saw her passing out like that. He wanted to pass out too, but he still had to go for another round. He glanced down and when he saw Skylar licking and sucking on his dick, trying to keep it as hard as possible, and his heart turned warm. So what? It's just one round. With the energy I received from Lane, I believe I can make it, he thought inwardly as he glanced at Skylar again. He had to admit, Skylar licking and sucking his dick's head drenched with his and Lane's juices while his balls laid on her hairline, his dick laid on her forehead, her nose, all the way to her mouth was really turning him on. He enjoyed her service a little more before he chuckled, Skylar, my love, don't worry, I am not leaving you behind and unsatisfied. Skylar stopped her sucking and her face turned red. That's not it. Nux chuckled again before he placed the sleeping Lane to the side before he turned, and placed his hard and sensitive dick right in front of Skylar's entrance. He looked at her face before smiling as he directly shoved his dick inside. Anger tilde, Skylar moaned as her body twitched in pleasure. After all the teasing and licking Lane did, her body was a lot more sensitive than Nux thought. With just one thrust, her body arched up, her eyes rolled back, and her small tongue popped out. Nux smiled as he pulled his dick before shoving it again. Anger tilde, Nux then thought of something and placed her legs on his shoulder and shoved his dick into her again. This way, he entered her deepest area, the one that he never entered before. Ayanlig tilde, Skylar was jolted awake by the sudden influx of pleasure, but before she understood what happened, Nux started his pounding, fucking her to the ninth heaven. Ang tilde, she moaned uncontrollably, her body was already numb, especially her thighs. Nux didn't have it any better either, his dick was already sensitive after coming so much. As he entered deep inside her cave, the tightness made him feel numb. Then Skylar's pussy tightened even more as the pleasure she was feeling increased. He was already trying his best to hold out for a second longer. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to feel her cave tightening, signaling that she was about to come. His mind moved as he thought of different ways to make it happen before an idea came into his mind. He raised his hand high in the air before, pat he slapped her butt. Feeling her butt tightening, he slapped again, and then again. Pat Skylar, who was already on cloud 9, felt another wave of painful but immense pleasure assaulting her body. Her body jolted as her walls tightened before, Ayanlig tilde, she came. Right, when her juices drenched his dick, he let go and another burst of milk was shot from his little brother. Ayanga tilde, Uangwa tilde, this was doubtlessly one of the best orgasms he ever had. Chapter 40. Right after he came, streams of energy entered Nux's body and a bunch of messages appeared in front of him, but he was too tired to bother with them and directly passed out in Skylar's embrace. Of course, Skylar wasn't any better either. Right after she came, she passed out as well. Time passed quickly, and Nux heard a voice as he slept. Nux. Nux. Slowly, the soft voice turned into a shout that pierced his ears as he retorted in anger. What? But when he saw who was calling him, his anger turned down, he smiled wryly and questioned in a sleepy voice. Fel, what happened? Yes, the one who was calling him was the Viscount, Felberta. Skylar and Lane were already standing behind her, their faces tinged with red. Do you know what time it is? Fel questioned. Nux glanced at the window and saw the sun shining brightly, he smiled wryly as he understood that it was already afternoon. Fel, my love, I am really too tired for our afternoon session. Please forgive me this one time, I will definitely make it up to you in the future. How about this? Tomorrow is your day off, right? How about I spend my entire time with you tomorrow? Nux offered. Felberta on the other hand frowned before she quickly understood that he misunderstood her intention for coming here. Although she did come here to complain here initially, she understood what happened and just wanted to ask if he wanted to have lunch. She didn't come here to get compensation. Of course, she was a little disappointing since she missed her afternoon session, but she has already made up her mind and knew something like this might happen in the near future. Of course, her mood improved when she heard his offer, she had no intention to clear this misunderstanding. Having him all to herself for a whole day was an offer worth lying. HMPH. Since I am so gentle and forgiving, I will let you off for today, but do remember your promise tomorrow. Also, lunch is ready, eat before going back to sleep. Nux nodded with a smile, he then planted a kiss on Felberta's face before he walked towards the dining room. After he had his lunch, he walked back into his room and slept. Seeing him like that, Felberta glanced at the two maids as she chuckled, you really dried him out, huh? The two of them blushed in embarrassment. Seeing this, Felberta smiled before she continued, tell me? How was it? Did you feel good? How did it feel to suck each other's love juices? The more she questioned, the more they blushed. The Viscount enjoyed teasing her new sisters and her future faction members. A few hours later, Nux finally woke up, he still felt a little tired, but it wasn't as bad as before. He then looked at his body and could see that his muscles were more defined than before. He clenched his fist and felt an enormous amount of power welling inside his body. He suddenly remembered the bunch of messages that appeared in front of him right before he passed out. He thought about it and those messages reappeared again accompanied by his favorite *ding* sound. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage mana cultivator from a beginner stage mana cultivator. INT, +5, blank points, +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage body cultivator from a beginner stage body cultivator. STR, +3, AGL, +3, VIT, +3, STM, +3, definite, +3, blank points, +5, system inventory, unlocked, name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Race, human, talent, low, LVL, 17, 20 HP, 540 or 540 MP, 370 STR, 42, 51 AGL, 49, 58 VIT, 45, 54 STM, 46, 55 INT, 29, 37 Def, 41, 50 blank points, 72, 96 ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale, Lane Wine. Damn. I am strong. Nux exclaimed in surprise and excitement. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, another message popped up. Quest system unlocked, current quests, kill a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point, accept, YN, kill a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points, accept, YN, kill a 3-star beast, reward, 5 system points, accept, YN, kill a 4-star beast, reward, 10 system points, accept, YN, kill a 5-star beast, reward, 20 system points, accept, YN, kill a 6-star beast, reward, 50 system points, accept, YN, kill a 7-star beast, reward, 100 system points, accept, YN, note, there is no limit to how many star beasts you kill, you will keep gaining the rewards mentioned above. Also, there is no penalty or time limit for these quests, a quest system, this is just like missions, but more convenient. Cool. Then, Nux began thinking. Should I accept these quests? I can gain system points if I complete this. Not only that, but I will also gain some fighting experience. Right now, I am just a brute with strength without any skill to back it up. If it comes to real fights, I might even lose to someone weaker than me. Although I don't need much strength now since I am very safe right now, the same can't be said for the future. This is a world that revolves around strength, being weak here is a crime. I should not take it lightly even if I have this cheat. Rather, now that I have this cheat, I should use it to the best of my abilities and live a longer, happier life. Thinking about all this, Nux decided to accept this quest. Of course, he wasn't planning to leave until he strengthens Felberta's cultivation to the advanced stage. Chapter 41. Author note, I am sorry about this, I have been trying to avoid this chapter for a long time now. I wanted to minimize the info dump as much as possible, but I can't do it anymore. We are already at chapter 41 and I still haven't told you anything about the world background and other kingdoms. So this chapter will be some information dump. I will not write more about the cultivation levels, but I will give some world background today, so please bear with it. Angry face. For the next 10 days, Nux lived a fulfilling life. The morning started with a hot bathing session with Felberta. After that he spent time with Skylar and Lane, sometimes he had a threesome and sometimes the two of them took turns. In the afternoon, he had Felberta in Lunk, he spent time with Felberta. After teasing Skylar and Lane for a while, he spends time reading and learning more about this world. He knew information is the key and that he had to force himself to study about this world and gain some knowledge. Yes, he had learned how to read and surprisingly, it only took him 5 days to do it. He credited this fact to his increased intelligence. In the night, he has another round with Felberta as he ended the day. Yes, he was a little biased towards Felberta since she was his first woman, and Skylar and Lane were also busy whenever he was free so he couldn't spend as much time with them as he spent with Felberta. Of course, the more time he spends with his girls, the stronger he got. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Race, human, talent, low, medium, LVL, 20, 24, HP, 620 or 620 MP, 410 STR, 51, 59 AGL, 58, 66 VIT, 54, 62 STM, 55, 63 INT, 37, 41 Def, 50, 57 blank points, 96, 108 ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale, Lane Wine. Name, Skylar Hale, age, 25, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, medium, LVL, 24, HP, 280 or 280 MP, 390 or 390, STR, 29, AGL, 34, VIT, 28, STM, 32, INT, 39, Def, 27. Name, Lane Winey, age, 26, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, medium, LVL, 23, 24, HP, 280 or 280 MP, 380 STR, 34, 35 AGL, 26, 27 VIT, 27, 28 STM, 29, 30 INT, 37, 38 definite, 34, 35. Of course, the one with the highest progress was Felberta. Even she was surprised how quickly she rose to a level that others spend their whole life reaching. Name, Felberta Alvi, age, 28, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom, race, human, talent, low, LVL, 6, 22, HP, 290 MP, 360 or 360 STR, 10, 26 AGL, 11, 27 VIT, 13, 29 STM, 11, 27 INT, 10, 36 Def, 10, 26. With this, I can finally leave and go to the Blood Hill Wilderness. He has learned quite a few things about this world. This world only has one continent which was around 6,000 kilometers far if you match the two opposite ends, for kingdoms ruled this continent, namely, the Skyfall Kingdom, where Nux lives. The Kingdom of Skadi. The Solid Earth Kingdom. The Woods Dynasty. There were a few cultivation sects, but they were too weak in front of these large kingdoms and could only continue to exist if they submit to one of the kingdoms. These 4 kingdoms were surrounded by the Blood Hill Wilderness, no one knew how deep or wide it was, but from what little information people of this world had gained, they divided it into 3 levels. The outer area, the inner area, and the forbidden area. The outer area was occupied by the first of March star beasts. The inner area was occupied by the 3rd of May star beasts. As for the forbidden area, well, it was forbidden to enter, so no one knows about it. 100 years ago, the king of Solid Earth Kingdom thought that there must be some sort of treasure in the forbidden area, and he prepared a huge army to find it. The army was accompanied by 2 strongest experts of the kingdom, but the only survivor of this expedition was the bloody soldier who returned with a torn arm and a bloody note that said, "Never enter the forbidden area." The king tried to talk to the survivor, but he was already psychologically affected and wasn't able to answer anything at all. He just mumbled a few muffled sentences, only a few words could be recognized. 2 of these were, "Killed, 2 strong." The whole incident had a major impact on the Solid Earth Kingdom. From being the 2nd strongest, it fell to the last and is still not able to recover. After that, no one dared to enter the forbidden area anymore. Of course, Nux wasn't even planning to enter the inner area, let alone the forbidden one. Thinking about this, Nux stood up as he walked out of his room. Just as he exited his room, he saw Felberta, Skylar, and Lane looking at him worriedly. "Do you really have to go to Blood Hill Wilderness?" Felberta questioned. "You know I have to. I may be strong, but I still don't have any fighting experience. You know how this world is, the stronger you are, the more freely you live. So I have to do this to fulfill my dream," Nux replied gently. "Take care of yourself. Don't do anything rash and endanger your life, okay?" Skylar muttered. "Don't worry, I am too much of a coward to do something rash. I will run away as soon as I notice that I can't handle the situation. I am really confident in running away," Nux smiled. Lane didn't say anything, but you could see that she was really worried. The 3 ladies wanted to come with him, but he directly rejected them. He wouldn't be able to use his strongest skill, running away, if they followed him. Chapter 42. Have you kept everything I gave you? Your sword, your armor, healing potions, mana potions, and the skill books? Felberta questioned. "Don't worry, I have kept everything, although I will repeat what I said before, the armor you gave yeah, I don't care. Nothing is more important than your life. If you came back with broken armor, rather than being mad, I would be happy that it could be used to save you. I can always buy new armors, no problem. But that is a 3-star armor. That's your family treasure, you can't buy it with money." Yeah, the same thing." Felberta completely ignored his words and waved her hands nonchalantly before her expression turned serious. "Just come back safely, okay?" Nux smiled as he kissed her soft lips. He then repeated the same thing action with Skylar and Lane. "I'll be back soon," the 3 nodded as they accompanied Nux outside the mansion. Nux waved his hands as a farewell sign as he walked away. As Nux was walking toward the wilderness, he smiled when he remembered their worried looks and shook his head. He was really lucky to have them. He then sorted the other things he gained in these last few days. First, the skill books. As a Viscount, Felberta had 4 1-star skill books, each belonging to different elements. These skill books were given to her most loyal and trusted subordinates. As for what element skill they receive, it depends on their elemental affinity. Skylar, for example, had a medium rank wind affinity, and Lane had a medium rank earth affinity. Therefore the 2 of them received the Gale Steps and Earth Fists techniques respectively. When Nux's talent was examined, it showed that he had a low level with all the basic elements, which was not enough for him to cultivate any of these skill books. However, 2 days later, Nux requested to test himself again, and surprisingly, it showed that now he had a medium level affinity with every basic element. Nux understood how it worked. The talent in his system doesn't represent the cultivation speed, it shows the level of affinity a person has with a certain element. At first, he indeed had low-level talent, but after a few sessions with Skylar and Lane, he gained their talent as well. He first concluded that the talent drop rate was low, therefore he didn't get it in just 1 session, but now he learned that it was not that the drop rate was low. He was receiving their talent from the first time they had sex, but the system was distributing it to all his elements simultaneously, hence slowing the process. So right now, he had 4 1-star skill books, a 2-star sword, a few mana and healing potions, and a 3-star armor in his system inventory. This all would have cost him 110 system points. He cannot buy potions from the shop yet, if not for his Felberta. Of course, he also used all his system points to buy a 2-star body cultivation skill, the 9 strikes of sword, from the system. Yes, he bought a body cultivation skill because his body was 2 times stronger than a normal cultivator. Also, body cultivation skill books were already very rare in this world, so he would be able to surprise his opponent at the last moment. Not only that, but he also found that, unlike the normal skill books where he has to read and decipher everything on his own, the skill books bought from the system could already be cultivated to the beginner stage after buying it. The levels of mastery of a skill book go by novice, beginner, small achievement, big achievement, master, perfection, and finally, assimilation. And he was already at the beginner stage. Nux smiled as he again realized how awesome his system is. He then activated his Steps of Gale and increased his speed. The Blood Hill Wilderness was on the outskirts of the kingdom, where they live in the capital city. The journey was roughly around 700 kilometers far. If he took the carriage, it would take him about a day to reach there, but he wasn't planning to. He was planning to train his speed using this chance and wanted to reach there within 3 to 4 hours while running non-stop. Of course, it wouldn't be too hard on himself if he failed to achieve it, but he would try his best. All right. Let's start. Nux roared excitedly after he left the capital city. He stretched his legs and then his back before jumping a little. He then looked above. It was already 4 p.m, the sun was still shining brightly, but he knew in just an hour or so, it would set. He sighed as he started running. Ha! 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 Nux breathed heavily as he finally reached the last town before his destination. It was already 10 when he reached here, and he wasn't dumb enough to directly enter this dangerous forest without any rest. And yes, he failed to achieve his goal by 2 hours, but that wasn't his fault. He completely ignored the time he would have to line up to enter the city gates. He even felt that he had to stay in a city for a night before coming to the wilderness, but the farther away he moved from the capital city, the lesser and lesser the city gates appeared. In the end, he didn't even have to stop and cross 4 cities in one go before reaching here. This town was called Clover Town. Since this town was closest to the Blood Hill Wilderness and was constantly attacked by star beasts, the people have already abandoned it, and the only people staying here were adventurers that came here to hunt the star beasts. Nux walked towards an inn. He booked a room before taking a bath since he was too sweaty after running. He sighed in relief as he jumped into the bed and slept. Author notes, yeah, I know, kind of a boring chapter, I felt the same. I just rushed it since it wasn't important. I wasn't planning to extend his trip for 3 to 4 chapters or something. Let's just get over the boring part. Chapter 43. Grr. The next day, Nux was standing frozen stiff in front of a ferocious-looking tiger with fresh blood dripping from its mouth. He was wearing a silver-color armor that covered his chest and was holding a long sword in his hands that were shaking non-stop. From his pale expression, it was clear that he was frightened out of his wits. What happened? Well, nothing in particular. After checking out of the inn, he entered the forest in high spirits, but soon, he encountered this ferocious-looking tiger that was glaring at him with menacing eyes, and he was frozen in fear. It wasn't that the tiger was too strong or something, rather, this tiger was one of the weaker creatures in this wilderness, a one-star beast, but Nux was still frightened by how scary it looked. You can't blame him either. Just a few days ago, he was just a normal man who would be scared even if a street dog barked at him. How can someone expect him to fight against these scary-looking monsters? He was stronger and learned a few techniques, right, but you don't go fighting animals in a jungle after learning some martial arts, right? When it saw how scared this human in front of him was, the tiger smiled even more menacingly. It would have a delicious meat today as its breakfast. Without thinking any further, he quickly dashed towards Nux with its eyes shining brightly. Roar a huge mistake. What the tiger did was a huge mistake on its part. It might have been better if it had walked towards Nux slowly and intimidatingly, but now that he dashed towards Nux, his expression changed a little. Too slow. Nux thought inwardly, slowly starting to gain some confidence. He quickly activated his Eye of Discursion, and all the information about this tiger appeared in front of his eyes. Gale Tiger, Cultivation, 1-star Beast. LVL, 13 HP, 180 or 190 STR, 20 AGL, 21 VIT, 19 STM, 20 Def, 19. I am at least 3 times stronger than this beast, Nux thought inwardly before his eyes fell on the beast. Seeing the delight and mockery in its eyes, he panicked a little before he quickly regained his confidence as he looked at its stats. What are you acting so confident for? The tiger then jumped at Nux. Nux also raised his sword before stabbing it down in a crude way. There were no traces of his 9 strikes of sword that he practiced before. The sword stabbed right through the tiger's nape, pinning it on the ground. Roar. It roared in pain. It still did not have any idea how or when this weak human stabbed his sword through his body. He glanced up and looked into Nux's eyes to make sure if it was him or someone else who sneak attacked it from behind. Another big mistake. Seeing that the beast still hadn't died, Nux panicked. He did not think about removing his sword and stabbing it again. Instead, his most primal instincts kicked in. He raised his leg and stomped on the poor beast's face mercilessly. Roar. Roo. Roar. Grr. Grr. The translated version, how dare you kick me? You dare kick me again. Please don't kick me. Please, I am begging you, just stab your sword and end me. Why to humiliate me like that? Of course, Nux didn't know what it said or wanted to say, neither did he care. He kept attacking until he could hear him roaring or growling. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point, wind affinity, +1, damn, it was harder than I thought. Nux thought inwardly, his heart felt like it was about to burst out by how fast it was beating. Ha! He took a deep breath as he calmed his racing heart before glancing at the messages that appeared in front of him. Wind affinity? Was it because I killed the Gale Tiger? Does that mean I will gain more affinity to a certain element if I kill a star beast of a certain element? That's cool. But I need to calm down. I was lucky that this beast I encountered wasn't that strong, or else I would have been in trouble. I should find some 1-star beasts and practice the skills I have learned and also get used to this blood. Of course, as a normal human, he hasn't witnessed this huge amount of blood before, let alone the being the cause of it. He then glanced at the Gale Tiger's body. He picked up his sword and waved his hand as the body disappeared into his inventory. Although the body isn't that valuable, he wasn't dumb enough to leave free resources. No sane man would reject extra cash. He then moved forward and soon, he found another beast. Earth Bear, Cultivation, 1-star Beast. LVL, 12 HP, 160 or 180 STR, 20 AGL, 18 VIT, 18 STM, 17 Def, 21. Another 1-star beast. This should be easy since I can make the first move right now. This bear was enjoying its prey, not knowing its impending doom. Nux activated his Steps of Gale. It was the technique which he had most control on other than the 9 strikes of sword. He could feel it reaching closer to beginner stage after yesterday's run. Nux disappeared before he appeared right before the bear, and without wasting any time, he slashed his sword according to 9 strikes of sword, cutting its head off. The poor bear didn't even know how it died. He couldn't even enjoy its last meal before his head got slashed. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point, earth affinity, +1, Nux stood there, frozen still as the blood flowed out of the bear's body like a fountain and fell on his face. He felt nauseating, he wanted to vomit but controlled himself. He knew this would happen, he knew that he will have to face blood one day or another. He wiped the blood on his face and stored the bear's body in his inventory. Chapter 44. To be honest, even Nux was surprised by how quickly he killed the bear. He finally understood why skills were so important to a cultivator. With just 1-star and 2-star skills, his power increased so much. Nux felt a little excited, he wanted to get stronger and stronger. Thinking about it, he then started his search. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point, fire affinity, +1. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point, water affinity, +1. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points, earth affinity, +2. He continued killing beasts non-stop. Some were sneak attacks, some were one-on-one fights, and sometimes, he was even sneaked attacked by a beast, but Nux continued fighting and continued growing stronger at a frightening rate. It is said that experience can help you learn what books cannot. As he continued using his skills, he could feel how frighteningly quick he was mastering them. After his 23rd fight, his Steps of Gale was already at the beginner stage and his other skills were at peak novice stage. He was also very close to the small achievement stage in his 9 strikes of sword. He did not stay at 1-star beasts either. He found that once he was a little experienced, he didn't even need to use his skills to kill them, so after killing around 14 1-star beasts, he shifted to 2-star beasts. Gale Tiger, Cultivation, 2-star beast. LVL, 24, HP, 320 or 320 STR, 33, AGL, 34, VIT, 32, STM, 33, Def, 31. Right now, he was fighting a 2-star beast, Gale Tiger, that sneaked attacked him. Well, one can't call it a fight. It was more like a training drill. This Gale Tiger was just a bigger version of the first beast he killed. Right now, Nux was just practicing his fire-based skill, Fireball, on it, increasing his accuracy and lowering his MP cost. He wanted to increase his mastery of the skill to the beginner stage, however, things never go as one plan. The Gale Tiger's body was already covered with burns and black marks. It already knew that it wasn't this human's match and it had no intention of becoming his practice partner. It quickly turned around and ran away. Or it tried to. When Nux noticed that it was trying to run away, he activated his Steps of Gales and appeared in front of it before slashing its head. Ha, you could have lived longer if only you had decided to be obedient and become my training partner. He sighed before he stepped back. After killing so many beasts, although the blood didn't bother him that much, he still wasn't a fan of it and would not allow it to spray on his face if he could avoid it. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points, wind affinity, +2. Nux stored its body in his inventory before he frowned. He noticed that the sneak attacks he was facing has increased a lot. He was planning to spend the night in the wilderness, but if it continued like this, he would tire himself out and would certainly die. A thought appeared in his mind and he sniffed, SMNF, his eyes lit up in realization as he nodded. So that's how it is. He was covered in blood. No, he was practically bathing in blood, especially his silver armor which was now red. The beasts had strong senses. When they smelled the scent of blood, they would treat him as an injured or a dead person. No beast would leave that chance. Nux quickly removed his armor, before washing dried blood from his face. He was thinking about saving water until he found a river or something, but now it seemed that he had to use it. If he couldn't find any water sources by the end of the day, he would just leave the wilderness and come back tomorrow. After washing his face and armor, Nux also changed his clothes. He then walked around for a while and as expected, there were no sneak attacks anymore. Nux smiled and continued his killing, but this time, he avoided getting blood on his clothes. For that, he had an ingenious idea of using his water-based skill, the water shield, to cover his body with a thin water shield that does not take much MP, and it worked. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. This was much better than being covered in blood. He was not a brawny bloodthirsty man, he was a handsome refined man. Being covered in blood did not suit him at all. He even thought that this water shield skill was created just so a person could avoid the blood falling on his body. If the creator of this technique heard his words, he would probably rise from the dead to hunt him down. Ding, 2-star beast killed. I am changing the notification, it takes too many words, reward, 2 system points, fire affinity, +2. As Nux walked after killing another beast, he heard a sound. A river. Nux was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Did you see how I single-handedly killed that beast? Yeah, Alden, we know you are strong, why don't you just sit down and relax? It's still our first day here, we have to stay here for more than a month. Yes, now sit down and fill your water reserves, HMPH. You guys are no fun. After a while, when he walked closer to the sound of the river, he heard some people talking. His steps quickened before he saw 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men sitting beside the river talking to each other. He quickly hid behind a tree, but before he could observe them with his eye of discerning, a series of notifications rang in his mind. Ding. Chapter 45. Ding, other people's presence detected. It is detected that these people have no enmity towards the host. A party can be formed. Would you like to form a party? YN, a party. Is it like teams? This time though, the system was generous and it quickly explained the party system. Party system, a party can be formed in 2 conditions. 1. If a person is willing to form a party with the host to complete a certain task. 2. If in a hunting ground and someone with no enmity towards the host is detected. The range of the party system is 100 kilometers. Going beyond that, the party will be dismissed automatically. Note, there is no limit to the number of people there can be in a party. What is the advantage of forming a party? Nux questioned, but it seemed that he had already exhausted his luck as the system ignored him like usual. Nux's lips twitched before he smiled wryly and shook his head. Whatever, there is no harm in trying. If something goes bad, I can always run away. He had already looked at their status, and although they are strong, 2 of them were even in the master stage, the same stage as Butler Joyab. If Nux decided to run away, there are 0 chances of them catching him. Nux then pressed yes and glanced at their expressions vigilantly. Seeing that there were no changes, Nux smiled and waited. He decided to wait and see the effects of this party system. Also, he needed the water to fill his reserve, so he had nothing against waiting. Of course, he wasn't planning on revealing himself in front of them. Although they don't have enmity, they aren't friendly either. Who knows? The girl in the group might fall for his handsome face and the guys might turn out to be jealous of him and would want to kill him. Even a handsome face has its fair share of troubles. Growling, Nux didn't have to wait for long as a few minutes later, a pack of 12 wolves, led by a 3-star wolf and 2 2-star wolves appeared in front of them. This was one of the strongest groups in this outer area. If Nux was the one facing this group, he would have run away without thinking anything. He still hasn't fought a 3-star beast, so he still does not know how strong they are. The team's expression turned serious when they saw the wolf pack coming toward them. They quickly stood up and their weapons appeared in their hands. The brawny-looking man, that also appeared to be the leader of the team, carried a huge shield and ordered. I will fight with the leader of this pack. Alden, you take care of the 2 wolves following the leader. Ossa, you fight with the rest of the wolves. Don't worry, Anise would help you from behind. Ha! Finally some action. Although I want to fight that leader, I will follow your order and finish these 2 weaklings first. Another muscular-looking man, Alden, answered as a giant axe appeared in his hand. He then slashed his axe at the two wolves, mercilessly. His attacks carried huge momentum with them, even the ferocious-looking wolves had to back off and stay defensive under his attacks. The silent-looking man just gave a nod before a sword appeared in his hand and he rushed toward the rest of the wolves without any fear. His movements were nimble as he didn't give any chance to any of the wolves to attack him. Yes, leader. A bow appeared in the hands of the only girl in this group. She was the deciding factor in this group. Her arrows were sharp and precise, it was as if each arrow released from her bow had a meaning. Her arrows were merciless as they attacked the weak points of those wolves, their eyes, their ears, their nose, their mouth, no arrow missed. She was so confident in her shots that she didn't even look at the result before shooting another arrow. Growling. Gra. Her arrows greatly lessened the pressure the silent man was facing as he quickly started killing these wolves. Your party member, Ossifieldser, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Ossifieldser, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Anis Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. The more notification appeared in front of his eyes, the brighter his eyes got. I can gain system points even if I am not the one killing. This is ridiculous. A bug. An absolute bug. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points. As Nux was excited, another message appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced at the battlefield and saw that the muscular man with the axe had already killed one of the wolves, and was attacking the other one without stopping. He then glanced at the leader of the group and saw him defending against the attacks of the leader of the pack without much difficulty. It was clear that he only intended to prolong the fight as his team deals with the rest of the wolves. Aauuuuuu. The wolf leader howled in anger when he saw so many of its subordinates dying and its attack turned ferocious, although it didn't affect the leader that much. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points. After Alden killed the remaining wolf, he quickly rushed toward the weaker wolves and started slaughtering them with a wide smile. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Anis Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Countless messages appeared in front of Nux, and his eyes brightened in joy. He was really cheering for the team from his heart. His cheering worked as they quickly dealt with the remaining wolves, and then focused on the leader of the pack. The situation turned around so quickly that even if the wolf leader wanted to retreat, it couldn't. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 3-star beast, reward, 5 system points, total system points, 68. Chapter 46. After killing all the wolves, every member of the team took out a dagger and started skinning the dead bodies, before storing the meat, fur, and teeth. It was clear that they were very experienced by how fast their hands moved. A tank, a warrior, a marksman, and an assassin, a perfect RPG team, Nux praised inwardly. Move your hands. We don't have much time, too much blood has been spilt. Quickly wash and let's get out of here. The leader of the team ordered after they took all the loot. The rest of the team nodded and within 5 minutes, they moved out. As if on cue, for 2-star beasts appeared in the area, Nux raised his eyebrows in surprise and admiration. Damn, this is what they call experience. He then smiled before he waited for the beasts to leave. After filling his water reserves, Nux left the area as well. This time, his goal was not to hunt any beasts, he had killed enough for the day. His goal was to find humans he can form parties with. Just now, he got 18 system points without even lifting his finger. It was important to note that he had only collected 50 system points after hunting beasts for a whole day. There is no limit to the number of humans he can form a party with and the range is 100 kilometers long. If he could form a party with around 10 more teams like the ones he found, how many points would he gain? Many, many points. That's why he called the party system an absolute bug. Because that's what it was. Excited, he ran around the wilderness searching for other humans. Since it was already evening, he knew he couldn't wander around for long. After finding and secretly partying with one other party, he found a safe area and lay down. The next day, he woke up with an eager look. He started his journey to find other humans. Of course, he didn't miss the chance to one-shot any lonely 1- or 2-star beast he could find. They were free system points, he wasn't going to leave them. Your party member, Gage Uptone, has killed a 2-star beast, reward, 2 system points. Your party member, Lyndon Rake, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Ken Elm Brokey, has killed a 1-star beast, reward, 1 system point. By the afternoon, he had already partied with 5 more teams. He had noticed that this range of 100 kilometers is like a radius with him as a center. If used correctly, the range is around 200 kilometers. Nux was very happy with the huge influx of notifications but afraid that he might get complacent. He decided to ignore these messages. As if reading his thoughts, no more messages appeared. He frowned and then opened his system to glance at his system points, noticing that they were still increased. He knew that the system decided to be generous and had hidden these notifications for him. Nux smiled at the thought and continued finding his new point / team players. Aya! Someone! Save me! While Nux was walking around, he heard a scream and frowned. He then rushed towards the sound and found a boy who should be around his age, sitting on the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he glanced at the dead body lying beside him. The body was still twitching, indicating that it died recently. He also saw 2 men surrounded by 8 2-star wolves. By their wounds, it was clear that they were in a bad position. Should I save them? Nux thought about it and decided to act. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. If he can save them without getting into trouble, he will help them. Also, they will be his future point / teammates. He wasn't going to let them die. He then activated his Steps of Gale and appeared behind a wolf, slashing its head with 1 slash before fighting the other. The guard's eyes widened when he saw him appearing out of nowhere. With all his skills on the beginner level, combined with his peak beginner level sword skill, Nux was already strong enough to deal with these wolves alone, and with the 2 guards holding some of them, he quickly killed all the wolves without any problems. Thank you. My name is Wybert Long, the son of Marquis Long of the Sky Fall Kingdom, Wybert introduced. Of course, Nux already knew about it due to his eye of discerning. A Marquis's son? What are you doing here in the wilderness? I am here to gain some fighting experience, but I didn't expect someone to die because of me, Wybert replied in a sad tone as he glanced at the dead body of his guard. You came into the wilderness with just 3 guards? Nux questioned in surprise. No, I have more guards, it was just that the head guard heard some sound coming from there and he took some men to check it out. We were then attacked by the wolf pack and this happened. Oh. Nux raised his eyebrow as he heard that. Ah. Mr. Savior, I still don't know your name, it's me, Dio, Nux replied. The head guard, who had the duty to protect the son of Marquis, left because he heard a sound. Not only that, right after he left, the son was attacked by a pack of wolves. If this didn't sound shady, Nux didn't know what did. There was no way he was going to tell his real name to him. Oh, Mr. Dio, why don't you join I am extremely sorry, young master, but I am about to leave this wilderness so I can't join you, but I do hope you have a safe and fulfilling adventure. Saying that, Nux ran away. Chapter 47. Nux ran away, or so the guards thought. After a while, he returned and hid behind the trees. No, he didn't have any intention to help the boy. Someone was planning to get the son of a Marquis killed. On one side, there was a Marquis and on the other, was someone who dared to kill Marquis's son. Both of them aren't someone he could afford to offend. Not only him, but even Felberta also might not be safe he offended them. He was even regretting his decision to help the boy initially. Well, what's done was done, he couldn't change it and just sighed. If he doesn't want to help, why was he back here then? Of course, that is to form a party with the rest of the guards who should be returning soon. Who knows, he might earn some extra points. He didn't have to wait for long as the head guard along with the other guards appeared. If the head guard was surprised to see the boy alive, he didn't show it on his face, he just showed his concern and asked if the boy was safe and acted calmly. Nux was even more scared seeing that, he quickly formed a party and ran away. This time, he ran away for real. Nux continued his search for the whole day as he killed some beasts while he was at it. After forming parties with around 14 teams, he found a relatively safe place and rested for the night. The next day, Nux stood up with a fresh smile. Today, he wasn't going to find any humans anymore, of course, it was a different case if he found them by chance. He would be stupid if he didn't party with them. Status, name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Talent, medium, LVL, 24, HP, 620 620 MP, 410 410 STR, 59, 61, AGL, 66, 69, VIT, 62, STM, 63, 64, INT, 41, Def, 58, blank points, 108, his stats rose again, and this time, it wasn't due to a level up. This was all due to his sword skill, being a body cultivation skill, it didn't require mana, only raw strength, therefore, the stronger his mastery over it, the stronger his strength will be. Therefore, he decided that he was going to raise his mastery of the skill to a small achievement stage within the next few days. He walked towards a group of 4 2-star bears he found and fought them while only using his 9 strikes of sword. Of course, he also used his water shield to prevent blood from falling on him. The more he fought, the more he could feel his mastery over his sword was increasing. His movements turned smoother and smoother and even his speed increased. His improvement speed was frightening. After defeating the bears, he found another group of 2-star beasts and continued fighting them in the same way. Of course, he wasn't unscathed as well since he wasn't experienced enough right now, but his wound wasn't that serious since his armor was very tough. There were just a few scratches here and there which quickly vanished after he drank the healing potion. For the next few days, Nux continued fighting the same way, from 4 2-star beasts. He fought more than 10 2-star beasts at the same time without many injuries. Even a 3-star beast cannot do that. He was now sure that he can fight any 3-star beasts without any problem, but he didn't fight right away and continued fighting 2-star beasts. His 9 strikes of sword has already reached the mid-level small achievement stage. As he has already achieved his goal, he had decided to fight these beasts with just his 4 basic element skills to train them. However, the more he fought, the quicker he found out that training his 4 skills wasn't as simple as his sword skill. He had a limited amount of MP, although he can force himself with his sheer will if he was low on stamina. He can't do the same with his MP because he would pass out if his MP reaches 0. Of course, he can use mana potions, but Felberta warned him not to use them too much since they contained impurities and might affect his body in the future, so he avoided them as much as possible. This was annoying. Although he can feel his skills improving, the process was really slow compared with his sword skill. It took him 15 days to raise all his skills to the small achievement stage, among which, only his Steps of Gale was at a mid-level small achievement stage. However, even with that, he still wasn't able to defeat more than 5 2-star beasts since these beasts run away as soon as they feel that they cannot fight him anymore. Unlike his sword skill, which has the power to deal significant damage in one attack, his attacking skills, Earth Fist and Fireball weren't as strong. The time it took him to defeat one beast is enough for the rest of them to run away. Nux shook his head, dejected. He had to give up. No matter how much he tried, the skills he has are still just 1-star skills, it is difficult to kill 2-star beasts with them. Also, MP wasn't his strong point either. Nux sighed as he returned to his safe point and rested for the day. He has decided to fight with 3-star beasts from tomorrow. Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Fuck. I am doomed. Using Steps of Gale, Nux appeared behind a star bear, he slashed his sword, but unlike how previously, the head is hacked off without any resistance, he could only leave a deep wound on its neck. However, Nux wasn't how he used to be either. After 20 days of continuous fighting, his instincts and experience were better than the last time. He quickly stomped his foot and jumped back, not only that, he even created a water shield in front of him, in case the bear reacted faster than he expected and attacks him. His worries, however, were unfounded, only when he landed on the ground, did the bear finally turn back and attacked. Roar. Damn, a 3-star beast's defense is really something, my sword isn't strong enough to defeat it in one move, Nux muttered as he glanced at the 2.5 meters huge earth bear in front of him. Earth bear, cultivation, 3-star beast. LVL, 33, HP, 210 430 STR, 44, AGL, 42, VIT, 43, STM, 41, Def, 46. I just need another strike to end him but. I don't think it would be that easy, Nux thought as he glanced at the earth bear that was looking at him with red eyes and a maddened look. It was as if it was ready to fight to the death. Nux looked into its eyes and threw a fireball toward it. Of course, he wasn't trying to hurt it with it, he just didn't want to give him time to rest, even a second. While the bear dodged the fireball, Nux's figure blurred. The bear knew that Nux was too fast for him and he couldn't block his attacks very well, so he directly covered its wounded neck with its paws. HMPH. In the end, you are just a brainless beast. Nux then appeared right in front of it as he stabbed his sword right through its heart. Nux was merciless with his moves, even though he understood that now that he pierced its heart, he won't live for long. He still activated his earth fist and punched its nose continuously. Asterisk bam asterisk a few seconds later, he retrieved his sword and the bear's huge body finally fell to the ground. Ding, 3-star beast killed, reward, 5 system points, earth affinity, +5, Nux felt overjoyed. It was a 3-star beast. A beast that can rival and even defeat a normal master rank cultivator, and he defeated it without a scratch. He has indeed grown stronger. However, he didn't get complacent. He had a big advantage in this fight since he was the one who attacked first and dealt with so much damage. He will now take on a 3-star beast one-on-one and later, he will fight a group of beasts, just like the wolf pack his first party members encountered a few days ago, alone. 5 days later, Nux sat on top of a huge rock, breathing heavily. Even after wiping it, again and again, the traces of beast's blood on his face still weren't gone. Although he wasn't injured since he had recovery potions, the same can't be said about his armor. The original thick-looking silver armor had many dents on it. There were many deep cuts on it as well, although there were no holes, these deep cuts weren't any different from them either. After washing his face and getting rid of the blood scent, Nux changed his position again and directly lay down on the ground. He was very tired. He just fought 3-star beasts alone. That was the reason why his armor was damaged. Or else, even when fighting with a 3-star beast accompanied by some lower-level beasts, he didn't face many problems. Of course, he gained a lot from this fight. His sword technique rose to the peak level small achievement stage. The harder you fight, the more you grow, thinking that he glanced in the direction of the inner area of the wilderness. A 4-star beast. I should be able to defeat them, Nux smiled inwardly before he stood up and returned to his temporary base and called off the day early. If he was going to do what he was thinking to do, he needs to rest well and do it when he is at his peak. The next day, Nux woke up and stepped into the inner area. 3-star beasts were the weakest here. He has just walked into the area and could already see a group of 5 3-star beasts sitting together. Nux walked further and before long, he found his target. Fiery Flame Lion, Cultivation, 4-star beast. LVL, 43, HP, 210 430 STR, 56, AGL, 59, VIT, 52, STM, 58, Def, 55. A beast with the same size as the lion, but its aura was a lot stronger, its mane was covered with flames which gave off an imposing look. Nux used the same old tactic, activating his Steps of Gale, he appeared behind the lion and slashed his sword. This time, however, the beast sensed his attack and moved a little. The attack which should have hit its neck only grazed its shoulder. Nux was surprised, not because the beast sensed it but because the damage his attack caused was very low. It was like a deep scratch. Roar. The lion attacked with its paws, Nux tried to defend it with his sword but *clang* his sword broke. Fuck. I am doomed. Author's note, okay, I know some of you might think that MC is weak since he couldn't even defeat a beast that has lower stats than him, but you have to understand that he has very low-level equipments. A 2-star sword can't hurt a 4-star beast. His best skill is only a 2-star sword skill. While the rest of the skills are even worse. MC is strong, okay? If he had a better sword, he could defeat the beast easily. If your question is that how can a beast be so strong without a weapon or whatever? Then please understand that they have their claws, teeth etc. as weapons and they are definitely better than a 2-star sword. Also, remember he has only been here for around 30 days, he can't become a Mr. Know-It-All with such a limited amount of time. So please bear with it, next time, you will see MC defeating opponents whose stats are even higher than his. Thank you, love. Chapter 49. Author's note, hi tilde new week, new goals, right tilde tilde. So how do we start? First let's start with the warning, no spams will be counted. No. Nope. I still have trauma from the last time. Also, please keep in mind to not use certain words in the comments, change it to, like, S**x, F**ck. Be a little creative, cause if not, Webnovel will del your comments and I won't be able to reply to them. Alright, with that aside, let's move to this week's goals. I'll increase it a bit cause. A man can dream right. 80 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 160 power stones, 2 extra chapters. 240 power stones, 3 extra chapters. 320 power stones, 4 extra chapters. 400 power stones, 5 extra chapters. If it passes 400. Well, you guys know the basic maths, right? I hope. Right? Right? Goals for reviews, no spamming. We have a total of 64 reviews. Right now. I'll review it again when I get some time, so adding that, we have 65 reviews. 70 reviews, 1 extra chapter. 75 reviews, 2 extra chapters. 80 reviews, 3 extra chapters. 85 reviews, 4 extra chapters. 90 reviews, 5 extra chapters. 95 reviews, 6 extra chapters. 100 reviews, 7 extra chapters. 105 reviews, 8 extra chapters. If it passes 105? Well, you guys know the basic maths, right? I hope. Right? Right? Of course, this will only be applicable for this week, that means, till next Monday. After that, we will refresh it. Also, you guys know me, I am an expert in taking out chapters from my A***. Although I might not have many chapters right now, I promise you that by the end of this week, I'll give you every extra chapter 10 you guys. So. Keep supporting tilde tilde and gimme powa. I begin begging you tilde tilde tilde. The lion attacked with its paws. Nux tried to defend it with his sword but, clang, his sword broke and he was sent flying. His body clashed with a tree before stopping. Cough. He coughed blood before he glanced at the lion that stood in front of him with a wary look. It hurts. He then looked below and sighed. A hole finally appeared on it. Yes, there was a 10 centimeters hole in his armor. He then glanced at his broken sword that now looked like a dagger. However, before he could think about anything else, a fireball was shot at him. The fireball was a lot stronger than the little one-star parlor trick he uses. It was dangerous. He dodged the fireball and saw the fiery flame lion rushing toward him. Its fighting style is similar to mine. Nux chuckled before he pushed his body to the limit as he activated his steps of gale and appeared beside the beast. He crouched and earth fist. He punched its balls. Roara. The lion roared in pain, but Nux wasn't done. He moved and stabbed his broken sword, and the horn of the 3-star rhino beast into its eyes. Roo. The lion howled in agony as he moved its limbs randomly hoping to hit Nux, but the said person had already jumped back, and was staring at him. The lion had sensed that Nux was not around him. It quickly gave up and decided to run away. Did you really think I will fight fairly after losing my weapon? No way. How do you think I defeated 3 3-star beasts alone? Nux didn't have any plan to let it go. He dashed towards the beast as another rhino horn appeared in his hand and he directly stabbed it into its leg. Roo. The lion fell, crying in agony. Losing its sight and the ability to run, it knew its end was near. Still, it dragged its body, trying to get away if it can. Nux then removed the rhino's horn from its eyes and stabbed it toward its heart. He knew his sword wasn't strong enough to pierce through its skin, so he directly used a better alternative. Roar. The fiery flame lion took his last breath before its consciousness fell into darkness. The flame surrounding its mana died down, signaling its end. Ding, for star beast killed, reward, 10 system points, fire affinity, plus 10, Nux sighed. He then took out the horns and his broken sword, before storing the lion's body in his inventory. This was his last fight in this wilderness for now. With his weapon gone, he had decided to go back home. But he promised in his heart that he will return, with better skills and weapons and defeat all the beasts present in this wilderness. Of course, even though he decided to go back, this did not mean that he would get complacent. He quickly left the area and washed his face before getting rid of the bloody scent as much as it was possible. 15 minutes later, he appeared in the outer area and after another hour of walking, he left the Blood Hills wilderness and walked into Clover Town. However, he soon noticed that people here were avoiding him. Nux frowned, but then he ignored them. He was too tired to care about others. He then entered the same inn he used before and walked towards the counter. The counter has the same person taking care of it, and when his eyes fell on Nux, they widened in surprise. Wow, are you that person who booked a room a month ago? You remember me? Nux questioned in surprise. Of course, I remember every customer's face. The man lied right through his teeth. He sees countless new people every day. How can he remember every one of them? It was just that Nux's face was hard to forget that he remembers that handsome dude that booked a room before. Nice, Nux nodded. But man, you really changed in a month, huh? The man muttered. Changed? Nux frowned. What? Didn't you notice how people are avoiding you? I did, but I just thought something happened and ignored it, so you really didn't notice the bloodthirsty aura surrounding you, huh? Ha ha ha. The same thing happened to me when I first entered the Blood Hills Mountains, but man, your aura surpasses mine by a huge margin. How many beasts did you kill in there? Another man laughed as he joined the conversation. A bloodthirsty aura? Nux muttered in confusion. Yes, when you take too many lives in a small amount of time, some changes happen to your aura without you knowing. It becomes more overbearing and lethal. Of course, how much your aura changed depends on your experiences and the number of lives you have taken, and judging by your aura, it must be around 500 if not more. The man explained. I understand. Nux nodded in understanding. He did kill quite a lot of beasts in these 30 days. But kid, you look really young. How did you get strong enough to enter and survive in Blood Hills Wilderness alone for a month in such a short time? Nux smiled at his question as he smiled. I plowed real hard. Well, that's a weird way to say you worked hard. Nux chuckled at his reaction and then booked his room after taking a bath. He then walked in front of the mirror while only wearing underwear. Damn, would you look at that? Nux praised himself. This trip was really beneficial to him. His frail body was now lean and muscular. His height had increased to 1.81 meters, his muscles were tightly packed and dense, without any ounce of extra fat around them. His posture was also a lot better than it was before, giving him an aura of a natural-born fighter. His face looked more chiseled, improving his looks by another level. He was most definitely a charmer. After admiring his looks and muscles for a while, Nux smiled in satisfaction before jumping into the bed as he called, Status. Chapter 50. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Advance. Talent, Medium, LVL, 24, HP, 620 MP, 410 STR, 61, 64, AGL, 69, 74, VIT, 62, STM, 64, 67, INT, 41, Def, 58, 61, blank points, 108. Satisfied by his progress, Nux nodded before he smiled in excitement and looked at the biggest gain he got in this trip to the Blood Hills Wilderness. System shop, cultivation techniques. Skill books. Weapons. Abilities. He directly scrolled over everything before his eyes fell on the most important thing. Current system points, 15,748, more than 15,000. Holy fuck. Nux's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled widely. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. He then moved his eyes towards the abilities section. 1-star abilities, 100 system points, 2-star abilities, 200 system points, 3-star abilities, 500 system points, 4-star abilities, 1000 system points, 5-star abilities, 2000 system points, 6-star abilities, 5000 system points, 7-star abilities, 10,000 system points, 8-star abilities, 100,000 system points. He didn't think much and directly jumped into 7-star abilities. To be honest, he did calculate a bit and had a rough idea that he might get enough points to buy a 7-star ability. Of course, the result still surprised him, but he calmed himself and directly scrolled to the ability he had his eyes on. Conceal, 7-star ability, description, when activated, no one will be able to sense the user's presence or see him if the user doesn't wish for it. Only a cultivator with 3 times more MP than the user can detect the user's presence. Or else, the user can only be detected if he touches or is touched by the user. Note, if the user's killing intent is detected by a cultivator, the effect of the ability, conceal, would wear off. Price, 10,000 system points. This ability was really good. Not only that, but Nux has also found another ability that would help him turn this ability from good to overpowered. Professional Killer, 3-star ability, description, a passive skill that controls a user's killing intent to such an extent that it could only be released after the user's attack has landed, or has failed to land on the target. Price, 500 system points, a perfect combination. Nux thought inwardly as he smiled and quickly bought the 2 abilities. He felt a weird power entering and then blending into his body. Nux then suddenly learned how to activate his conceal ability, and it felt as natural as breathing or moving an arm. The best part and the reason why Nux bought abilities instead of skills or weapons was that just like Craving Touch or Eye of Discerning, he didn't need MP to activate them. Yes, if Nux wanted, he could use conceal for as long as he desired without feeling anything. That is how scary his ability was. Wanting to test it, Nux activated his newly gained ability and left the room. He went towards the cafeteria, and as expected, no one noticed him. He then picked up a fruit. He thought that he would be like an invisible man eating a fruit, scaring everyone here, but to his surprise, no one noticed it. He then walked towards the table where 2 men were sitting. He then picked up the spoon that was there on the man's plate, and although the man frowned a little, he didn't notice anything and picked up another spoon before continuing eating. He then disabled the ability and appeared in front of someone. However, even after activating conceal again, he was still visible to him. He concluded that if someone has already seen him, then unless he moves out of his sight, he will not be able to activate his ability again. Of course, Nux didn't complain about it since disappearing in front of someone would be a little too ridiculous. This is great. As expected of a 7-star ability. He walked around and did some tests and double-checked the description of the ability. He even tried to talk to people but no one replied. He waved his hands, lowered his pants, and even danced in front of others, but no one noticed him at all. He was now sure, as long as he didn't touch or get accidentally touched by someone, no one would be able to see him if he doesn't want it. My days in the wilderness would have been much more comfortable if I had this. Nux thought inwardly as he sighed. Of course, he wasn't planning to return either. He was missing his Fel, Skylar, and Lane. He then returned to his room and lay down as he closed his eyes. But soon, he sat up as a thought appeared in his mind. His ability was scary. How tragic was it that you died without even knowing who killed you? How tragic was it that you died while you were sleeping? Or worse, how tragic was it that you died while having sex and were just about to come? Nux shivered as he thought of the last possibility and started searching his ability section. After an hour of intense search, he finally found something he needed. Sense, 5-star ability, description, when activated, the user will be able to sense everything around him. The range will depend on the user's MP, 1 MP equals 1 meter, dot. Note, the ability will be activated automatically if someone is deliberately hiding his/her presence and is in the detection range of the user. Note, the ability will fail to detect the presence of a cultivator who is concealing his presence and has 2 times more MP than the user's. Price, 2,000 system points. Nux quickly bought the skill and just like before, he knew how to activate it as if it was the most natural thing to do. He then quickly activated the skill and suddenly, images of everything less than 400 meters around him appeared in his mind. He could even see an ant carrying something huge on its back while walking towards its hole. The images he was seeing were clear, as if he was seeing them with his own eyes. He could zoom in or zoom out however he wanted and it would still be as clear as it was before. Not only that, he can even hear the images if he wants. That means, if he is spying on someone and that person is talking to someone else, he can even hear their conversation as if he is present there. What Nux found even more ridiculous was that he could use his Eye of Discerning along with this skill. That means he doesn't have to see the cultivator even if he wants to see his stats. Holy shit, how is it just a 5-star ability? It's so cool. Chapter 51. The next day, Nux woke up at 7. He paid at the counter and checked out. He then activated his Conceal skill and after some stretching, he dashed towards the capital city. This time, since no one could see him, he didn't have to stop and wait at any of the city gates, therefore within just 3.5 hours, he appeared in front of Felberta's mansion. He then directly walked towards the bath and took a long comfortable bath before he walked into his room and lay down. All this while, no one knew he has returned. Not even the maids who he passed through while he was walking towards his room. He decided not to meet Fel, Skylar, and Lane since he wanted to surprise them. He then closed his eyes and looked at his gains. 2 hours later, he stood up, stretched his body and walked into Felberta's office. He saw the familiar scene of Joyab reporting while Felberta nodding and answering when necessary. He sat on the chair that was placed at the corner of the office and waited for the meeting to end. Since he appeared at the time of lunch break, he didn't have to wait for too long and he quickly heard Felberta's voice. All right, we will continue this after the lunch, as you command. Viscount Felberta. Joyab bowed and walked out of the room. This month, he had been given a lot of surprises. Viscount Felberta's cultivation level suddenly entered the advanced stage and the speed was so fast that he felt that she was hiding her cultivation through some methods and finally decided to show it. Not only that, even that boy, Nux, had suddenly disappeared, but seeing how calm Viscount Felberta was, Joyab knew that she knew where he was, so he didn't care much about that boy. Although he will say, now that he wasn't here, Viscount Felberta was getting increasingly better at her work, so he was very happy and satisfied. Right after Joyab left, Skylar and Lane walked into the office and they placed the food on the table. Viscount Felberta, please eat your food, Skylar spoke in a serious tone. How many times should I say it? We both belong to the same man now, can you not call me so stiffly? If not by my name, just call me Sister Felberta, or Sister Fel, I cannot do that, at least for now. You still have your image as a Viscount. I'm a dash, no, image is important for a noble like you. It won't be good if other nobles learn about your servants calling you by your name. They might look down on you and it will affect your position and influence. All right, just keep the food here. I'll eat it in a while. Felberta shook her head and gave up. She knew it was too difficult to convince these two maids. Especially Lane, who was standing behind her and was staying silent. If it was Skylar alone, she might be able to do it, but with Lane standing behind her, the difficulty was just raised by a few levels. The two maids then left the office. Of course, they weren't gone anywhere, they were just hiding and protecting the Viscount from the shadows. Felberta then stood up and stretched her body. Suddenly, Nux smiled mischievously as he stood up. He walked towards the Viscount and grabbed her from behind before pulling her into his embrace, sitting on her chair and making her sit on his lap. His movements were so fast that the Viscount couldn't react in time, but when she did, she boiled in anger. What, you bastard? Who are you? How dare you touch me? She used her full strength to struggle out of his grip, but this person was too powerful, she was completely helpless against him. Felberta continued struggling, she wanted to call for help, but before she did, Skylar and Lane had already appeared. However, right after entering the room, the two just stood there on spot and did nothing. Skylar! Lane! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry and help me. No, wait. Call Joab, you two aren't strong enough to deal with him. Felberta ordered, but the maids completely ignored her and continued staring in her direction in a daze. Hey! Why aren't doing anything? Hurry and call Joab, I can't stand his touch anymore. Oh. Then should I not touch you then? Suddenly Felberta heard an extremely familiar voice, a voice she was longing to hear for the past month. She slowly turned around and saw a familiar and extremely handsome face and was shocked. And you, Nux? What? Did you forget me in just a month? Nux smiled playfully. Nux! Felberta exclaimed in surprise before hugging him tightly. Nux stood up, carrying Felberta in his arms as he glanced at the two maids. What? Are you two just going to stand there? Where is my welcome back hug? The two maids finally came out of their reverie and dashed towards him at the same time. Nux! Nux smiled in contentment as he was hugged by three beautiful girls. This was pure bliss. The true heaven. Getting stronger and gaining new abilities might feel good, but that feeling is nothing compared to this one. After hugging him for a good 5 minutes, Felberta finally regained her senses and questioned. Wait, when did you get behind me? No, when did you even enter the office? I have been here for a while now, Nux replied. Felberta rolled her eyes, not believing him. She soon forgot her question and asked another, a more important one. You sure got muscular, huh? I wonder if your weapon changed as well. Oh, he has been craving for your little sisters for a long time and is aching to meet them. Nux smiled seductively. What a coincidence, our little sisters is the same as well, so, shall we begin? Nux questioned. Why not? The three of them answered simultaneously. Chapter 52. Wait. Just as Nux was about to grab Felberta's butt, Lane exclaimed. HM? Is there something troubling you? Lane? Nux questioned. No, you have just returned and must have worked hard for so long, I just thought that why not we three help you relax, Lane replied. Suddenly, Felberta's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Lane, you are a genius. We can use this opportunity to try and test the thing we were talking about before. The thing you were talking about? You don't have to worry about it, just sit back and let us do all the work. Felberta pushed Nux and forced him to sit on the chair. She then pulled the two maids and walked towards the corner of the office, as if trying to hide something from Nux. So, which one should we choose? The first one or the second one? Felberta questioned, her voice was a little low since she was trying to hide it from Nux. Lane blushed a little but Skylar was bolder. Both. Both? Yeah, both is good. Skylar nodded. Felberta nodded. The more they talked, the redder Lane's face turned. Okay, we'll do both. We will start with the second one since the food will turn cold and won't taste good later. Skylar and Lane nodded, and Felberta nodded back. As if on cue, the three of them turned towards Nux at the same time. Nux smiled, he found their interaction quite funny. Although he could hear what they were talking about if he wanted, he respected their privacy and didn't use his sense. The three of them walked towards him and suddenly, Felberta and Lane fell on their knees as they started removing his pants, freeing his little brother. Felberta then held it in her hands gently before giving it a few gentle strokes. Under the stimulation, Nux's rod reacted and turned hard. Fufu Tilda, look at how lively he is, he has been missing you for a while now, Nux replied. Then he noticed Skylar walking towards him with a plate in her hand, as she sat on the chair's handle. Alright, you must be tired after fighting so many beasts, here have some food made by me and regenerate your energy. She then moved the fork carrying a piece of meat towards his mouth and fed him. Millimeter, you're cooking as delicious as before, Nux praised while his hand moved towards her butt. Tilda, Skylar's body jerked due to the sudden touch. Suddenly, Nux felt something incredibly soft touching his dick. He turned to look at it and the sight he saw would never leave his memory. Never. Felberta and Lane had freed their large mountains and surrounded his rod from all four directions, giving him a double boob job. The softness he felt was on another level. Countless bolts of pleasure were released into his body. When the two of them started moving, the pleasure intensified even more and his body twitched. The sight of their erect nipples touching each other was so good that he wanted to burn it in his memory. Tilda, Nux couldn't control himself and moaned in pleasure. Seeing his reaction, Felberta grinned. Lane, whose face was a little red since she was ashamed, smiled as well. They have been planning this for a while now. The one leading it was Felberta, of course. Since she has already accepted that Nux would have many more incredible women around him, she decided to keep Skylar and Lane in her faction. The double boob job was one of the carefully thought-out moves she and her faction members created after intensive research. The two of them nodded at each other and increased their speed. Ooh. The sensation was too much for Nux to handle and he moaned without stopping. As Nux moaned in pleasure, Skylar moved another bite in front of his mouth. He ate it obediently while he felt an otherworldly pleasure down below. On Tilda, to feel more of their breasts, Nux tilted his body a little, the head of his dick touched Lane's nipple and she moaned. Nux felt good as well and he started moving his body a little, feeling the soft and mushy breasts surrounding his dick as much as he wanted. His left hand played with Skylar's firm but while she fed him lovingly. Nux felt like he was the luckiest man alive. He felt like a king. An emperor who was surrounded by otherworldly beauties, all loving him with their hearts. A picture of him sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by Felberta, Skylar, Lane, and many other beauties whose faces weren't clear, appeared in his mind. Nux's heartbeat quickened. A thought appeared in his mind but he was then brought back to the real world by Felberta and Lane as they increased their speed. The pleasure he felt intensified even more and his rod started twitching. Veins bulged out on his rod, Nux's back arched up, he tightened his grip around Skylar's firm but and, Tilda, asterisk squirt asterisk he came. Fresh milk exploded from his dick, covering Felberta's and Lane's faces and breasts. Felberta then licked and moved her finger throughout her face, collecting all his jizz before swallowing it all in one go. My, what a huge amount Tilda, although Lane didn't say anything like Felberta since she was too embarrassed, she too quickly gathered all his milk and swallowed it. Hey, I'm the only one left, Skylar pouted. Oh don't worry Tilda, just look at his weapon, does it look like it is satisfied to you? Felberta pointed towards Nux's veiny erect rod with a mischievous smile while still sucking her finger that collected Nux's milk. Hee Tilda with how lively it is, we don't even need to do any foreplay to start the second round, Skylar snickered. Chapter 53. Hee Tilda with how lively it is, we don't even need to do any foreplay to start the second round, Skylar snickered as she quickly placed the empty plate on the table before rushing and kneeling between Felberta and Lane. She then glanced at the two and they all nodded to each other, Skylar was clearly the most excited among them. Nux was amused by the way they are acting. He was even looking forwards to what they were going to do, he felt that if it is even a little closer to how good it felt compared to the double boob job, he would be very, very satisfied. Asterisk smooch asterisk he didn't have to wait for long as Skylar started the performance with a kiss on the tip of his dick. She then started licking and cleaning it diligently, when his whole rod was drenched in her saliva, she smiled and opened her mouth, gobbling the whole thing inside. Tilda, Nux moaned in pleasure, but he then noticed that the other two haven't even started yet. Tilda, however, before he could look down, his body shuddered in pleasure and he moaned out loud. He barely opened his eyes and saw Felberta and Lane sucking his balls. Combining with the blowjob he was given by Skylar, the pleasure surged up. His back arched up and he closed his eyes. His hand held Felberta's and Lane's heads while his body kept twitching. This is too good Tilda fuck Tilda, even though he just came a few minutes ago, his dick twitched uncontrollably and at the same time, Skylar intensified her suction. Tilda, I am coming Tilda, asterisk squirt asterisk as the pleasure he was feeling increased again, Nux couldn't control himself anymore and came again. What? He couldn't believe it himself. How did he come so soon? This only happened when Felberta gave him a hand job on the first night he spent with her. And that was because he was still inexperienced. How did they manage to make him come so quickly? Nux wondered inwardly. Felberta smiled as she saw his face. This was her faction's other move, the triple blow job. And just as she thought, its effect is even stronger than the double boob job. It felt really good. I am really glad to be back, Nux muttered with a smile. Heh, you believe our service is for free? Felberta chuckled. Of course not, don't worry, I'll personally come to you all in due time to pay you all, Nux replied as he smirked. Lane and Felberta nodded, Skylar also nodded, but she was busier swallowing all the milk she had received. A few minutes later, Felberta and the others had already changed their clothes and had washed their faces. Right now, the four of them were sitting inside Felberta's office as if having a meeting. Then, Felberta started, so, let's start in a better way. Nux, how was your trip? It was good, I gained a lot of things and have become a lot stronger, well, I can see that. Felberta smiled seductively, she was talking about Nux's newly gained muscles, she really liked them. Then she turned serious and questioned. So, what's your next goal? To get even stronger, and how will you do that? You already know the answer to that question, Nux smiled. Yeah. I do. HMPH. Felberta snorted. She knew he was going to fuck some new chicks. Of course, albeit not happy, she had already accepted it. So, do you want my help with anything? I do, I want to ask where can I find stronger girls? Yeah, I thought you would ask me that, I thought about it before and have some suggestions. The maids of Marquis Lana should be stronger wait, how am I supposed to get maids of this Marquis Lana you are talking about? Nux questioned and let alone Felberta, even Skylar and Lane glanced at him with a deadpan expression. What? Do you really want me to answer that? How did you get mine, Viscount Felberta's maids? So you want me to enter this Marquis Lana's mansion and get those maids? Of course, also, unlike Viscount and Baron, one cannot become a Marquis without having cultivation. The minimum requirement to become a Marquis is master level, so even Marquis Lana is a good target for you. I get that, but I will not repeat the thing. What after I am done with her and her maids? Enter another noble's mansion? It's too long, and I won't have much time to spend with you three. We can't do that, Nux directly shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Tell me a place where there are a lot of strong female cultivators. It will be a lot more efficient that way. There are those cultivation sects, but if you want to get the best of the bests, the finest place would be the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy. Nux muttered. Yes, I can provide you with a recommendation letter and you join it as a student, the students there are strong, and of course, the teachers are even stronger. If you are careful, your gains will be immeasurable. Who is the strongest female cultivator there? And what's her level? After the headmaster of the academy, the strongest person there is Consort Lauren. She is also the strongest female cultivator in the academy. As for her cultivation, she should be at expert stage, An expert stage cultivator, The cultivation levels in this world were as follows: mortal, apprentice, beginner, advanced, master, grand master, expert, king, emperor. However, this world hasn't seen an emperor level cultivator for a long while. The strongest person, the king of the Skyfall Kingdom, is a king level cultivator. Nux then noticed something and couldn't help but question, wait, you said consort Lauren, consort as in? Yes, the king's consort, but their relationship wasn't the best, so she left the palace and entered the royal academy. Felberta nodded. Suddenly, the picture of him sitting on a throne and surrounded by different beauties appeared in his mind again. He thought about it, and then took a deep breath as he questioned. What about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? Huh? Title, what about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? Chapter 54. What about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? Fel? Huh? What did you say? Skylar, Lane, and Felberta were all shocked by his question. I asked how strong king's wives are. Also, don't look at me like that, I am just curious. Felberta sighed and then answered, they are strong, of course. I heard the strongest consort is at king stage. A smile appeared on Nux's face as he asked another question. Fel, what do you think about the current king? Not liking his tone and that smile on his face one bit, Felberta's face turned solemn. Nux, it does not matter what I think about the king. He is the king, the strongest person in this kingdom. Don't think something unreal. Fel, do you really think I will do something I am not confident in? You know how scared of dying I am, right? What confidence are you talking about? How strong are you, huh? Felberta snapped in anger. I am very strong. How strong? You might be the strongest person in the advanced stage. There are countless people stronger than you out there. Heck, even my butler is stronger than Yo. I am strong enough to defeat 5 Joyabs without breaking any sweat, Nux replied. Felberta, Skylar, and Lane were stunned, but Nux wasn't done yet. Not only that, I can fight against a Grandmaster stage cultivator if we fight without weapons or have the same level star weapons. I can even assassinate an expert stage cultivator. That is how strong I am. The three of them were dumbfounded by his words. Just what did he do there to get so strong? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Felberta's mind, but before she could even question, Nux answered. No, it is not what you are thinking. I will not touch other women without telling you. Then how did you get so strong? At what cultivation level are you right now? I am still at the advanced stage. Hearing his answer, Felberta boiled in anger. She thought that he was teasing her. So you are telling me that while being an advanced stage cultivator, you can defeat an expert stage cultivator? I never said I can defeat an expert stage cultivator, I said I can assassinate him. It is not the same, *bam*. Felberta wanted to say something but turned silent when a beast corpse appeared in front of her. Fiery flaming lion, a 4-star beast, which should have the same strength as a Grandmaster stage cultivator. She then heard Nux's words and was dumbfounded. Did you kill it? Of course. It was so simple that I couldn't believe it myself. How about this, I will fight Joyab right in front of you, then you can decide for yourself if I am lying or not. Knowing that she still did not believe him, Nux offered. We'll do that then, Felberta nodded in agreement. Although she wanted to believe him, she just couldn't do it. This man in front of him was twisting all her logic. How can an advanced stage cultivator defeat a Grandmaster stage cultivator? Half an hour ago, the break ended and Joyab returned, but when he entered and saw Nux sitting on Felberta's chair with a smile on his face, his lips twitched in frustration. He returned. Joyab, I want you to have a friendly spar with Nux, Felberta ordered. Huh? Viscount Felberta, isn't he just an advanced stage? What if I hurt him? Butler Joyab, you don't have to worry about it. Let's just start. Don't worry, I won't hit you too hard, Nux chuckled. Joyab lips touched even more. Yes, Viscount Felberta, I will do as you said and will have a spar with him, Joyab bowed as he glared at Nux. How dare a mere advanced stage boy act arrogant in front of him? I won't hit you too hard. Should you not beg me not to go too hard on you instead? I will punch that arrogant face yours. Joyab was angry. All right, let's move to the garden, Felberta nodded. In the garden, Nux and Joyab stood in front of each other. Joyab was very eager to start and he didn't have to wait a lot as Viscount Felberta announced, start. Joyab then activated Steps of Gale and disappeared from his spot. Of course, that was only for Fel and the two maids. Nux on the other hand could clearly see Joyab running towards him with a pathetic display of Steps of Gale. He wasn't even at the beginner stage. A few seconds later, Joyab appeared in front of Nux and tried to punch his face. Nux just dodged lazily and slapped his face. Asterisk slap asterisk asterisk bam asterisk Joyab's body was sent flying and he passed out. The fight ended. Felberta, Skylar, and Lane couldn't react in time and when they did, they couldn't believe their eyes. They only saw Joyab dashing towards Nux at an incredible speed before flying back at an even faster speed. What in the hell happened? That was the only question that ran through their mind. Skylar quickly woke up from her reverie and rushed towards Joyab. Her eyes widened when she saw his state and she shouted, he passed out. What? Felberta and Lane exclaimed in surprise. I told you right? Even 5 Joyabs won't make me sweat, let alone 1. Do you believe me now? Then they heard Nux's words and couldn't help but believe them. Nux was a monster. An anomaly. They can't judge him with logic. So, my darling Fel, I will ask you again, what do you think about the current king? Volume 1 N author note, this is it, folks, the first volume ends today. Thank you to everyone who supported me through this journey, and I hope you will keep supporting me in the future as well. Chapter 55. So, my dear Fel, I will ask you again, what do you think about the current king? Are you really sure you want to do it? Felberta questioned. Don't worry, as I said, I am very scared of death. I will not act restlessly. Also, you can be sure about one thing, if I want to run away, even a king stage expert won't be able to catch me, Nux assured with a confident smile. Of course, he was lying with a straight face. He has no clue if a king stage or even an expert stage could detect his conceal or not. However, he knew that he would get stronger at a never-seen rate and someday not that far away, even the legendary Emperor stage cultivator won't be able to detect and defeat him. Millimeter, Felberta nodded, though she thought it was a ridiculous notion for a king stage cultivator to not be able to catch an advanced stage cultivator. Nux was an anomaly. Fel, you still haven't answered my question, Nux reminded gently. Then, Felberta sighed in defeat as she answered, the current king, he is not a good king, but he is not a bad one either. He is just an average king, nothing special really. We can't have an average king leading us, can we? How about I become the new king? Nux spoke with a smile. Felberta's lips twitched as she thought inwardly, why are you even asking me? No matter what I think about the king, won't you still plan to replace him? Yeah, we can't have an average king, you should really become our new king. Felberta replied bland tone. She couldn't believe she was saying it. If someone else heard her, they would be scared shitless. What she said was nothing less than treason. She would die if her words were heard by someone. However, when she saw Nux's face, she smiled inwardly, it might not be a bad thing to die for him. Love really makes one blind and stupid. Fel, do you have some information about the royal harem? Some good information, a consort I can get my hands on for example. Nux asked seriously, as if he was talking about something very important and not about cucking the king of the kingdom he lived in. Not really, but I can find it if you want, HM. Can a normal viscount get information like this? Nux questioned. Of course not. But I have my ways, Felberta smiled. Can it be traced back to you? Nux asked seriously. It can, after thinking about it for a while, Felberta replied. Then forget about it, Nux directly shook his head. He wasn't going to let Felberta take such a big risk. Fel, who do you think would know more about the royal harem? Nux questioned. Felberta thought about it but couldn't come up with an answer. Everyone who knew something more about the royal harem is someone important and can't be offended. They couldn't target him or her right now. The head maid. Suddenly, Skylar's eyes brightened as she replied. The head maid? Yes, the head of all the maids working in the royal palace. She should know a lot of things about the royal harem. Skylar nodded. But the head maid won't leave the royal palace easily, right? How do I contact her? That. I do not know, Skylar lowered her head, embarrassed. It shouldn't be that difficult to contact her, Felberta replied. No, we can't use your name, Nux shook his head. You don't have to. You just have to disguise yourself as a merchant from another kingdom and introduce some items to meet her. Then you can perform your magic on her later. Nux stayed silent for a while before his eyes brightened. Fel, you are a genius. HMPH. Of course, I am. Felberta snorted, but a small smile appeared on her face. But how can any random company merchant meet the head maid of the royal palace? Won't we need some authentication? Lane interjected. The room turned silent. Lane was right, how could any merchant meet the head maid? If that was possible, the head maid would have been long dead due to overwork. What if the merchant was introduced to her by a maid of a royal palace? Would that be enough? Skylar questioned. That should be enough for the head maid to take a look, Felberta answered. Then I know a maid who works in the royal palace. We're not that close, but I can introduce you to her, then. Skylar suggested. Are you talking about Anise? Lane questioned, to which Skylar nodded. That might work, for Nux, it should be easy to convince that Anise you speak of, isn't that right? Felberta glanced at Nux. After all, fooling innocent girls is what you are best at. Nux didn't know how to respond to the jab, which was completely uncalled for. He decided that it would be best to stay silent in this position and didn't reply. HMPH. Felberta snorted, seeing him acting like that. She then glanced at Skylar and questioned. How and when will you introduce her? According to her holiday schedule, her next time off would be a week later. I can introduce you to her then. Okay, so it's decided. We will meet her and decided what to do later next week. Till then, Nux is all ours. Enjoy to your heart's content, Tilda, Felberta announced without even asking the man they were talking about. Not that the man minded or anything. Chapter 56. So, my dear Skylar, did you miss me when I was gone? Nux whispered seductively into Skylar's ears. Right now, he was inside his room with Skylar sitting on his lap facing him. He was caressing her whole body gently and slowly as if preparing his meal. I did, Skylar replied as he enjoyed his touch. How much? A lot, on. Skylar replied before she moaned out loud as Nux grabbed her butt. She does not know why, but whenever he touches her there, the pleasure she feels instantly heightened. Aren't you a lot more sensitive than normal? Nux chuckles as he started kneading her firm but soft butt. That's all your fault, it has been a long time since you touched me, so I am a little more sensitive than usual. Skylar complained with a cute pout. With her childish face, her pout looked lovable and could melt any man's heart. Did you not touch yourself when I was away? I did, but it didn't feel as good as when you do it, so I wasn't very satisfied. That is also your fault. Skylar blamed him again. Oh. How is that my fault then? I used to feel good whenever I touched myself before, it is only when you started touching me, it felt so good that I can't satisfy myself anymore. Skylar replied honestly, her face was a little red, but that wasn't because she was embarrassed, it was because she felt good under his touches. She was a simple girl, now that she has given her heart to this man in front of her, she won't be embarrassed talking about her masturbating in the past or anything like that. Then isn't your fault that you are a horny little girl who can't even pleasure herself? Nux questioned in amusement. It is not. It was you who made me like this. I could easily satisfy myself before I didn't meet you, Arn. Skylar pouted even more, but then Nux smiled as he tightened his grip around her butt, making her moan again. That makes sense. I will admit that it was my fault for making you like this, but since we can't change it, how about I compensate you differently? Nux questioned as he stood up and carried her in his arms. How will you compensate me? Skylar questioned with a red face. She didn't really need to ask since she already knew the answer, and to be honest, she won't have anything else for the compensation. I will help you relax this perverted body of yours, Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears before placing her on the bed. Skylar then felt something soft on her lips. Knowing what it was, she didn't waste any more time and started the attack with her tongue. Her tongue then knocked on his teeth before entering and mingling with his tongue. She then circled her hands around Nux's neck before pulling him even closer to her. Nux's hand didn't stay idle either. They first lowered her uniform to free her lovely breasts before removing her skirt. His one hand then gently kneaded her soft breasts, while his other hand traveled down and entered her panties. Without wasting any more time, his middle finger entered her squishy canal, exploring her already familiar insides. His index finger didn't wait for long either, and once her little sister was wet enough, it penetrated in as well. MMNNFGG. His two fingers created a mess in her insides, stimulating all her weak points without any mercy. Skylar's body shuddered in pleasure. Yes. This is it. It feels so good. I would never be able to pleasure myself like this. Only he can do it, Skylar thought with whatever little sense she has left before giving it to pleasure and continuing moaning. It was as if Nux knew everything about her body, the amount of time and intensity he should rub her certain weak spot, where should he touch gently, and where he should be a little rougher. Everything he did ensure that Skylar feels most pleasure out of it. MMMMNGGGFHH. Under the intense stimulation, Skylar couldn't hold any longer. Her canals tightened and her body twitched before she came. Right after she came, Nux parted their lips, allowing her to regain her breath. Ha. 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 Hee hee, look at how tired you look, my dear Skylar. Don't forget, the real part is about to begin. The real part is about to begin. Skylar thought inwardly, and when her eyes peeked at Nux's weapon that was standing tall, ready to march inside her canal, her breathing quickened even more. Satisfied by her reaction, Nux sat up, placed his rod in front of her canal, and started stroking her puss's entrance with his dick. Skylar's body shuddered due to his teasing, then as if having mercy on her, Nux stopped his teasing and plunged his rod right into her canal. So good. Skylar moaned out loud. Her expression showed only one thing at the moment, and that was pure bliss. Nux too felt a wave of pleasure assaulting his body. After not being boned for a month, Skylar's vagina was tighter than usual. Nux needed some time to get used to the tightness, and once he did, he pulled out his dick and then plunged it again. His movements quickly turned smooth and the drilling started. So good. Skylar moaned in pleasure. Jolts and jolts of pleasure were released into her. Her body soon turned numb, she clenched the bedsheets hard and accepted the drilling wholeheartedly. She felt like she was finally full. The pleasure she felt continued increasing. She could feel that Nux was wilder than usual, but she didn't complain. In fact, it felt even better. She continued moaning, her back arched up in pleasure, eyes rolled back, and canals started to tighten. She was already sensitive since she came just now, and the pleasure she felt was already too much for her to bear. She wanted to orgasm, but somewhere inside her mind, she knew that the moment she did, the pleasure that was assaulting her body will stop, so she forced herself not to come. This, however, caused her canals to tighten even more. Nux was surprised by the sudden tightness and felt that he was about to come. He then increased his speed even more and grabbed her juicy but tightly. I am coming. This action caused all her efforts to be in vain, and Skylar squirted like there was no tomorrow. Nux also let go and painted her walls white before falling on her body. It felt really good. Saying that, Skylar closed her eyes and passed out. Chapter 57. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Nux smiled as he gently kissed her soft lips before lying right beside her. Streams of energy entered his body after he came inside, but this time, the amount wasn't enough for him to level up. Nux shook his head as he closed his eyes and relished the aftertaste of their intense and delightful session. 2 hours later, Nux opened his eyes. He then turned around and glanced at Skylar, who was still sleeping soundly and with a small smile on her face. Nux smiled as well and stood up. He didn't wake her up and directly left his room. After exiting, he activated his sense and quickly found her next target. He then activated his conceal and started walking towards her. After a while, Nux could see Lane walking towards the corridor and decided to follow her. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Lane kept walking without knowing how the person who she was thinking about right now was following her. However, suddenly, she stopped and glanced toward the 3 maids who were talking happily. Nux frowned and followed her gaze and quickly found those 3 maids. What? Edric proposed to you yesterday? One of the maids questioned. The other maid, who was a little shorter than the 2, nodded with a blush on her face. Took him a long damn time, the first maid snorted. Hey, did you have your first time yet? The third maid questioned excitedly. The other maid's face turned even redder as she nodded. Last night, Kiar. Quick. Tell me the details. The maid's face was now as red as a tomato as she shook her head cutely. I won't. What? That's so mean. The third maid complained. All right, don't tease her now. Oriel, tell me, when are you 2 getting married? The first maid questioned. Oriel smiled a little as she answered, a month later. You will invite us to the marriage, right? The first maid teased. Of course, you 2 are my best friends after all. Oriel nodded with a red face. Nux then turned his head and glanced at Lane. He was surprised to see that her eyes were gleaming with excitement and jealousy as she glanced at the trio. Nux frowned. Excitement was okay, but jealousy? What was she jealous of? Wasn't her man the most handsome and the most caring person in this world? However, soon Nux realized. What was different in the thing the maids were talking about? Marriage. Nux has confessed to his women many times, but he noticed that he hasn't proposed to marry any one of them yet. Of course, he was happy to marry them anytime, but it won't make difference if he just thinks about it in his mind. Could they read his mind? No. He has to tell them himself. Nux nodded inwardly. He promised himself that he would propose all 3 of them personally. The 3 maids then continued talking. The third maid was persistent and continued asking Oriel about her first time. Oriel blushed each time and continued denying it. As if remembering something, Lane quickly shook her head. She then walked towards the maid and congratulated her. Congratulations. Then before Oriel could reply, Lane quickly rushed away awkwardly. Nux chuckled seeing her acting like that and quickly followed her. A while later, Lane entered the bathroom and Nux finally decided to reveal himself. With a mischievous smile, Nux walked in front of her, letting her bump into him. Huh? Lane? What are you thinking about that you are so lost in your thoughts that you can't even see your man walking in front of you? Of course, he also took the opportunity to take her in his embrace. Nux? Lane didn't mind being hugged by him, but she was shocked. She was sure that she didn't see him standing there. When did he appear? Was she really so lost thinking about marrying Nux that she couldn't even see him standing in front of him? Were you thinking about me? Being caught like this, Lane panicked as she replied, no, oh? Then were you thinking about another man? No. Not at all. Why would I think about another man? Lane panicked even more. She then heard Nux chuckling before picking her up. Knowing what he was going to do, Lane quickly shook her head as she replied. Nux, we can't do that yet, I still have work to do, you can always do it later, right? No I cannot, I still have to was dash. Suddenly, Lane felt something soft on her lips and saw Nux kissing her gently. You can always do it later, right? He questioned gently. No, I hard dash again, Nux sealed her lips. You can always do it later, right? He repeated, his tone even gentler. Lane's face turned red. And her heart started beating quickly, however, as a serious person, she quickly came back to her senses and replied, Nux, I cannot do it I dash. He sealed her lips again. You can always do it later, right? He repeated, this time, his voice so gentle that it was almost seductive. Lane's will to fight disappeared as soon as it appeared, however, his kisses felt good so she tried to deny it again, I can dash, right? After sealing her lips again, Nux questioned before kissing her lips a few more times without letting her answer. Right? He then questioned again. I can always do it later, right? Lane thought inwardly as she nodded with a red face. She then let Nux carry her to the bathtub and place her inside. Chapter 58. Lane's heart was already beating very fast due to his kisses, but now that he placed her in the empty bathtub, she felt like it will burst out. She wasn't stupid, she clearly knew where this is going, and was inwardly very happy and excited thinking about it. It's been so long, she missed him a lot. You really like it when I kiss you on your lips, huh? Nux muttered. Lane nodded shyly. She then felt him kissing her lips again, however, this time, it wasn't just a gentle peck. Soon, something wet entered her mouth and started mingling with her tongue. While she was enjoying the kiss, she felt Nux's hands moving. He soon removed her skirt and proceeded to do the same with her top. He freed her soft but firm milky white breasts and after giving them a soft kneading, he removed her bra entirely and then did the same with her panty. He then ended his kiss and stepped back. She could see him glancing at her completely naked body with his enchanting golden eyes and her heartbeat quickened. You are really beautiful, she then heard his voice. Her heart beamed in joy when she heard him, her joy was then felt by her mouth and a smile appeared on it. And when you are naked like this, you are explosively beautiful. Ha! I am glad that I am the only man who could see this seductive sight, her face turned red in embarrassment hearing him. Remove your clothes. I see can't he be the only one naked here. She then muttered. Someone's getting naughty, hearing him chuckling like that, Lane felt even more embarrassed, however, seeing him removing his clothes, she felt better. Nux first removed his robes, revealing his muscular body, with every muscle looking strong and divine. He then removed his pants and Lane saw his rod that was already half awakened, perhaps aroused due to seeing her body. Lane smiled thinking about it before her gaze returned to his whole body. You are also really dashing when you are naked like that, she thought inwardly. She then saw him walking towards her and felt excited. He then moved his rod and placed it on the top of her right breast, or to be more specific, her nipple. On Tilda, Lane didn't know what he was doing, but she felt a strange jolt of pleasure assaulting her body and she let out a moan. Then, he started sliding his dick up and down. Seeing the round head of his rod crushing her nipple again and again filled Felberta with a weird sense of excitement. Not only that, she even noticed his dick turning even harder the more it moved. Her little sister trembled in excitement and anticipation, but Lane's eyes were glued on how his huge penis and her erect nipple collided. Hey, look how your pussy is crying for attention. Lane was brought out of her reverie when she heard her voice. She glanced below and saw her juices leaking out of her canal. She blushed in embarrassment. You don't need to be so embarrassed, I am your man after all. Isn't it normal for your body to crave my body? Even my body craves your body. Look how hard and ready to go my little brother is. Lane nodded, still a little embarrassed. She then felt Nux's dick moving towards her little sister. He then started sliding his dick up and down on her entrance, drenching his dick with her juice. Until soon, Nux entered her insides. Lane's body shuddered in pleasure. Her little sister moved its wall around his dick, feeling and gobbling up the entire thing like a very hungry person gobbling the food he received. Soon, Nux pulled his dick backwards and Lane's insides started trembling. They only calmed down when he plunged it inside again. Until Lane moaned in satisfaction every time Nux thrust his dick inside her. The waves of pleasure that assaulted her body numbed her mind, and her body shuddered. While the pleasure she was feeling was already too much to handle, she saw Nux bending down. He then lowered his head and started licking her left nipple with a seductive smile on his face. Not having enough, he gobbled up her erect nipple before sucking it intensely as he continued licking it with his tongue. Matilda, Lane's body was assaulted by yet another wave of pleasure. Her back arched up as she held her head and pulled her close to her body. Nux's other hand also started playing with her other nipple, intensifying the pleasure even more. Untilda, Lane moaned uncontrollably. Her body was already numb due to pleasure while Nux kept drilling her insides. Suddenly, Nux bit her nipple at the same time when he pinched her other nipples. The sudden and intense feeling of painful pleasure jolted her awake. Her vaginal walls tightened and started twitching hysterically. I am Tilda coming in Tilda. She then finally let go and her pussy squirted. Being sucked by her walls and drenched by her juices, the pleasure Nux was feeling heightened to another degree. He couldn't hold on any longer and take it all in. Ugh! He filled her insides with his milk. His body felt weak as he lay beside Lane before kissing her lips. I really missed you. Lane muttered as she enjoyed the aftertaste. A smile appeared on Nux's tired face as he replied, I missed you as well Tilda. Chapter 59. Okay, that's enough for the day. You can take your leave. Felberta announced. Joyab, who was now conscious and was reporting everything to Felberta, felt his mouth twitching. There was still an hour before the office hours ended and he still had a few reports to make. As expected, that man's return is bad news. It was so good seeing Viscount Felberta working seriously, but now that he has returned, she's announcing early offs again. What's worse, he has become so strong in such a short time that he can't even say anything to him now. What a frustrating and annoying man. Of course, he didn't dare say any of this out loud and just bowed before leaving. Felberta smiled before she quickly stood up and rushed towards her room. She knew that Nux would be in her room, waiting for her right now. She was eager to spend time with him after so long. However, just as she was imagining doing this and that with him, her two maids, now sisters, appeared in front of her and spoke. Viscount Felberta, the dinner is ready. What? The dinner is ready, Felberta frowned. These two should know what and where was she going. They shouldn't disturb her right now, but when she saw the sly smile that leaked out of Skylar's serious expression for a second, she quickly understood what they were up to. After having your fun, you dare stop me from having mine. How vicious. Viscount Felberta, don't look at us like that, we only mean you're well. As someone who has already experienced what you are about to experience, I believe you will require a lot of energy. Thus, having dinner before doing the deed is advisable, Skylar advised, barely able to hold her laugh. You. Felberta was speechless. You dare talk like you are more experienced than me. Mind you, while you were just peeking through the wall, I was experiencing the real thing. How could Felberta take it lying down? She retorted viciously as well. Skylar blushed, this was her dark memory, she was just teasing her, why would she be so vicious to bring that up? Felberta was satisfied by her reaction and then replied, you don't need to worry about me not having energy since I am more experienced in this matter than the two of you who were virgins just a month ago. With another sly jab, Viscount Felberta walked towards her room. Skylar and Lane on the other hand just blushed in embarrassment. They decided in their heart that they would never listen to his words and tease Viscount Felberta ever again. Nux, who initiated everything, was chuckling as he witnessed this scene with his sense. He had to admit, the two maids were nothing in terms of wordplay when compared to the Viscount. She handled them like a boss. He chuckled and then waited for Felberta to enter the room. Bam the door was then slammed open and Felberta appeared. She then saw Nux smiling at her gently as he patted his lap. HMPH. She then snorted before walking towards him and sat in his embrace before questioning, how dare you ask Skylar and Lane to hinder me from coming? Do you not want me anymore? What are you talking about? Seeing him acting ignorant, Felberta snorted again as she replied, stop acting. Do you think I don't know my own sisters? Skylar is too clumsy to come up with something like that, while Lane is too serious to do it. The two of them would never do it until someone tells them to, you can't really win against an extremely beautiful and intelligent noblewoman, Nux sighed, not forgetting to compliment her, unknowingly, through his words. HMPH. Of course, you can't. Felberta snorted and then smiled a little. She missed bantering like this while he caressed her body all over. Hey Fel, I had something to ask you about. Suddenly, Nux muttered. What is it? Why did you look for a boy toy? I mean, with your looks, I won't be surprised if you found any person to become your boy toy. Heck, some might even pay for it. Suddenly, Felberta blushed before replying, it wasn't really my idea. I actually did not need any man. After my husband died, I raised my child alone without anyone's help. Many nobles, even marquises asked me to be their concubine, but I rejected them all. Then my friend, Flor, told me that I was a dominant type and advised me to keep a boy toy. I felt it was an interesting concept and agreed. I wasn't really planning to have sex with you, or at least till I was not ready for it, but... Tilda, but I was too hard to resist Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears. Felberta nodded with a red face, she looked extremely cute right now. But the way you acted that day looked like you have done that several you can't underestimate a noble's acting, can you? Heh. You are one to talk. Felberta scoffed. Huh? What do you mean? Come on, stop acting dumb, the Viscount F. Felberta, why you are really beautiful, my dear Fel, you look really amazing today Tilda, do you think this is a transition one can have in just a few days? Felberta questioned as she glared at Nux. Ha Tilda you caught me, Nux laughed, he decided to be honest. You fooled me. Felberta stated. I did, however, that was the only way I could have you all to myself and you were just too beautiful for the greedy me to leave you Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears softly. He then picked her up and placed her on the bed before asking, how about I compensate you with my body? Felberta smiled before she rolled over, changed the positions as she sat on him, don't worry, I wasn't planning to let you go without compensating me with your body. Chapter 60. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to let you go without compensating me with your body, Felberta smirked as she rolled on top of Nux. She might be a little mud-headed when Nux was still there with her, but last month when Nux left to go to the Blood Hills Wilderness, she thought about it with a clear mind and deduced that the change in Nux's behavior wasn't natural. He was fooling her. The revelation wasn't exactly a joyful one for her. Being tricked by someone you love isn't a very good feeling and Felberta felt sad about it. But after thinking about it a little more, she realized that Nux didn't want to harm her, on the contrary, she benefited a lot while being in a relationship with him. If Nux wanted, he could have left her after she outlived her use, but he did not. Not only that, he even helped her become an advanced stage cultivator. Thinking a bit more, she realized that if Nux has chosen any other way to woo her, the result might not be what they were now and she would have missed out on having an amazing partner like him, who embraces her with love. She then remembered how cheeky he was and smiled. She will forgive him, she was very happy now, and she would like to keep it that way. Of course, since no one knew her thoughts, nobody mentioned that her thoughts were heavily biased towards her wanting Nux to be with her, but since the conclusion she got was correct, there was no need to mention it either. Although Nux was acting before, now he loved her and very deeply at that. So everything was fine the way it is. However, forgiving him was one thing, using it as a chance to get her compensation was another. Felberta quickly removed his pants and freed his little brother that was already half erect. TSK, would you look at that? I haven't even started anything and this filthy thing is already soaring to go. Felberta snorted. Heh, don't forget, this filthy thing was in your mouth a few hours ago, and you were licking it as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Hers, he swore not to let me play the dominator role. Felberta cried inwardly as her face blushed. Why, you are the one compensating, you are not allowed to speak. She then ordered in a strict tone. As you command, my dear Felberta felt shivers coursing throughout her body when he called her like that. It felt really good. Why yes, now stay silent. She ordered, this time, her tone was a little weaker than before. Nux smiled and obeyed. Felberta's hand moved towards his dick as she stroked that filthy thing gently, feeling her soft hands. It didn't take a lot of time for his half-erect dick to turn hard, ready and flaring to explore the cave. Felberta then removed her seductive black panty, before she lifted her gown and then sat on top of him in a cowgirl position. She then held his rod and stroked it on her entrance for a little while. Jolts of pleasure assaulted her body when she did that. Untilda, she moaned inwardly as her inside screamed in frustration and anticipation. She then glanced at Nux, who had his usual smile on his face and her lips twitched. She knew she cannot win against him like this and would end up moaning out loud. She then ceased the game she couldn't win and directly sat down, allowing his dick to enter her cave. Untilda, Felberta was unable to hold back and she moaned. Ah. However, when she heard his grunt, she felt a little better. At least she wasn't the only one to moan. She then stopped thinking about these weird things and enjoyed the feeling of his dick entering her vagina. Her insides were overjoyed as they sucked his rod intensely. When Felberta enjoyed the feeling to her heart's content, she lifted her but before slamming it down again. Utilda, this time, Nux was the only one who moaned, and this brought a smile to Felberta's face. However, inwardly, she wasn't any better either. Jolts and jolts of pleasure assaulted her body, numbing her mind. She waited for a little to get used to the pleasure before she repeated the process. Utilda fuck. So good Tilda, Nux muttered and then grabbed her giant breasts without removing her gown. And Tilda didn't touch them. Why you are the one compensating? Felberta complained. She was already finding it hard to control her moans. If Nux needed her breasts like he always does, how will she ever control herself and dominate him? Nux chuckled at her childishness, but finding it quite cute, he pulled back his hands and placed them behind his head, glancing at her with a leisure attitude. Felberta nodded and then moved again, and again, and then again. Ugh Tilda fell, that felt good Tilda, Nux moaned in pleasure. He thoroughly enjoyed the sight of Felberta trying so hard to please him while her giant breasts move up and down with her momentum. That sight was gorgeous. Felberta, on the other hand, did not have it so simple, although her movements were now smoother and faster than before. The same could be said for the pleasure she felt. The waves of pleasure kept assaulting her body continuously, her body was already numb and she was finding it hard to move. Her eyes were barely open at this moment. Aunt Tilda, she couldn't hold back and moaned in pleasure. She wanted to lift her body again, but she was already at her limit. She then glanced at Nux who was looking at her with the same, enchanting but annoying smile and gave up. It was too hard to dominate him. Also, the feeling was too good and she did not want to stop at all. She opened her mouth and ordered. You move now, but Nux wanted to tease her a little but she interjected. You are the one compensating, listen to what I say. Chapter 61. You are the one compensating, listen to what I say. Nux chuckled and then quickly rolled over, the one on the top was now him. Then without giving her any time to react, he pulled his rod out before thrusting it deep inside her without any mercy. Ooh her Tilda, Felberta's body jerked in pleasure as he smashed his rod inside her so roughly. My dear Fel, do I now have the permission to touch your beautiful breasts? Nux teased. Felberta on the other hand was already on cloud 9 and wouldn't allow the pleasure to stop in any way. Do whatever you want. She nodded. Nux smiled as he didn't tease her anymore. He removed her gown and then her black bra as he bent down and started licking her beautiful nipple. At the same time, he moved his rod out before slamming it in. Ann and Tilda so good Tilda, waves of pleasure assaulted her body from two different places. The feeling was too much for her already sensitive body and she moaned out loud. Pleased by her reaction, Nux increased the speed of his hips moving while he started sucking on her erect nipple. And Tilda, Felberta kept moaning in pleasure as Nux drilled her mercilessly and at the same time, he played with her beautiful breasts. Her body twitched uncontrollably as her back arched up and her eyes rolled back. With what remaining strength she was left with, she used it to hug his head that was sucking her nipple before pulling it towards her mouth and forcing a kiss on him. Nux, of course, did not refuse the lovely offer and his tongue moved quickly as it entered her mouth. Their tongue fought for supremacy as they exchanged their saliva with each other. The scene was incredibly alluring. Her saliva felt sweet and just as Nux was enjoying the taste, he felt her walls tightening as her legs started trembling. He then felt her grip around his head tightening. The pleasure he was feeling also increased, knowing that they both were at their limit, Nux decided to speed things up. MNNGHH. His hips started moving at a faster rate, while his hand moved towards her erect nipple and he pinched it. MMMNHHFFGHHH. The pleasure shot up through the roof, and Felberta's whole body twitched uncontrollably before her juices gushed out. Ook. Nux also performed one last thrust before he filled her insides with his jizz. He then felt Felberta's grip weakening, he kneaded her soft breasts gently as he lay right beside her. That felt good Tilda, he muttered softly as he grabbed her from behind and touched her body all over. Felberta let out a soft millimeter, too tired to say anything else. Feeling that she was tired, Nux decided to stop touching her but just as his hands were about to move away, Felberta grabbed his hand before placing it on her breast. She let out a small millimeter again, letting Nux guess what she wanted to say. Nux, of course, did not disappoint and he smiled before he started caressing her breast gently. The two of them cuddled for a long time before they slept. The next day, Nux and Felberta woke up. There was a big smile on Felberta's face. Suddenly, Nux remembered something and apologized. Fel, I am really sorry, what happened? Nux didn't say anything and directly brought out the 3-star armor she gave him. I destroyed your family treasure. Nux muttered guiltily. Felberta's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw that huge hole in the armor. She touched Nux's chest in panic as she questioned. Are you okay? Were you hurt somewhere? I'm okay, but you're a don't worry about it, it's just armor after all. It was made to protect someone, and it did. Felberta waved her hand nonchalantly. Nux nodded and smiled a little. He knew that she was just trying to act nonchalant. How can the armor not be precious if it was treated as a family treasure by a Viscount's family? But how did it get damaged so badly? Even a 3-star beast can only dent it. How can there be such a big hole like that? Didn't you see the 4-star beast's corpse? Right, wait. But you said that you can defeat a 4-star beast easily. How did this happen then? Ahem. I said I can easily defeat a 4-star beast now. I wasn't that strong back when I fought it. Also, this did not happen because I was weak. Saying that, Nux took out his broken sword. My sword broke when I was defending against its attack. If it weren't for that, I could have defeated it easily. Felberta widened her eyes in horror. How strong must an attack be to break a 2-star sword and then a 3-star armor? What if that attack had landed on Nux? She then glanced at Nux with a worried look. Knowing what she was thinking about, Nux smiled as he patted her head. Don't worry, as I said, I am strong. I mean, I did defeat a 4-star beast without a weapon, right? Only then did Felberta realize that even after losing his sword and armor, he still defeated a 4-star beast and came back uninjured. Although he had the healing potion, it can't heal if the injury is very deep. He is really amazing. Felberta thought inwardly. Now that I have destroyed your family treasure, how about I compensate you with my body? Ha 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 Tilda, why not Tilda? Felberta laughed out loud as the two rolled over each other and started another round of pure bliss. Tilda. Chapter 62. For the next whole week, Nux spent his blissful days under the skirts of Felberta, Skylar, and Lane. He was really happy to get back to his previous schedule. Although he did not gain any decent improvement in his strength, the pleasure he felt and the happy smiles his women had the whole time was enough for him. However, this did not mean that he didn't work. A day ago, he activated his conceal and left the kingdom to enter the Woods dynasty. He then entered one of the most renowned merchant companies before stealing a few of their products. No, he did not buy them, and he did not feel even the slightest guilt in his heart while stealing them. It won't affect a big company like this one if I steal some of their goods. Thinking that, he stole whatever he found was good and returned it. It took him 2 days to leave, steal, and return. After that, he spends another blissful day before it was time to meet Anise, the maid of the royal palace who is out on her week off. Right now, Nux was wearing an expensive-looking purple-colored robe. Combined with his raven hair, his hypnotic golden-colored eyes, and exquisitely carved face, he looked amazingly charming. Looking like that, would you even need to bribe that Anise girl at all? She might even agree to do anything for you, say just so she could talk to you for a little longer. HMPH. HMPH. Felberta snorted. Although they didn't say anything, from the way they were nodding, Skylar and Lane completely agreed with her. I can bribe her with my body, can't I? Nux chuckled. Felberta just snorted in answer, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Ha Tilda, you are so cute Tilda, now tell me, do I look good? Nux questioned with a charming smile. The three women nodded. Lane even had a blush on her face. Then why don't you three give me a good luck kiss on my lips? The three of them nodded again with bright eyes before coming forward one by one and sealing his lips. After tasting all of their lips, Nux turned towards Skylar and nodded. I will be counting on you today. Skylar nodded with a determined look as if she was going into a war. With her childlike face, her expression looked very adorable. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. An hour later, Skylar knocked in front of a door of an unknown house. The door opened and a girl in her 20s appeared. She was Anise Welsh, a 27-year-old girl who worked as a maid in the royal palace. She had blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, a small nose, and cherry red lips. She had cute freckles on her face and a thin body. She was definitely above average in terms of looks, but when compared to the likes of Skylar, Lane, or Felberta, she was greatly overshadowed. Anise. Long time no see. Skylar greeted with a smile. However, Anise, right now, was busy glancing at the charming man with an exquisite face standing right in front of her and didn't reply. Anise. Skylar then patted her shoulder and she finally came out of her reverie. Oh. Skylar. Long time no see. What are you doing here? She questioned, however she kept sneaking a few glancing at Nux as she said that. Nothing, I was just buying something for Viscount Felberta when this gentleman approached me and questioned the way he can get in touch with a maid working in the royal palace. I instantly remembered that it must you're off right now and brought him here, Skylar explained. Oh. I understand. Anise nodded to Skylar before her eyes glanced at Nux and she smiled brightly. What can I help you with, gentleman? Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Dio Brando, the leader of Brando Merchant Company from the Woods dynasty. Can we talk inside? Nux replied with the most charming smile he could make. Of course, he did not forget to use his eye of discerning. Name, Anise Welsh, age, 27, mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, talent, medium, LVL, 25, HP, 280 280 MP, 390 or 390, STR, 29, AGL, 34, VIT, 28, STM, 32, INT, 40, Def, 28. His smile seemed to have worked as Anise's face turned a little red as she replied, Oh, I am so sorry. Please come inside, T then I'll take my leave, Skylar muttered. Miss, I am thankful for your help, don't mention it, Skylar replied. Skylar, don't forget to meet your best friend later, come over tomorrow, we will catch up, yeah, I'll come. Skylar wondered when she became her best friend, but since she didn't want to sound rude, she nodded before leaving. Looking at her expression, I think the first step will be easy, she thought inwardly as she continued searching a few shops to continue her act before leaving. On the other hand, Nux entered Anise's house and sat on a chair. I am really sorry, I don't live here often so the furniture isn't well maintained. I understand, to work so hard that you don't even have the time to furnish your house, you are a hard-working lady. Nux complimented with a smile. Anise blushed when she heard that and a small smile appeared on her face. Although he misunderstood what she meant, she did not have any intention to correct him. Oh. Where are my manners? Let me bring something for you to eat. You don't really dash. I can't do that. I have to treat my guests well. Nux gave up and nodded. Of course, he used his sense to see if she was doing or thinking anything weird, but seeing that she was just making tea with a blush, he smiled and shook his head. A few minutes later, Anise returned with tea and some cookies. I am sorry for the wait, it's not a problem. He then drank a sip before his eyes lit up. Delicious. Waiting for a few minutes. I can even wait for hours to drink this tea. Your hands are simply magical. Nux praised wholeheartedly. Chapter 63. Anise blushed under his praises and smiled. This man in front of him was really pleasing to the eyes. Not only that, he was even polite and respectful to her, unlike all other rich men who treat her like nothing. Anise had a good impression of him. She then sat on the other chair and questioned, Sir Dio, may I know your purpose for coming here? You see, my Brando merchant company is new, but I can guarantee you that the products we have are all high quality. The competition we faced in the Woods dynasty is too much, so I decided to come here and test my luck, believing that products from another kingdom might sell faster here and have more demand. I also wanted to sell my products to the royal harem and learned that the best way to do that is through the head maid. Since I can't directly contact the head maid, I came to you. I hope you can help me with this. Anise nodded in understanding. This wasn't the first time someone came to her like this, but unlike others, this person treated her politely and is good looking. She wanted to help him to the best of her abilities. Seeing that she didn't reply, Nux continued, of course, I will not ask you for this favor without giving you anything dash. Mr. Dio, please don't say that, you don't need to give me anything. Today was my last day off, I will return to the royal palace tomorrow and tell the head maid about you. Don't worry, I guarantee you that you will be talking with the head maid day after tomorrow at the same place, at the same time. I just request you to not be late since the head maid is strict when it comes to time. Thank you very much. Nux then took out a bottle of perfume and spoke, Miss Anise, this is my little gift dash, Mr. Dio, as I said, you don't need to give me anything dash, this is not for you helping me meet the head maid, this is for the delicious tea you served me. Miss Anise, please take it. Consider it me gaining some points so that I can come back here again someday and drink the tea. Nux replied with a smile and placed it in her hands. Anise did not deny it this time, she blushed a little before keeping the perfume in front of her mirror. The two then talked a little more before Nux left. TSK, last day off my foot. According to Skylar, she should still have at least 4 days off. TSK, to think that she would choose to annul her week off just so she could help you quicker. Having a good-looking face really helps her. Felberta snorted in annoyance. Oh, come on, it wasn't due to my face, it was because I was gentle and respectful with my approach. Do you even hear yourself? Gentle and respectful? If only it was that easy. HMPH. Won't she will be willing to sleep with you if you asked her more gently and respectfully? Nux stayed silent. She might, huh? Felberta understood what his silence meant. Having a good-looking face really helps, Skylar muttered from behind, and Lane nodded. Nux's lips twitched seeing the three of them acting in sync. He then calmed himself and smiled. Come on girls, isn't that a good thing? The faster we meet the head maid, the faster our plan progresses, right? That's what the problem is. Skylar and Felberta replied at the same time while Lane nodded in agreement. Nux just shook his head and chuckled. All right, doesn't act like this, don't we still have 2 days before I meet the head maid? Shouldn't we enjoy the time we have rather than talking about this? Nux suggested. Felberta's eyes brightened as she snorted, HMPH, you don't have to tell us that. We know what to do. Miss Anise, I believe I have been honest with you and did not offend you in any way, then why are you still trying to cheat me? Nux questioned as he glanced at the woman in front of him and Anise following her. What do you mean, Sir Dio? Anise questioned in panic and confusion. She didn't cheat him at all. Why would she ever try to cheat such a gentle man? I have obviously done some research before coming here and know that the head maid is a woman who is over 40 years old. How is this lady you brought here is no older than 25? Even if you wanted to cheat me, you could have at least brought an older woman rather than bringing this beautiful girl here. A smile appeared on the young girl's face when she heard him and she replied. Mr. Dio, you have misunderstood. Anise did not cheat you in any way. I am indeed the head maid of the royal palace, Edda Osborne. What? Nux put on a surprised expression before he completely changed his expression into an apologetic smile and turned towards Anise. Miss Anise, I am really sorry for not believing you. No, it's all right. Anise nodded with a smile. Nux then turned towards Edda and smiled. Miss Edda, I must admit, you have maintained yourself well. You look stunning. He was still surprised that this girl who looked no older than 25 was a more than 40 years old head maid of the palace. Well, not really. He already knew the truth, he just wanted to compliment her and get on her good side. Name, Edda Osborne, age, 43, mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, head maid of the Skyfall Kingdom's royal palace, talent, medium, LVL, 33, HP, 280 or 280 MP, 390 or 390 STR, 40 AGL, 42 VIT, 41 STM, 40 INT, 58 Def, 37. Chapter 64. Miss Edda, I must admit, you have maintained yourself well. You look stunning, Nux praised. Edda was a 1.65 meters tall woman, she had white-colored hair with shades of pink on the tips, this combined well with pink-violet eyes, and her tan skin gave her a different charm than others. Her small nose, and rosy red lips, combined with the perfect hourglass physique that rivals Felberta made her an extremely beautiful and alluring woman. She was indeed a beauty that could be compared with Skylar and Lane, adding it with her tan skin, she delivered a lethal blow to Nux. Suddenly, a sound chimed inside Nux's head. Mission, fuck Edda Osborne, description, well, fuck Edda Osborne, reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, Nux smiled and shook his head, Mr. System, as always, you are a step too late. I have already decided to do it, so your mission is pointless, of course, I am not complaining, it's free system points after all, thank you, Mr. Dio. You look dashing as well, Edda smiled and complimented back. Nux then turned towards Anise and smiled, Miss Anise, would you please allow me to drink the tea made by your hands again? Oh, of course, you two, have a seat and talk, I'll prepare the tea. Anise nodded and rushed into the kitchen with an excited look. All right, Mr. Dio, although I would love to talk with you more, I still have some work to attend, so let's cut to the chase. I understand. Nux didn't waste time and a bottle of perfume appeared in his hand. Miss Edda, can I please have your hand for a second? Nux asked gently as he moved his hand towards her. A tinge of red appeared on Edda's face before it disappeared within a second and she nodded. Nux then gently grabbed her hand and sprayed some perfume on her wrist. Edda moved her hand close to her nose and sniffed. The fresh scent of gardenia entered her nose and she smiled. It smells really good, she praised. As they say, you are never fully dressed without a perfume. This perfume is called Fragrant Memories, one of our best products. Of course, he wasn't creative enough to introduce the perfume like that, he was just imitating the person who was selling it back in the Woods dynasty. All he did was that he changed the name, but even that was given by Felberta. Yes, not only did he steal their products, he even stole their introduction. Nux then boldly walked over as he touched her shoulder and sprayed the perfume on her neck. This is my first product and my gift to you, Tilda. Nux smiled charmingly as he returned to his seat. Edda was still in a daze due to his smile, but she soon pulled herself out of her reverie and replied. You don't have to give anything to me, that is not possible. One should always appreciate beauties, and giving you this perfume is just me doing so. You sound like an experienced playboy. I am just being honest with my thoughts. Edda smiled a little. Nux then brought out a purple-colored gown and introduced. Next is this beautiful, made of pure silk, gown. It will add 2 extra stars to the beauty of any girl who wears it. Nux then kept introducing a few more items as they drank the tea made by Anise. An hour later, Nux decided that it was enough and stated, I still have a few more items with me, but I know that Miss Edda is a busy person. How about we two meet tomorrow? The Silver Moon restaurant is really popular here. How about we meet there at the same time? Mr. Dio, I still have some time. We can finish this today. We don't need to rush it, do we? Or is it that you don't like spending some time with me? Did I do something that offended you? Nux questioned with a slightly sad look. No, of course not. Rather, meeting you was a really pleasant experience. All right, we will do as you say and I will meet you tomorrow. Something inside Edda forced her to agree when she saw his sad look. She had a good impression of this man. Although she had dealt with many merchants, and many of them praised and bootlicked her a lot, most of them only saw her as a golden egg-laying hen. Nux on the other hand looked genuine with his compliments and treated her with respect as well. Not only that, he was very pleasing to the eye. Then it is decided, we will meet tomorrow then. Nux stood up and offered his hand to her. Edda smiled as she grabbed his hand and stood up. I will make sure to free enough time and sit with you for a longer period. Nux smiled as he walked her to the door and answered, I would be grateful for that. It was pleasant meeting you, Mr. Dio. Pleasure's all mine, Miss Edda. As Edda walked away, Nux sighed before he glanced at Anise. What do you think? Did I manage to get on her good side? Don't worry, Mr. Dio, I can guarantee that she had a good impression of you, Anise replied with a smile. Oh. How are you so sure? Do you remember headmaid Edda saying that she was busy and has some work to do? Nux nodded. She wasn't just saying it for the sake of just saying it. She really had something to do. She told me that she had to leave in half an hour. However, she sat here and talked with you for an hour and was even ready to sit for a longer time. She is a person who is very strict with time. She never does what she did unless the person she is talking to is a high-ranking noble, or she has a very good impression of the person in front of her, and trust me, no one has managed to get into her good books in just one meeting. Nux smiled when he heard it and muttered, guess I got a little lucky then. Chapter 65. Ah, headmaid Edda, you are here, this way please. A waiter bowed respectfully and pointed at a certain room. Edda raised her eyes when she saw that. Although she was treated with respect everywhere she goes, it wasn't to this point. She shook her head to shake off these useless thoughts as she walked into the room the waiter pointed to. Entering the room, she saw Mr. Dio wearing magnificent black-colored robes as he sat on the chair. When Mr. Dio's eyes fell on her, they brightened as he quickly walked toward her with a smile. Miss Edda, you look even more stunning than you did yesterday, he complimented as he offered his hand to her. Edda held his hand and a small smile appeared on her face. She put up some makeup on today and was glad that he noticed it. MMHM, you smell really good as well, Nux complimented again, this time, with a meaningful smile. Edda smiled back as she replied, I tried your perfume today. As they say, a gem would only shine if it is in the right hand. I am very proud of my yesterday's self for finding the right gem for my perfume. Please have a seat, Miss Edda. Nux then pulled the chair like a gentleman and offered it to her. Edda took the offer with a smile and sat down. Since I don't know much about this place, I will let you order the food for us. I believe that your judgment would be the most accurate one I can get. Nux smiled softly. Edda ordered the food and Nux brought out a pink-colored gown and introduced, this is one of the items I failed to introduce yesterday. Just like yesterday's gown, this one is also made from pure silk, however, it's designed by one of our finest tailors. The combination of the pink-colored gown and purple designs match your eyes as well. I am especially proud of this product, it is amazing indeed. Nux then took out a few more items and introduces them. Edda liked them all, however. When Nux was about to take out another item, she stopped him and questioned. Mr. Dio, please be honest, do you intend to sell your products to the royal palace through me? At her question, Nux smiled and answered, that was the initial plan. Yes, initial? Yes, the goal is still the same, but I found a more important goal right now. Is that goal perhaps me? Edda guessed and asked honestly. She wasn't stupid, although she liked the items he introduced. Half of them, including the pink gown, suited her a lot. The way Nux talked with her, the way he acted in front of her, it was as if he was giving some signals to her. As expected, beauty with brains, Miss Edda is sharp. Nux smiled. Since you have already guessed, there is no point hiding it anymore. I want you to be mine, Edda, Nux declared with intense passion burning in his golden eyes. Edda was taken aback by the intense look in his eyes, her heart jumped in excitement, but when she thought about something, she sighed and answered. Mr. Dio, I am very pleased to learn about your feelings, but you have to understand that although I might look young, I am more than 40 years old. It does not matter. Nux interrupted. As I said, I want to make you mine, Edda. The moment my eyes fell on you, that was the first thought that appeared in my mind. It does not matter how old you are. As long as you are not against me, I never back down. Edda remained silent, she was too overwhelmed by the sudden emotions that welled inside her. Pleasure, happiness, doubt, insecurity, myriads of emotions attacked her mind and she was unable to come up with an answer on the spot. And as if knowing about it, Nux continued, of course, I do not expect you to accept me just because I said it and I know that you will need time to think about all of this. How about this, 2 days later, we will go on a date. We will spend a full day together, we will go shopping, watch some plays if you like, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together, and after that, it will be up to you. Of course, if you still can't decide by then, we can go on another date next week and we'll keep on doing it until you make up your mind. We can do that. Edda muttered quietly. However, I will warn you before, Nux then walked towards her before he moved his face closer to her and lifted her chin. I am a very possessive man. Once you accept me, you will be mine. I won't let you get away from me, he whispered seductively. Edda's heartbeat quickened and her face turned red. Too close. He was too close. As if hearing her thoughts, Nux moved away and smiled. However, Edda, who should feel better now that his face was away, felt a tinge of disappointment welling in her heart. Now that we have talked about this, I think it's time to end the meeting. Suddenly, she heard Nux muttering and felt more disappointed. But then she heard a sound and saw Nux bringing his chair next to her, but since we still have time, why don't we spend it together? I am still hungry, shall we order food? He also grabbed her hand as if it was the most natural thing to do. However, for some reason, Edda didn't reject him either. The two then spent some time together before Edda suddenly remembered, Mr. Dio, I am very sorry that I forgot about it, I can't go on a date with you 2 days ago. As I am head maid, if I want a day off, I need to apply it a week ago. So we will have to postpone it for a week. Nux did not take it to his heart and smiled, don't worry, Edda, we will take it with your pace. I have already told you where I live, you can always send me a message even if you want to postpone it for another week, and no, I won't postpone it more. I want to go on a date as quickly as possible as well. Edda muttered with a blush. Chapter 66. So, how did it go with the head maid? Felberta questioned as she sat beside Nux and stroked his large dick with her soft hands. Untilda, it was good. I asked her out on a date. Untilda, Nux replied as he moaned in pleasure. He then picked her up, placed her on his right thigh, grabbed her large breasts. So quick? Well, your man is an incredible man after all, Nux smiled as he removed her clothes and started kneading her breasts before flicking his finger on her sensitive nipples. Anne. Felberta's body jolted in pleasure before she questioned, so, when are you going? She told me to meet after Utilda, a week, but I believe I will receive a message to change that and I will go with her 2 days later, Nux replied. How are you so sure? Because your man is an incredible man, Nux smiled as he answered. HMPH. You are no incredible man, you are just good when it comes to fooling in a Tilda, the Viscount wanted to complain, but her words were exchanged with her moan as Nux's fingers entered her cave. TSK, who's innocent? The one who was going around finding boy toys because she was bored? Nux teased. Tilda, Felberta wanted to retort, but Nux's fingers were causing chaos inside her walls, touching all her sweet spots, causing her little sister to shiver in pleasure. However, she has already been with him for more than 2 weeks, how could she take his jab while doing nothing in answer? Utilda, she increased the speed of her hand and used another hand to cup his balls, the pleasure Nux was feeling increased and his fingers slowed down. HMPH. At least I am not shameless enough to become someone else's boy toy. She retorted back with an expression that expressed her victory, however, she couldn't keep it for long. Nux already knew everything about her body, not only that, the craving touch makes her body much more sensitive to his touch. How could she possibly resist him? Tilda, Nux's fingers moved again, this time, a lot faster than last time and Felberta's body trembled in pleasure. Nux then placed her body on the bed before sliding his penis in front of her entrance. Untilda, don't tease me anymore. Felberta's body twitched while her little sister screamed in frustration. Do you believe that your man is incredible? I do. Felberta quickly accepted her defeat. No, it was not her defeat, it was just a tactical retreat. She will give in to pleasure this one time and would soon plan another attack and think of another way to dominate him. Good girl, Tilda, Nux smiled before he slammed his dick right into her pussy. Tilda, this way, another night filled with alluring moans passed. Author's note, should I add small sessions like these as well? It will not affect the pace of the story and will also give every girl their respective screen time. What do you guys think? To be honest, I think I am a genius for coming up with an idea like this. Alright, I am going to the Crown Plaza, the next day, Nux told everyone, ready to leave. Is it really important to leave? Can't you just stay here for 2 days? Skylar questioned. Didn't I visit you yesterday afternoon and you were too tired to continue after 1 round? Since you send me off like that, what's the use of staying here? Nux chuckled. Skylar blushed in embarrassment, she knew Nux was just teasing her, but she still felt bad. Don't worry, I will return in 1 or 2 hours and will visit you first, okay? Skylar nodded excitedly as her eyes brightened. Felberta has already had her bathroom session so she was satisfied, Lane, however, pouted. You should speak more if you want more, my dear Lane. If you don't speak, how will I know how much you love and miss me? Nux chuckled. Lane's face turned red as she muttered, visit me first next time. Her face then turned even redder and she lowered her head. Okay Tilda, Nux smiled seeing her like that and patted her head. Alright, I will be leaving now, Nux then activated his, conceal, and left. Crown Plaza was an inn he booked and stayed in as Dio, this is also the place where Edda would send a message if she had a change of plans. He then appeared in front of the inn before deactivating his, conceal, and walked in. Sir Dio, someone sent a message to you, the receptionist informed him before passing a closed envelope to him. Nux smiled, he thanked the male receptionist before walking into his room and opening the letter. As expected, Nux thought inwardly. It was Edda's letter that told him to be ready for their date tomorrow. Nux had already expected this. No, it was not because he thought that he was so handsome that she couldn't resist meeting him, but because of his most overpowered ability. The craving touch. He has been using every chance he gets to touch her. Yesterday, he even spent an hour holding her hand as they talked and ate food. Although the effect might not be as potent as with Felberta since she practically slept hugging him like a pillow, and had his jizz all over her face, she would still think about him oftentimes a day while her little sister tingles in anticipation. Then when she thinks that it will take a week for her to meet him, just the thought would be too much for her to bear, and she will send this message. His craving touch was as overpowered as always. Chapter 67. The next morning, Nux smiled as he saw Edda standing right in front of him wearing the pink-colored dress he gifted her 2 days ago. The dress matched well with her pink-purple eyes, and the contrast between her white-pink hair and her tan skin made her look very enchanting. I don't know how many times I have told you this already, but Edda, you look gorgeous, especially in that dress. Nux complimented. He was very proud of his choice when he bought the dress since it matched her eyes so well. He then extended his hand towards her with a gentle smile. A small blush appeared on Edda's face before she grabbed his hand and replied. You also look as dashing as always. Thank you, Tilda. Then shall we enter the carriage? Carriage? Edda muttered in surprise. We can't enjoy our date here in this city, Edda. There are many eyes here, Nux replied. Thinking about it for a while, Edda nodded as well and the two walked towards the carriage Nux had prepared. Like a gentleman he was, Nux first helped Edda get into the carriage before climbing in as well. Of course, Edda was a master stage cultivator so she didn't need his help, but Nux wasn't going to miss the opportunity to get into her good books. The two of them sat inside and the carriage started moving. Of course, Nux did not forget to hold her hand, which she allowed with a slight blush on her face. His hand feels warm. Edda thought inwardly before her attention was grabbed by Nux's question. So Edda, although I want you to be my woman, I recall that I don't know anything about you. So while we are waiting to reach our destination, how about you tell me something about yourself? Well, there's nothing really special about me. My mother was the previous head maid of the royal palace. As for my father, I don't know who he is. Her face was full of disgust when she talked about her father. However, a thin smile appeared on her face as she continued. My mother worked very hard. Starting from a normal maid, she rose and became a head maid. She then put all her efforts to train me as the next head maid. She made sure that I live a comfortable life ahead. Nux smiled as he recalled his mother from his past life. Mothers are the best, huh? There was a bit of melancholy in his voice. He was missing his previous family. However, he had already accepted that he had died and won't be able to see them anymore. He shook his head and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. So, how is my mother-in-law right now? However, a sad look appeared on her face as she replied, she isn't here in this world anymore. Nux turned silent and didn't say anything more. He just tightened his grip around her hand to show her that he was here with her. Oh come on, it's our date. We shouldn't have this environment right now. My mother must be watching me from afar. She would kill me if she sees me being all emotional on my date. Edda then smiled brightly as she chimed. Nux smiled as well. He knew that she was sad, but he respected her for thinking about this date and trying to lighten up the room. He moved closer to her as he held her waist and smiled seductively. You are right, you can't be sad right now since I need to prove to my mother-in-law that I am indeed the best person his daughter can be with. How am I supposed to do that with you being all emotional? Huh? Edda blushed in embarrassment as she lowered her head. Nux was too close to her, but since it felt really good, she allowed it. A small smile then appeared on her face. Nux's eyes brightened up and he chimed. Nice. That's what I was talking about. Look how beautiful you look with that lovely smile of your. Smile more tilde more tilde. Edda smiled more as he requested. Her face turned even redder than before. Their carriage then entered the lucky spring city. Their date continued as they first had breakfast and then did some shopping before having their lunch. They also watched some plays and then entered a fete to play some games. After they had dinner in a famous restaurant and were walking around at the night, hand in hand, Edda was looking at Nux with a weird look. Feeling strange due to her gaze, Nux furrowed his brows as he questioned, why are you looking at me like that? Am I too handsome? No. Nux then made an exaggerated expression as he replied, what? Are you telling me I am not handsome? How is that possible? You must be the first girl who thinks that. Are you sure your eyes are okay? Come on, tell me how many fingers are these? PFTT. You are a narcissist. Edda chuckled. Nux then fixed his hair as he replied, of course I am, gods won't bless everyone with a face like this tilde, ha 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 tilde. Edda laughed out loud seeing him acting like that. Still, why were you looking at me like that? Nux questioned. I just find you weird. Edda muttered. What? How? I just thought that you would drug the dinner we had and then take me to an inn and ravish me, but you didn't. Her voice was very low when she said her last sentence and there was already a blush on her face. She even looked a little disappointed? Nux halted his steps when he heard her and looked at her weirdly. Woman. What kind of sick thoughts run wild inside that head of yours? Author's note, okay. I have read all your comments and we have a mixed response yet again. So hear me out. As our Daoist friend said, it's very hard to take your full name, the one with a great review, talking about you. It is completely idiotic to act all hubby-hubby with an enemy. That is what I call a simp who thinks with his other head when he faces a woman. I hate that kind of MC. But I also understand that most people don't like forceful things. Then again, since I am a genius, I came up with another genius idea. Asterisk a little spoiler ahead asterisk MC will have slaves, through the contract. He will be able to control their bodies, but he will not have sex with them. This way, he will not be a simp to the enemy and he will not asterisk his enemies as well. I believe this will satisfy the guys who do not want forceful sex. As for cultured men with different fetishes, the next few chapters are for you tilde so enjoy tilde. Chapter 68. Woman. What kind of sick thoughts run wild inside that head of yours? Nux couldn't help but exclaim out loud when he heard her. Is this woman okay? That thought didn't even cross his mind. Where are they? In a novel? And why the hell does she look disappointed? Seeing his reaction, Edda's face turned red in embarrassment and she lowered her head. If it was an anime world, smoke would have come out of her head. That was how embarrassed she was. Nux didn't know what she was thinking, but what he knew was that he had a chance, and a big chance at that. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud, seeing her face, causing her to get even more embarrassed. Stop. Don't laugh. She requested. I can't help it. Ha 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 Tilda, I can't believe you were thinking that. Stop. Edda nearly cried out. Suddenly, she felt Dio pulling her and pinning her to a nearby wall in a nearby alley. Her heart started beating quickly and her face turned even redder. She looked at Dio's face, which was very close to hers in excitement and anticipation. Edda Tilda, Nux called out as he moved his face even closer to hers. Gaining her attention, he continued. I think you have misjudged me. When I said I want you to be mine, it did mean your body, but I want your heart to be mine as well, Tilda. I want all of you, Tilda. I am not stupid enough to cheat you for a moment of pleasure and then leave you for any other stinky man to have you. I won't allow that. Edda's heartbeat quickened even more. She could feel that her heart was so excited that it might even burst out. She felt unusually happy when she heard, I want all of you, and a small smile appeared on her face. She then felt a finger lifting her chin up. She looked at Dio, and noticed that his face was moving even closer to her and his red lips were moving forward into a pout. Although she looked young, she was a 40-year-old woman, she wasn't someone innocent, and she knew where this was going. She felt different emotions assaulting her mind, fear, excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. Her pink-purple eyes looked into Nux's golden eyes that were filled with unconcealed desire and passion. Just as she noticed his gaze, her anticipation won and dominated all other emotions. She closed her eyes and decided to let him do whatever he wanted. She did not have to wait for long as she felt an extremely soft pair of lips touching her own. As if they had their own will, her lips moved forward and mingled with his. Nux's lips sucked her lower lip while hers sucked his upper one before they exchanged the targets. They shared a long kiss before Edda felt Dio's lips moving away. In that instant, her mind was filled with disappointment. She didn't want things to end this soon. She wanted more, Tilda. That being said, she then heard Dio's voice. Although I did not plan to drug your food and force you into my bed, I did book an inn for a night to ravish you, Tilda. Edda's face turned red as she opened her eyes in surprise. You booked an inn? Of course, a man should always be ready in case he gets his chance. Of course, it all depends on you. If you don't want it, I won't force you. Nux left the decision to her. Edda's thoughts moved quickly. She was really confused. She felt that everything was going too fast and she should wait for a little more time, but she also anticipated how it would feel and her heart burned with excitement. She wanted to grab her hair and pull them. She was just too confused. However, before she could think too much, Nux's voice sounded in her head. Although I will say, if you miss today's chance, you will regret it in the future because I can promise you that if you accept it. Nux's face moved closer to her as he whispered into her ears. These next few hours would be the best few hours in your whole life, Tilda. Edda's felt her entire body shuddering. She had decided, although it was a little faster than usual, it was just because the two of them bonded well. Her heart feels happy when she is with Dio. She even wished that the time slowed down so she could spend more time with him. Yesterday, when she was working in the palace, his face was constantly appearing in her mind. She wanted to see and meet him quickly. The feeling was so intense that she used some of her connection to force the person looking over all the holidays of palace maids to give her a holiday today. She then glanced at Dio, who was looking at her with eyes filled with desire and felt a twitch inside her vagina. She then took a deep breath and finally made her decision. She would do it. She would experience her first night today. Chapter 69. Author's note, he Tilda the same warning, don't read it and wait for tomorrow. Mwahaha Tilda, I love cliffhanger Tilda mwahaha. Right now, Nux was standing in front of Edda and from her stiff movements and the redness that never left her face, he knew that she was nervous and excited at the same time. He smiled and walked toward her with a smile and picked her up in his arms. On. Edda exclaimed in surprise due to his sudden movement. Nux then placed her stiff body on the bed and smiled in satisfaction. Looking at how she was avoiding his gaze, he chuckled as he promised inwardly to make this her best night. Nux's hands moved towards her gown, and he then started removing it slowly. Whenever his hands touched her skin, Edda's body jerked, showing how nervous she was. Calm down, I am not going to eat you. He spoke gently as he patted her head. Then, as if he thought about something, he corrected himself. Well, I am going to eat you up, but you don't have to be nervous about it. His face had the same, gentle smile as before. Edda's lips twitched. Can you not contradict yourself? I am already very nervous here. However, since his head pats felt good, she allowed him to do what he wants. What she didn't notice was that her body had calmed down as she was thinking about all this. Nuxus then removed her gown and muttered in surprise, "Ho!" A serious head made of the royal palace wears a sexy black-colored bra and panty. That's surprising, Tilda. Edda blushed, but before she could say anything, Nux continued. Of course, it's a warmly welcome surprise, Tilda. You look very alluring. Especially this combination of untanned and tanned skin of yours, Nux complimented before he bent down and sealed her lips. This time, however, his tongue took the charge and moved into her mouth. What surprised him was that though timid, Edda's tongue responded to his tongue and the two started mingling with each other. His hand didn't stay idle as he quickly removed her panty and the bra, freeing her large, milky breasts. He then ended the kiss as his lips traveled down, kissing her chin, then her neck, and her shoulder before moving to her breasts. On Tilda, just as he kissed her nipple, he felt her body twitch. He then kissed her pink nipple again before he started licking it. And Tilda, Seeing her moan like that, Nux thought about something. Was my theory correct? Do all large-breasted women have nipples as their weak point? He then shook his head inwardly as his hand moved towards her little sister. He circled his finger around her entrance, teasing her to his heart extent. And Tilda, her body twitched even more. She tried moving her body a little so she could get his finger inside her pussy, but Nux just smiled and moved his finger away. Don't he do it? Do what? Nux questioned innocently. Don't he tease me? I beg, why you? Nux frowned as he glanced at her. He then noticed that her eyes had tears gathered in the corner, ready to fall at any moment. Why is she so sensitive? Is it because of craving touch? Nux shook his head and hurriedly plunged his middle finger into her pussy. Anne Tilda, Eda's body twitched a little. Anne. She came. She came just after Nux's finger entered her vagina. You came? Nux questioned in surprise. Holy. How is this possible? Was his teasing a little too much for her? Was it because of craving touch? Did its effect get stronger with him as well? But that shouldn't be the case at all. He had read everything about his abilities, and nothing like this was mentioned. I am fine, you can continue. He was pulled out of his reverie by her voice. He then glanced at her face, and rather than looking tired after coming, her face screamed anticipation and her want for more. This woman is a little weird. Of course, Nux did not complain about it at all. He smiled evilly as he plunged his index finger inside as well. And Tilda, his fingers then moved into her canal slowly, as he noticed the changes in her face. And Tilda, every time she moans or her expression changes, he noted that spot before touching the same spot a while later and confirming his thoughts. And Tilda, within just a few minutes, all her weak points were saved in his mind and he specifically teased those spots causing Eda to moan uncontrollably. Our 2x virgin has become a professional now. After he explored her cave like an experienced adventure, Nux lowered his head and started licking her another weak point, her nipple. Tilda, Eda's body jerked in pleasure as her cave tightened. Nux, however, didn't show her any mercy, on the contrary, he increased his speed and his fingers created a blissful havoc inside her vagina. Tilda, Eda's back arched up, her eyes rolled back as her caves tightened even more. Nux took this chance and bit her nipple, coming gig tilda, as if a button was flipped, her tight cave loosened and a large amount of fresh juice gushed out. Then her body fell on the bed, breathing heavily. Nux, however, stood up as he placed his already large dick on her entrance and slid it up and down. By any chance, you aren't thinking that this is it, are you? Chapter 70. Author's note, new week new goals, right? No. I am too tired, plus, I already have a lot of extra chapters to give, so no goals this time. However, I will still be counting on your support. I need the motivation to work, you know? So even though we don't have any goals, keep the power stones, comments, and reviews coming. K? Thank you tilda gimme power. By any chance, you aren't thinking that this is it, are you? This is not? Eda muttered as she breathed heavily. An evil smirk appeared on Nux's devilishly handsome face as he replied, of course not. With that, he plunged his dick, which was drenched in her juices, inside her in one go. ARMMHHMM. Soon, however, he faced incredible tightness, and he felt that he broke something. She was a virgin. Nux exclaimed inwardly. How could a royal palace maid be a virgin? He has learned a lot about this world and knew that although Skylar and Lane were safe because they were Felberta's maids, not every maid was so lucky. Most of the maids have to serve their masters and sometimes, their masters' guests without complaining. This was especially true for the maids of the royal palace, which has many visitors. Although a head maid might be able to stay safe due to her status, Eda wasn't a head maid from the start. She started as a normal maid and her mother's identity as a head maid wasn't enough to protect her. That was the reason why Nux was so surprised. As for her initial stiffness, he just thought that it might be her first time with someone she has taken a little liking to. However, feeling her tight walls clenching around his dick, as if wanting to engulf it, he knew he was wrong. He wanted to hit himself for being so inconsiderate. Are you who dash? He wanted to ask if she was hurt, but seeing her arm covering her eyes as she bit her lips, he knew she was trying her best to hide the pain. He felt even guiltier but respected her decision of not letting him know and acted ignorantly. He then bent down and started licking her pink nipple, trying to overshadow pain with pleasure. Tilda, his method seemed to have worked as he heard a little moan. He continued licking her nipple as he kneaded her other breast with his hand. Tilda, however, as soon as he touched her breasts, she moaned even louder. Is her weak point not her nipple but her breasts? To test his theory, he kneaded her breasts even more and felt her vagina starting to twitch and release more juice. So that's how it is confirming his theory. Nux continued kneading her two breasts and soon felt her walls loosening a bit. He stayed like that for a little more time before he pulled his dick and slammed it deeper. Tilda, Eda moaned as her walls tightened around his dick. Tilda, Nux grunted in pleasure as well. Her tight walls felt amazingly good. It took him a while to get used to her tightness before he pulled his dick outside and thrust it inside again. Tilda, after getting used to her tightness, Nux's movement turned smoother and he increased his thrusting speed slowly. Tilda, the more he drilled into her, the more Eda moaned. Her body twitched uncontrollably and accepted his thrusts without any resistance. She was too tired to resist it anyway, and since she can't do anything, she decided to trust her body to him. Of course, the waves and waves of pleasure that kept assaulting her mind and body continuously further strengthened her thoughts. It feels too good Tilda, she never thought that she could feel this good Tilda, and it was increasing even more. He was right. I would have regretted it my whole life if I had rejected it today Tilda. Suddenly, a jerk of pleasure assaulted her body. She then noticed that Dio's grip around her breasts had tightened, which filled her body with a weird feeling of pain and pleasure. Nux felt her walls tightening and her pussy twitching, knowing that her body was already sensitive and was about to come again. He lifted her legs and placed them on his shoulder before drilling his huge red even deeper. Tilda. His movements turned a little rougher, but Eda didn't care as she moaned in pleasure. Her thoughts were already a mess. This just felt too good. Too good that she was unable to think straight. She just knew that she had to keep moaning so that the pleasure would never stop. Never. So she just moaned. Nux felt her cave tightening to the limit before it suddenly loosed, her body arched up, eyes rolled back, and her tongue popped out. She came. Tilda, I am coming Tilda, seeing her perfect Ahigo face, Nux's dick twitched and it painted her walls white. His body then fell beside Eda's and a huge wave of energy entered his tired body along with a very familiar sound which sounded inside his head. He knew very well what this energy was very excited. He finally leveled up and completed his mission. Ding. Mission accomplished. Mission, fuck Edda Osborne. Description, well, fuck Edda Osborne. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 11 days left. Mission status, completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. Just as he was about to open his status, he heard a weak voice. H, how about you tie my hands to the corner of the B-bed for the next round? W what? Chapter 71. H, how about you tie my hands to the corner of the B-bed for the next round? W what? Nux just couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt like he was just hallucinating, but when his eyes fell on Edda, who was looking at him with a tired and excited look, he knew he wasn't. What the hell is this woman talking about? Is she okay? What kind of weird woman did he entangle himself with? Just to be sure that he wasn't dreaming, he questioned. See, can you repeat what you said? I believe I misheard it. I asked if why you could tie my hands to the C corner of the B-bed for the next round. Edda answered, her voice shaking this embarrassment. Woman. Do you still have the galls to look embarrassed? Nux exclaimed inwardly. He was now sure he wasn't dreaming. All right, let's not act pure and shocked anymore. Suddenly, Nux smiled inwardly as he replied. Although this is a weird request, if you really like it then, why not? Who was he kidding? As a true man of culture in his last life, how could he not know there were people with weird tendencies and fantasies? Although he was initially shocked due to her request, after he registered it completely, his mind was filled with joy. Who doesn't have the fetish to tie their partner up and have sex with them? He did. Of course, he couldn't do it with Fel, Skylar, and Lane since they wouldn't like it and he wouldn't force them. Edda, however, was different. She was the one who requested it of her own free will. Nux would be an idiot to let go of this 1 in 1,000 chance. Although he did not have a rope with him, he quickly took out one of his old robes and tore it. He then held Edda's hand before tying them up against the wooden pole that was there in the corner of the bed. It might not be easy to imagine, so here's the picture of that bed. Edda's heart started beating faster when he tied her hands like that. She still couldn't believe that she asked something like that. It was only not Nux who was surprised, she was surprised as well. She didn't know what happened, she just felt that she wanted to try it out and something in her body compelled her to say it out loud. With both her hands tied to the pole, Nux forced Edda to sit on her knees, in a doggy position with her ass facing him. Tilda, then without giving her any time to rest, he plunged his dick into her pussy. She had already orgasmed 2 times, so her body, especially her little sister, was extremely sensitive. Just this one thrust was enough for her pussy to convulse and have a minor orgasm again. Her body lost all her strength, but since her hands were tied to the pole and she was on her knees with Nux standing behind her, she couldn't do anything and was forced to accept everything Nux drilled into her. However, rather than being lost or feeling bad about this situation, a weird sense of pleasure assaulted her body. This pleasure was a lot more potent compared to the pleasure she felt during the last session. He is treating me like an object. A sudden voice rang inside her mind and she couldn't believe that it was hers. She just cannot believe she would feel so much pleasure with something like this. However, there was no trace of any of her confusion on her face, instead, there was a big smile pinned on it. Seeing her smile, Nux confirmed something. She's a closet pervert and she doesn't even know it. He was excited, so excited due to this thought that he increased his speed and slammed his dick inside her without any mercy. Ha 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 Tilda, I didn't know Edda, the headmaid was a pervert who feels pleasure when others treat her like an object. Tilda, even if Edda wanted to retort or disagree, the pleasure she was feeling was too much and she was too busy moaning, so she didn't reply. However, seeing that wide smile on her face, she didn't look like she disagreed either. I will make her accept her perverseness, Nux swore inwardly. His face looked very determined. Who didn't want a serious-looking, but a pervert inside, big-breasted beautiful woman? Everyone did. Nux then grabbed her but then, Tilda, she suddenly moaned loudly and her walls, which were already numb due to pleasure and weren't moving much, tightened. Is her actual weak point her butt? Nux questioned inwardly. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he thought about a possibility. To test it out, Nux raised his hand and, Tilda, slapped her but Edda moaned in ecstasy, as her walls tightened even more and the smile that was on her face widened. Nux then raised his hand again, and he slapped even harder, and this time, Edda moaned even more loudly and her walls tightened even more. A big smile appeared on Nux's face as he confirmed his thought. She's a masochist. He spanked her ass again. Tilda, Edda's pussy convulsed as she came again. This time, she was very tired and didn't look like she could continue. However, just as her eyes were about to close, Tilda, Nux spanked her again and she was jolted awake due to pleasure that coursed throughout her body. How can you sleep while I have yet to come? Nux snapped angrily. I am sorry. Edda's cave tightened when Nux scolded her, she didn't know why, she felt pleasure assaulting her body as he screamed at her. She really liked that feeling. Nux also smiled as he continued drilling and spanking her tired body. He used her as an object without caring about her feelings and she relished that feeling, even though she knew that she could pass out at any moment now. She had already orgasmed around 7 to 8 times, even though she was a cultivator, she couldn't continue anymore. Nux also sensed it as he spanked her one last time before unloading all of his milk inside her pussy. You are. Here, take it all. After he unloaded all his jizz inside her, Edda came again and then passed out from pleasure. Another wave of energy entered Nux's body as he finally freed her hands before lying beside her and opening his stats. Chapter 72. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Advance. Talent, Medium, LVL, 24, 28, HP, 700 MP, for 50 STR, 64, 72, AGL, 74, 82, VIT, 62, 70 STM, 67, 75, INT, 41, 45, Def, 61, 69, blank points, 108, 120. His strength increased again, Nux smiled as he saw that. He then glanced at Edda who was lying beside her, her breathing was calm, and there was a small smile on her face. She looked like a dignified lady right now. Nux couldn't even believe that this beautiful and serious-looking woman was a perverted masochist who gets off from pain, but then he smiled, as he realized that he will be the only person who will see this lovely sight. Who didn't want a serious-looking outside, but a pervert inside, big-breasted beautiful woman, who is also a masochist? Everyone did. Nux chuckled inwardly as he closed his eyes. I am late. I am late. The next morning, Edda was roaming around the room, panicking. Oh come on, you are a head maid, so what if you are a little late? Does it really matter? Just ask your subordinates to lie and cover for you. Nux waved his hand nonchalantly. It doesn't work like that. Many maids are eyeing my position. I have already made an exception after leaving the duty without prior notice, and now I am late. I am sure there will be many maids who will take advantage of this. Nux shook his head and sighed. I guess there is competition everywhere. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he replied. To be honest, I would be happy if you lose your position as a head maid, then you could quit your job and become my maid wife. HMPH. Can you even pay me as much as the royal palace do? Do you think that royal palace of yours can provide you the pleasure I can? Do you think they can tie you up and make you orgasm so many times that your whole body turns numb? Edda's face turned red and her little sister trembled in delight as she remembered yesterday night. My little pervert Tilda, I am not a pervert. Do you even believe what you say yourself? Yes, I do. She replied in a meek voice, clearly not very confident in herself. How about you tie my hands to the corner of the bed for the next round? Nux mimicked her words and questioned again, do you really believe what you just said before? Edda just lowered her head and decided to ignore him. However, soon she recalled the previous problem and panicked again. I am late. I am late. I am late. All right, don't act like this is the end of the world. Trust me, just get ready, I will make sure you return in time. Although she didn't know how would he help her, Edda decided to believe him and nodded. She then quickly washed her face before she wore her maid uniform and was ready to leave. Although you do look gorgeous in this as well, the gown you wore yesterday is still the second best, Nux complimented. Second best? What's the best then? Nux looked at her as he could not believe that she asked that and replied, you being naked of course. He said as a matter of fact. Edda blushed. Nux then stood up and extended his hand towards her. Edda smiled and grabbed his hand. Two of them left the inn, but rather than walking towards their carriage, Nux directly brought her outside. Why are we sitting in the carriage? How are we going to leave? Edda questioned with a frown. You are already late, we can't use a carriage. He then picked her up and ran towards the capital city. Edda's eyes widened in surprise when she saw his speed. What level is this? A grandmaster? No, an expert. This is absurd. The speed was so fast that she had to hold him tightly if she didn't want to fall off. Within just 15 minutes, the two of them entered the city. What stage level cultivator are you? Edda questioned. Late level advanced stage HMPH. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Edda snorted. Advanced stage? Advanced stage my ass. But I am not lying. Shouldn't you be able to sense that? Nux questioned. After a moment, Edda's eyes widened even more. Advanced stage. He was actually an advanced stage cultivator. Then how did he run that fast? I don't have time to think about this. I am late. It was a good thing that he was strong. She will ask how is he so fast even though he is just an advanced stage cultivator later. Right now, she was late. She then quickly rushed towards the palace but suddenly, she was stopped by Nux's next question. Edda, what time are we meeting today? A small smile appeared on Edda's face as she replied. After 9 in the night. Oh? In the night? But what fun thing could we possibly do in the night? Then a perverted smile appeared on Edda's face as she replied, the night is the best time if you want to have a fun time with a woman. You really are a pervert, aren't you? Nux chuckled. Maybe I am, Edda admitted. She admitted that she might actually be a pervert. Chapter 73. Being a head maid of the royal palace comes with its own perks. Since you are a head maid, you aren't anyone's personnel maid and you don't have to be ready to serve them 24/7. After 9 in the night, the head maid is free of her duties and is even allowed to leave the royal palace. Of course, just like Edda, most of the head maids in the past had already given their life to the palace and don't have anything to do even after they are free of their duties, therefore, they stay just in the room that is given to them by the palace. Today, however, it was different for the current head maid of the royal palace. Just as her work ended, Edda rushed outside and left the castle. Walking a little more, she arrived at the assigned site, and a big smile appeared on her face when she saw the person she has been yearning to see for a long time standing right in front of her. As always, you look stunning, my perverted maid, Nux complimented with a smile. I am not a thank you. Edda wanted to retort to his remark, but she soon remembered what she did last night and just accepted the compliment, ignoring the pervert part. Seeing that she was not refusing him calling her a pervert, Nux smiled before he extended his hands towards her. Edda smiled as well and the two then sat inside the carriage Nux booked beforehand. This time, their destination was the new Malia city. No, there is nothing special about the city. Nux just thought that he shouldn't book the same in every day since his partner is the head maid of the royal palace. Also, he still hasn't seen many places in this world so this was a good chance to see more. However, unlike last time, when he was very excited when he left the capital, this time, his face had a solemn look. Edda wanted to question what happened but he just raised his hand and told her to wait. Stop the carriage. As the carriage entered a deserted alleyway, Nux ordered the driver to stop. What happened? Edda questioned again. 2 master stage cultivators are following us, both of them are stronger than you, Nux informed. He had already sensed that these 2 people were following them, more precisely Edda, as he only noticed them when Edda appeared. He did not take action since they were still in the capital and the person behind them might send some more later. Therefore, he waited. Waited until he reached a deserted alleyway like this one. Also, he will admit that it did feel really good acting all-knowing like those novel protagonists. Wait for me here, I will deal with them. While Edda was panicking, she heard Nux's voice. What can you do? You are just an ADV dash, she wanted to retort, but then remembered the speed he showed her this morning and decided to stay silent. She knew he was a lot stronger than a normal advanced stage cultivator. Nux then activated his conceal before he leisurely walked out of the carriage and walked into one of the houses. Then he entered a room and saw a man covered in black, looking outside through a window, clearly having no idea that one of his targets is standing right behind him. Name, Colby Wilton, age, 55, Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Marquis Bannerman House, talent, medium, LVL, 36, HP, 280 MP, 390 or 390 STR, 44, AGL, 44, VIT, 46, STM, 42, INT, 62, Def, 39. Bannerman House. Noting that name, he chopped the back of his neck with his hand, causing the man to lose his consciousness. Nux then reactivated his conceal and walked into another house, doing the same with another man. He noticed that he was an assassin of another house, the Hardwick house, which was also a Marquis house. He then dragged his body into the room where he dealt with another assassin before he walked towards the carriage and called Edda. Edda just couldn't believe how calmly and leisurely Dio dealt with these two assassins, it was as if they couldn't even see him. They are from Bannerman and Hardwick house, do you know why these two Marquis houses are after you? Nux questioned. How do you know these two are from those houses? I am sure that they would never tell you that even if they are dead, Edda questioned in shock. Nux then pointed at his golden eyes as he muttered, I can see everything with these eyes, I don't need them to tell me that. In the darkroom, Nux's golden eyes shined, Edda was enchanted by their beauty and was brought back by Nux's question. So? Do you know why these two Marquis houses are after you? I do, these two houses want to get close to the royal harem through me. Nux was shocked when he heard her, wasn't their goal similar to his? Nux felt weird when he thought about it as he muttered. You must be very loyal to the kingdom, huh? You are refusing them to the extent they even sent assassins after you. I am sure they must have promised you some benefits before. HMPH. Loyal my ass. Didn't the palace provide you with everything you have right now? Shouldn't you be loyal to them? Nux questioned. Things aren't as simple as you think, Dio. Did I not say I don't know who my father was? That was not because he died too early, it was just that. Edda didn't need to say any more. Nux also understood what she meant and stayed silent, however, a question arose in his mind. Then how I just rose in ranks too quickly. My body was still not fully mature, so they decided to wait. They just failed to calculate that I would become a headmaid so soon, therefore I was saved, Edda replied. And could give my first time to you. She then muttered with a small smile on her face. Chapter 74. And could give my first time to you. She then muttered with a small smile on her face. Hee tilde, and thanks to that, I could get a perverted maid all for myself tilde. Nux replied with a chuckle and Edda blushed. So, if you are not loyal to the palace, why are you not helping them? I mean, I'm sure they must have offered you some benefits before using these methods, right? That is true, and I would have normally helped them, but I just don't get a very good feeling about their house. I have this weird feeling that tells me not to trust them, and since I was small, I have always trusted this type of feeling. Edda answered. I understand, Nux replied as he nodded continuously. At the same time, a big weight was lifted from his head. So? What do we do with them? Nux questioned. What else? Let's just burn their bodies, Edda muttered as if it was the most natural thing to do. Huh? What about the loot? Loot? Yeah. Won't you take the things that belong to them? You didn't even check their storage ring. Why would I do that? Huh? Is it not normal to loot someone you killed? Why would you do that? So that we don't waste resources? You really are a merchant, huh? No. I am just a perfectly logical man. Nux wanted to scream, but he just smiled. He then took their storage rings and his eyes widened in disbelief. A 3-star sword and 2 3-star daggers. What kind of rich assassins were they? One had to know that a 3-star armor was a family treasure of a viscount. Nux then showed the weapons to Edda, and seeing the normal look on her face, he knew these weapons were not as rare as he thought. No, maybe a person who spent her entire life in the royal palace has a weird perception. Nux nodded to himself before he stored the weapons and the money he got in his inventory. He also kept the storage rings in his pocket. Yes, since the inventory and the storage rings were both space-related things, the storage rings couldn't be stored in the inventory. Edda then slit the two assassins' throats and then burned their bodies. Nux thought that the scene might disturb him, but was surprised that he didn't feel anything at all. He then thought that it was maybe because he got used to blood when he was in the wilderness and shrugged. It was a good thing. He knows that he has to get used to blood, and even killing humans with his own hands. He has still not killed any human and has decided to avoid it till it was required. He was not a bloodthirsty brawny man who is out for blood, he is a refined man who would not kill unless it is required. As Edda dealt with the bodies professionally, the two of them then entered the carriage as it drove to the new Malia city. The new view inside a room. Right now, Nux was standing inside the room, waiting for Edda to return from the bathroom. Since she directly came to him right after her duty ended, she was still sweaty and she requested to take a bath before they started their blissful night. Nux told her that it was okay, but she was adamant about it and quickly walked towards the bathroom. Nux then shook his head in defeat as he walked into the room and waited for her obediently. Half an hour later, Edda, whose hair was still wet, entered the room wearing a white-colored bathrobe. Her cleavage was completely visible and the loose bathrobe did nothing to hide her perfect hourglass figure. Her white-pink wet hair combined with her tan skin looked very appealing. Seeing her standing at the door with a blush on her face, Nux couldn't control himself any longer and quickly walked toward her. Hee tilde, this might be your new second best look, wearing a loose bathrobe, combined with wet hair. Look how enchanting you look tilde, he then quickly pulled her closer to him as he complimented her. What is the biz, oh? Edda wanted to question what her best look was if this was the second best, but then she quickly remembered what he told her last night, and stayed silent with a blush. Nux smiled seeing her acting all shy, he couldn't control himself any longer and quickly sealed her lips with his own. Her lips were still a little cold and wet since she had just taken a bath. This further improved the pleasure Nux felt as he sucked her juicy lips greedily. Her sweet scent combined with the soapy scent assaulted his nose as he pulled her even closer to her. Eda too sucked on his lips without thinking anything else. His strong embrace felt safe to her. She sucked his lower lips when he sucked her upper one and then shifts to the upper one when he sucks her lower lip. The more she kissed the better she felt. Finally, she couldn't control herself any longer and her tongue entered his mouth to find its prey. Finding it in an instant, Eda's tongue attacked Nux's tongue that was already prepared to receive the attack as the two tongues mingled together. While they shared a deep kiss, Nux's hands moved towards her but before he grabbed them roughly. This sent a jolt of pleasure into Eda's body, causing her tongue to lose its advantage and fell into an unfavorable position. Seeing his method working, Nux continued kneading her but roughly, sending jolts and jolts of pleasure into her body. Under the assault, Eda's tongue couldn't fight any longer and was quickly subdued by his tongue. Satisfied with his victory, Nux ended the kiss as he picked her up before walking into the room and placing her on the bed. He then lied on top of her and just as he was about to seal her lips again, her voice sounded. Wait. What happened? Nux questioned with curiosity. Suddenly, ropes appeared in Eda's hands and she replied with a blush. How about you tie all my limbs to the C corner of the bed today? Chapter 75. How about you tie all my limbs to the C corner of the bed today? Nux was dumbfounded. After all that serious talk about her father and how things work in the royal palace, combined with how this woman was blushing in front of him just a few minutes ago, Nux somehow forgot how big of a pervert this woman is. Seeing that this woman even prepared the ropes beforehand, Nux couldn't help but shake his head. This woman is unredeemable. A completely lost cause. What a perverted fellow. Nux shook his head again. It seems like he would not have to use the ropes he brought today. Did he bring the ropes? Of course, he brought them. He might have forgotten about her being a pervert due to all their talks before, but he had still planned to make Eda accept her perverted nature openly and make her completely his. Who wouldn't want a beautiful, serious-looking outside but actually a perverted masochist inside, big-breasted woman all for themselves? Nux for sure did. An evil smile appeared on his face as he grabbed the ropes. Heh. I was looking forward to how long can you hide that perverted nature of yours, but it seems that you can't do it for very long. Eda blushed a little but when she felt her right hand being tied with the pole on the corner of the bed, her heart started beating quickly. Nux then tightened the ropes to the limit and Eda felt a weird jolt of pleasure being released into her body. Her heartbeat then quickened even more when her left hand was tied to the other pole. Ha. 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 A few minutes later, when all her limbs were tied to every corner of the bed, Eda was breathing heavily with a red face and a weird smile on her face. TSK, look how happy you look, you perverted masochist. Nux then roughly removed her bathrobe, revealing her tanned and untanned body. Her milky white breasts moved up and down as she breathed even more heavily. This woman wasn't wearing anything under her bathrobe, meaning that right now, she was completely naked. Nux felt his soldier twitching a little, but he controlled himself for the greater good and glanced at her little sister. Since her legs were tied to the two corners of the bed, her pink cave had nowhere to hide even if she wanted to. When Eda felt his gaze on her vagina, she tried to close her legs but since her legs were tied, she couldn't. Her breathing turned even heavier and her smile widened as well. Nux saw her juices leaking uncontrollably, then without giving her any prior warning, he plunged his index, middle, and ring finger inside her pussy. Anne. Without waiting, Nux's 3 fingers assaulted her weak points roughly, creating a mess inside her walls. Anne. Eda's body was already very sensitive when he tied her like that. Her pussy had already started twitching when she felt Nux's gaze on it, combining all this with his 3 fingers entering and creating havoc inside her insides. The pleasure she felt soared uncontrollably and she moaned without stop. HMPH. Look how are you moaning like a slut? A serious and elegant head maid? PFFTT. More like a slut in heat. Nux felt her canals tightening as he said these words, he quickened his fingers' movement and her back arched up. Her walls tightened to the limit before her juices gushed out uncontrollably. TSK, you came just with that? Nux questioned as he glanced at her with eyes filled with disdain. Ha. Eda's body twitched when she saw his gaze, she wanted to answer but was too busy breathing and gaining her breath. HMPH. Don't think I am done with just this. Nux then lowered his pant and a huge 8-inch rod popped out. Seeing her breasts moving up and down while imagining all sorts of things he would do to her later, Nux's weapon turned hard without him doing anything. His deepest and the darkest fantasies are about to be fulfilled, how can his dick not be ready at such a crucial moment? He then placed his hard dick in front of her entrance and rammed it inside. If it were Skylar, Lane, or Felberta, he would have given them some rest because they had just come, and would have glistened his dick with their juices so that it would slide in without any difficulties. With Eda, however, he did not need to do anything like that, the rougher he was with her, the better she felt. And it didn't take a long time for his theory to be proven. With just one thrust, Eda moaned in ecstasy as her back arched up, however, since her limbs were tied, she couldn't move any other part of her body. This further increased the pleasure she felt. After enjoying the feeling of her squishy walls tightening around his rod, Nux started moving his drilling without caring how Eda felt. His pace quickened as his hips moved back and forth at a very high speed. Anne. Although Nux didn't care how Eda felt, the woman was already moaning uncontrollably as waves and waves of pleasure assaulted her body. Her mind was turning numb for pleasure, however, before she could lose her mind completely, Anne. She was jolted awake as Nux slapped her breast. She then felt Nux's movement slowing down before it turned frustratingly slow. She glanced at Nux and seeing her smile that was filled with contempt and mockery, her heart raced. She then saw him opening his mouth as he questioned. Hey, Eda, how about you become my personnel pleasure toy? A mere object whose sole purpose of existence is to satisfy all my sexual needs. How about it? Chapter 76. Hey, Eda, how about you become my personnel pleasure toy? A mere object whose sole purpose of existence is to satisfy all my sexual needs. How about it? Edda's whole body twitched weirdly when she heard his words, but before she could think what to answer, Nux started increasing his speed again. However, the rate at which his speed was growing was very slow. This filled her with a sense of frustration and anticipation, *pat** soon, however, her mind was jolted awake as Nux slapped her nipple again. A weird pleasure assaulted her body, but before she could relish it, she heard his voice. Ha? Do you think you can keep me waiting? Answer me quick. Are you willing to be my pleasure toy? Edda wanted to stay silent, but she then felt Nux's dick moving out of her cave. Looking at his expression, it looked like he was really about to pull out his dick and end this session if she did not answer his question. He only wanted an answer, and a positive one at that. He did not care about her feelings at all. Being treated like that, Edda's pussy twitched again. She didn't know what was happening and was unable to understand her own body, but she knew one thing. This man, standing right in front of her, was perfect for her. A perfect partner. And a perfect master. As if having a will on its own, her mouth opened and, why yes, ha. I am ha, willing to be ha, your pleasure toy. Good, an evil smile appeared on Nux's face as he rammed his dick into her pussy. Her pussy walls convulsed uncontrollably, and with just one thrust, she squirted and drenched Nux's dick with her juices. Yuck. The unusual tightness amplified the pleasure he felt, his hips twitched in pleasure and his milk burst out, painting her walls white. Ha. 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 Nux then pulled out his dick as another wave of energy entered his body. He however did not care about it. His weapon was still hard, he wanted to enter her pussy again, but when he glanced at her body tied that way, he knew he could do anything he sees fit to her and won't face any resistance. Then his eyes fell on her milky breasts moving up and down as she breathed heavily. An evil thought then appeared in his mind. He then crawled towards her breasts before he sat on her waist and placed his dick on her right breast. When Edda saw the smile he had on his face, her body twitched in anticipation of what is about to come and she couldn't help but look forward to it. Nux then slides his dick into her cleavage before pressing her 2 large mounds of flesh on his dick. Ugh. Nux grunted in pleasure as his back arched a little. After he got used to the soft sensation that surrounded his rod, he started moving his hips back and forth and waves after waves of pleasure assaulted his body. This feels too good. Nux moaned in delight as his speed increased. He then tried tilting his body and his dick's head rubbed on her left upper boob. Edda. Your breasts feel too good, Nux complimented in delight. Another idea welled inside his mind as he quickly moved his hands from her breasts to her erect nipples. Anne. He pulled her nipples roughly and a weird wave of pain and pleasure assaulted Edda's already sensitive body. Nux, however, didn't care about it. He started rubbing her 2 nipples together and smiled. He looked like a curious kid who got something to play with and was doing all sorts of experiments with it. Anne. Edda continued moaning in pleasure, her moans filled Nux with satisfaction. He then joined her 2 nipples before holding them with his right hand as he kept thrusting. *pat***pat***, Anne. 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 With his left hand now free, he started slapping her big breasts, making Edda moan in ecstasy. Her little sister, that was already numb in pleasure, started releasing her juices again. An unbearable tickling sensation welled inside her pussy, but since her legs were tied, she couldn't close her thighs to control it. With her pussy lying bare, cold air assaulted it, amplifying the tickling sensation. A perverted smile appeared on her face as she started moving in what little ways her body can move. A few minutes later, Nux too felt that he was about to come. He released her nipples and grabbed her breasts, mushing them towards his dick tightly, and he then strengthened his thrusts. The pleasure overwhelmed his thoughts. His dick twitched before he released all his fresh jizz all over Edda's breasts and face. With her tied hands, Edda couldn't do anything to clean the jizz that was on her face. She moved her tongue to clean the milk that was around her mouth, but was helpless with the places where her tongue couldn't reach. Powerless to do anything, she glanced at Nux who was smiling at her. When he noticed her gaze, his smile widened even more as he replied. Consider this your master's first gift to you. I will not allow you clean my milk from your face for the entire night. This will constantly remind you of your position as my personnel pleasure toy. His words caused her pussy to twitch and a perverted smile appeared on her face as she nodded. Nux then moved closer to her face before he placed his huge dick, which was drenched in his cum, in front of her mouth as he ordered. Now, kiss your master's cock to show your undying submission and pure devotion. As if hypnotized by his words, Edda lifted her head as she moved her lips forward, planting a soft kiss on Nux's dick. A satisfied smile appeared on Nux's face as he ordered again. Now lick it clean, Edda did as she was told, as started licking his rod as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. His half-erect dick stood up again, and when she was done with her cleaning, Nux moved towards her already tired pussy and rammed his cock inside. Chapter 77. A huge amount of energy entered Nux's body as he came inside Edda's already numbed pussy 5th time. His eyes then fell on Edda, who had finally passed out, and he smiled. He came a total of 6 times today. As for Edda, she lost count on how many times she came, but it was well above 10. This was very easily the most blissful night she had. After around 8 orgasms, her little sister was so sensitive that with just a few thrusts, she would come again. With her hands and legs tied, she had no way to resist Nux's advance and couldn't help but continue taking in all his merciless drilling. In the end, she couldn't even think, she just moaned and moaned while her body did whatever Nux commanded as if it was a divine order. Finally, after Nux unloaded another load of fresh milk inside her, she couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Of course, after coming 6 times, Nux was tired as well, and even though his eyes noticed some new things, they felt heavy and closed down as Nux entered the dreamland. The next day, after dropping Edda in front of the royal palace, Nux quickly returned to Felberta's mansion. He then took a nice bath before he returned to his room as he sat on his bed and sighed. Status: congratulations to the host for rising to a master stage mana cultivator from an advanced stage mana cultivator. INT, +10, blank points, +20, congratulations to the host for rising to a master stage body cultivator from an advanced stage body cultivator. STR, +5, AGL, +5, VIT, +5, STM, +5, definite, +5, blank points, +10, Harem seal, unlocked, slave seal, unlocked, name, Nux Leander, age, 18, mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, master. Talent, medium, LVL, 28, 30 HP, 790 790 MP, 570 570, STR, 72, 81, AGL, 82, 91, VIT, 70, 79, STM, 75, 84, INT, 45, 57, Def, 69, 78, blank points, 120, 156 of ability, craving touch, eye of discerning, conceal, sense, professional killer, harem seal, slave seal, harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale, Lane Wine, Edda Osborne. Several messages appeared in front of him however, he ignored them all as his eyes fell on his two new abilities. As if understanding his intent, a screen containing the description of these abilities appeared in front of his eyes and Nux couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Slave seal, active skill, condition to apply, the target has to agree to become the host's slave. It will not matter if the target changes his/her decision later. The slave seal can only be removed by the target if the target's MP is 10 times higher than the host's. The host can remove the slave seal whenever he wants. Effects, once a slave seal is used on a target, she will be unable to resist the host's commands. No matter what the commands are. If the target even thinks about betraying the host, intense pain will assault his/her body until she stops thinking about it. If she does not, the pain will keep on increasing continuously. The target will not die under this pain, the host can talk with the targets no matter how far they are. Harem seal, condition to apply, the target has to agree to become the host's woman wholeheartedly. If she changes her decision later, the harem seal will be removed. The host can also remove the harem seal whenever he wants. Effects, once a harem seal is used on a target, the host and the harem member can feel each other's emotions to a certain extent. The host can disable this function anytime he wants. The harem members will gain resistance to curses or debuffs, and until the curse caster's MP is 2 times higher than the host, the curse or debuff will not work. The harem members will be able to use any of the host's active abilities for 1 hour once a 1 day. The host can talk with the harem members no matter how far they are. This is so amazing. The more Nux read about these abilities, the wider his smile got. These abilities are the perfect solution to the thing that worries Nux the most. The craving touch, his own ability. Nux does not like the fact his women would turn into some sort of dick craving sluts if he isn't there for them for a while. Although having sex with them improves this a lot, it is still not the perfect solution. Nux has been trying to find some sort of ability or cultivation technique to resist it, but he couldn't, but now, the system gave it to him itself. What a good system he has. He then rushed towards Felberta's office and barged in. Joyab frowned when he saw his attitude, but when he remembered how he defeated him so quickly in the past, he knew that he couldn't do anything against him and shook his head in disappointment. However, this time, even Felberta was just as confused as him. She knew that Nux wouldn't do something like barging into her office while she is working without any reason, but when she saw the excited look on his face, she sighed as she realized that it wasn't something bad. However, she still looked forward to what made him so excited that he directly rushed into her office without caring about anything. Nux didn't know what was going on in their mind right now, he was so excited that he even forgot that these were office hours, else, he would have surely waited a few more hours before coming here. Nux then walked towards Felberta as he placed his hand on her table, looked into her eyes, and questioned. Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? Chapter 78. Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? You bastard! Joyab was about to burst out in rage when he heard what Nux said, however, Felberta raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Joyab, we will have an early break today, Viscount Felberta commanded. But Viscount-Joyab, we will have an early break today, Viscount repeated, her tone was stricter than before. Joyab gritted his teeth before he glared at Nux, who from the moment he entered the room, treated him like air. Joyab then bowed before he left the office, however, he was very disappointed. He had no clue what kind of magic that boy toy had done on the Viscount. Not only that, now he had even dared to say something so outrageous to her face. How dare he? Willing to be my woman? You are nothing but a boy toy. However, he knew that he wasn't strong enough to face him. Not only that, when he left the room, he noticed the change in that boy's aura. He was a master stage cultivator now. An 18-year-old master stage cultivator was already a genius level. What would happen if the people knew that he was just a mere mortal 2 months ago? They might die due to shock. Now that he thinks about it, that boy is indeed a suitable man for the Viscount. He is handsome, he is powerful, and most importantly, he has monstrous potential. When he thought about it, Joyab felt a little better in his heart and he walked into his room. On the other side, Nux sat on Felberta's chair with her sitting on his lap as he questioned again. Now that the hindrance is gone, let me ask you again, Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? I am. Even though she was confused about what was happening, Felberta did not think too much and answered honestly. Good. Suddenly, she felt peculiar energy entering her body. Though the feeling she felt was similar to how she gained strength after their session, she knew it was something different. Soon, the energy merged with her body. Although she felt something change inside her, she wasn't sure what it was. How is it? Suddenly, she heard Nux's voice inside her head. She turned toward him and noticed that his mouth wasn't moving, but she could still hear his voice in her head. Tilda, does it feel weird hearing my voice even though my mouth isn't moving? Nux questioned jokingly and Felberta nodded. You can do it as well, try talking to me, Nux replied. Hello, don't open your mouth you dumbo, try talking in your mind while thinking about me, Nux explained in the best way he could. For him, using his every ability is as easy as using his limbs. He did not know about others, but he guessed that it shouldn't be that hard. Hello? Nux? Can you hear me? His thoughts were proven right when he heard Fel's sweet voice in his mind. He smiled as he replied. Yes, my darling Fel, I can hear you loud and clear. What is happening? How can we talk like this? Felberta questioned in surprise. Don't worry, I will explain everything in a while. He then glanced at a certain area as he called, You two, come out. I have something important to discuss. Skylar and Lane then appeared in front of him. Nux smiled as he asked the same question again. Skylar Hale, Lane Wine, are you two willing to be my women with all your heart? Yes, I am. MMHM, the two of them replied simultaneously and felt the same energy that entered Felberta's body entering their body. It took Nux half an hour to explain to the three of them about his newly gained ability. He also told them about his slave seal ability. Lane offered to test it out, but Nux rejected her without any second thoughts. Although he trusted his system a lot, he was still scared about testing a dangerous ability like the slave seal on her. He then made them practice all his active abilities and helped them whenever they needed. Within the next hour, his women were capable of using Eye of Discerning, Conceal, and Sense without any problems. Nux smiled in contentment as he saw that. This Harem seal is great. Now that the girls can use his abilities, they would be a lot safer than before. Especially with the Conceal, which can easily save their lives. Just how cool is that? Not only the ability to share, even the ability with which they can talk with each other no matter the distance is really helpful. Just imagine how easy information transfer will be in the future. Oh, right. I completely forgot about it. Fel, how much do you know about Bannerman and Hardwick House? After their training ended, Nux questioned. Hearing his words, Felberta's face turned serious as she questioned back, why are you asking about them? They sent assassins after Edda because she rejected cooperating with them with their plan, and before you ask, I'll tell you that she and I don't know what their plan is. This isn't an information a normal Viscount should have, but I'll tell you about wait, before you start, let me ask since I always forget to ask this question, why do you know something a normal Viscount shouldn't? Cause I am special of course, Felberta answered as a matter of fact. My darling Fel, I know you are special, you are very special to me. But my question is, why do you know something a normal Viscount shouldn't know? What is it that you are hiding from me? Chapter 79. What is it that you are hiding from me? Nux questioned as his golden eyes shined. Why would I hide anything from you? The only reason I know of some inside information is that I am the part of the 1000 Information Chamber. Felberta easily revealed what others would label as high-class certified information. The 1000 Information Chamber? What is that? As the name suggests, it is an information association. Nobody knows where its headquarters are, or who the leader is. However, everyone who knows about the 1000 Information Chamber also knows that if they want any sort of information, the chamber would have it. This was Felberta's trump card. This is the reason why she survived as a beautiful lonely MILF without being targeted by others. She could easily find anything about anyone in this kingdom and could destroy him. Her and all this was just when she is just a mere member of the chamber. She didn't know the benefits the higher-ups receive, but she didn't care either. She was happy where she was, she wasn't that power-hungry. Just let her live in peace and she will live without disturbing anyone. Now, however, the things are different. Now she was with Nux, whose goals were, well, too high and ambitious. Then how did you join this information chamber? Nux questioned. I did not join them, I was invited by them. Marquess Everly, who should be a higher-up in the chamber, invited me. That should be a classified information, right? What? Marquess Everly, or whatever, being a higher-up in the chambers. Well, yeah, that, and the whole mention of the 1000 Information Chamber is a classified information. Oh. Nux nodded. Then a serious look appeared on his face as he questioned, can it be traced back at you if you find the information about the Bannerman and Hardwick House? Every time I search for information, it can be traced back to me. This time, however, you don't have to worry about it. I had to pass this information to someone else a few months ago, so I don't need to search for anything about it. I already know about these two houses. However, I don't have any proof. No, actually, even the chamber doesn't have any proof. What? Even the chamber doesn't? Damn, they must be some big shots, huh? Well, that might be true, but according to the chamber, they are nothing but fools. However, they are dangerous fools. I suggest you do not go against them. Why is that? According to the information gained by the chamber, these two noble houses are spies that belong to another kingdom. Their forces are a lot stronger than normal Marquess, and the two of them plan to start a rebellion to usurp the throne. Of course, since the kingdom doesn't have any proof, they can't do anything to them. That is the reason the chamber called them fools. If the king could be overthrown by some marquis, he would have long died. However, their strength and the support they have from the other kingdom make them dangerous fools. Felberta replied with a solemn look. Looks like Edda has some troublesome opponents. Nux sighed as he shook his head. No, not really. Edda is the headmaid of the palace. Though it might not seem like much, inside the royal palace, even a duke won't be able to harm her. What? Of course, why else do you think she is alive after rejecting the two marquis? That's because she never leaves. However, things are not the same as before. You two can't continue your sessions in the palace, so you would have to leave the place, and as long as you leave, the Bannerman and Hardwick House won't let you two off. There was a trace of worry on her face, but when she remembered how strong Nux is right now, combining it with his conceal, she calmed down. The strongest force in a Marquis house is an initial stage Grand Master, even if they are stronger than a normal Marquis house. The best they would have is a late stage Grand Master, which is already very unlikely. The expert stage is already at the level of the dukes, so they shouldn't have an expert in their ranks. However, even if they have an expert stage cultivator as their strongest, they wouldn't send her to deal with Edda just because a normal assassin failed. As for a Master or Grand Master stage cultivator, Nux could already defeat them when he was at the advanced stage. Defeating a Grand Master stage cultivator would be even simpler since he had risen to the Master stage. That won't be a problem. I will meet her again tonight. At the very best, they will send a few more assassins. I'll deal with them today, and later when I put the Harem seal on Edda, she would be able to use my conceal, and we won't face any major problems. Nux nodded, thinking the same way as Felberta. As for the two houses planning to go against the kingdom, he couldn't care less about it. Chapter 80. After spending the rest of the blissful day with Skylar, Lane, and Fel, Nux activated his conceal as he left the mansion. He then walked towards the royal palace. He was extra careful on his way and had already activated his sense. Although Edda and he had decided to meet at a certain point, he scratched that idea and directly walked towards the royal palace. Edda was his woman now. There is no way he is going to let someone hurt her. He appeared in front of the gates and waited for Edda to leave. 15 minutes later, Edda left the palace wearing her maid uniform and with a serious look on her face. Nux compared that face with the one she had yesterday when she was tied up and couldn't help but chuckle. He felt happy that he was the only one who could see her hidden perverted side. He then used his sense and found that there wasn't anyone following Edda. He sighed and followed Edda all the way to the meeting point before appearing in front of her. Ha, you are making me repeat myself, huh? Nux sighed as he glanced at her. You look really stunning, my perverted maid Tilda, it's you who made me a pervert. Edda replied with a smile on her face. Unlike last time, she readily accepted her identity as a pervert without any resistance this time. To be honest, she didn't care about it now either. The pleasure she felt yesterday when she accepted being his pleasure toy was so out of this world that she would do anything to experience that again. Not only that, this man treats her so well even though she was his pleasure toy, that she has nothing to complain about. She was really happy and thankful to the god that she met him. Let's go? Nux then extended his hand forward, just like how he did the first day she met her. Why do you still treat me like that? Edda questioned with a confused look. What do you mean? Why do you treat me all gentlemanly like that? Because you are my woman. Woman? But didn't you say that I was your pleasure toy? Edda replied with a deep blush. Nux blinked his eyes in shock before he laughed out loud. Ha 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 Tilda, why are you laughing? Ha 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 Tilda. Nux did not bother replying and continued laughing. After laughing for a good 3 minutes, he calmed down before he moved toward Edda as he raised her chin seductively. My perverted maid, I just like to be gentlemanly with my pleasure toy as well. Do you have any complaints about it? Edda's heartbeat quickened as she replied meekly, no, good. Nux then grabbed her hand as the two of them entered the carriage Nux had prepared beforehand before they left the capital city. Inside the carriage, a serious look appeared on Nux's face as he grabbed her hand and questioned, Edda Osborne, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? I am already your object. I belong to you. Her weird answer was somehow accepted as a yes by the system and a mysterious energy entered Edda's body. What is that? Don't worry, I'll explain everything one by one. She heard Nux's voice directly into her mind and she jerked in surprise. On the other side, in a hall that was a lot bigger than the one in Felberta's mansion, two men, one with blonde hair, a handsome face, wearing black robes with brown-colored patterns, and the other with a silver hair, equally or even more handsome face, wearing pure-looking white-colored robes with golden patterns, were sitting on two thrones side by side, indicating that they had the same status. These two were Heath Hardwick and Alja Bannerman respectively. A woman was wearing skin-tight black clothes that covered all of her body, and a mask that concealed her face, kneeling in front of them, seemingly reporting something. So, can you tell me why that bitch Edda isn't dead yet? The silver-haired man, Alja Bannerman, questioned. Yes, what happened to 8 and 9, why haven't they reported back yet? Heath Hardwick questioned as well. We can't find any traces of 8 and 9, we checked our secret meeting place as well, but they aren't there either. I believe they are either killed or captured. Captured? Alja shouted in surprise, there was a tinge of fear on his face. The woman frowned when she saw his behavior, but her face returned to normal and she continued. Don't worry, Marquise Alja, even if they are captured, we have trained them not to say anything else. They will kill themselves the moment they get the chance. The Marquise finally sighed in relief when he heard those words. As for caring about his subordinate's life? What villain does that? Never read anything like that. Suddenly, Heath Hardwick frowned as he questioned that Edda is a master stage cultivator. 8 and 9 are both master stage cultivators as well. Even if they can't beat her for some reason, running away shouldn't be a problem. How were they defeated? Is someone helping her? Alja's eyes widened as well before he clapped his hand and a man wearing a black coat over a white shirt appeared, greeting, Marquise Alja. He was Marquise Alja's butler. Who was the person traveling with Edda? Marquise Alja, he is the leader of some sort of merchant company that comes from Wood's dynasty and is here to sell some items. I don't care about his company or whatever. What is his name? Dio Brando. Chapter 81. Dio Brando, how strong is he? Not that strong, he is only an advanced stage cultivator, however, he looks younger than 20, even if that is not his actual age, he shouldn't be older than 30, so he must highly talented. The butler answered. It doesn't matter how talented he is, he can't help Edda if she is surrounded by 2 master stage cultivators, which means there is someone else helping her. Is that person from the royal palace? To defeat 2 master stage cultivators, a grand master stage cultivator is required, although the royal palace has a lot of those, they are still considered elites. The royal palace won't send an elite to protect a mere head maid. Heath muttered. Then do you think that Dio is strong enough to defeat 8 and 9? Alja questioned. HMPH. Don't joke. How can an advanced stage cultivator fight against a master stage cultivator? I believe it is someone protecting that man behind the scenes and he protected that bitch just because it was convenient, Heath answered. Alja nodded at his answer, finding it quite logical. He then glanced at his butler and ordered, search this man called Dio, I want to know everything about him by tomorrow. Don't miss anything out, as you command, Marquise Alja. The butler bowed in agreement. All right, since the discussions are over, I will be taking my leave. Suddenly, the woman in black stood up and left the hall without waiting for their approval. When Heath and Alja saw how rude her behavior was, their lips twitched in frustration. However, they could only grit their teeth in frustration. They can't do anything else to this rude woman. If they could, they would have already raped her a few times before killing her brutally. Although it might look like they were the leaders here, they had no right to control or order this woman around. They can just make a request. If she feels like it, she will do it, or else she will ignore them completely. This woman works for the kingdom that supports them and she only takes order from that kingdom. Not only that, the two believe that this woman reports everything they do to the kingdom and keeps an eye on them. The moment the two of them try to do anything funny against the kingdom, they would know about it and the two of them will be easily dealt with. Sigh. Alja sighed in frustration and then shook his head in defeat. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium, LVL, 30, 31, HP, 810, 810, MP, 580 580, STR, 81, 83, AGL, 91, 93, VIT, 79, 81, STM, 84, 86, INT, 57, 58, Def, 78, 80, blank points, 156, 159. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning, Conceal, Sense, Professional Killer, Harem Seal, Slave Seal, Harem Members, Felberta Alvi, Skylar Hale, Lane Wine, Edda Osborne, Slaves, none. The next morning, Nux smiled when he saw his status again. He then glanced at Edda, who was wearing her uniform in rush. Just like usual, the two of them were late. And Nux will have to carry her and run to the royal capital. Let's go. After wearing her clothes, Edda exclaimed before she extended both of her hands towards Nux. Nux chuckled when he saw her acting like that before he picked her up and the two of them checked out of the inn. Nux then ran towards the royal capital and within 15 minutes, the two of them were in front of the gates. Of course, Nux wasn't carrying her in his arms anymore and the two of them were walking hand in hand. When the guard's eyes fell on the two of them, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that our lovely headmaid finally found someone for her, huh? He muttered as he glanced at Nux before looking at Edda. No, you got it completely wrong, Brock, there is nothing like that between us. Nux shook his head as he replied. Please, Mr. Dio, do you think I am a 10-year-old kid you can fool that easily? It's the third time you guys have spent your night out together. I know you have already stolen our headmaid's heart, don't try to deny it, oh come on, you know I am a merchant, right? I just have to show her a few of my items so I can get her approval and sell them to the royal harem, huh? What kind of items are these that you can only show them at the night? Why not do it in the morning? And why would you leave the city? Why not do it here? My items are kept in different cities for safety purposes. As for the items, they are indeed the items that can only be shown at the night, Nux replied with a weird smile. Brock, the guard's mouth twitched when he noticed his tone and just as he was about to let them go, Nux's next word sounded. Not only that, Miss Edda really likes my items as well? Right? Miss Edda? Yes, I do like your items, Mr. Dio, Edda replied with a profound look. Brock's mouth twitched even more when he heard the two of them. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he shook his head in frustration and exclaimed. Yeah, whatever, just pay the entry fees and get in. Don't let others wait. Nux smiled gently as he paid the entry fees and the two of them entered the city. Chapter 82. Did you look for what I ordered you to? Marquis Alger questioned his butler. Report, I have searched everything about the man named Dio Brando, but wasn't able to find anything. All the information about him is just recent. It was as if he was just born a few days ago. The butler replied in a confident tone. Hearing the undesired answer, but noticing the confident tone of his subordinate, the Marquis knew something was up and signaled him to keep going. Continue. I then sent someone to the Woods dynasty and learned that there is no company named Brando Merchant Company there. With that, I was sure that his name was a fake one. Then I had some men draw what he looked like and found out that his actual name was Nux Leander, who is also Viscount Felberta's boy toy. I even found out that the two of them were very close and were most definitely not the normal master and boy toy. This Nux guy is quite lucky, huh? Not only that bitch Edda, he even has that Felberta with him. That is correct, Marquis Alger, Viscount Felberta, isn't she the one who is connected with the 1000 information chamber? Yes, that is correct, the butler nodded. The headmaid Edda, the Viscount Felberta who has connections with the 1000 information chamber, are they planning to somehow expose me? Are they laying a trap? Marquis' face turned solemn. After pondering for a while, although unwilling, he decided to use his trump card. Call one, Marquis Alger ordered. Even his butler's face turned solemn when he heard him. A maid then left the hall and walked in a certain direction. The further she walked, the darker the place get. Soon, she appeared in front of a simple, wooden door and she knocked. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk, Marquis Alger has called for Miss 1. Without waiting for any response, the maid directly revealed her purpose of coming here before she walked away. From how indifferent her face was, it was clear that she has done it quite a few times. However, when one would look at her closely, they would notice that her hands were trembling. No matter how many times she comes here, the creepy vibe surrounding this place, she would never get used to it. She rushed into the hall and when she saw the light, her beating heart calmed down and she took a deep breath. A few minutes later, a woman wearing skin-tight black-colored clothes walked into the hall. Yes, she was one, the woman who was kneeling in front of Alger and Heath yesterday, and also their trump card in this kingdom. One, I want you to help me with this. He then told her everything he knew about Edda, Nux, and Felberta, and requested. I want you to kill that Felberta, and capture her boy toy. With him, we can lure Edda out and then deal with her as well. That will be 3 birds with 1 arrow, huh? You want me to deal with a master stage, an advanced stage, and a mere mortal? So you are telling me that you can't even deal with this pathetic group of people by yourself? A strict and disdainful voice was heard. That is not the case, I don't need you to go there personally, I just want you to send your team. Or are you telling me that your team isn't even capable of doing something as simple as dealing with these bunch of losers? Alger smirked disdainfully. HMPH. Don't try acting smart in front of me, I know very well what you are thinking about, one snorted, but she knew she couldn't go against him. Although she wasn't required to accept his requests, Felberta wasn't a simple woman, and if the headmaid and Felberta are trying to expose them, this might affect her kingdom's plans. Therefore, she decided to help him. Alright, I'll send 4, 5, 6, and 7 to deal with them, one agreed. Why not send 3 as well? Alger questioned with a frown. You want a grandmaster to go deal with an advanced stage cultivator? But isn't Viscount Felberta's butler a master stage cultivator? HMPH. Him? The person who has never even seen blood all his life is no better than that advanced stage cultivator, don't worry. Even sending 4 peak master stage cultivators is overkill for them, one snorted before she walked out of the hall. HMPH. What a bitch. I hope that one day, you will lose the kingdom's support and I can do whatever I please with you. Alger snorted inwardly, he always fantasized about raping this bitch while she begs for mercy. Of course, he knew full well that his wish would never come true. One is very loyal to the kingdom, she is so loyal that she is even willing to die for it, therefore, the kingdom will never take away its trust and support from her. And even if he was lucky, and somehow, the kingdom decides to take away its support, he won't be able to do anything to her since she is a lot stronger than him. Even though they were both Grand Master Realm cultivators, she could easily defeat 2 of him without any problems. That is how wide the gap between them was. However, no matter how impossible it was, there was one way to make it possible. And that was in his dreams. Therefore, he always dreams about it and relishes how it feels. A man can always dream, Tilda, don't judge. Alger then shook his head in disappointment before he walked into his beloved wife's room. Chapter 83. At the moment, Nux was having dinner and was accompanied by 3 beauties, Skylar, Lane, and Fell. The 3 of them were taking turns feeding. He could even feel some sparks flying around when their eyes met. This caused him to have a wide smile on his face, a smile that was filled with immense satisfaction and contentment. He was living the life we guys can only be jealous of, and he was enjoying it thoroughly. A few minutes later, however, his brows furrowed as he glanced at the wall. It was as if his gaze pierced through the wall and he could see what others could not. Nux's sense activated and he saw 4 strangers lurking and hiding around Felberta's mansion. Assassins, a thought appeared in his mind and he activated his eye of discerning, and their information appeared in front of him. Name, Nash Reeve, age, 51, Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Marquess Bannermain House, talent, medium, LVL, 36 HP, for 60 MP, 620 620 STR, 45 AGL, 46 VIT, 46 STM, 41 INT, 62 Def, 40. Name, Lona Wilk, age, 46, Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Marquess Bannermain House, talent, medium, LVL, 37 HP, for 80 MP, 630 630 STR, 45 AGL, 47 VIT, 48 STM, 48 INT, 63 Def, 41. Name, Aldora Horn, age, 48, Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Marquess Bannermain House, talent, medium, LVL, 37 HP, for 70 470 MP, 640 640 STR, 46 AGL, 48 VIT, 47 STM, 48 INT, 64 Def, 42. Name, Ash Winter, age, 47, Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Marquess Bannermain House, talent, medium, LVL, 38 HP, for 90 MP, 640 640 STR, 47 AGL, 49 VIT, 49 STM, 49 INT, 64 Def, 41. Bannerman House again, that house is getting on my nerve now. Nux thought inwardly before he contacted Edda, my perverted maid Tilda, huh? Oh. D.O. What happened? Why did you contact me? D.O. Oh. Nux then realized that he hasn't told her his real name yet. However, since there were more important things to deal with, he decided to postpone it a little. My perverted maid, don't leave the palace today since I won't be able to meet you, Why? What happened? I have some guests that I need to entertain in my house. Guests? Yes, the Bannerman house decided to send some assassins here. Nux decided to be honest. What? Woo dash, alright, you don't need to panic. They are just some random master stage cultivators. I can beat them with my eyes closed. Nux replied confidently. However, Edda's mouth twitched when she heard his words. What do you mean, some random master stage cultivators? She was a master stage cultivator as well. No matter where they are, even in the royal palace, master stage cultivators are still considered decent. They should be elites when it comes to a house that is on a marquise level. This shows how seriously Bannerman House takes you. And this was all because of her. Edda felt guilty since she pulled him into her problem. Where do you live? Tell me and I will come to help you, she offered. No matter what, she was still a master stage cultivator. She might be able to help him. Nux thought about it and nodded. He might not need her help right now, but he will need her help later. Also, it was time to meet Edda as Nux Leander, not Dio Brando. Come soon. Also bring the strongest sword or dagger you have with you. Okay, but where do you live? Oh, right. Just come to Viscount Felberta's mansion. Viscount Felberta? Yes, just come here. I'll tell you everything soon, okay. Edda then kept the matter aside. The assassins were the priority right now. On the other side, seeing the solemn look on his face, Fel knew something happened and she questioned. Why do you look so serious? Nothing really. I noticed that there are some uninvited guests here. You wait here. Let me welcome them with a warm smile. Then with a warm smile, Nux activated his conceal and walked towards Ash Winter, the strongest assassin. After a 1-minute-long, leisurely walk, he appeared behind Ash, who was hiding behind a wall and positioned himself in a way that he won't be located when his conceal wears off. Pat a chop on her neck, and she's down. Nux dragged her body a little further, making sure her partners won't see her. He then reactivated his conceal and appeared in front of Aldora Horn, the second strongest of the group. The same treatment, a chop on the back of the neck, and she's down. This time, however, the girl named Lona somehow saw him while he was dragging her body and she shouted. 4. 7. Be careful. He has already dealt with 5. What? Nash spoke out loud, dumbfounded by how he appeared behind 5, but he wasn't given the chance to think about it. Nux's eyes then fell on Nash, who was hiding behind the tree, and he dashed towards him at an unbelievable speed. Nash wasn't able to react in time when he saw that scary speed. Nux quickly appeared behind him and... Well, another chop. Another one bites the dust. At HHE's at the advanced stage. Bullshit. This was Nash's last thought before he lost consciousness. Nux then glanced at the last woman, Lona, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Lona was taken aback by how handsome he was, but she quickly recovered and glared at him. However, before she could make any plans, the man suddenly walked behind the tree and did not come out. Her body tensed up and was in a fully active state. She kept glaring at the tree, afraid that she would miss his figure and that won't be any good for her. Suddenly, she felt someone patting her shoulder and she heard a voice. What are you looking at the tree all lost for? Were you charmed by my smile? Lona's eyes widened in horror. She turned her head back, but before she could do anything, a chop, and she fell unconscious. Was I really charmed by his smile? Chapter 84. Edda quickly activated conceal and left the palace. She ran the fastest she could as many thoughts ran into her mind. I just hope that he won't start fighting them. I am really scared about it. No matter what, they are still assassins of a Marquis's house, they must be strong. She then increased her speed even more and a few minutes later, she appeared in front of Felberta's mansion and directly entered the place. Since she had activated Conceal, no one could see her entering so without any restriction or blockage. She quickly entered the dining room, however, the scene she saw dumbfounded her to a great extent. Dio and 3 other women, one of them should be Viscount Felberta and the other 2 should be her maids, were sitting at the dining table having dinner. The 3 girls competed to feed the next bite to him and Nux watched everything with a smile. The atmosphere might seem lively, but when she noticed 4 bodies lying behind the table, her eyes widened. They are the assassins he was talking about? She stood there in a daze and only came out of her reverie when the 4 of them ate their dinner and Nux muttered, Why is Edda so late? Is she lost? Does she not know where you live? No, as a head maid, though she may not be close to me, she must know where I live, Felberta replied. Where are you? My perverted maid? Nux's voice sounded in her head. She then quickly deactivated her Conceal and appeared in front of them. Oh. You're here, Nux muttered, however, he was inwardly surprised. Why didn't my sense detect her? Is it because Conceal is a higher tier ability than sense? That may be the case. He then shook his head and with a gentle smile, he walked towards Edda and offered his hand. Edda smiled back as she held her hand as the 2 walked over and sat on the chairs. So let me start the introductions, Nux smiled before he pointed at me. I am sorry to hide that from you, Edda, I'll tell you my reasons later, but for now, just know that my name is not Dio. My real name is Nux Leander. Although Edda was surprised, she didn't care too much about it, right now. She was looking at Viscount Felberta who was smiling at her. She was very, very curious about her identity, even though she had a rough inkling of what it was. Well, now moving to the one you are the most curious about, she's Fel, you know her as Viscount Felberta Levy. She is also the first woman I fell in love with. A big smile appeared on Felberta's face when she heard him. She then glanced at Edda, who was looking at her with some hints of dissatisfaction. A disdainful look appeared on Fel's face before it was replaced by a sweet smile. Hello, Edda Tilda, I am looking forward to having you as my sister Tilda. This is Skylar, my sweet little cheerful maid. And this is Lane, my serious but shy maid, and you guys, this is Edda, a very perverted maid. Perverted? Skylar questioned as she blinked her eyes. Yes, she's very perverted, Nux answered with a smile while Edda's face turned red in embarrassment. Though she has already accepted her being a pervert, she was still embarrassed when it was known to others. Skylar's eyes brightened in understanding as she glanced at Edda. She couldn't believe that the always serious-looking head maid was a pervert. Since she was a maid as well, she was very curious about Edda, but she always forgets to ask Nux about her since she was too busy with other thoughts. The same happened with Fel and Lane. Well, they were curious about Edda, but weren't curious enough to ask Nux about it when they were busy with other things. I am not a pervert. Edda muttered, trying to preserve whatever little dignity she has left as a head maid of the royal palace, but when her eyes fell on Nux who was smiling at her playfully, her face turned redder as she admitted. I might be a little perverted. Ha 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 Tilda, seeing her acting like that, Nux couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then felt that it was unfair to Edda and started spilling all the secrets. Don't be so shy, Edda. Everyone has a little something about them that only a few people know about. It is not embarrassing, rather, it adds to your charm. For example, Fel here has an uncontrollable urge to be the dominant one in the bed, but she always fails miserably. This time, Felberta's face turned red but Nux wasn't done yet. He then pointed at Skylar and continued. Skylar here has a weird tendency to smell panties after the night sessions. She says that she is curious about sex, however, I feel that she's just a pervert. Lane here is so weird that though she likes having sex, she is too shy to talk or ask for it. I always wonder how that is possible when she was the loudest one when it comes to moaning. Skylar and Lane's faces also turned red. The sight of 4 beautiful women lowering their heads in shame was amazingly alluring. Nux smiled inwardly as he patted Skylar's head. However, soon, Edda's eyes fell on 4 bodies lying on the floor as she questioned. Are these the assassins sent by the Bannerman house? Nux then blinked his eyes before he glanced at the bodies and muttered. Oh right, they were here as well. Chapter 85. Author's note, I was just talking with a few other writer friends, and they told me that many people don't read author's notes. So I am going to put it here as well. Yes, I am Desperate AF, my other novel, Primordial Vampire God System, has participated in WPC, however, I was very late to join in that competition and am lagging behind. Therefore, I would like to summon all you culture people to come and support me on this hard journey. In the 14 days competition, there are only 4 days left. Give all your power stones in that novel. The first ranking in has around 230 power stones, I have 30 and am ranked 7th. I am hoping to get a push in ranking with your help. Of course, I will not do it for free. You guys like extra chapters, right? Well, here's my deal. If I win bronze, that is around 60 PS right now, 3 extra chapters. Silver, that is around 200 PS, 5 extra chapters. Gold, that is around 230 PS, 8 extra chapters. These extra chapters are of this book. Of course, my other competitors will gain some PS within these 4 days, so don't just think that with just 230 plus PS we can win, however, I will still be counting on you. Thank you. Enjoy Tilda. Oh right, they were here as well. Edda's face twitched hearing his response, but she just shook her head in defeat. He really meant it when he said they are just random master stage cultivators. To think he can defeat 4 of them within just a few minutes, heck, with how unbothered he looks, I won't be surprised that he was still holding back. Edda sighed before she questioned. So, what are we going to do with them? I do have a few things to test out. I can use them as a test subject. Are you talking about the slave seal? Felberta questioned. Yes, don't you think that they are the perfect targets for that? Nux replied with a smile. A faint smile then appeared on the group's faces as they glanced at the bodies lying on the floor. But first, let us remove the poison they have in their mouth. Or else they will consume it once they realize that they are captured, Edda suggested and then started removing the poison these assassins had stored in their mouth. Alright, now how do we tie them up? Normal ropes wouldn't work on them, right? Nux replied as he glanced at Edda with a sly smile. Edda blushed a little before taking out a few ropes as she replied, this should work. Felberta, Skylar, and Lane looked at her weirdly before Skylar took the ropes and started binding the assassins while Lane walked towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, Skylar bound all their limbs while Lane returned with a bucket of water in her hand and then she splashed the water on their faces. Splash the assassins were jolted awake, they then looked around and quickly realized that they were captured. They tried to bite the poison pill they had in their mouth but noticed that the pill has been taken away. As if pre-planned, the four of them sighed dejectedly. We will be tortured now. Everyone had the same thoughts. Of course, they weren't scared, they were just unhappy. As assassins, they were tortured in countless different ways and were pretty much immune to it, but that did not mean that they liked getting tortured. You guys are awake, Nux stated with a smile, and seeing his charming smile, Lona remembered what happened before she lost consciousness. He defeated all of us alone, and he didn't seem like he was tired at all. She thought inwardly. Alright, I will not waste time and will question you directly. Are you guys willing to be my slaves? His question surprised the four assassins, and the strongest one, Ash, snorted. HMPH. We have already sworn our life to Bannerman House and will not bet our dash. Yeah, I can do my worst, but you guys won't submit and whatever. I know all that. Also, stop lying to me, you have not submitted to Bannerman's house, your real master is the kingdom. You are just working for the Bannerman and Hardwick house. The assassins did not have any change in their expressions. Nux shook his head as he continued, well whatever. You do whatever you want, however, I do have one question. Why are you guys so loyal to the king, I mean, the Bannerman house? What's the point? You will die if you reject me, you might even get tortured to death. The Bannerman house won't care about it, just like how they didn't care about the other two men who died a few days ago. I believe you will just be replaced and no one will remember you. Then why die? Why not be my slave, and then return to where you came from? Nobody will know what happened and you can continue living. Suddenly, a strange glint was shown in Nash's eyes as he questioned. Will you really let us live? 7. Ash screamed in anger but Nash completely ignored her. Yep, I will let you leave if you become my slave, Nux nodded. Then how would you make sure that I will not betray you in the future? Nash continued questioning. Did I not save your life? Why would you even think about betraying me? However, if you do, I'll just tell the Bannerman house that you betrayed them, they would deal with you later, Nux threatened. A weird smile then appeared on Nash's face as he nodded. Nux smiled as well and then he questioned. So, number 7, are you willing to be my slave? I am, slaves, Nash Reeve. Suddenly, another section appeared on Nux's status right below his harem member section. He smiled as he looked at Nash, who felt a weird power entering his body but since he did not see anything, he ignored it. He was just too happy that he found someone so stupid and he would be able to leave this place quickly. Alright, number 7, you can go now, remember, if I ever contact you, do come back. You promised, Nux smiled as he untied the ropes binding him. Of course, I always remember my promises, Nash then stood up and smiled before he walked towards the door, the closer he got to the exit, the wider his smile got before he finally walked through the door and left. Seeing him leaving so quickly and easily, Ash, Lona, and Aldora exchanged glances as a single thought appeared in their mind. This man is too naive, we might get out alive, Ash nodded at the other two before she started. Will you really let us go if we become your slaves just like you did with Nash? Of course, I am a very honest person, however, remember, if you do betray me, I will inform the Bannerman house about you becoming my slaves and they will do anything in their power to kill you. So don't do that, okay? The three assassins nodded and a big smile appeared on Nux's face as he questioned, so, number 4, 5, 6, are you willing to be my slaves? Chapter 86. So, number 4, 5, 6, are you willing to be my slaves? Although they felt that the smile he had on his face while he questioned was a little uncomfortable, the three assassins' thoughts were too clouded with a chance to get out of here alive and did not think too much about this minor detail. We are, slaves, Nash Reeve, Lona Wilk, Aldora Horn, Ash Winter. A big smile appeared on Nux's face when he saw their names on his slave section. The three assassins felt a peculiar power entering their body, then their eyes fell on Nux's devilishly charming and wicked smile before they felt something was wrong. This man doesn't look like he is this naive and dumb. He can't possibly let them go like this. Just as Ash was about to question Nux, his voice sounded. Alright, let's call your partner back as well. With that, he activated the telepathy skill the slave seal had and called. Nash, return. With just 2 words, Nash, who was running back to the Bannerman house, stopped. What? Nash's eyes widened in horror when he realized his body had started running back to Felberta's mansion. He then remembered the voice that echoed in his mind and his body trembled. What has he done to me? A few minutes later, Nash returned and stood beside the 3 assassins. Good, when Nash returned, her fear and uncertain feeling exploded. She knew something was wrong. She was sure of it now. That deal was too good to be true. However, it was already too late. What have you done to us? Ash questioned in panic and horror. Nothing? Nux replied with a confused look. Nothing. Then why is 7 back? Because I called him? Isn't a slave supposed to listen to whatever his master said? Then how did you contact him when he was so far away? His voice sounded in my head. This time, it was Nash who replied. Ash and the other assassins' eyes widened in surprise. They don't know what was happening, but they knew it was bad. Arg. Suddenly, Ash screamed in pain as she fell on her knees. What happened? Lona questioned in panic. One had to know that they had been through intense torture and were used to it. So she knew that Ash would never scream like that. What did you do to her? She then questioned as she glared at Nux, who was looking at everything with a curious look. Actually, even he was surprised when he heard her screaming, but he soon realized what happened. I think she was having thoughts about betraying me, her master, Nux replied. This isn't the time to Joe-AAGGHHHHHH. Lona wanted to continue, but suddenly, Ash's screams turned louder as she clenched her head tightly and she rolled on the ground. Stop it. I am begging you. I'll do anything you say. Ash begged in a hoarse voice. The pain was too much for her to bear, and she could feel that it was increasing without any signs of stopping. Lona and the other assassins' eyes widened when they heard her. She's begging? Is the pain that intense? Their body shuddered in fear. Even Nux felt a little weird seeing her rolling and begging like that, however, he still kept a tough front as he answered. Stop thinking about going against me and it will end. This time, Ash took his words seriously. She quickly got rid of her thoughts about attacking him and muttered continuously. I am loyal to him, I am loyal to him, I am loyal to him, I am loyal to him. This work seemed to have worked as soon. She felt the pain subsiding before it faded away. Ha. 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 Ash lay on the ground, breathing heavily. She didn't want to experience that again, never. Thank you. Master. She then glanced at Nux as she crawled towards his feet and placed her forehead on his shoes. Nux frowned when he saw her acting like that. He wanted to step back, but Felberta placed her hand on his back secretly. He glanced at her and saw her shaking her head. Nux nodded and stood where he was. Good W, what did you do to us? Seeing what Ash was doing, Lona knew the pain she experienced was a lot stronger than they thought and questioned. This time, however, her tone was a tamer than before. As I said, I did nothing. It is you guys who agreed to become my slaves. Remember, I can see through your thoughts. The moment you guys think about betraying me, I'll make sure you suffer the pain far worse than you can ever imagine, and the pain would keep increasing till you throw that thought out of your mind. In other words, do what I tell you to do, be obedient, and you won't face any problems. Is that clear? Nux replied and then questioned. Yes, that's yes, master for you. Yes, master. Ash, now stand up. No matter how tired she was, as if his command was a divine order, Ash's body stood up and stood beside the other assassins. Seeing the 4 master stage slaves standing in front of him, Nux smiled in contentment. These weren't normal master stage cultivators, they were the strongest of the batch. With them, he can easily defeat an Earl House without even doing anything. However, this time, his target wasn't a mere Earl House. His eyes then turned cold before he glanced at the assassins and questioned. Tell me everything you know about the Bannerman and Hardwick House. Author's note, my other book is already on the 3rd position. Yeah. Here, I'll start with the extra chapters. However, don't rest. Keep the PS coming there. Wah. Chapter 87. Author's note, 60 more PS needed for 2nd place, 90 more for the first one. Of course, this might increase if other books get more, so yeah. I will count on you guys. Gimme power. Tell me everything you know about the Bannerman and Hardwick House, Nux questioned as his eyes turned cold. First, they attacked Edda. That was already too much, and now they even dared to attack Fel. Now that is too much. He needs to show them that he isn't easy to bully. However, he would need to learn how strong the 2 noble houses are. He can't be rash. The leader of the Bannerman house, Alja Bannerman, is at initial Grandmaster stage, the same is for the Hardwick House leader. However, the latter is a little stronger. Before Lona could think how to reply, her mouth moved on her own and her eyes widened in horror. This is too scary. Lona thought inwardly, her thoughts about being loyal to her new master strengthened even more. Just an initial Grandmaster stage? Heh, then it will be too easy. Nux smiled as he already formed different plans on how to deal with him. Edda, Felberta, Skylar, Lane, and the other assassins' lips twitched at his response. What do you mean, just an initial Grandmaster stage? He a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster. Then they quickly remembered how abnormal he is and just shook their head. Yep, as expected, he is an anomaly. Felberta confirmed her thoughts again. She mustn't think of him like a normal person. No, Master. It isn't that simple. The Kingdom of Skadi is behind the 2 houses and has sent a group of assassins for them to use. As you already know, we are the said assassins. If these houses are attacked, these assassins will fight with their life and it will be troublesome for you to fight them. Although she was not questioned about this, Ash decided to share extra and important information as a way to show her loyalty. The immense pain that was way more painful than any torture she has ever been through had left a deep mark on her heart. Kingdom of Skadi, Edda and Felberta muttered at the same time. They then glanced at each other and chuckled. Oh. Then who is the strongest amongst you assassins? Nux, however, completely ignored the extra information. He just did not care. He wasn't strong enough to care. Also, he was more interested in the assassins, Bannerman and Hardwick houses. I don't know her name, but we call her one. The strongest assassin amongst us, she is at the peak of Grandmaster stage, however, it would be a mistake to treat her as a normal Grandmaster stage cultivator. She is a Grandmaster stage cultivator who has assassinated 3 expert stage cultivators in the past, so I believe it would best if we treat her as an expert stage cultivator, Ash replied, pouring out all her thoughts and betraying the teammates she once swore to never betray. Although Lona, Nash, and Aldora felt a little weird, they quickly understood that they don't have a choice as well. They weren't scared if Nux could or will take their life, however, they were scared of that hellish-looking pain Ash has been through. Also, their body moves on their own whenever Nux wants anything, so they can't really hide anything either. And if that was the case, they might as well be loyal to him from their heart. At least they won't have to go through torture or be worried about their life. An expert stage, this might be a little troublesome. Nux muttered inwardly. He was sure he could take on an expert stage cultivator and might even defeat her, but if he was surrounded by other cultivators at the same time, the odds weren't in his favor. It seems like he has to wait before he could take his revenge. Well, it was not like he was in a hurry either. He wouldn't risk his life. I have something in my mind that might work. Just as Nux was about to give up and postpone the plan, Felberta's voice sounded. Nux then turned towards her and seeing a weird light that was shining in her eyes, he questioned. What is it? Well, I have 2 ways to deal with it actually, but you might not want to use the first method. Felberta muttered. A wry smile then appeared on Nux's face as he questioned, is the first method you are talking about sneaking in and killing the one she mentioned? Felberta smiled back as she nodded. Nux then shook his head and continued, leave it, tell me the second method, I am sure you must have thought something. It was not like Nux can't deal with the expert stage assassin, he could easily use his conceal to follow these assassins, and once they meet one, he could kill her and then deal with other assassins. However, Nux did not want to use this method. He has just witnessed how scary and great his slave seal is. If used correctly, this ability can help him tremendously. These assassins are a strong force. If he could get them under him, he would be a step closer to his actual goal. Of course, his main aim was that one a peak Grandmaster stage cultivator, if he can get her as his slave, how much will his strength improve? Also, who doesn't want an assassin slave, ready to do whatever he orders her to? Nux did. And seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Felberta came up with her second method. Do you remember when I told you that someone asked me for Bannerman House's information? Her words attracted Nux's attention and he nodded. I do, the actual information he wanted was about. Chapter 88. In the Bannerman mansion, Alger was walking around nervously while a woman wearing black clothes was standing in front of him. Why are they not here yet? How long will it take? This was the 11th time he asked that question and this time, the woman, who was always ignoring him couldn't hold out anymore and snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? Assassination is a work of patience, not to mention that they have to kidnap someone as well. Also, it has only been an hour since they left you, idiot. Now stop moving around like a bug. Alger then paused as he glared at the woman in front of him. Don't talk to me like that, I am not your subordinate. He replied in a threatening tone. Oh yeah? Well, I am not your subordinate as well, so stop annoying me, the woman threatened back, her voice sending chills down to Alger's spine. However, he controlled his fear and gained some confidence as he replied. What would you do if I don't? No, let me rephrase, what can you do if I don't? The woman's gaze turned cold, her icy blue eyes glared at Alger and before he could react, a dagger was placed in front of his neck. Don't think you can talk to me like that just because you are a useful pawn for the kingdom. Remember, pawns are always the first ones to be sacrificed. Although a pawn dying without fulfilling his role hurts, it is not to the extent that the kingdom would take any action themselves. So don't think I can not kill you because of the kingdom. Am I clear? Her threatening voice was so cold that Alger's scalp went numb. The icy cold eyes that shined menacingly told him that she wasn't fooling around. One more word and he will die. Asterisk gulp asterisk Alger gulped audibly and nodded. Good, and don't disturb me for today, saying that, the woman turned around and left. Only after she left the hall did Alger's stiff body return to normal. He then took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Then his gaze turned cold and a green-black dagger appeared in his hand. Should I do it? Alger muttered. Soon, however, he shook his head and calmed down. The woman wasn't alone, if anything happened to her, all those assassins might come after him. He then stored his dagger inside his space ring and sighed. Let's just take a bath, Alger muttered to himself before he walked into his bathroom. After his bath, Alger was sitting at his dining table, along with his wife and 7 consorts. A servant then walked over before he put some food on the table and ate it in front of everyone. Alger nodded and the servant started putting food on everyone's plates. All right, let's start, Alger ordered and everyone started eating. After the dinner, Alger wanted to spend some time with his harem, but when he remembered that the assassins still haven't returned yet, his mood worsened and he just walked into his room to have some rest. He then jumped onto his soft bed and soon, he entered the dreamland at an astonishing quick speed. While Alger was sleeping peacefully without the care of the world, he did not notice a pair of captivating golden eyes watching his every movement. Suddenly, a figure wearing skin-tight black clothes and a black mask that covered his nose and mouth appeared in front of his bed. The figure then took his space ring and a green-black dagger appeared in the figure's hand. Asterisk slap asterisk he then walked towards Alger and slapped his face. Asterisk bam asterisk Alger's body flew out before it crashed with the wall. He quickly woke up and looked around, but he couldn't see anyone. His brows furrowed as he stood up, just as he was about to call his servant, an intense pain assaulted him on his right leg. Aggghhhhhhh. He saw a big, deep cut on his calf as blood flowed out uncontrollably. He then finally saw a figure wearing black clothes, carrying a familiar dagger in his hands looking at him with his exquisite golden eyes. Wow, this dagger is really great. It's already showing its effect. Alger then heard his joyful voice and he quickly understood what that numbing feeling on his calf was. That dagger in the man's hand wasn't just a familiar dagger, it was his dagger. How did he get his hand on it? He then looked at his hand and noticed that his ring was gone. Alger then thought of a possibility and his eyes widened. Yes, you are right, I poisoned your food. The strangler, if you know about it, Alger's eyes widened in horror when he saw the poison the man carried in his hand. Oh. It seems you know about it. Marnan, it is really a ruthless poison, huh? First it makes the target fall into a deep sleep, and when he wakes up, he won't be able to speak anything for the next hour. Giving an assassin all the time he needs to kill the target. Also, your dagger is pretty cool. A peak 5-star dagger, with a numbing effect on the target, with that slash on your calf, your whole leg must be numb now, closing all your paths for running away. Brew, I just noticed, you are in a really bad position, aren't you? Can't run away, can't call for help, completely at my mercy. If I were you, I would pray to the god that I am not a bad person. The more the man spoke, the more fear Alger felt. Who is he? As if reading his mind, the man smiled and answered, oh, you must be wondering who I am, right? He then lowered his mask and Alger's eyes widened. Dio, no. He is that Nux. Nux Leander. Author's note, extra chapter number 2. Give your power stones to my other book for more chapters. We just need 100 PS for second and 10 more for the second position. Yeeth. Mwahahaha. Yeah, I know it's annoying, but I'm desperate AF. Thank you tilde. Chapter 89. Outside the room, Alger's butler was rushing into Alger's room since he heard the sound of crashing. However, a servant then appeared in front of him. You can't go in there, Cliff. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Also, as Marquis Alger's personnel guard, shouldn't you rush in and check what happened as well? Why are you still here? Nothing is happening inside, I don't want to stop you. I am just fulfilling Marquis Alger's wish. He says he doesn't want to be disturbed. Also, the voice you heard was him throwing around a fit. He seems really angry. Angry? About what? Cliff then gave him a blank look as he replied, how would I know? True. Now look, I don't care about you, but I still want to live. So if you want to go inside, just knock me unconscious, else I won't let you. Okay, I will leave. By your expression, he must be really angry, huh? Yes, I don't know what happened bu dash. Asterisk smash asterisk another sound came out of the room and the butler was sure that a vase must have been broken. Yeah. I don't want to go inside either. Cliff nodded however, if the butler was a little observant, he would have seen a small sigh of relief he released. If the butler had entered the room, he would see that rather than Marquess throwing around a fit, it was the Marquess who was being thrown around here and there. After confirming who his assailant was, the Marquis gained some confidence and noticed that Nux was just a master stage cultivator. A big smile then appeared on his face. Although he might be injured and his right leg might not be working properly, it was still easy for him to defeat a master stage cultivator. He was a grandmaster stage cultivator, after all. With the newly gained confidence, he stumbled but then balanced his body as he dashed towards Nux. Asterisk slap asterisk however, what he foresaw did not happen, rather, Nux just sent him flying with one slap. And he made it look so effortless. Asterisk smash asterisk asterisk cough asterisk his body then smashed at his favorite vase, and the Marquis coughed out some blood. TSK, do you really think I would have appeared in front of you and then wake you up with a slap if I wasn't sure enough to beat you? Use your brain, you idiot. Oh, if you were expecting that someone would enter the room due to the sound, forget that. Everyone outside knows that Marquis Alger is throwing around a fit in anger, Nux spoke nonchalantly as he crushed his dreams. Alger's eyes widened in surprise and horror, although he believed that he could defeat this man alone, for double security, he still wanted his guards to enter the room. However, Nux's words poured cold water on his dreams. He then saw Nux walking toward him with a smile, the dagger he was holding was shining brightly. Oh, right, I will upload the dagger's picture in the auxiliary chapter. Well, I will upload it here as well, so you lazy bums wouldn't have to move too much. Nux then appeared behind him and before he could react, he slashed his left calf. AAR Marquis let out a painful shriek in his mind. Soon, however, he felt a numbing sensation all over his leg and the pain started to decrease. Of course, it wasn't something to be happy about. With this, both of his legs won't work for a while. He is completely helpless at the moment. Tilda now let's see, how do I start this? First, you send someone behind my perverted maid, Edda. That calls for one limb. Then, you are even bold enough to attack my beautiful fell. That calls for 2 more limbs. That means I will sever your 2 hands and 1 leg. Don't think I will use your dagger for it, I'll use a simple steel sword, since our body is really strong. It would need me quite a few moves to sever even one of your limbs, so let's not waste any more time, okay? Alger's eyes widened in horror and fear. His body started trembling, he wanted to beg for mercy, he wanted to say that he would do whatever he wants, but he could not. However, Nux seems to know to mine read as he quickly suggested his next offer. Well, if I am being honest with you and you can also judge it from my face as well. I am a refined and handsome person, I don't like being a bloodthirsty maniac, so I will present you with another offer. We can stop all of this torture if you accept being my slave. What do you say? Suddenly, Alger's movement stopped. Slave? His slave? How will he ensure my loyalty? Will he poison me and then keep the antidote with him? Yeah, that must be it. No worries, I can find a potion maker who will make the antidote. Right now, my life is much more important. Seeing the determined light that showed in his eyes, Nux smiled as he questioned. So, Alger Bannerman, are you willing to be my slave? Alger nodded with a determined face, and soon, he felt a peculiar energy entering her body. Not good, although he did not know what this energy was, matching it with the timing, he knew it wasn't something good. However, before he could think much, Nux suddenly forced a potion into his mouth. This is the antidote of Strangler, now take your ring and find some antidote for this dagger. Alger furrowed his brows. A few seconds later, he could feel that he could now speak, he wanted to scream and call for his guards, but just as that thought appeared, an intense pain assaulted his head. Don't shout, shut your mouth. Alger wanted to shout, but his mouth closed automatically and even his throat refused to let out a muffled scream. The intense pain continued to assault his head, and it kept increasing. However, the worst part was that he couldn't even scream. Paul Marquis Alger. Chapter 90. Remove the thoughts about betraying me out of your head and the pain will subside after torturing him for a good 15 minutes, Nux suggested. After what could be said the worst pain he ever experienced, Alger heard Nux's next words and quickly did as he was told. Actually, Nux found out that once the pain starts, the target doesn't have the time to think about betraying him or anything along those lines since the pain is already too much. The requirement is to be loyal to him. Once the target thinks about being loyal to him, the pain will subside. Of course, when assaulted with that level of pain, no one would be able to think about anything, and the pain will continue until someone tells the target to be loyal to Nux. Nux could stop the pain, but he wanted to torture him a little as a punishment for attacking Edda and fell. Ha. Alger breathed heavily after the pain subsided. Now stay loyal to me. If you even think about betraying me, the pain will return and it will be even more powerful than before. Remember that Alger's whole body shuddered in fear when he heard him. Betraying NU master? No way, he will become the most loyal servant the world has ever seen. If his master wants him to do anything, he would do it. Even if it costs him his life. He just doesn't want to bear that horrifying pain again. Why yes master, good, now take the antidote and cure your numb legs, there is no antidote for this master. The numbness will subside within 30 minutes, whatever. Just stay on the floor then, saying that, Nux took back Alger's ring again and stored everything in his inventory before throwing it back at him. He then lay on Alger's bed comfortably as he questioned. So, where does that one live? One? She and her assassins live in the back of the mansion. However, master, I will warn you though, one has killed a few expert stage cultivators, so be careful around her. Although Alger wanted to ask how he learned about one, as a loyal servant, he did not and just answered his question. However, he still warned his master about how strong the woman he was asking about is. Nux nodded before he closed his eyes and waited. How was it? Success? Suddenly, he heard Fell's voice in his mind. Yes, he is now under me, good, now let's discuss the second part again to make sure it doesn't fail. Yes, Nux smiled as he, Skylar, Lane, Fell, and Edda discussed the next plan. Well, only Fell and Nux were discussing, the other three were just silent and saying a few words a few times. Half an hour later, Alger's numb legs returned to normal. Since he had already taken a few healing potions, the cuts in his legs were almost healed as well. At the very least, he could stand up and move around now. However, seeing Nux sleeping on his bed, he thought about dealing a killing blow, but the horrifying pain returned. This time, however, he quickly removed the thoughts about betraying him and replaced them with him being loyal to him, and the pain subsided. He didn't scream in pain since he did not want Nux to know about him thinking about betraying him. This also ensured him that whatever Master said before was right, the pain will return every time he thinks about betraying him even if the Master himself is sleeping. This solidified his resolution to remain loyal even further. Master, I am healed now, he then called him out politely. Nux's eyes opened as he woke up. He then glanced at Alger standing beside him with a respectful look on his face. Now, tell me about your personnel army, is it also under the control of the Kingdom of Skadi? Alger was surprised that his master knew the name Kingdom supporting him. One had to know, even the 1000 Information Chamber doesn't know the name of the kingdom. How did he know? However, although he was surprised, his body moved on its own and answered the master's question. No, my army is under my control. Baron, Viscount, and Earl aren't allowed to keep their private armies. However, the same is not true for Marquis and Dukes. These two noble ranks have the permission to keep their private army that listens to their orders. Of course, they are required to tell the name of every single soldier and his cultivation stage to the kingdom. If somehow, a soldier whose name is not mentioned is found, the punishments are very harsh. All right, take me to your general or whatever is the highest position, as you command, master. The two of them walked towards the head of the Banamane army's room. Yes, since he was the head of the army, he was required to stay in the mansion. Not that he complained either, the room he and his family was provided with was very lavish and safe, so he was happy to oblige. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. Alger then knocked on the door. Actually, he always calls him through a servant whenever he needs, but since Nux has ordered him to take him there, he obliged to like the obedient servant he was. HM? Marquis Alger? What brings you here in the night? The head of the army, Hawk Reed, opened the door as he questioned. Nux could feel that he was a late master stage cultivator without using his eye of discerning, and nodded. Then without wasting any time, he asked what he was here for. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Author note, extra chapter number 3. 2 more days for the comp to end. 10 more PS per second however, the first is a little tough now, however, we can do it. Just 80 more PS, vote on my other novel. YAHHHHH. Chapter 91. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Countless questions appeared in Hawk's mind, but the first and the most prominent one was, who the hell is this person? However, before he could ponder much about the things, Alger's angry voice sounded. What the hell are you thinking about? Answer the damn question. Do you even know who the master is? You are making him wait. Master? A new thought appeared inside Hawk's mind. He already knew that there was someone powerful who supported Marquis Alger from the shadows. Is this person sent by them? That is the only reason Alger will respect him so much. He then glanced at the masked man who looked more like an assassin but did not think too much about it. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Not willing to wait any longer, Nux questioned again. This time, his tone was stricter. Is he asking me to work for him? That's a weird way to put it. Well, whatever. Yes, as soon as Hawk replied, he felt a peculiar energy entering his body. He then frowned and thought about what this energy was before he glanced at Nux. He did not what it was, but from the timing, he was sure that it has something to do with Nux. You don't have to think too much about it, just be loyal to me and everything will be fine. However, rather than explaining, Nux turned around and left. Nux did the same thing with some other high-ranking members of the Banamane army, and while he was at it, he questioned. Alger, do you have any enemy amongst the nobles? A marquis or a higher rank would be better. A person who will give his all to get rid of you. Master, I recently made an enemy out of Marquis Long. He will do anything he can to kill me, even if it costs him his title as noble. Nux frowned. He had heard this name before, he just did not remember where. However, he soon shrugged his shoulders in nonchalance, it wasn't important right now. He will think about it later. Why is he so adamant about killing you? Well, I bribed his head guard and tried to kill his son in the Blood Hill Wilderness, but the boy was saved by someone and the Marquis learned about my plan. Ah, so that's him. Nux quickly realized why it sounded so familiar. He was the father of that boy he saved in the wilderness. That boy actually survived, huh? Master? Nothing, let's just continue. 2 hours later, Nux prepared everything and his face turned solemn. It was now the time for the final step. Although he wasn't really scared, he still wanted his plan to succeed. His gaze then moved in a certain direction as he then glanced at Alger, who nodded his head as well. The two of them walked in a certain direction of the mansion, and then a wide, dark hallway appeared. It looked very spooky. The further they walked, the darker it got, however, with his sense, Nux had no problem with his vision. Alger has already told him that there are no guards here. It were the assassins who told him not to place any guards. It affects their movement, they say. Soon, Nux and Alger appeared in front of a simple wooden door and the two of them nodded to each other. Asterisk bam asterisk Nux then wrapped his arm around Alger's neck before he kicked the door open and entered. As soon as the door was slammed open, more than 20 assassins wearing skin-tight black clothes and masks appeared in front of Nux and Alger. Soldiers of Banamane House, don't waste your life pointlessly and surrender. Your Marquis dared to try and harm our young master in the wilderness, he will have to pay. But I know you are just soldiers and are innocent. I am a good man, surrender and I will let you live. However, I am warning you beforehand, don't try doing anything funny because you are already surrounded by our army. Asterisk stomp asterisk asterisk stomp asterisk asterisk stomp asterisk hi-ya. As soon as he said that, countless stomps and soldiers' excited roars were heard, signaling that they were indeed surrounded. One, the leader of these assassins, looked at Nux with her icy blue eyes. She was quick to notice a few words he said. First, he called them soldiers, not assassins. So most probably, the man does not know about the kingdom supporting them. She then glanced at Alger and his mouth moved. I have a plan. One's mouth twitched in frustration. This man was using them to get rid of his enemies. The thing about harming our young master, he must be talking about Marquis Long's son. Then this must be a Marquis attack, and Alger knows that if he uses his army, the loss will be terrible. He was using them to avoid his loss. However, she still did not understand one thing. If they fight with these soldiers, the commotion will ensue, and after they win easily, the kingdom will learn about their strength. However, the names and cultivation of the soldiers they submitted weren't supposed to have this sort of strength. This will put them under the eyes of the kingdom, and their movement will be severely restricted. What is this man thinking? Is he trying to betray the kingdom? No, he cannot. He will be killed for betraying the Skyfall kingdom as well. She then glanced at Alger and he repeated the same words he did before. Trust me, I have a plan. Author's note, last day left. Vote for my other novel, Primordial Vampire God System, for more chapters. I have written the extra chapter requirements on the author's thoughts. Chapter 92. While one was looking around, thinking about every possibility and also planning her next moves, Nux was also looking at her with his eye of discerning. Name, Thyra Cruz, age, 44, mana cultivation, Grandmaster. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, assassin of Bannerman House, talent, high LVL, 49, HP, 600 MP, 860 STR, 59, AGL, 66, VIT, 60 STM, 61, INT, 86, Def, 53. Thyra. She's almost at the expert stage. Strong. I might be able to defeat her, but with all these assassins around, it will make things tougher. I need high-level skills. Nux then shook his head. He was on a mission right now. He should not think about things like these. Soldiers of Bannerman House, surrender. Thyra then glanced at Alger and he mouthed. Do what he says. He won't be able to live if he betrays kingdom either. I don't think he is stupid enough to risk offending both kingdoms at the same time. After thinking for a while, Thyra decided to trust him and stepped forward with both of her hands in the air, signaling her surrender. Seeing their leader, the other assassins also raised their hand in the air and surrendered. Good, now let me ask you guys again, are you all willing to be my slaves? Thyra frowned as she noticed the change in the question. She then glanced at Alger who was looking at her while nodding with a serious expression. Hey! What are you two signaling each other for? You think you can fool me? I will ask you again, are you all willing to be my slaves? If your answer does not please me, I will kill every one of you. Suddenly, Nux noticed Thyra and Alger talking with each other and then placed a dagger on Alger's neck. Alger's eyes widened as he glanced at Thyra. Although he did not say anything, it was clear that he was requesting her to continue her act. Thyra also did not want to fight the army surrounding them. Since she didn't have much time to think, she nodded and replied. Yes, I am. Yes, we are. Seeing their leader, other assassins also nodded. Suddenly, the assassins felt some weird energy entering their bodies, but before they could think what it was, Nux's was sounded. You, I didn't hear your approvals. Are you willing to be my slaves? This time, Thyra felt something was wrong, but before she could say anything, she heard a voice in her mind. Stay silent and do not do anything. Just stand there like others. As if she had lost control of her body, Thyra was unable to move her body and just stood there. The assassins Nux pointed at were first surprised that he noticed that they did not say yes in this crowd before looking at one, to ask what she wants them to do. Nod. Nux's voice sounded in Thyra's head, her body moved on her own and she nodded. Yes we are. The three of them approved as well and then sensed the energy entering their body. After accomplishing his goal, a big smile appeared on his face. Nux then released Alger and he stood straight with his head down. Nux then glanced at his status and smiled even more. Today, he had gained more than 30 slaves. Good, now let's see my gains, he muttered out loud as he started counting how many assassins there were. The assassins frowned when they saw that he released Marquis Alger. Wasn't he supposed to be his defense here? And why is Marquis Alger standing there like a servant? Why is he not running towards them so he can be safe? AAGGHHHHHHHH. However, before they could think too much, two assassins fell to the ground as they howled in pain. Their screams sent shivers down the other assassins' spines. Like the three assassins before, all of them were tortured and were pretty much numb to pain. They have never seen their partners scream like that for years, and seeing them grabbing their heads and rolling on the ground while screaming like that. They felt fear. Thyra, though not afraid, she was still surprised. Her eyes then fell on Nux who was looking at the two of them with cold eyes. Since this was not the first time he has seen people screaming and howling like that, Nux wasn't as surprised as before and managed to keep a straight, cold look on his face. What have you done to them? Thyra questioned. I was standing here from the start, what could I have done? Just tell me what you did and don't annoy me, or else your end won't be good, she threatened. Nux blinked in surprise when he heard her. Why isn't she feeling any pain? He questioned inwardly. Did his ability not work on Grandmasters? No, it worked on Alger. Then what is happening? Feeling that he should analyze it a little more, he continued. Oh. You think you can defeat me? Don't think hiding behind Alger will save you from me. If you annoy me too much, I will kill you even if that results in Alger getting killed. Ha, you really think you can kill me? I'll like to you try, Nux challenged with a smirk. Thyra's icy blue eyes turned cold, but just as her hand moved towards her dagger, agonizing pain assaulted her head and even her. A cold-blooded assassin fell to the ground as he shrieked in pain. AAGGHHHHHHHHH. Seeing their leader screaming in pain just like the other two assassins, the other assassin's eyes widened in horror. Thyra, however, did not lose her mind like others. With whatever little thinking ability she was left with, she tried to bite the poison pill she had in her mouth. Ugh. However, just as she thought about it, the agonizing pain increased to a horrifying degree as the poison pill fell out of her mouth and she kept shrieking in pain. Author's note, okay guys. One last day left for the competition. We still need 70 PS to get the first place. Vote for my other novel, Primordial Vampire God System. One last push. Yeth. Gimme power. Chapter 93. Ugh. Seeing her scream like that, and then noticing the pill that fell from her mouth, Nux quickly understood what happened. She tried to kill herself. For a slave, killing themselves without their master's permission is not different from betraying them. Since she tried to betray her master, the pain she felt increased by several folds. Nux did not know how terrible this pain was. He just walked toward her and muttered. Stay loyal to me and the pain will subside. The words pain will subside echoed inside Thyra's mind. She quickly threw all the thoughts about killing herself or attacking Nux and finally felt the pain subsiding. Ha, ha, ha. She then closed her eyes as her whole body trembled. All of you, throw the pills you have in your mouth and don't try to kill yourself. Else you might be the next one suffering from this pain. Nux then glanced at the other assassins and ordered. Seeing one lying on that ground, completely defeated, the assassins felt weird. However, their body did as Nux ordered and they all spat out the poison pill they had in their mouth. Good. Nux then glanced at the two other assassins who were screaming in pain and told them the same thing he did to Thyra. A while later, Thyra stood up and she glanced at Nux with an expressionless and tired face. Nux glanced at her curiously as he questioned. What happened? You are not with Marquise Long. You did everything to trick us, even Alger was with you in this act, HM? Why do you think so? Nux questioned with a smile. If Marquise Long had the power to command someone like you, Alger wouldn't be alive till now. You are sharp. I still don't understand a few things. What are they? Nux questioned. How did you manage to move your army so close to us without even letting us know? I do not have any army. Those were Alger's soldiers. Thyra's and the assassin's eyes widened in surprise as they glanced at Alger, who was still standing there with his head bowed. Thyra then shook her head and questioned. Why are you after us? You people attacked my Edda and fell. Edda and fell? The head maid Edda and Viscount Felberta, Nux replied as he removed his mask. You are Nux Leander. The one you sent 4, 5, 6, and 7 after you advanced to master stage. I did. Okay, next question. What have you done to us? Alger's ears perked up when he heard that question. He also wished to know what happened to him. I turned you all into my slaves. You can't deny any of my orders from now on. Also, if you even think about betraying me, that intense pain will assault you again. In simple words, your life is mine now. Thyra's body twitched when she thought about the pain she felt. How did you do it? She questioned. I can't tell you that. Thyra stayed silent for a while before asking another question. Last question, you should know about the kingdom that supports us. Are you sure you can go against it? Kingdom of Skadi, I know that. And as for going against it, I don't have those plans right now, but if we do clash in the future, I am sure that the kingdom won't come out of it scratchless. Hearing his words, Thyra's icy blue eyes turned cold as she replied, you won't be able to do anything to the kingdom. Although you might control my body, my mind will remain loyal to the kingdom. I will find a way to get back at you and then kill you again. Nux was surprised. She did not feel any pain when she said those words. Aren't those words equal to betraying the master? Why isn't she feeling anything? Tell me, why aren't you feeling any pain? In the end, Nux decided to ask her. I don't know how the tortures activates, so I tried to remove the intent from my words and it worked. Nux stared at her blankly and ordered. Tell me in simpler words. I don't understand what you just said. I removed the intent from my word. That means, though I said I will kill you, it is more like a statement. I am not actually thinking about killing you. Although she did not want to answer him, Thyra's mouth moved on her own as she replied. Nux blinked in surprise. Although she made it look like it was nothing special, it wasn't as simple as that. This hiding the intent thing was not that easy. Every time you say something, your subconscious mind would think about it. For example, the words, I will kill you. Your subconscious mind would think about killing even if you try not to. It is more like an involuntary action. Can you use this technique to betray me in the future? Nux questioned. Thyra screamed in her mind to not reply to it, but again, her body moved automatically and she answered. I cannot. Saying words without that intent might be possible, but doing something without intent is not. No matter how hard one tries, he can't hide the intent of what he is going to do. Thyra gritted her teeth after she answered, and seeing the smile that appeared on Nux's face after her answer, she gritted her teeth even more. Heh, then how are you planning to kill me? Don't worry, in the future, I will find a way to deal with this pathetic magic of yours and will kill you for sure. It's not like a weak master stage cultivator like you can defeat me anyways. Wow, you are really good at this, aren't you? Nux chuckled. He was very impressed by this Thyra. I am not good, it is you who is really bad, Thyra answered with an expressionless face. Nux's face twitched at her response and he replied. Your mouth is really loud, huh? Why don't I shut that up and put it to good use? Author's note, 14 hours left for the competition. We are at the first, so you can get the 8 extra chapters. However, the second dude isn't that far away. If he uploads a new chapter, he will surpass me, so I don't know if I will end up at the first or the second place. However, no matter what place I end up in, I am very thankful to you all for the support you showed me in these past few days. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the future chapters. Chapter 94. Your mouth is really loud, huh? Why don't I shut that up and put it to good use? What do you mean? Thyra tilted her head in confusion. Nux then smiled a little before he turned around and commanded, Thyra, follow me. Thyra's body moved on its own, but this time, she was surprised by another thing. How do you know my name? She was sure that not even other assassins and Alger knows her name, then where did he learn it from? I have my ways. Nux replied with a smile before he turned towards Alger and informed him. I will be using your room today, find another one for you. He did not wait for his response and continued walking. Thyra, who was still wondering how he learned her name, also followed behind him. Seeing their departing figure, Alger couldn't help but be jealous. He has always dreamed about doing what Nux was about to do to one. But not only will Nux be the one doing it, but he would also even use his bed to do it. How shameful is that? His eyes then fell on other assassins, trying to see if anyone is willing to spend a night with him, but when he saw them looking at him with a threatening gaze, his body shuddered. Why did you bring him here? An assassin stepped out and questioned in anger. If he had not brought that man here, they would still be free and would be working for their kingdom. Now, not only they will betray their kingdom, they will even do it for a random nobody who is not even Grandmaster stage. It is only a matter of time before they all get caught and then they will be dealt with. Yeah? Do you think you can defy his orders? Why don't you try it then? Alger then retorted. He was a Grandmaster stage cultivator, these advanced and master stage cultivators do not have any right to talk to him like that. The assassin turned silent as well. He has seen one screaming in pain, that scream still sends shivers down his spine. He can't even imagine what sort of pain someone has to go through to scream like that. It easily surpassed all the torture he suffered. He then glanced at the two assassins who suffered from the same fate of being tortured and noticed that their faces were still a little pale, and they were unusually silent. This made him shiver and shivered even more. HMPH. Alger snorted before he left the room and walked toward his wife's. However, he was still inwardly jealous of Nux. He knew not how beautiful one is, but he was sure of one thing, her body was alluring. Plus that strict and rude attitude of her, he was sure that it would feel good to shut her mouth with his rod. Remove your mask. Inside Alger's room, Nux sat on the bed leisurely and ordered. Again, Thyra's body moved on its own and she removed her mask. Nux then laid his eyes on her face and admired. Wow, to have such a beautiful Grandmaster stage cultivator as my slave, and you are an assassin to boot. I struck it big, huh? Thyra was a beautiful fair-skinned woman with short raven hair and icy blue eyes. She had a small nose and cherry-like lips. She had a lean physique, her breasts were of the same size as Skylar. Her black-colored clothes contrasted well with her fair skin and icy blue eyes. All in all, she was a really beautiful woman. That is true, to have me as your slave, this may have sucked all the good luck you will have in this and all the other lives you will live from now on. Heck, you might even be a lowly beggar in your next life. Thyra replied in her usual strict tone. Nux's lips twitched at her response as he replied, wow, you are trying really hard to annoy me, aren't you? HMPH. Alright, I believe it is time for me to show you your position. Then, Nux's gaze turned cold and he ordered. Get on all fours. Again, Thyra's body moved on its own and he quickly knelt before placing her hands on the flood as well. You see that? On the floor, on all fours, just like a bitch, that is where you belong. That is what you are now, a bitch, my bitch, who will listen to whatever I will say from now on. Humiliated, Thyra was extremely humiliated. She wanted to move her body and stand up, but her body did not listen to her command. After trying and failing several times, she threw that idea out of her mind and retorted. So what if you can command me? I will still not submit to you willingly. Then a disdainful smirk appeared on Nux's face and he replied, do you think I care about you submitting me willfully or not? I can command you to do anything. I can ask you to tell me everything. What else would I need? Thyra glared at Nux with hatred. She still wasn't willing to lose to him. What's with that gaze? Oh. Do you not believe what I said? How about I give you an example? So let me ask you, will you ever bark like a bitch in front of your previous master? My master is a respectful and dignified person. I will never be ordered to do anything like that. Yeah, whatever in the end. The answer is no, right? However, if I command you to bark like a bitch you will do it without question. Would you like to try? Thyra Cruz, bark like a bitch you are. Author's note, yeah, I know a lot of you will not like how Nux is acting RN, TBH, I agree, I do not like it as well. So don't worry, just read. You can trust me. I believe after a ride of 90+ chapters, you guys know me well enough to trust me. Chapter 95. Thyra Cruz, bark like a bitch you are. Wharf. Thyra's body moved on its own again and she barked. However, at this moment, her whole body was trembling in shame and humiliation, and Nux's next words did not help either. A cold, Grandmaster stage assassin, who is capable enough to kill expert stage cultivators, is barking like a bitch in front of a mere master stage cultivator. See that? If I can make you do what you will never do in front of anyone, why do I need you to submit to me willingly? There is no merit in that. Thyra's eyes turned red in rage, however. AAGGHHHHHHHH. Just as she thought about attacking him, that intense pain assaulted her again and she fell to the floor. I am loyal. I am loyal, I am loyal, I am loyal. Only after thinking about it continuously did the pain subside, and she sighed in relief. Alright, this is enough. I don't have much time to waste. Come here, on all our fours of course, Nux ordered as he patted his thighs. Thyra's body moved and she crawled towards him and only stopped when her face was close to his crotch. However, her eyes were still red in rage and she had an extremely repulsed look on her face. Nux completely ignored her expression as he patted her head and caressed her face with a smile. Good, now lower my pant with your mouth. Thyra buried her face in his crotch as she grabbed his pant with her teeth and tried to remove them. All this while, Nux never stopped patting her head and her repulsed expression never changed. She tried very hard to deny his command and control her body, but it was all meaningless. After a few more tries, Thyra finally managed to lower his pant and a huge 8-inch monster popped out. Seeing a cold-blooded assassin on all her fours like a bitch, doing whatever he wanted, Nux's emotions were stimulated and his little brother was already ready to go and explore a new cave. After a blowjob, of course. What a filthy thing, Thyra muttered in disgust. Nux's lips twitched, but he controlled his emotions and ordered. Start licking this filthy thing. Then Nux slapped her cheek with his dick a few times before he rubbed it on her cheek. Thyra's body trembled in disgust, but a small tongue moved out from her mouth. Nux then stopped moving and waited for her to do what he ordered. With her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Nux, Thyra started licking his shaft. Yes, just like that, lick everything, from the head to the body and then the balls as well, lick it like it is the most delicious thing in this world. Again, Thyra's body started moving on its own and she moved her tongue quickly and continued licking. The contrast between her licking his shaft greedily and the hatred in her eyes stimulated Nux even more. He doesn't know why, but this felt amazing. It was as if he was exploring something new. It was exciting and thrilling. Atilda, you are good, I feel like you are a natural at this. Thyra's body trembled in anger. She wanted to cut his dick off but knew that if she even thought about it, that agonizing pain would return and torture her. Her body then shuddered in fear as she continued licking obediently. She can deal with anything. Anything but that pain. This should be enough, now gobbled the whole thing and start sucking. Thyra's body moved and she quickly gobbled up his shaft and started sucking. Tilda, as I thought you are a natural. With just some training, you will become a fine blowjobber. Nux praised as waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body. Thyra, on the other hand, did not feel any good from his praises, rather, she got even angrier. Also, why is he patting her like she's some sort of pet? She hates it. Don't just keep sucking, move your head up and down as well. Another order was heard and her head started moving. Roll your tongue all around my dick, keep sucking, and keep moving your head. Her body did as she told and a slurping sound echoed throughout the room. Asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk tilda. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Nux's body as he grabbed her head with his hands and increased her speed. Asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk. The slurping voice quickened, the pleasure he felt increased and he felt his milk forming up. Nux couldn't control himself anymore, he stood up and started moving his hips as well, thrusting his dick deep inside her throat. He did not know any mercy with his thrusts, treating Thyra's mouth like an object. Asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk. The slurping sound increased, and tears welled within Thyra's eyes as she choked. Yuke. I am coming. Nux also reached his limit, he moved his dick out of her mouth and sprayed all his jizz on her face. Thyra's felt even more disgusted by this and was quick to try and clean everything. However, do not clean it, let my milk stay on your face for this whole night. This will help you remember where you belong and you won't use that worthless mouth of yours to say some useless stuff. Her hand that was about to clean her face stopped moving and returned to the floor. Thyra glared at Nux with eyes full of hatred, but that look combined with his jizz on her face only worked to turn him on and his rod stood up again. Chapter 96. Heh. Glare all you want, I don't care. I'll show you where you belong, you bitch. Nux's smirk widened as he ordered. Now turn around and show me your ass. Thyra's body trembled, but as always, it did what he ordered and turned around before lifting its butt. A single crystalline tear streamed down from her eyes, her shoulders trembled as she blinked a few times to get rid of the tears welling in. She would not cry. Nux, however, couldn't care less about her struggle. He stood up, but just as he was about to slam his dick inside her pussy, he heard a voice. What are you doing? HM? Nothing, he lied. Are you sure? Felberta questioned. Why, yes. Well, then it's okay. Although I will say, if you are doing something that you feel you should hide from me, that might not be the best thing to do. She could feel his emotions to some extent due to the harem seal, and she did not like what she felt. Although she isn't planning to control his life, she will still give her advice if she feels he's doing something wrong. Saying that, Felberta did not reply anymore. Nux also paused his movements and then noticed Thyra's shoulder trembling. He walked closer as he saw her face and couldn't help but be shocked. She was crying. Nux was then assaulted by different emotions. This was not the same as Edda, she wasn't enjoying it. He was raping her. He nearly became what he hated the most. Nux then closed his eyes as tried to calm his racing heart. Sorry. I have gone too far, a deep sigh came out of his mouth as he apologized. Thyra turned back as she saw Nux standing with his eyes closed and couldn't help but frown. What happened to him? She then saw him opening his eyes and the previous glint that shined inside was nowhere to be seen, there was even a hint of sadness there. His excited dick had also calmed down. However, before Thyra could think more about it, Nux ordered. Go wash your face and clean up. You can take your time, but after you are done, return, I still have some things to ask. Don't worry, I won't force you to do this again. Although his voice sounded calm, Thyra could notice something weird in it. However, since she was disgusted by the thing that was spread on her face, she did not think too much and rushed into the bathroom. Nux also sighed as he fell on the bed and muttered. Thank you. Don't worry, I will always be here for you. A small smile appeared on Felberta's face before she closed her eyes and entered her dreamland. Inside Alger's room, Nux also closed his eyes as he thought about the past events and the reason why he did that. My stay as the wilderness affected me more than I thought, combining with that rough place with Edda. I have gone overboard. Nux then reflected on it a little more and realized that he was too hungry for power. Thyra was a Grandmaster stage cultivator, if he could fuck her, his power will soar. However, instead of waiting and letting his craving touch work, he tried to outright asterisk her. Now that is just shameful. Nux then calmed his mind and breathed evenly as he waited for Thyra to return. 30 minutes later, Thyra returned, her expression was the same cold expression he saw the first time he met her. Nux then stood up and started, I will apologize for what I did before. Thyra did not reply. Nux had already expected that and he did not really care what she thought either. No matter what, in the end, she was still a slave. He won't treat her the same way he treats his women. He was just apologizing for his own heart. Her feelings did not matter to him. He should at least be this cold now that he was in this new, crueler world. Alright, let's get to the business. Are these all the assassins the kingdom sent here? Nux questioned. No, the kingdom sent a total of 55 assassins, 5 of them died so there are 50 left. How strong are these assassins? Including me, there are 3 Grandmaster stage assassins, I am at the peak Grandmaster stage, the strongest amongst them. The other 2 are in the middle and early stages. We are named 1, 2, and 3. Then from 4 to 20, we have Master stage cultivators, the rest are at advanced stage. In other words, the lower the number, the stronger the assassin. Nux's eyes widened in surprise when he heard her. 50 assassins. 3 Grandmasters. 17 Masters. And 30 advanced stage cultivators. What kind of force is that? This is way stronger than a normal Marquis house. Only dukes and the royal family can take this force on. And this force will be under him after some time. Nux smiled in contentment when he thought about it. He had now gained some standing in this world. Although he is still in the shadows, he was now stronger and had more power than an average noble. Barons, viscounts, and earls? He could take any marquis's house with ease. And that too without doing anything by himself. With eyes filled with anticipation and desire, he turned to Thyra and questioned. Where are the rest of the assassins then? They live in Hardwick Mansion. Although she knew what he was thinking, and did not like it one bit, she knew her thoughts would not matter and she would have to answer and even help him with what he is about to do. Thyra sighed at her fate. She really wanted to kill Alger for targeting this monster's women. Alright, we are heading to the Hardwick Mansion, now, what? Chapter 97. Alright, we are heading to the Hardwick Mansion, now, what? Did you not hear me? Take me to the Hardwick Mansion, but, although I can deal with the 2 and 3, that does not mean I can deal with every assassin alone. Are you thinking about taking all the assassins we have and go for an all-out attack? Huh? Do you think I am stupid? Why would I make my men fight each other and weaken themselves? I will just repeat what I did earlier. The only difference will be that with you here, the process will be a lot simpler. Nux shrugged before he stood up. What are you waiting for? Lead me. Actually, even Thyra was curious about how he managed to turn Alger into his slave. Now that she is about to witness it again, she couldn't deny that she was looking forward to it. As for her comrades who were about to become this man's slaves, well, she couldn't do anything about it no matter how much she thinks about it. So as not to further torture herself, she decided that she will find some ways to get rid of him later. He is just a mere master stage cultivator after all. She then nodded before she turned around and left the room. Nux followed her, and when the two of them left the Bannerman mansion, he activated his conceal, with only Thyra being able to see him. Thyra did not notice what he did, however, she was surprised by how easily Nux was matching her speed. As an assassin, speed was her strong part. She felt annoyed that a mere master stage cultivator was keeping up with her, and he is a hateful one at that. She then used her skills, and increased her speed to the maximum, however, she was horrified that although not completely, Nux still matched her speed to a great extent. She was a peak grandmaster, even a new expert stage cultivator might not be her match in speed. How is a master stage cultivator matching up with her speed? What kind of freak was he? I feel like Steps of Gale is too slow for me now. After they appeared in front of Hardwick Mansion, Nux muttered to himself and Thyra froze. Hey, are you talking about the 1-star skill, the Steps of Gale? Yes, I got it from Fel, but I think it is too low-leveled for me now. Thyra stayed silent, however, inwardly, she was having an existential crisis. He is using a 1-star skill. How is he keeping up with me then? I am using a 4-star skill. How is he a master stage cultivator? Is he a hidden expert stage cultivator? A monster. A complete monster. Alright, let's not waste more time and enter the mansion. Lead the way, Nux ordered and Thyra started moving. Although she did not know how he will enter the mansion with her, she did not care and just walked into the mansion. She had covered her face, but it was not the first time the guards have seen her, so they did not stop her. She wondered why the guards did not stop Nux, but then she concluded that they thought of him as her servant and let him go. Thyra shook her head as she walked into the mansion and then moved towards a dark hallway. She noticed that the maids and other guards did not even look at Nux and couldn't help but smile a little. HMPH. How does it feel to be treated like air by everyone? Huh? The two of them then appeared in front of a wooden door that looked very similar to the one in the Bannerman mansion. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk, it is me, 1. The door was then opened and the two of them entered. However, soon, Thyra realized something. Just like those maids and guards, the assassins were ignoring Nux as well, but she knows them well, they would never do that. They might let him enter here since he was with her, but they would still look at them vigilantly, or at least question her about him, or something like that. Anyways, they would never outright ignore his presence. Just as she was thinking about what is happening, Nux answered. They can't see me, what? Thyra muttered out loud. What? 2 questioned with a frown as he looked at Thyra. HM? What are you talking about? He questioned again, feeling a little weird about her actions. Nothing, this time, Thyra was sure. It is as Nux said, no one can see him. What kind of sorcery was this? He is standing right in front of everyone and no one can see him. Is he a ghost? Then why can she see him? Alright, don't think too much about it, gather all of them. Thyra's mouth moved on her own as she ordered. Alright, everyone, gather up. 2 frowned when he noticed that she was acting strange, but since she was the strongest, and the leader of this group, he nodded and stood straight. Other assassins were also gathered here and more than 20 assassins assembled around. Now questioned something they would answer with a yes. Thyra frowned due to the weird order, but since she couldn't do anything to go against it, she started thinking and she questioned after some time. Have you guys eaten? The assassins looked at her weirdly. Under their judgmental look, Thyra felt strange. Question in a stricter tone, Nux ordered. I asked have you guys eaten yet? Thyra felt even more weird asking a question like that in a strict tone, but she felt even weirder when she heard Nux questioning something at the same time as her. Are you guys willing to be my slaves? Chapter 98. I asked have you guys eaten yet? Are you guys willing to be my slaves? Yes, as the assassins answered, a big smile appeared on Nux's face. Seeing that smile, Thyra also understood what happened. She remembered that they only answered with a yes before that weird energy entered their bodies and that was when everything happened. I can't believe such an absurd ability exists. Thyra sighed inwardly, however, she then noticed that his smile had faded and was replaced with a frown. It did not work. Nux muttered inwardly as he realized that his plan did not work. This proves that he cannot cheat others with this. The target has to know what they are approving of. Just saying yes won't work. Nux took note of it and nodded inwardly. Of course, Nux only treated this as an experiment and knew that it might fail. Therefore, he had already prepared the countermeasures. Since Plan A failed, he started Plan B, introduce them to me, tell them that I am. He then told everything to Thyra before he walked behind 3 and grabbed her before placing a dagger on her neck. Why did he not do this with 2? Well, who would like to touch a man if there is a woman next to him? Nux wouldn't. As he touched 3, his conceal wore off and he appeared in front of everybody. 3 couldn't believe that someone had closed in on her and her body stiffened. The other assassins were also surprised, but they quickly recovered and prepared to attack. Stop. However, before they could move, Thyra's voice sounded and the assassins looked at her with a frown. He won't harm her. If he wanted to harm us, he would have killed us all by now and we won't be able to do anything, did you forget? None of you sensed his presence till now. Thinking about it a little more, 2 nodded and shuddered at the same time. Who was this man? Why was he unable to sense him? However, though surprised, his condition wasn't as bad as 3. She still couldn't believe that someone sneaked behind her and placed his dagger on her neck and she was unable to do anything. If this man had wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have known how she died. How scary was that? Seeing that the assassins had calmed down, Nux released 3 from his grasp before he walked in front of the group with his hands behind his back. Let me introduce him to you. He is Levi Ackerman, a veteran assassin sent by the kingdom to train us. Also, don't look down on him just because he is at Master Stage Cultivator. He is a lot stronger than that. If you do not believe me, you can challenge him. Although I will say it beforehand, Master Levi will only fight any one of you. He doesn't have much time and has important things to attend to, so choose wisely. I will fight. 3 stepped up. She was very embarrassed when he appeared behind her and got her in such a helpless position. However, when she noticed he was just a Master Stage Cultivator, her embarrassment turned into anger. Now that she has a chance to get back at him, she will do her very best to defeat him and wash her embarrassment. All right, Thyra nodded before she glanced at Nux, who nodded back. Then, a gold coin appeared in his hand as he glanced at 3. I will toss this coin up. The moment it falls on the ground, our fight will start. 3 nodded as well and Nux tossed the coin. 3 then glanced at the coin that was tossed in the air for a second. However, that little second cost her the whole match. Since her eyes were not on him, Nux quickly activated his conceal and then waited for the coin to fall to the ground. 3 on the other hand panicked when she couldn't see Nux and started looking around vigilantly. *KKNN**. The coin fell on the ground and Nux started moving towards 3, who was still looking around. He then appeared behind her and placed his dagger near her neck and grabbed her from behind. Well, I guess the fight's over, Nux muttered before he released 3 from his grasp. 3, on the other hand, was frozen stiff as she couldn't believe that she lost so quickly. How? However, 3 wasn't the only one surprised. The assassins who did not look at the coin were even more surprised than her. All they saw was 3 acting strangely, and when the coin fell, Nux leisurely walked towards 3 before grabbing her from behind. All this while, 3 just looked around and did not move at all. T3, why didn't you fight him when he walked towards you? One of the assassins couldn't control himself and questioned. What are you talking about? How am I supposed to stop him when I can't even see him? But wasn't he just standing right in front of you? In front of me? Now 3 was even more confused. What the hell was happening here? How could others see him when she could not? What kind of absurd ability is that? All right, stop talking. I don't have time to waste here. I was sent here by the kingdom since Master thought you would need more training. So you all will be under my control. Is that clear? Yes, every assassin answered simultaneously. This time, no one doubted his strength, but they were still confused and wondered how he was doing all this. Good, now just for confirmation, let me ask you guys again, are you all willing to be slaves? Chapter 99. Are you all willing to be slaves? The assassins felt weird about the change in question, but when they glanced at Thyra, who just stood there without saying anything, they did not think too much about it and answered. Yes, strange energy then entered their bodies and this time, their names finally appeared on the slave column. This put a smile on Nux's face before he glanced at them and activated his Eye of Discerning. While the Nux was examining every assassin, the assassin felt odd and doubted the energy that entered their bodies. Did you feel that as well? 3 Question 2. You did as well. I thought I was not feeling well today. What was that energy? No clue, don't worry about it, it's normal, Thyra assured. The assassins then nodded, trusting Thyra. However, the one who they were trusting, Thyra, felt bitter in her heart. She only assured them because she was ordered by Nux. That energy is not nothing. It is something that will change their life. However, she then calmed a little and frowned. Technically, these assassins should already be under him, so why is he avoiding talking about his power? Nux's reasoning was simple. He just did not want to waste time on this worthless talk since he found something much more interesting than this. He then glanced at Thyra and questioned. Aren't you all spies sent by the kingdom of Skadi? Technically, we are assassins, but you can say it like that. Nux then pointed his finger at a female assassin and questioned. What about her? Is she any different than you? Her? No, she's 11, she's an assassin just like us, Thyra answered. A frown then appeared on Nux's face before he glanced at 11 and activated his Eye of Discerning again. Name, Maida Aes, age, 54, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human, Occupation, Spy sent by the Kingdom of Skadi. Talent, Medium, LVL, 35, HP, for 60 or 460 MP, 600 STR, 43, AGL, 46, VIT, 46, STM, 38, INT, 60, Def, 37. A spy? Why is her occupation different than these assassins? He then looked into 11's eye and questioned. Are you different from these assassins in any way? 11 frowned at this question, however, her mouth moved on its own and replied. Yes. I am a spy. Soon, 11's eyes widened in horror, but before she could think too much, Nux questioned again. A spy? What kind of spy? Who do you spy on? Even Thyra had a frown on her face. As a leader of these assassins, she knew everything about them. However, this was the first time she was hearing something like this. A spy sent by the kingdom to keep watch on one. I report every action one takes to the kingdom. Thyra's eyes widened in surprise, however, it wasn't over yet. Why do you keep eye on one? Isn't she working for the kingdom? She is, but the kingdom does not trust her. An orphan cannot be trusted with such matters. 11's eyes widened in terror. She wasn't going to say the last line, she just heard Levi's ordering in her head to say it and her body moved on her own. What? Thyra's eyes widened with shock. The kingdom she was so loyal to does not trust her at all. An orphan cannot be trusted with such matters. Was she really just that? All the loyalty, devotion, and love she had shown for the kingdom just amounts to this much? They actually send a spy just to keep watch on her? She was in dismay. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. When he saw her reaction, a smile appeared on Nux's face before it disappeared in an instant. This woman was too loyal. Although he used a slave seal, he still wanted to win her over so that she will give her all for his ambitions. Therefore, he came up with a plan when he learned that 11 is a spy. He did not have to do anything. He just needed to add some fire. He learned about Thyra being an orphan when he asked about her background. And then ordered 11 to say that line so that it will leave a strong impact on Thyra. With this, he will be able to gain Thyra's loyalty little by little. Actually, even other assassins, who were orphans as well, had different expressions on their faces. However, Nux did not care about them. Maybe he cared a little about 2 and 3. But the rest of them were just slaves. Them having thoughts about betraying him doesn't matter. He only needs the important ones. He needs Thyra. So he planned for it. A perfect plan. What have you done to me? While Nux was thinking and admiring how perfect his plan was, 11 questioned in panic. Huh? What do you mean? And my body moved on its own. Why else do you think will I tell you that I am a spy even if I was one? Why else? Well, let me show you. Nux then pointed at another assassin and questioned. You, tell me everything about yourself. The assassin's mouth moved on its own and he started telling his backstory. My name is Afton Stoney, I came fro dash, yeah, that's enough. Before he could even complete it, Nux waved his hand and he stopped. However, the assassin's eyes were wide in shock and horror. See that? You guys agreed to become my slaves. From now on, you will do whatever I tell you to. Got that? However, just as Nux replied, an assassin fell to the ground and started screaming. AAGGGHHHHHHH. Chapter 100. AAGGGHHHHHH. By now, Nux was already used to seeing this scene and did not feel anything. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, if you think about betraying me, you will suffer from an agonizing pain, so don't do it. Thyra's mouth twitched at the laid-back explanation. She then calmed her mind and walked towards the assassin who was shrieking in pain. Calm down, think about being loyal to him. Keep muttering, I am loyal to him in your mind and the pain will subside. A few seconds later, the assassin who was rolling all over the floor screaming in pain turned silent as he breathed heavily. Thyra then turned towards assassins and instructed. Do not take this lightly, do not think about betraying him. This pain is no joke, trust me, I say it from experience. Have you suffered from this pain? An assassin questioned. I did, and I do not want to go through it again. The assassins turned silent. If even one says that she does not want to go through that pain again, there is no way any one of them would try something funny. Also, that assassin who is now lying on the ground breathing heavily with a pale face ensured their thoughts. Okay, I do not have much time for all this. Come on, let's go. 2 and 3, you follow me. As for the rest of you, carry on with whatever you were doing. You will get further orders from 2 and 3 Nux ordered as he turned around. However, he then stopped and glanced at 11, you two, report what you normally do. Just say everything is fine, don't make them suspicious. All right? She nodded in agreement and Nux turned around. Where are we going? Thyra questioned. To deal with Marquis Hardwick, of course. Nux replied nonchalantly as he walked out. When he entered here, he had already sensed his presence, so he knew where he was. Thyra and the other 2 assassins shrugged as well and followed him. In their eyes, Marquis Hardwick was a weakling, an untrained brute without any techniques. They were sure that they could defeat him easily even if they fight one-on-one, let alone 3 of them together. 4 of them then stepped out as they walked towards Marquis Hardwick's room. Soon, however, they stopped as they looked at the 2 guards standing in front of his room and Nux questioned. Do you people know the guards? Well, we do, but I don't think they will let us in without alerting him first, 2 answered. Meh, too bothersome, wait here, I will deal with them. Nux then casually walked towards the guards and appeared behind them. Bam, a chop on their necks and, done. The guards didn't even know how they lost consciousness. Dee did that how it looked like when he fought me. 3 questioned as she watched the scene in front of her. She only saw him walking toward the guards. Somehow, the guard failed to notice him even though he was right in front of them and he knocked them out. Why Thyra answered, although she has seen this before, it was still as shocking as ever. It's ridiculous, he can kill anyone without any effort. He is a perfect assassin, 2 muttered as he glanced at Nux in a daze. Nux then deactivated his conceal and then kicked the door open before entering. Damn. I always wanted to do this, Nux thought inwardly before he shook his head and smiled. Heath Hardwick, or Marquis Hardwick, who was sleeping calmly was jolted awake and his eyes widened when he saw a man wearing black clothes, with his face covered standing right in front of him. An assassin, his heartbeat quickened when he realized that the man was an assassin. However, he calmed down a little when he noticed 3 more familiar assassins entering the room behind him. Heath Hardwick, are you willing to be my slave? Suddenly, the unfamiliar assassin questioned. What? Heath felt that he had heard him wrong and questioned. What? Are you deaf or something? I will ask you again, are you willing to be my slave? The man repeated, this time his tone was a lot stricter than before. However, instead of getting afraid, Heath's eyes turned cold as he roared. Who do you think you are? Then without any warning, he took out his 4-star sword and attacked. The 3 assassins rejoiced inwardly when they noticed that Nux hasn't ordered them to defend him. They were hoping that he would get killed by Heath so that they could be free. Nux, of course, did not know their thoughts. If he wanted, he could have directly activated conceal and have dealt with Heath as he did with Alja, but he wanted to take this opportunity to show his strength to his new slaves. Clank just as Heath thought he will cut his head off, a green-black colored dagger appeared in Nux's hand as he blocked his attack. Meh, weak. Nux then forced his sword back before slashing Heath's arm, leaving a deep cut there. The dagger's paralysis effect triggered and Heath's entire right hand turned numb within seconds. See this dagger? Yeah, that's your boyfriend's. Oh right, he is also my slave, so you can enjoy his company after you become one as well. Asterisk bam asterisk asterisk smash asterisk. He then kicked Heath's chest and his body flew back before clashing with a wall. 1, 2, and 3, who were looking at this scene had wide eyes. What is happening? How is the defeating a Grandmaster Stage Cultivator even though he is just a Master Stage Cultivator? And why does it feel so effortless? Heck, he hasn't even used the ability where he turns invisible. Marquis Heath could see him very well. That means he is still holding back. What kind of monster is he? Alright, let's not waste more time. Heath Hardwick, are you willing to become my slave? Nux did not seem to care about what these assassins were thinking. He casually walked towards Heath as he placed his foot on his head and questioned. Heath then raised his head as he glared at Nux and replied. In your Drea, Before he could even complete it, Nux kicked his head as if it was a football. It feels like your willpower is stronger than Alger's. He submitted when he lost 3 fingers. I don't know if that was cowardly or smart. But let's see how many fingers would I have to cut off before you submit. This should be an interesting experiment. A small smile appeared on Nux's face. Chapter 101. It feels like your willpower is stronger than Alger's. He submitted when he lost 3 fingers. I don't know if that was cowardly or smart. Let's see how many fingers would I have to cut off before you submit. This should be an interesting experiment. Seeing the disdainful look in his eyes, Heath knew he wasn't kidding. The dagger's numbing effect has already started its effect and he can't move his arm anymore. Even if he could, there was no way he would have won against this man. He had somehow gained a little confidence when he saw his cultivation was only at Master Stage. But this man is a monster. Even though he was just at Master Stage, the way he fought and overpowered him made it look like he was an expert stage cultivator. What a freak. However, as a Marquis, how could Heath be willing to be someone's slave? His eyes then fell on the 3 assassins following this man and his eyes brightened. What are you 3 doing? Why aren't you saving me? Although he might be a little strong, I believe with the 3 of you working together, you can deal with him. 1. You can even kill expert stage cultivators, right? Then why aren't you fighting him? Could it be that you are afraid of a Master Stage Cultivator? An unusual silence descended on the room after Heath's words. Are you dumb? Nux questioned with a confused look on his face. Did he hit his head too hard? What? Can't you see they are following me? Look how they are standing. Does it look like they even intend to stop me? No, right? Of course not. Why would they stop me? They are my slaves as well. Why your slaves? Yes, 1, 2, 3, all 50 of them, Alger as well, all of them are my slaves. Only you are left. Do you understand it now? Don't think I won't kill you because I want you as my slave. If worse come to worse, you will die while being tortured and I will find someone to replace you as the new head of this Marquis' house. Your greatest trump card is already mine, so it doesn't matter if you give up or not. You'll just increase my work a little, that's it. Seeing that nonchalant attitude, Heath's will to resist him dimmed. It was true, his trump card, the assassins were already under him, and he was pretty much worthless. His only worth was that he was needed as at face, the head of a Marquis' house. My ass, that was only a title and it is very easy to replace at face. Are you from the kingdom? Heath questioned. With the assassins on his side, he had already given up. He just wanted to confirm something. Yes. The kingdom sent me since your progress wasn't on par with our expectation. Then without wasting any time, Nux took out a normal dagger before placing it on his index finger. Well, this will be the last time I will ask this without hurting you. Are you willing to be slave? Heath's face twitched. Without hurting you, my ass. I can't move my right hand, and my head is still hurting from that kick. How dare you say without hurting me? However, he did not say that out loud and quickly gave up. Yes, I am willing to be your slave. Good. A smile appeared on Nux's face when he heard him. He then finally removed his mask and took a deep breath. It's finally done. What a long night. Why you? However, just after he revealed his face, Heath was given another shock. He recognized that face. He was Nux Leander. You sent your assassins after me and my Edda. Why you are not from the kingdom? Again, silence descended on the room after his words ended. You really are dumb, huh? Nux muttered as he glanced at Heath with a blank look. 1. He's not from the kingdom. He fooled you. Atta aaggghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh really repetitive, huh? While Heath was rolling on the floor, screaming in pain, Nux muttered with a nonchalant look. Within just one night, he had already seen countless people screaming in pain like this. Actually, he was getting bored with this. It would be a lot better if he was with his Fel, Skylar, Lane, or Edda. Well, whatever, he was handsome and a responsible man, he needed to work hard to secure his future. This little sacrifice was needed. Not that he wasn't rewarded for his hard work, he now got control over 2 Marquis houses plus the assassins, which are a lot stronger than these Marquis houses. However, that wasn't his real gain. His real gain was Thyra. With a peak Grandmaster stage assassin as his slave, it won't be long before he becomes a Grandmaster. With that, it would be easy for him to defeat an expert stage cultivator, and he might even be able to fight against a king stage cultivator. However, he will not her. He won't repeat that mistake. He will use the approach he always had, combining it with his craving touch. This will be easy peasy. While Nux was still thinking about all this, he felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned around and saw Thyra looking at him as she then pointed at Heath, who was still rolling all over the floor, screaming in pain. Oh. I forgot about him. Nux muttered before he walked towards Heath. Thyra's mouth twitched, but deep inside her, she also liked seeing this piece of shit being tortured like this. He deserves it. After a while, Heath stopped rolling on the ground. He had learned how this worked and swore in his heart that he would never think about betraying his master. Alright, get some rest, you have 10 minutes, after that, take me to your army head and other important members of your army. Chapter 102. After putting the slave seal on the head of Hardwick Army and some other higher-ups, Nux and Thyra left the Hardwick house while 2 and 3 stayed there. An orphan cannot be trusted with such matters, huh? While they were walking towards the Bannerman house, Nux muttered what 11 said. Thyra's movements paused a little before she continued like she did not hear him. A smile appeared on Nux's face as he realized that it was working. I can't believe she said that. Well, it's not really her fault either, it's the kingdom's. Again, Thyra did not react. I really pity you. Thyra couldn't take it anymore as she glanced at Nux and replied in a hoarse voice. I do not need your pity. Of course, you do not. You are a strong woman. The kingdom you gave your all for does not trust you at all. If I had faced something like that, I would be broken by now, HMPH. That just means you are weak, Thyra snorted. Nux's face twitched a little but it quickly returned to normal as he shook his head. No, I am not weak, it is you who is just too strong. With your talent, you can easily live a lavish life without any troubles, but you chose to live a dark life for your kingdom. However, even after such a big sacrifice, you did not even win their basic trust. I am impressed that you can talk normally right now, Nux continued with a slight smile on his face. If Felberta was here, she would know it in an instant that he was enjoying it. The kingdom does not work on feelings, they have to make sure their plan does not fail. It is not wrong for them to have double security, Thyra replied in monotone. It felt like she was trying to convince herself rather than convincing Nux. I do not need any double security, I trust whoever I trust with my whole heart. If they betray me, that will be my fault for trusting them. HMPH. Don't act like you are any better. You literally control our bodies and just the thought about betraying you tears apart our body with agonizing pain. Thyra snorted. When did I say that I trust you? Remember, you guys were my enemies, and you swore to get your revenge against me. I would be a fool to trust you. I am honest about it, at least I do not create a fake image of trusting my subordinates only to send another subordinate just to keep eye on the former one. I show what I am upfront, and I believe that alone makes me better them. Nux replied before he increased his speed. Thyra too increased her speed as she followed behind him, however, she was lost in her thoughts as she pondered his words. He was right, they were enemies. She completely forgot about that. She then remembered how guilty he looked after what he did to her, however, as soon as she thought about it, she shook her head in disgust. HMPH. That was just an act. Images of her sucking his penis appeared in her mind and she felt slight twitching in her crotch area. Feeling that twitch, Thyra's eyes widened in shock, she couldn't believe her body was acting like that. Her eyes turned cold as she glared at Nux with hatred. Of course, Nux did not know what was going on in her mind, nor did he care, he just needed to use the newly found hatred she has for the kingdom and make her completely loyal to him from there. Step by step. And he has achieved what he wanted for today. Alright, you can return to Bannerman house, we will meet at the meeting tomorrow. Saying that, Nux rushed towards Felberta's mansion before walking into her room and sleeping right beside her, while hugging her of course. The next day, Nux and Felberta were sitting in the hall, however, this hall was a lot bigger than the one in Felberta's mansion. They were in Bannerman house, Alger and Heath were standing in front of them and they bowed their head. Greetings master, to have 2 marquis bowing in front of you, how does it feel, Master Tilda? Felberta chuckled. Meh, not that good, you feel better. Nux looked at Felberta before glancing at her crotch with a meaningful smile. Understanding what he meant, Felberta blushed, however, since she was already used to his ways, her face quickly returned to normal as she laughed before her voice turned seductive and she questioned. Then how about you feel me later Tilda? That's an amazing idea. As expected of my beautiful and intelligent Tilda, Alger and Heath, who were still standing there with their heads bowed, felt their lips twitching. They were completely ignored. Let alone them, even Thyra, who was hiding behind the hall looked weird when she saw Nux and Felberta acting all playful. She noticed the smile on Nux's face before she glanced at Felberta and she couldn't help but be jealous. She then hurriedly shook her head to get rid of these stupid thoughts. How could she be jealous of her? Instead, she should pity that woman who has chosen such an evil person as her lifelong partner. Felberta then glanced at the 2 nobles and continued. Then what are we waiting for? Should we start what we came here for? Have you brought what I asked? Nux glanced at the 2 as well and questioned. Yes master, the 2 of them nodded at the same time before a few servants walked in carrying 2 huge tables in their hands. One table had around 8 books and many weapons on top of it, while the other table was filled with weapons. These are all the skill books we have. However, we did not bring all the weapons here since that would be too many, but we have brought all our best weapons. All of these weapons are above 3-star or above, with the best one at 5-star. Heath explained. Also, a peak 5-star dagger that is already in master's hand. Alger added hurriedly. Chapter 103. Nux ignored the weapons and quickly grabbed the 8 skill books, however, soon, a frown appeared on his face. 2 Marquis' house only have 8 skill books. Master, these are all 4-star skill books, Alger answered hurriedly. I can see that, but shouldn't you guys have more? I'm not asking about 4-star skill books, but you guys should still have 3-star or lower level books, right? Master, since we already have 4-star books, we usually sell all the lower level books in exchange for something more useful. Huh? Why would you do that? I know that you can't combine the skills to make a better one, but should you not at least keep more books? Lower level books are easier to comprehend, some people might not have a high affinity, isn't it better for them to use a low level skill book? The star level of a skill book is absolute. Nux, this time, Felberta was the one who answered. Even if you comprehend a 3-star skill to a beginner stage, a novice stage for star ability is still stronger. So it's always better to learn high level books. She continued. Of course, there are people with low level affinity who can barely learn 1-star skills, however, people like them aren't needed here so we don't keep lower level skills. Also, it's not like we can't get it. If for some reason we ever need it, we will just buy it, Heath muttered. Alright, Nux nodded deeply. He then glanced at the 8 books and read their titles with an excited look on his face. Fire Slash, Fire Arrows, Earth Shield, Rock Ray, Water Shelter, Water Shide, Wind Walk, Wind Lance, they all seem good. Nux muttered inwardly before storing everything into his inventory. Now to the weapons, I already have the dagger, now I want a sword. Nux muttered before he picked a 5-star black colored with silver on the edges sword and stored it in his treasury. Then he stored all the other weapons in the treasury as well. Heath and Alger frowned as they looked at Nux with eyes filled with confusion. As you know, I will have a lot of subordinates from now on, so I will need to provide them with better weapons, right? Nux explained with a bright smile on his face. Ah ha ha ha. Of course. Of course. Alger quickly nodded with a laugh, Heath too nodded with a big smile on his face. However, inwardly, 2 of them were crying blood as their tears. That was all of their skill books and weapons. Their entire wealth. And he took everything without batting an eye. All right, you guys can leave now. I will be a little busy in a while. Nux waved his hand nonchalantly before he glanced at Felberta with a meaningful smile. Felberta smiled back as well before she glanced at his crotch and licked her lips seductively. Oh right, Alger, your room will be mine now, so find yourself another one. The same goes for Heath as well. The 2 nobles wanted to cry in frustration. This man isn't satisfied even after taking their weapons and skills. Now he even wants their room. What a greedy bastard. Yes, master, however, no matter how angry or frustrated they were, their life was in his hand, and they would die if they do not do what he says. Therefore, they nodded like the good servants they were and left. What are you waiting for? You leave as well. Nux then turned towards Thyra and the other servants and ordered them to leave as well. When everybody left the hall, Nux turned towards Felberta, he then picked her up and placed her on his lap. Tilda, this is much better Tilda, he laughed. Indeed. This is much more comfortable. Felberta laughed as well. She then shifted her attention to the tables in front of her and muttered. I can't believe we now have 2 marquis houses under us. You have to get used to it, my dear Fel, soon we will have a whole kingdom under us. Nux tightened his grip around her waist and muttered. MMHM. Felberta's face turned a little red and she nodded. But how can she remain in this passive position? She looked around and thought about something before she questioned. So, which skill are you going to learn? Is that even a question? Obviously, I will learn all of them Tilda, all of them. Of course, now that I am a master realm cultivator, the skills I have now are too low leveled for me. It is time for me to upgrade and learn them all. That is true, a master level cultivator using 1-star skills is a waste of his talent. So which one of them are you going to learn first? Felberta questioned with a curious look on her face. A mischievous smile appeared on Nux's face as he answered, I am too handsome, there might be some people who are jealous of my looks and go after me, so I need to be prepared. Running away is the best option, so I will learn the wind walk first. Felberta's face twitched in annoyance. Even after staying with him for so long, she still couldn't get used to his shamelessness. However, when she turned around and glanced at that nigh-perfect face, she felt that he wasn't wrong. What am I thinking? Felberta shook her head repeatedly. Her face had already turned red. Oh right, I will give all of these skills to you, distribute them to Skylar, Lane, and Edda. Of course, you can learn whichever you want as well. A sad look appeared on Felberta's face as she muttered, I can't learn any of them. I am one of the people with low talent that Heath mentioned earlier. My talent is too low. But these will be beneficial to others. Who said your talent is too low? You are a top class, Nux chuckled. Felberta furrowed her brows. She turned around to ask what he meant by that. However, she suddenly felt his hand entering inside her clothes and moving towards her special place. Her little sister twitched in response and her juice started leaking. You are a top class woman, Felberta. A top class woman Tilda. Chapter 104. You are a top class woman, Felberta. A top class beauty Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears as he circled his finger around her canals. Felberta's body shuddered in anticipation, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face as she slapped his hand lightly. What are you doing, huh? Huh? You act as if you don't know what I am doing or what I am about to do. Nux retorted. I really don't know what you are going to do, Felberta replied with a slight smile on her face. A sly smile appeared on Nux's face as well, his other hand moved and grabbed her soft breast as he started kneading it. You really don't know what I am about to do. Why would I lie to you? Felberta questioned back. Oh, so tell me, are you enjoying what I am doing? Nux quickly understood her play and started thinking of ways to end it well. I feel uncom dash, are you enjoying what I am doing right now? Before Felberta could answer, Nux slightly brushed her clitoris as he moved his mouth close to her ear and whispered. Untilda, a slight moan leaked out of Felberta's mouth and a jolt of pleasure passed through her spine. My dear Fel, let me ask you one last time, are you enjoying what I am doing right now? Nux's soft and seductive voice entered her ear, and another jolt of pleasure was released into her body. Combined with his caresses, Felberta had no way of going against him and she lost again. It feels amazing Tilda, Nux's smile widened as he asked, then I should continue what I am doing right. See continue, Felberta replied with a soft blush on her face. She doesn't know why, but she could see that her resistance today was a lot more fragile than before. Nux has barely touched her little sister and she already lost. How is this possible? How is this happening? While Felberta was thinking about all this, suddenly, Nux's movements paused. A frown appeared on her face, however, before she could think more about it, Nux picked her up like a princess and muttered. I think we should continue all this in our new bedroom, what do you think? Seeing that enchanting smile, and how her pussy was crying for attention, Felberta had no option but to agree, and that's what she did. Seeing her small nod, Nux smiled even more before he kissed her forehead and started walking towards Alge, his bedroom. While walking towards the hallway, he walked past a few maids, and the more maids he passed by, the redder Felberta's face got. She was embarrassed by how Nux was carrying her, however, she didn't want to walk on her own either. A conflicted feeling. However, one thing was for sure, she wanted to stay like this forever. She hoped that Nux would carry her like this every once in a while. She then tightened her grip around his neck and smiled. Nux smiled back at her and her smile widened. However, as another maid passed by, Felberta realized something. Nux, isn't our relationship a secret? Wouldn't these maids spread rumors about us? Not only that, won't us taking over Marquis's house be known to all if we walk around without conceal? She questioned with a frown. The last thing she wants is their plans to be ruined because of a moment of pleasure. Seeing the worried look on her face, Nuxus smiled. "Ah, Fel, you are just too precious." He kissed her forehead again and then answered, "Don't worry, this is Alger's house. All the servants here are extremely loyal to him, and none of them is allowed to leave the mansion. This mansion is very secure, Alger's personnel, soldiers, and even the assassins have made sure that there are no spies. Also, even if there are 1 or 2 spies, it doesn't really matter if our relationship or us taking over Alger's house is leaked. Things like these require solid proof. They can be suspicious of us, but as long as Alger doesn't say something himself, they won't be able to prove anything on their own." Isn't that weird? If a noble has taken over another noble's house, a slight suspicion is enough for people to start investigating and even prove it. Why is Alger's statement required in our case? Felberta questioned in confusion. If it was a duke who had taken over a marquis's house, slight suspicion was enough to start the investigation, but how could a mere viscount take over a marquis's house? How is that possible? Nux replied with a sly smile on her face, and Felberta's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, according to records, she was a mere viscount, a little special one, but she was nowhere strong enough to take over a marquis's house. They could investigate her and her house a little more, but since she doesn't have people other than the ones she had already mentioned, she is still a weak viscount. She can't take over a marquis's house. She doesn't have the strength to do that. As for her relationship with Nux, well, most of the nobles will just hear and forget about it. This news was not spicy enough. She has bought Nux as her boy toy. News of her having a good time with him isn't tangy enough for the nobles to think or talk more about it. Of course, it was a different story if she was the princess or the royal concubine. Now that would have been news worthy of nobles' attention. Hee, we are too weak, huh? Felberta smiled mischievously. Indeed, we don't even have our own private army, we are too weak. A similar smile appeared on Nux's face and he continued walking. A few minutes later, the two of them entered a lavish room, with a shiny wooden texture floor, peach-colored walls, a huge, comfortable-looking bed with a dark red color bedsheet in the center, 2 light lamps on either side of the bed, an exquisite mirror on the side and finally, an elegant chandelier on the top. The room was leagues above Felberta's own bedroom. Beautiful, Felberta muttered. Not as beautiful as Utilda, how could he possibly leave the opportunity to say such a cliché line? That would be a sin. A slight smile appeared on Felberta's face and she shook her head. Cheeky, she muttered inwardly. Nux then entered the room with Felberta in his arms, then without much looking around, he directly walked towards the bed and gently placed Felberta on it. He then took a deep breath before a sweet lavender smell entered his nose and he smiled. We can continue what we were doing here. No one will disturb us, Tilda, just get ready to moan like crazy. I'll not go easy on you like I always do, Felberta smiled disdainfully. She had lost too easily before, that was not acceptable. The time it took them to walk into this room from the hall was enough for her to come back to her senses and gain back her footing. She is not going to lose that easily. She will be the one dominating this time. She was sure of it. Where did that sweet Fel go? How come you replaced her again? Seeing the glint in her eyes, Nux could easily determine what she was thinking and sighed dramatically. What do you mean, that sweet Fel? Haven't I always been the sweetest? Felberta questioned. What are you doing, No, I don't know what you are doing. Nux mimicked her words from before a little dramatically before a bland look appeared on his face and he continued, from acting ignorant to now talking about making me moan like crazy, how can you shift so quickly, Felberta's cheek flushed, however, she wouldn't repeat the same mistake she did last time. Since she couldn't answer, since she couldn't win with words, she is going to win with force and her charm. She grabbed Nux's hand and pulled him onto the bed and without giving him any chance to react, she rolled over and appeared on top of him. She then lowered her head, her mouth moved close to his and their lips met. However, Felberta didn't give him much time to enjoy. After a small peck, she raised her head and broke the kiss. She then lowered her head again and kissed before she raised her head back. She continued this for a little while, before her hand moved towards Nux's crotch. She then caressed Nux's rod through his pants a little and smiled. Look at this. Your little brother is soaring to go, And to think it happened with a few kisses. TSK. Felberta then licked her lips seductively and smiled. She had the momentum today. She can win. This was her moment. This was her chance. Well, I can't really blame you as well. It is natural to have such a reaction. After all, this time, I am not holding back like I used to. Chapter 105. So this, and the next few chapters will be Snoo with his girls, Skylar, Lane, Felberta, and Edda. You can skip the rest if you want, but don't miss the Snoo with Edda, it will be important for the plot. As for me skipping these Snoo chapters, I can't do it. I can't just forget my other characters. Well, I can't really blame you as well. It is natural to have such a reaction. After all, this time, I am not holding back like I used to. Indeed, in front of such a beautiful woman, I would consider myself gay if I didn't have this reaction. Nux, who quickly understood what was in her mind, replied. He would never give her the satisfaction she sought. It is extremely enjoyable to see Felberta work so hard to dominate him. However, it was even more enjoyable when she fails and starts moaning without considering anything. He didn't enjoy that feeling enough yet. Yes, just stay where you are, and let me do everything. Felberta muttered. Normally, she should be happy about the praise, however, she has been with Nux for enough time to know that the smile he had on his face was not a good one. Suddenly, she felt like her chance, her moment, they all faded away and this is going to end like it always does. However, just as that thought appeared in her mind, she shook her head repeatedly to get rid of it. A seductive smile appeared on her face and she repeated. Yes, just stay where you are and enjoy Tilda. She then swiftly removed his pant and a half-erect rod popped up. Felberta grabbed the rod gently and started stroking it with a smile on her face. She then shifted her body forward as she kissed Nux's waist, then his chest, his chin, and just as she was about to touch kiss his lips, she smiled and kissed his nose. She then continued her journey to his forehead, then she kissed his cheeks, the ears before finally, she kissed his chin again. Nux's body twitched in frustration and this didn't go unseen by Felberta. However, she knew that she still had a long way to go. She noticed that under her care, his half-erect rod was now searing to go. She kissed his chest, her waist and then trailed down to meet the fully erect rod. Ha ha Tilda, look how lively it is with just a few strokes Tilda, Felberta laughed out loud. Indeed, he has been waiting for this for a long time, Nux had to admit, Felberta was getting good at teasing him. Of course, it was far from enough. He won't lose that easily. Then I shouldn't let him wait for long, should I? Saying that, Felberta lowered her gown and revealed her smooth white skin along with the sexy black-colored bra. Asterisk gulp asterisk no matter how many times he sees it, Nux would never get over how alluring her figure is. While Nux was momentarily lost in those black eyes, Felberta then lowered her head and kissed the head of his penis. All this while, she didn't break the eye contact between them. Nux was then jolted out of his reverie when a weird jolt of pleasure assaulted his body. He then glanced at Felberta, and seeing the smirk on her face, he knew he lost the first round. However, Felberta wasn't someone who will give away the lead. She had this easily. She grabbed his dick with one hand, adjusted its position and then without removing her black bra, she directly engulfed the whole thing into her cleavage. Ah. Even though Nux already knew what was about to come, he couldn't control himself and groaned in pleasure. Felberta's smirk widened as she raised her giant breast before lowering them again. You Tilda, Nux moaned again and closed his eyes. Felberta has still haven't broken the eye contact yet, however, combining it with her boob job, the pleasure Nux experienced was too much, therefore, he closed his eyes and relished the pleasure. He was the first one to break the eye contact. Felberta won another round. This time, Felberta was overjoyed, she started gaining her lost confidence. 2 rounds in a row, that was amazing. However, she shouldn't be too overconfident right now, she should not let go of this opportunity. She would end it once and for all. With this newly gained confidence, she raised her breast again, before lowering it with more intensity. Her movement turned smoother and she increased her pace. Ah. Ah Tilda Tilda this feels so good Tilda Tilda, Nux moaned out loud as he placed his elbow on his head and relished the pleasure. Felberta's soft breasts had surrounded his little brother, those mounds of softness. The feeling was otherworldly. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body and he could feel his mind turning numb. Not only that, Felberta, who was keeping a close eye on every change of his expression, kept increasing and decreasing her pace accordingly. Her style was similar to his, the more he moaned, the faster she would move. He was completely at her mercy, he had to moan if he wanted to enjoy more. Nux was trapped by his own trick. Arg Tilda fell, you are the best Tilda Tilda, Nux continued moaning. He had no thoughts of resisting, this was just too good. He had lost another round. However, he doesn't care about it at all. He's willing to lose more if it ensured that this pleasure would continue. Tilda, suddenly, a huge wave of pleasure assaulted his body and Nux was jolted awake from his thoughts. He opened his eyes and saw that Felberta was kissing his dick's head and was using her hand to rub her breasts against his dick even more. Every time she lowered her breasts, his dick's head would pop out and Felberta would give it a sweet kiss as if she was rewarding it for coming out. Seeing this scene, Nux was even more excited, he could feel his milk was building up and with how Felberta was squeezing him dry, he was sure that he would burst out soon. Felberta continued her boob job and continued to force him to moan, helpless. Nux could only do what she wanted and satisfied her ego. Ah. Several veins popped out on Nux's rod and as if sensing something, Felberta increased her speed. Arf Tilda, I am coming Tilda, asterisk spurt asterisk Nux also couldn't hold it in anymore and his milk burst out. Ha. Ha, ha. Nux breathed heavily, he barely opened his eyes and saw Felberta's face and breasts covered with his jizz. A wave of satisfaction washed over his body and his rod reacted again. Seeing this, a seductive smile appeared on Felberta's face. She used her hand to collect all the milk spread over her face and started licking and sucking her fingers hungrily. This scene simulated Nux even more and his rod hardened again. Oh. Looks like he's ready and excited for the next stage. Felberta muttered as he stroked Nux's dick a few more times. She wasn't going to give him any chance to recover. She removed her gown completely and without wasting any more time, she removed her black panty as well, revealing her lovely vagina. She then sat on top of Nux in a cowgirl position, placed his rod in front of her entrance and engulfed his rod in one go. Hoover Tilda, Nux moaned out loud. Felberta's insides were already blended into his shape, so when these squishy, soft and wet insides surrounded his rod, trying to devour it, waves and waves of pleasure sent him into cloud 9. Felberta didn't give him much time and started moving. A tilde so good tilde again, the same pattern, the more he moaned, the higher Felberta's speed was and the more he enjoyed it. He couldn't stop moaning. He was completely at her mercy. However, this time, the situation was not as bad as before. This time, Felberta was affected as well, and Nux could tell then when he saw her trembling legs which she was trying to hide. Felberta was enjoying this as well, not only that, he couldn't manipulate her speed with his moans. So everything was not hopeless, there was a chance. Felberta's body trembled when she noticed a small smile appearing on Nux's face. She felt something was wrong, however, since she was so close to winning, she stopped thinking about it and lowered her speed. Nux quickly understood what she wanted and, my love Felberta smiled as she increased her speed again. Jolts and jolts of pleasure continued to assault Nux's body, and since he was still sensitive, it didn't take a long time for his milk to build up again, and, ugh. Asterisk spurt asterisk he filled her insides. And Felberta moaned in pleasure as well, however, she did not come. She used all her willpower not to come. She controlled herself. She finally won. Asterisk par asterisk Aunt Tilda, however, before she could enjoy her moment, Nux's rod that was inside her moved and she moaned out loud. She lowered her gaze and glanced at Nux, who was smiling at her. I believe it should be my turn, right? My dear Tilda, with a quick move, Nux rolled and appeared on top of Felberta, even though he had just orgasmed, for some reason, his rod was full of energy. Shall we start? Nux questioned with a smile on her face as he moved his hips. And Felberta moaned out loud. With just one thrust, she knew this was over. She did not win at all. Chapter 106. You. Fell tilde, I am coming tilde tilde, Nux moaned as he unloaded his jizz for the 5th time. Ayanna tilde tilde, fell moaned, her walls tightened and her juices gushed out. Nux then released her legs that were on his shoulders and fell down right beside her. Ha, that was good. He muttered as he turned towards her. Indeed. Felberta replied in a very soft voice, and Nux noticed that in this short time, she had already entered the dreamland. She was just too tired. A small, satisfied smile appeared on Nux's face. The transition of her trying to dominate and then laying down like that was incredible. As he thought, this feeling was the best. After laying down for a few minutes, he sat up, turned towards Felberta and kissed her forehead lovingly. Sleep well tilde my love. Millimeter, as if she had heard his thoughts, a small smile appeared on Felberta's face. Nux's smile widened, he shook his head and kissed her forehead again. He then stood up, wore his clothes, walked out of the room and entered the bathroom. Come here after a refreshing bath, Nux ordered Thyra. Within a minute, Thyra appeared behind him. What is it? She questioned with an expressionless face. Protect her while I am gone, Nux ordered as he pointed at Felberta who was sleeping calmly. Although most of the people who can hurt Felberta in this mansion are his slaves, making the mansion very safe for her, Nux still didn't take any unnecessary risks. He now had people under him, why not use them? As for why he called Thyra specifically? There are a few reasons. One is that Thyra is strong. Another. A smile appeared on Nux's face, he then activated his conceal and moved out of the Bannerman mansion. Within a few minutes, he appeared outside Felberta's mansion and walked in. He activated his sense and searched for the people he was looking for and, oh! A small smile appeared on his face. He had found something interesting. He did not deactivate his conceal and walked forward. On the other side, Skylar was peeking into the room from the slight slit on the door, her face was flushed red. What are you doing? Suddenly, she heard a voice and her body twitched in panic. She quickly turned around and when she saw who it was, she sighed in relief. Sister Lane. I was just about to punish these two. They aren't allowed to do this while they are at work, are they? She muttered as she invited Lane to look as well. Curious, Lane walked towards the door, placed her head on top of Skylar's and watched. Aunt tilde, you. Oriel, it feels too good tilde tilde, Edric, I feel good as well tilde and tilde tilde, AUN, not important, but this is the couple that was about to get married. Chapter 57, where Lane was slightly jealous of a maid. Yes, she's that maid. Within a few seconds, Lane's face turned red as well and she continued watching. As for punishing? Both of them forgot about it. And tilde Edric, I think we should end this quickly, someone will see us. So what? Lady Felberta isn't here today, don't worry, you can slack off a little. Edric answered as he continued pounding. But her personal maids are still here, what if they see us? Oriel questioned. She didn't know how right she was. So what if they see us? Don't talk as if you haven't heard their moans during working hours. They do it as well, Edric muttered. Skylar's and Lane's faces turned red. Not only that, Sister Lane is sometimes so loud that most of the servants know what is happening when she's having sex, Edric continued. Right now, Lane's face looked like a tomato. That was how red it was. They are Lady Felberta's personal maids, we can't be compared with them. Oriel nodded. All right, I will end this quickly, Edric thought about it a little and nodded. They are about to finish. Skylar muttered, her face showing a little disappointment. Lane didn't say anything. She was too embarrassed to say anything. How can these two people do something like this? Right? How shameless, Skylar replied to the unknown voice with a few continuous nods. Shameless indeed. The voice replied. Skylar and Lane both kept nodding. How can my lovely girls peek at a couple having sex? I didn't expect them to be so shameless. Suddenly, Skylar and Lane stopped nodding and turned around with mechanical movements. It was as if they were broken robots. Nux. Skylar muttered, her face even redder than before. My lovely Skylar, and my serious Lane, what are you two doing? Nux questioned with a small smile on his face. Nothing, we were just about to punish these two people for doing something like that in while they are working. Skylar muttered. Lane nodded at Skylar's words. Oh. So you were going to punish them? Nux questioned. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Then why haven't you done it already? The two of them started thinking of some excuses. Why are your faces red? Why are you acting like you have been caught while doing something wrong? Nux continued questioning. Under his series of questions, Skylar and Lane turned silent and Nux's smile widened. This scene was interesting indeed. He can tease them for hours. He had just arrived at the mansion and had just used his sense to find Skylar and Lane, however, he didn't expect to find both of them standing together, peeking at the couple having sex. He would be a fool to waste such a great opportunity. We were not going to punish them, we were observing and noticing the differences. Suddenly, Skylar muttered. Let alone Nux, even Lane standing beside Skylar was surprised. We were observing? What? When did that happen? Why didn't I know that? Also, what were we observing? Countless question marks appeared in her mind. Oh. Then what did you observe? Nux questioned. Yours is bigger. Chapter 107. Yours is bigger. Lane turned her head towards Skylar in confusion, however, after thinking for a while, she nodded her head as well. His is indeed bigger. Nux didn't say anything, he just walked towards Skylar and hugged her. A keen observation indeed. I knew Skylar was the best. He thought inwardly as he continued patting her head. Skylar didn't understand why he was acting like this, but since she was enjoying it, she tightened her hug around him and didn't say anything. That's a very good observation, Skylar. You did a good job. Millimeter, although she didn't know what good job he was talking about, Skylar nodded and snuggled her face into his chest. How about I give you a reward? Nux proposed. A reward? What reward? Skylar questioned in confusion. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he grabbed her perky but kneaded it gently. He Tilda, are you acting ignorant as well? Do you really not know what reward am I talking about? Nux questioned. And Tilda, Skylar moaned out loud, although she didn't get it the last time, now she was sure what the reward was. Does she want it? Of course. Skylar's eyes brightened, and just as she was about to agree, Lane interjected. No. We have work to do. Nux frowned, he then walked towards Lane and raised her chin as he questioned. What work? We have to WWA. A tinge of red appeared on Lane's face, however, she controlled herself and answered. Or at least she tried to since Nux cut her off. You can always do it later, right? Lane knew perfectly well where this was going, her heartbeat quickened, however, she controlled herself and answered. Nux, our image is already ruined, the servants here can hear our moans, that's not good. Skylar's eyes widened in realization as well. She completely forgot what happened before due to Nux's hug. Yes. We can't do it. Especially Sister Lane, she moans too loudly. She spoke out loud. Lane's face turned red in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, Tilda, you are embarrassed about that? Nux couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. This is something to be embarrassed about. Lane replied. Ha ha ha, Tilda, what's there to be embarrassed about? Shouldn't you just train more? Huh? What do you mean by that? Lane questioned. A wicked smile appeared on Nux's face as he picked her up and answered. Simple. You should train more to control your moans. Let me help you with this. Saying that, he walked towards his room with Lane in his arms. Lane, who was now being carried by Nux, was confused. She knew something was wrong with what he said, but why couldn't she see what was wrong? Why does it sound so logical? Skylar? What are you waiting for? Don't you want to help your sister as well? Nux then turned towards Skylar and questioned. Coming. Skylar's face brightened up as she rushed towards Nux as well. A few minutes later, Nux, Lane, and Skylar were inside Nux's room, or to be precise, Nux's bed, naked. What a lovely scene. Nux muttered inwardly as he saw Skylar and Lane laying in front of them without wearing anything. All right, we will start slow and pick the pace later, okay? Nux muttered as he used his fingers to enter their canals. Lane and Skylar both had different sensitive points and Nux knew all about it. Without wasting any time, his fingers directly attacked their sensitive points and, Tilda, Skylar moaned out loud. Lane, however, controlled herself. This was her training. She wouldn't moan. Nux smiled as he presumed what she was thinking and shook his head. He then bent down and kissed Skylar's lips. Skylar responded well as her tongue entered Nux's mouth and started fighting with his tongue for dominance. She also used her hand to grab his head and pulled it even closer to her. However, she stood no chance of winning. Nux was practically cheating in this battle. His middle finger entered Skylar's canal as well, and his index finger, combined with his middle one, created chaos in her insides. Tilda, Skylar's grip around Nux's head weakened. Nux used this opportunity and started sucking on her little tongue. Tilda, Skylar couldn't take it anymore, her canals tightened and she came. Nux then finally released her tongue and ended the kiss. After parting, he pecked her lips again before he turned towards Lane and muttered. Now try and control your moans. Lane's body shuddered when she saw that devilish smile on his face. However, Nux didn't give her any chance to think more about it and gave her a light kiss. Then he moved his head in front of her pink nipple and started licking. Lane's walls tightened around his finger. Nux's smile widened as he plunged his middle finger inside as well. He then glanced at Lane, who was looking at him with a nervous and determined look on her face, and kissed her nipple. Then without wasting much time, he put the whole thing in his mouth and started sucking it greedily. Lane quickly placed her hand on her mouth to stop herself from moaning, however, a muffled moan still leaked out. However, Nux wasn't satisfied with a mere muffled moan. His ring finger entered her canals as well and Lane's eyes widened. His three fingers simultaneously touched all her weak spots and waves of pleasure assaulted her body. Strength started leaving her body and, Tilda, a slight moan was released. However, due to that moan, she returned to her sensed and shook her head repeatedly. She then closed her mouth shut to stop all the moans. Suddenly, Nux stopped sucking her nipple and raised his eyes. You controlled yourself, good job Tilda, Nux praised. However, for some reason, Lane didn't feel good from that praise. Her instincts were screaming that something was wrong. Her instincts were correct as a big smile appeared on Nux's face as he muttered. Now let me level up the game Tilda, saying that, he bit her nipple and, Anna Tilda, she moaned. Chapter 108. Now let me level up the game Tilda, saying that, he bit her nipple and, Anna Tilda, Lane's canal tightened. The stimulus of three fingers all caressing her sensitive spots along with Nux biting her nipple was too much for her to bear and she came. With that, she lost control of her body and moaned out loud. Again. A smirk appeared on Nux's face as Lane took deep breaths. Oh my, you moaned again, my lovely Lane Tilda, ha, ha, ha. Lane didn't reply, she was too busy breathing. Nux then suddenly felt a hand kneading his rod, he lowered his gaze, and then looked into Skylar's eyes, who was looking at him with a lustful look on her face. Seeing the lustful look on her innocent look, Nux got turned on, his warrior woke up and hardened himself for the next war. A satisfied smile appeared on Skylar's face when she saw his erect dick, she moved and placed it right in front of her wet entrance and muttered. My turn Tilda, Nux's smirk widened, he couldn't turn down that request, not when she requested it in such a way. He slid his penis in front of her entrance to lubricate it a little and when he felt that it was enough, he slammed it into her pussy in one go. Uff! Nux groaned in pleasure. Skylar's insides were as tight as always. Those squishy insides trying to engulf down his cock felt heavenly. Nux enjoyed that feeling for a while and once he felt it was enough, he moved back before ramming it inside again. Ayan. Skylar's insides were very welcoming, so much that they tightened every time Nux's warrior was about to leave. Suddenly, Skylar wrapped her legs around Nux's waist as she tried to push him towards her. Nux smirked at her cute attempt and slammed his cock into her again. After a few more thrusts, Nux's movement turned smoother and his speed increased. Droplets of sweat appeared all over his muscular body. He then picked Skylar's legs and placed them on his shoulders before he rammed his cock again. AANNHHHHH. This time, he went even deeper and Skylar's moaned even more loudly. Her moans satisfied his ego and he increased his speed even more. Soon, Nux noticed that Skylar was moaning louder than usual. He felt something was wrong, however, he quickly realized why she was doing that and smiled inwardly. How considerate. She's such a sweet girl Nux then grabbed her soft butt and her walls tightened. Ugh. Skylar so good he groaned in pleasure. Her walls clamped around his dick tightly and Nux's back arched up. The sudden increase in pleasure made him stop his movement and close his eyes. And Skylar moaned as well. Lane, who had now came back to her senses, blushed when she heard her moans. She then turned towards Skylar and saw her being drilled while she moaned in ecstasy without caring about anything. Isn't she embarrassed? She wondered inwardly, but then her eyes fell on Nux, who was looking at Skylar with a smile on his face, and she started wondering. What's there to be embarrassed about? The more she thought about it, the more she wondered how stupid she was. And I am coming while Lane was lost in her thoughts, Skylar moaned out loud, her back arched up as she clenched the bedsheets with her hands. I am coming as well At the same time, Nux's voice was heard. Lane saw his body trembling before a sigh escaped his mouth. Skylar's and Nux's bodies turned weak and Nux fell over Skylar with his eyes closed. Lane watched everything with great concentration and jealousy. Suddenly, Nux opened his eyes and his charming golden eyes met Lane's. A smirk then appeared on Nux's face as he stood up and crawled towards Lane. Are you ready for your training? Don't moan Lane's heart skipped a beat, a small smile appeared on her face as well. She then straightened her back, opened her legs a little and, try and make me moan. A very unexpected line from someone like Lane. Nux's smirk widened, and he took the challenge. Don't regret it then, my dear Lane He then placed his dick in front of her cave and penetrated her insides in one move. Oh Lane moaned weirdly. Huh? What? You lost already? Nux teased. No. That was just too sudden. Lane exclaimed, embarrassed. Nux chuckled, he then grabbed her left leg, placed it on his shoulder and penetrated her insides again. This time, however, he went a lot deeper than before. You aren't really doing well in this challenge he teased again. Shut up. Nux chuckled, he bent down, the more Lane's legs stretched and the deeper he entered. Admit it, my beautiful Lane, you already lost Nux whispered into her ears seductively before he rammed his cock into her again. Anger Lane's body turned weak and waves of pleasure assaulted her body. Nux's strong scent assaulted her nose and a deep blush appeared on her face. Nux then started kissing her ears, his hand moved down and started kneading her large breast gently. Nux's movements quickened, he played with her breast roughly before he squeezed the soft mound tightly. A bolt of pleasure coursed through Lane's body and she moaned again. However, Nux wasn't done yet, he increased his speed yet again and at the same time, he pinched her nipple. Lane's body trembled in delight and a foolish smile appeared on her face. Her canals tightened to an extreme degree, Nux couldn't control himself anymore and released his semen inside. At the same time, Lane's walls tightened even more and as if a switch was flipped, a large amount of vaginal juice gushed out. After another great orgasm, Nux's body weakened and he lay beside Lane, whose leg was now released, rolled over and closed her eyes. Ha, ha, ha. Both of them started breathing heavily, however, this isn't the last round, is it? Nux heard Skylar's cute and at the same time, demonic voice. However, unlike before, when he would feel a shiver coursing through his body, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he replied. Oh of course, not, my love he was not tired at all Chapter 109. 3 hours later, Nux stood up and stretched his body. He glanced at his bed and saw two beautiful women lying there with tired looks on their faces. A wicked smile appeared on Nux's face and he walked towards Skylar, moved his mouth near to her ear and whispered, You aren't tired yet, are you? Shall we go for another round? Instead of answering, Skylar just rolled away and pouted. Ha ha Nux chuckled out loud before he kissed her forehead. You, why aren't you tired yet? Suddenly Nux heard Skylar's voice in her head. She was too tired to say anything, therefore, she was using Harem Seal's connection to talk to him. Secret. Nux replied in the same way. Skylar then opened her eyes a little and when she saw that little smile on his face, she closed her eyes. I won't tease you anymore. She muttered. Oh, you can tease me anytime, my love. Just be ready for the consequences. Nux answered back and chuckled. He then noticed a small smile appearing on Skylar's cute face and she nodded. Then I will tease you more. Nux smiled and then walked away. Lane had already fallen asleep, that girl moaned louder than usual today, it was as if she didn't have any restrictions at all. Of course, the more she moaned, the satisfied Nux felt and the faster he moved. Because of this, Lane was more tired than usual and entered her dreamland right after coming for the 6th time. Nux then finally left the room and walked towards the bathroom. He was really pleased today. First, Felberta, then Skylar and Lane, he had orgasmed many times today, however, he was still not tired. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium, LVL, 31, HP, 810 810, MP, 580 580, STR, 83, AGL, 93, VIT, 81, STM, 86, 120, INT, 58, 80, Def, 80, blank points, 159, 103, yes, has finally decided to not be a cheapskate and use some of his blank points. At first, he only wanted to satisfy his women so he increased his stamina, however, he then noticed how ridiculously low his intelligence was and increased it as well. Now he was very sure that a king-level expert won't be able to see him if he activates his conceal. Although he was not sure if he could assassinate a king-level expert, he could, at the very least, run away. He also wanted to use 10 blank points to learn about the past Nux, but then he shifted it ahead. He had some important things to do right now. Some very important things. Thinking about that, Nux smiled before he entered the bathroom and took a long, relaxing bath. 30 minutes later, Nux walked out of the bathroom, wore his clothes and started walking around the mansion when suddenly, his eyes fell on a familiar man. He quickened his speed and called out. Yo, Joyab, how it's going, dude? Joyab, who was minding his own business and was walking around aimlessly, turned around to see who called him in such a disrespectful way. However, as soon as his eyes fell on Nux, his face twitched. What is it, Nux? He questioned with a straight face. Nothing, I was just curious. I usually don't see you wandering around very often. Lady Felberta didn't come to the office today for some reason, so I had some free time, Joyba answered. Oh. She didn't tell you? Ah, she must have forgotten, she is with me and she's busy right now. You can treat it as your holiday. Can I know what she's doing right now? Joyab questioned. A small smile appeared on Nux's charming face as he muttered, Fel is resting. She was tired after working hard. Joyab's lips twitched. He wasn't a fool. He knew what hard work she was doing. As for Nux calling her Fel, he was already used to it by now. However, he still couldn't believe the transition he saw with his own eyes, from Lady F. Felberta, to Lady Fel, to Fel, this boy really did in 2 months. Ha! Joyab let out a tired sigh. He couldn't do anything about it. Ha, you really changed Lady Felberta, she used to be so diligent before. Joyab muttered. Oh, she's very diligent all right, Tilda, Nux muttered, however, only he knew the underlying meaning of his words. Ah, by the way, I heard a few assassins attacked yesterday. Suddenly, Joyab's face turned serious and he bowed his head. Nux Leander, I am very grateful to you for saving Lady Felberta and dealing with those assassins. I will remember this favor in my heart. Nux was surprised by his sudden action. His and Butler Joyab's relationship wasn't very harmonious from the start, however, seeing him setting aside his ego and bowing in front of him, Nux realized how loyal this man is. A small smile appeared on his face as he muttered. Butler Joyab, you don't have to worry about it. One would have to pass through my dead body if he wants to harm my Fel. Please raise your head. Joyab then raised his head and a small smile appeared on his face. Also, Felberta is not as weak as you think she is. Joyab's smile widened and he nodded. Indeed, she is now an advanced level cultivator. She is not weak at all. Joyab muttered with a small smile on his face, his eyes were a little moist. Ah, Nux, I suddenly remembered something, I will take my leave. Saying that, Joyab walked away. Viscount Alvi, your daughter found herself a man worthy of her. You can be rest assured now. Tears streamed out of Butler Joyab's eyes as he recalled Felberta's father, Viscount Alvi. Joyab was truly happy today. Nux didn't know what was going on inside Joyab's head, however, his respect for Joyab had increased a lot after this incident. He then took out the skill book, Wind Walk, entered the garden, and started practicing his newly gained skills. Chapter 110. In the royal palace of the Skyfall Kingdom. Miss Edda, where do I put these clothes? A girl who should be no older than 12, questioned as she carried a big load of clothes in her hands. Ah yes, you can put them in chamber number 6, make sure to separate white and other colors, Edda replied with a slight smile on her face. She is usually very strict, but she had a soft spot for this cute little girl. No, there was no history behind them or anything, she just liked the girl a bit. Yes, Miss Edda, the little girl nodded and walked away. It is almost the time now. Edda glanced around to see if anyone else needed any help, but everything seemed fine. Asterisk ding asterisk asterisk dong asterisk. A few minutes later, a bell's chime sounded and a big smile appeared on Edda's face. It was finally 9 p.m. Just as she was about to walk away, she was stopped by someone. Edda, I see you are very busy these days, huh? You always leave as soon as the bell rings. A man laughed out loud. He was Madison Headley, he worked in the palace as a servant. As someone who has been here for his whole life, just like Edda, he was a little close to her compared to others. Ye dash ha 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 Tilda Madison, you don't know? Edda has been busy with someone else nowadays. What was his name again? Ah yes, it's Dio Brando. I heard he is a head of a merchant company. Quite a good target if I do say so myself. Before Edda could answer, a high-pitched voice was heard. Edda turned around and when she saw who the woman was, she sighed. Edria Fox, she is someone who is eyes on her position so badly that she even colluded with Bannerman and Hardwick House. She is an extremely covetous type of woman who easily gets jealous of others. Yes, Edria, I am meeting a man called Dio Brando and honestly, I don't think Wyatt has to do anything with you. Have I ever interfered with you using your loose hole to please Wyatt and Ainsley? Edria's face turned red in rage, however, Edda wasn't done yet. Oh right, I also heard that Eardwolf broke up with you. He did not break up with me. Edria retorted in anger. Ah yes, that was my fault. How can he break up with you when there was nothing like that between you two, to begin with? Didn't you become his meat hole just so he could make you subhead maid? He just got bored of using your already used hole and threw you away, right? Edda's every word stung Edria's heart and her face reddened in anger and shame. Seeing her reaction, a small smile appeared on Edda's face. Although she didn't show it or abused her position a lot, she was still a head maid of the royal palace. Her information network was strong. She knew everything about most of the servants, especially someone like Edria, who was coveting her position. All right, if you would excuse me. I have to meet someone special. Saying that, Edda straightened her back and walked away elegantly. Edria looked around and when she noticed other servants' gloating expressions, her face distorted in shame. Edda, you went too far this time. She muttered inwardly, however, soon, a cold smile appeared on her face. Enjoy all you want, you bitch. Once Bannerman and Hardwick House gets their hands on you, I will request them to give you to me. Then you will be at my mercy. But don't believe for a second that you will have a good end, I'll make you beg for mercy. Edria thought inwardly. No one knew how she would react when she learns that Hardwick and Bannerman houses are already under Edda's control. Edda didn't know what was going on inside Edria's head and she didn't really care about it either. She just activated conceal and rushed towards the Bannerman mansion. 30 minutes later, she arrived at Bannerman's house and entered the dining room where Nux, Felberta, Skylar, and Lane were having dinner. As for Alger and his wives, well, they were now eating somewhere else. They weren't allowed to disturb Nux's meals. She's late. Felberta complained. Oh come on, she's a busy woman, it's normal for her to be a little late, Nux answered. Are you saying that I am free? Felberta questioned as she raised her eyebrows. Aren't you free for me? For the love of your life? Nux questioned with a charming smile on his face. A small smile appeared on Felberta's face as she grabbed his hand gently. Indeed, I am always free for you, Tilda. Me too. I am free for you as well, Tilda. Skylar chimed in, and although Lane didn't say anything, she nodded as well. Hey, Tilda, still acting all silent and shy. Who was the one moaning so loudly this afternoon? Nux teased as he glanced at Lane. Lane's face turned red and Nux and the others started laughing. Seeing this scene, a small smile appeared on Edda's face. She didn't know when, but she had already assimilated in this little family. Everyone was good to her here without any alternative thoughts in their mind, and she was happy about it. She deactivated her conceal as she walked towards Nux and hugged him from behind. I am free for you as well, Tilda. Oh, Tilda, my perverted maid is here, Tilda, Nux muttered as he grabbed her hands and turned towards her. Edda's face turned red, she sat on the seat Nux pointed at, and a servant served the food. Edda, I suggest you eat well, Tilda. Nux is more energetic than usual, Tilda. Suddenly, Felberta muttered as she glanced at Edda with a meaningful smile on her face. Yes. He is very energetic today. Sister Edda, you have to be careful, Skylar chimed in. Lane nodded silently like usual, while Nux had a prideful smile on his face. A small smile appeared on Edda's face as she answered. Thank you for worrying about me, however, I am ready for it, Tilda. Chapter 111. A Bannerman's housemaid was walking in a dark hallway. The further she walked, the darker it got. After walking for a few minutes, a wooden door appeared in front of her. She gulped, calmed her emotions and knocked. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. Marquis Alger has called for Miss 1. He is in his new room. She muttered and walked away. Her speed was visibly faster than normal. Even though she has come to this place a lot of times, she still wasn't used to it yet. Since her job was now, she rushed out of this creepy place. As for the new room she talked about, well, it was Alger's new room after he gave his previous room to Nux. Many servants found it weird. Most of them had sensed that something had happened, however, nobody dared to point it out. Marquis Alger was powerful and cruel. If they were wrong, they would die, and even if they were right and something was wrong, someone capable of making things go wrong for Marquis Alger would be able to kill them. Therefore, they didn't say anything and acted ignorantly. It's not like their life was affected in any way. They just have a few more people to serve. The new guests that have arrived in their mansion, the servants decided to serve them like they serve Marquis Alger and his family. A smart decision. The maid sighed when she walked out of that creepy place. She then walked into the kitchen and started doing her job. Alger was now sitting in his new room, waiting for someone. Actually, he was inwardly jealous of Heath. He didn't know why, but Nux was staying at his place. It was suffocating for him since he took every step in with utmost caution. He didn't dare to offend Nux. Due to this, he gets tired very quickly. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He can't just tell his master to go away. He was helpless. He could only cry and curse Heath for his good luck. Asterisk bam asterisk. While he was thinking about this, his door was slammed open and a woman who had covered her face walked in. What did you call me for? Thyra questioned. You could have knocked. Alger muttered. Shut the hell up. Tell me what you called for and note, it better be something important, else, prepare to lose your life, I am in a bad mood. Thyra didn't care what he was thinking. She was very irritated for some reason. Alger noticed that and quickly got to the main topic. I didn't want to call you here either. It's Master Nux who wants you to do something. What does he want? Hearing that name, her mood got even worse. He wants you to use all the assassins you have and search if there are any spies in the mansion. Haven't we done that already? He says he wants you to do it again. Alger shrugged. Fucking bastard. Thyra cursed. Alger didn't say anything. To be honest, he would love to have the ability like Thyra's, an ability to curse Nux whenever she wanted. He tried it before but was assaulted by that pain. Since then, he gave up. Is there anything else? Thyra questioned. No. Alger shook his head. All right, I will take my leave now, Thyra muttered and walked out of the room and slammed the door closed. She's really angry, huh? Alger muttered to himself. This was the first time he had seen her showing so many emotions. Generally, she's always cold and calm. Heh, she doesn't resemble an assassin at all. Alger chuckled inwardly. Thyra didn't know what he was thinking, and neither did she care. She just wanted to return to her room. She has been feeling very weird lately but she doesn't know what's happening. Your mouth is really loud, huh? How about you put that loud thing to good use? While Thyra was walking away, he heard something. She narrowed her eyes and turned towards the source of direction. It was coming from Alger's previous room, which now belongs to Nux. Hearing the familiar words, Thyra narrowed her eyes even more and walked toward the room. She then opened the door a little, peeked inside through that little gap and her eyes widened in surprise. She saw a maid standing in front of Nux, who had a disdainful smile on his face. Get on your fours, Nux ordered. The maid's body moved, and she fell on all her fours. You see that? On the floor, on all fours, just like a bitch, that is where you belong. That is what you are now, a bitch, my bitch, who will listen to whatever I will say from now on. This scene was extremely familiar to Thyra. Her whole body shuddered in disgust and craving. Wait, craving? Thyra frowned. She noticed that her certain area was a little too excited for some reason. She moved her hand close to that area, her finger moved and started rubbing her little sister. Untilda, Thyra moaned out loud. She couldn't believe that just a little rubbing felt so good. However, she quickly realized where she was and stopped. Or so she tried to. As if they had a will of their own, her fingers continued to move and rubbed her opening. What am I doing? Thyra screamed inwardly. On Tilda, she moaned again. She couldn't believe how good it felt. Ha ha ha, Tilda, elegant and proud head maid of the royal palace, on all her fours, in front of a nobody. Ha ha ha, Tilda, fate is really cruel, ha. Edda Osborne. Suddenly, Nux laughed out loud. Thyra's eyes widened when she heard his words. Edda Osborne. Isn't Edda his woman? Then why is he ordering her like this? Wait, does that mean she isn't his woman but was just a poor victim to his weird magic? Are all his women like that? Thyra began to think. Edda Osborne, start licking my dick as if it is the most delicious thing you ever had. Thyra's eyes refused to miss what was happening in front of her and she continued pleasuring herself unconsciously. Chapter 112. Edda Osborne, start licking my dick as if it is the most delicious thing you ever had, Nux ordered. Thyra saw Edda's body moving, she crawled towards Nux, placed her head close to his crotch area and used her mouth to lower his pants. When she did, the 8-inch monster popped out and placed itself on the top of Edda's face. Edda moved her head a little, then, she kissed the head lightly. Her tongue popped out and she started licking Nux's shaft. After a few licks, Nux's whole rod was drenched in her saliva. Edda then moved forwards and started sucking his balls. Ah! Nux groaned in pleasure. Edda continued moving. After she was done with her sucking, she kissed the balls and then started licking his shaft, all the way up to the head. Her pink-purple eyes then glanced at Nux's, a small smile appeared on her face before she gobbled up the whole thing in one move. You are so good. You are the best, Edda. I'm glad I took you as my pleasure toy, Tilda. Nux groaned in pleasure as he closed his eyes and held Edda's head. What a bastard. She's not his woman. He is forcing her with that weird magic of his. Outside, Thyra cursed inwardly as she watched the whole scene. I knew he was no good. That bastard. She continued cursing in hatred and disgust. If only she could see herself in the mirror right now. Thyra, who was cursing Nux continuously, had a red face. She was sitting on her knees, her hand were under her panty, and her fingers continued to create chaos in her insides while a few drops of something was on the floor right under where she was sitting. No one would believe that this girl was a cold-hearted assassin if they saw her like that. Right now, she looked like a pervert who was peeking at a couple having sex. Tilda, Edda, you are amazing, Tilda, Nux moaned again. He was lying earlier. When it came to a blowjob, Edda was indeed the best. Not only would she gobble up his whole thing, but she would also continue moving her tongue inside, and would not stop sucking. Her cheeks would always sink inwardly, and her perfect blowjob face would never fail to turn him on. Edda continued moving her head up and down, waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Nux's body. It was getting harder and harder for him to remain standing. It was just that good. His legs were weakening from all the pleasure. He could feel his semen building up. Suddenly, he grabbed Edda's head, and started thrusting his hips roughly. Ah. Edda. Drink it all. Saying that, he released a massive load inside her mouth. Edda choked due to the massive amount. Asterisk gulp asterisk asterisk gulp asterisk asterisk gulp asterisk however, she quickly gulped down everything and once Nux pulled his dick out of her mouth, she opened her mouth to show him that she gobbled everything up. Nux smiled and patted her head. Good job, Tilda, a bright smile appeared on Edda's face. Hee hee, Tilda, how about I reward you now? Nux muttered with a small smile on his face. Stand up, he ordered. Edda did as she was told and stood up. Remove your clothes. Edda started removing all her clothes, revealing her gorgeous tanned and untanned skin. Nux didn't stay idle as well, as he removed his clothes as well. A big, perverted smile appeared on Edda's face when she saw that dreamy, perfect body with perfect muscles. Even Thyra, who was watching everything, was taken aback a little. All right, go near that wall, Nux ordered, and Thyra's heartbeat quickened. The wall he was pointing at was very close to the door. She wanted to run away, however, her body refused to obey her and her hand continued creating chaos in her insides. Edda then turned around, and again, Thyra was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Edda's face, and rather than looking like someone who is being forced, she looked like she was enjoying every moment of it. Heck, the big wide grin on her red face even looked a little creepy. All right, bend down and put your hands on the wall. Thyra's heartbeat quickened even more. Edda and Nux were just 2 meters away from her. She could see everything clearly. Good, Nux praised. He then walked close to Edda and started sliding his rod over her little sister. Until Tilda, Edda, who was already wet after the blowjob, moaned out loud. Don't tease me, Tilda, Master Tilda, she requested. Nux's grin widened and Tilda, he penetrated her insides in one thrust, making her moan loudly. Edda's body shuddered in pleasure, her red face turned even red and her smile widened. She looked like she had gone crazy. All right, let's start, shall we? Saying that, Nux pulled out his rod and rammed it inside again. ANNHHH Tilda, Edda then closed her eyes, her legs weakened, and just as she was about to fall, Nux grabbed her waist. Hee hee, Tilda, my perverted maid, I haven't even started yet, Tilda. Nux chuckled and started his thrusting. The more he pounded, the louder Edda moaned. Thyra also increased her speed, and her third finger entered her cave as well. The scene in front of her was just too stimulating. She could clearly see Nux's rod that entered and exited Edda's insides. She also didn't miss the expression of pure ecstasy on Edda's face. If Thyra still doubted her moans, the expression on her face told her that Edda wasn't faking anything. She actually felt that good. Until ANHH Tilda, Edda continued moaning. Her mind turned blank from pleasure, and a few more thrusts later, her caves tightened to a ridiculous degree. ANHHHHHH Tilda, I am coming, Tilda, she moaned out loud. Tilda, I am coming as well, Tilda, Nux moaned as well. The sudden tightness forced his already sensitive penis to release his semen. Edda's love juice gushed out, and at the same time, Nux released his milk inside her body. MMNHNH Tilda, however, they weren't the only two who orgasmed. There was another person who came right after them. Chapter 113. The next day, Edda woke up and her eyes fell on Nux, who was looking at her with a small smile on his face. Good morning, my perverted maid, Tilda, Nux greeted. A smile appeared on Edda's face as well. It was indeed the best way to start the day. She nodded inwardly. Soon, memories of last night entered her mind and her smile widened. You were amazing last night, Master Tilda, you were amazing as well Tilda, Nux muttered. What about that assassin, did she leave? Edda questioned. Of course, she left. Ha 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 Tilda, you scared her so badly Tilda, Nux couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. HMPH. I didn't do anything, I was just doing what you told me to, Edda retorted. However, even though she tried to sound angry, the smile on her face betrayed her. Last night, someone was peeking at them while they were having sense. No, that's not right, it is better to say that she was manipulated into peeking at them. If Nux didn't order Alger to call Thyra, nothing would have happened. Of course, nobody needed to know that. So shush. Ahem. Of course, since Nux was the one who arranged everything, he naturally knew Thyra was peeking at them and he told Edda to act accordingly. First, he recreated some scenes that Thyra should be familiar with, he then noted her reactions and once he confirmed that she was excited, he gave her a first-row ticket to the show. Thyra continued watching and playing while they fucked and came a few times, however, right after she came the third time, Nux and Edda glanced in her direction at the same time. Thyra's eyes widened in fear and like a deer who noticed a lion near her, she ran away as soon as she can. Ha 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 Tilda, Edda laughed out loud when she remembered the terrified look on her face. It was really fun to tease her, especially when she knew that Thyra was a cold-blooded, serious assassin who has taken countless lives. Soon, however, Edda's eyes fell on the window and her smile faded away. I am late. She screamed in panic as she stood up from the bed. She then turned towards Nux who was looking at her with a smile on his face and questioned, why didn't you wake me up? You looked so peaceful when you were asleep, I didn't want to disturb you, Nux answered. Seeing the teasing smile on his face, Edda was sure that he did it just so he could make fun of her. I'll be late Tilda, Edda groaned in frustration. Just as she was about to walk towards the bathroom, Nux grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bed. She tried to struggle, however, he hugged her from behind and muttered. So what if you get late? You are the head maid, Edda. No one would say anything to you, Nux, let me go Tilda, I am late. It's not good to be late, especially when I am a head maid, I need to set an example for the others. Although she said that, she didn't resist his hug at all, rather, she moved her body close to his and enjoyed his touch. Who? Since when were you so serious about your job? I thought that the only thing that you think about is new positions to be bound in. Nux muttered. Edda's face turned red and she pouted. HMPH. Who said that? I have to do a good job as a head maid, else I'll be replaced soon. You know how many people are trying to take away my position, don't you? Edda questioned as she remembered Edria. Then, a small smile appeared on Edda's face as she muttered, I think that once you become the king, I would slack off a little more. You won't take away my position as your head maid, will you? Master Tilda? Nux then tightened his hug around Edda, closed the distance between his mouth and her ear and whispered seductively, slack off. What a joke. Once I become the king, you would have to work for 24 hours a day. No slacking off. You will be forced to accompany me without any rest. Hee Tilda, Edda accepted his advances with a huge smile on her face, she really longed for that moment. Then she wouldn't have to do so much work, she would just stay near Nux and enjoy. She really wished that Nux becomes the king as soon as possible, and so that he can achieve that quickly, she's working hard as well. I searched a little and found a perfect target for you. Then, Edda smiled slyly and muttered, and don't worry, I made sure she fits your taste. My taste? You know my taste? Nux questioned with a curious look. Of course, I know it. You love big breast. She grabbed Nux's hand and placed it on her breast. Why do you say that? Me, Felberta, Lane, all of us have big breasts. What about Skylar then? Nux questioned. That girl can melt anyone's heart with her innocence and pureness. It doesn't matter if she had big breasts or not, no one cannot not fall in love with her. It is simply impossible to resist her. So she doesn't count. Edda shook her head. Out of all the women around Nux, she liked Skylar the most. She was innocent, friendly and cheerful. She was a lovely girl. Nux smiled as well, Skylar was cute, that was true. However, that doesn't mean that Edda was correct, he did not prefer large breasts over small breasts. He liked all of them the same. Breasts were breasts. No matter if they were large or small. Suddenly, his smile widened and he shook his head. Who was he trying to fool? Himself? Large breasts for life. Indeed, large breasts are the best. He then grabbed her firm breast and questioned. So, who are you talking about? Allura Skyfall. Chapter 114. Thyra, come here. Thyra, who had just woken up, heard Nux's voice in her head and her face turned red. Yesterday's memories flooded her mind. Did he see me yesterday? She thought inwardly and panicked. Why is he calling me? I am sure he saw me. I shouldn't have peeked on him, that was so lewd. Thyra's face continued to turn redder and redder. Her cold assassin image was really taking some heavy blows since she met Nux. Thyra then quickly wore her clothes and walked towards Nux's room. Her mind was filled with how Nux's rod was going inside and outside Edda's private part and how Edda was reacting to it. A few minutes later, she appeared in front of Nux's room and knocked. Knock knock. She knocked. Enter. Thyra did as she was told and entered. However, as soon as she did, her face turned red. Nux just had his underwear on. He was practically naked. Why did you call me when you were changing? She questioned out loud as she closed her eyes. However, if one looked closely, there was a very little gap between her left eyelids. She was peeking at her. But nobody noticed that, so that didn't happen. Okay? Nux smiled when he saw her reaction, he quickly wore all his clothes and muttered, Where did that cold and expressionless assassin go? What happened to you? Suddenly, Thyra frowned, does he not know that I was peeking at him? She thought inwardly. However, when she saw that smile on his face, she started thinking otherwise. No, he always has that hateful smile on his face, it seems that he doesn't really know. A deep sigh escaped Thyra's mouth. She was saved from embarrassing herself. Her face then turned to her usual expressionless one and she questioned. What did you call me here for? Huh? Did you return to normal? That's sad. I liked your previous face more. It is not for you to decide how I act. Of course, you can use your weird magic to force me to act like that, but don't think I will change myself to fit your taste. Remember, I hate your guts. Thyra answered in a cold tone. However, Nux's smile didn't disappear. Nope, you definitely changed a little. The previous you would have never talked about so many random things. Thyra's cold facade threatened to break, however, she controlled herself and didn't say anything. Yes, she shouldn't talk about any random things, lest he will think that she had changed. She has not changed. Why did you call me here? She questioned again. Nux watched her for a little while and then questioned. Did you do what I told you to do? Are you talking about the checking for spies? Thyra questioned back. Yes. Yes, I did. I rechecked everyone's information, there is no change in their attitude, their families are under our surveillance and there are no unusual movements. I don't think there are any spies in the mansion. Thyra answered. So that Nux doesn't know about her peeking at her, she forced all the assassins to work and check everything out in the middle of the night. That is also the reason why she woke up so late, she was working all night. Good, it's good to have assassins as subordinates, efficient indeed. Nux nodded to himself and Thyra snorted. Can I go now? She didn't want to stay a second longer in this place. Oh no wait, I still want to ask something, what is it? Thyra questioned in a rushed tone. It's about last night, Nux muttered with a smile. Thyra's eyes widened and her face turned red again. Does he knows? She started doubting her previous judgment. What do you want to ask about last night? She stuttered. Nothing serious, I just wanted to ask if you slept well or not. Nux laughed. Thyra remained silent. She didn't know how to react to it. She can never understand what is going on with him. And what's with that hateful smile on his face? Whether I slept well or not has nothing to do with you. She retorted in anger. Thyra then turned around and walked away. If you have nothing else to say, then I will be taking my leave now. Bam she then slammed the door closed and left. Ha 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 Tilda, I can now understand why you like to tease her so much Tilda, it's so fun Tilda. After she left, Felberta deactivated her, conceal, and laughed out loud. I told you it would be fun Tilda, have I ever been wrong about something? Nux smiled as well. Felberta smiled seductively as she walked towards Nux and wrapped her hand around his neck, how can you ever be wrong? You are the smartest and the most handsome man alive Tilda, your flattery does not amuse me, Nux muttered as he wrapped his hand around Felberta's waist. Does it really not amuse you? Felberta closed the distance between their mouths and questioned. Nux smiled and sealed her lips. Alright, let's go and eat now. Skylar and Lane must be waiting for us, after a short kiss, Felberta muttered. Nux nodded and carried her like a princess. He knew that she liked it a lot. Treating me like a princess when you are about to meet a queen Tilda, Felberta laughed. Ho. Are you jealous? Nux questioned. HMPH. Jealous my ass. I got a whole faction. She might be a queen in the palace, but here, I am the real queen. The queen who has your heart. Felberta declared proudly. I can't deny that, you are indeed my queen. Nux nodded. A satisfied smile appeared on Felberta's face as she muttered, it is good that you know about it. So, what did Edda tell you about her? A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he muttered. She might be an interesting character. When are you going to meet her? Felberta questioned curiously. This evening. Chapter 115. Concubine Allura, or Allura Skyfall, is a 1.7-meter tall woman, just like her name, she has an alluring, sinful body and a perfect hourglass figure. White hairs, crystal blue eyes, perfectly carved face. A beauty indeed. Edda muttered. Oh. You make her sound so beautiful. She's very beautiful. Edda praised. Really? I'm excited to meet her. So? Why did you choose her? Nux questioned. Allura Skyfall is nicknamed the bored concubine, she always tries to find something interesting in her life, it is as if she is bored of her life already. She hides her identity and randomly walks into the city to find something interesting, and she does that very often. She isn't arrogant like other concubines, well, she is a little, but not to the degree compared to the other concubines. She talks to the servants normally and doesn't look down on them, but that's mostly because she tries to find something interesting in them. Approaching and talking to her is relatively easier compared to others. You just have to win her interest, once you do that, you can meet her again in the future. However, if she doesn't find you interesting, you will lose the opportunity to talk to her in the future. Of course, you don't really need to think too much about it, I'll be surprised if a woman can resist you. Edda explained everything she knew about concubine Allura in great detail. It was clear that she was thorough in her search and worked hard. Nux kissed her forehead and then questioned. So how can I meet her? Edda smiled as she lifted her chest in pride and answered, you don't have to worry about that, as I said before, she likes to hide her identity and visits the capital city very often. Edda then moved closer to Nux and whispered in his ears. And she's going to the Silver Moon restaurant in the evening. Oh. Isn't that where we met for the second time? It is a lucky restaurant for me. Nux muttered. Edda smiled. Alright, I am getting late now. I need to go, she then stood up and entered the bathroom. Nux smiled when he remembered his conversation with Edda. Right now, he was wearing an expensive purple-colored coat over a white shirt and was standing in the Silver Moon restaurant. He observed the beautiful lady sitting in the corner of the restaurant alone, watching everything with a small smile on her face. She was Allura Skyfall, the royal concubine. She's as beautiful as Edda said. He thought inwardly and admired her beauty. His golden eyes then shined brightly and her information appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Allura Skyfall. Age, 47, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Concubine of the King of Skyfall Kingdom. Talent, Medium. LVL, 32, HP, 400 MP, 570 of 570 STR, 40 AGL, 39 VIT, 40 STM, 40 INT, 57 Def, 36. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he started walking toward her. However, just as he was 10 meters away from her, he felt someone's killing intent. The person made it clear not to come close to her or it won't end well. Of course, Nux just smiled and ignored the killing intent. He already knew who was behind it. 2 Grandmaster stage experts were protecting Allura in secret. The killing intent came from them. Nux had already sensed their presence when he entered the restaurant. This is also the reason why no bug roamed around such a beautiful flower. Of course, Nux was different. He intended to pluck that flower. Can I have a seat? The rest of the tables are occupied. Nux questioned, and without waiting for an answer, he sat down. Her 2 guards were about to jump on Nux and attack him, however, Allura secretly raised her hands and stopped them. She can see that this young man in front of her was a master stage cultivator just like her, however, he treated the 2 Grandmasters' killing intent as nothing but air. Although she wasn't a cultivation freak and found cultivation tedious, someone so young, yet so powerful and courageous definitely gained her interest. She then glanced at the other restaurant tables and muttered with a smile, more than 10 tables are free right now. Where? Why do I not see them? Ah, by the way, you are really beautiful, young lady, Nux questioned with a smile. Oh. Do I look young to you? Allura questioned with an interesting smile. Of course, you look no older than 16 to me, Nux replied. Ha 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 Tilda, what a glib tongue you have Tilda, however, you remember that when you praise a woman, you shouldn't lie so blatantly. Everyone is not as easygoing as I am, Allura muttered. Ah, this is my first time doing all this, so I apologize for my inexperience, I will keep that in my mind from now on. Nux apologized. First time doing what? Allura questioned, interested. First time trying to impress a beautiful woman, Nux answered. Heh. I do not believe that. Believe me. Ha 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 Tilda, I do not believe you, but if it is really your first time trying to impress a lady, then you are definitely doing a good job. Allura laughed out loud. Really? Nux's face brightened up. Wait, are you trying to say that I managed to you? He questioned. Ha 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 Tilda, you are too impatient, kid. What you are doing right now is definitely enough to impress a normal girl, but not me. Allura answered, she was looking forward to how he will react. Oh. See? I am still inexperienced, how about you teach me how to impress a woman while I pay for the food in return? Nux offered, and again, without waiting for her, he called the waiter. Let me give the order. I am sure you will like it. Allura kept smiling, however, suddenly, she realized something. This man changed the topic very quickly. They were still talking about the free tables and why he didn't sit there before he changed the topic. She was completely trapped in his rhythm. Chapter 116. You are not from here, are you? Concubine Allura questioned. She was definitely interested in this young boy in front of her. Not sexually, obviously. She was just bored and she felt like this boy was a great way to overcome her boredom for a few hours. Oh. How did you know that? Nux questioned back. His eyes gleamed with interest as well. The 2 of them looked quite similar to each other at the moment. I have never seen you here before and I am very positive that my eyes won't miss such a handsome man, Allura answered. Oh ho. Thank you very much for the compliment, and yes, you are correct, I am not from here. Where are you from? Allura questioned. I don't really belong to any place. My friends call me Bored Wanderer since I am wandering around the world, looking for something interesting. Nux answered with a smile. Allura narrowed her eyes when she heard him, his nickname, wasn't it too similar to hers? She then inwardly shook her head, thinking it was coincident, and continued. Oh. Bored Wanderer, huh? That's a nice name. So, how do you deal with your boredom? What interesting things do you do while you wander? I tried many things and then concluded. Life-threatening adventures are the best way to deal with boredom. That's pretty extreme, don't you think? It is extreme, that's why it is such a great way to deal with boredom. Nux smiled. Oh. Then what life-threatening adventures have you gone through yet? Allura questioned, the light in her eyes showed that she was very interested in this topic. Ha 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 Tilda, just a few days ago, I entered my enemy's house, sneaked around and stole his treasures. I won't tell you the details, however, know that my enemy wasn't a normal person. If someone would have seen me, more than 2,000 soldiers would have come after me. Nux shifted his body towards her a little and whispered. And you are telling me all of this? What if I spill the beans and catch you? Your enemy sounds like an influential person, I am sure he will reward me well. Allura smiled. Nux's smile widened as well and he replied, heh. That would lead to another interesting adventure of running away with you. Ho. Why would you run away with me? You think you can walk away unscathed after betraying my trust? Heh. Think again. Nux could feel the 2 protectors glaring at him, however, he ignored them. They were nothing to him. Also, he believed that Allura wouldn't let them do anything. Ha 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 Tilda, Allura laughed out loud. You really like life-threatening adventures, huh? She muttered. Indeed, that's why I am talking to you in the first place. Nux nodded. What does talking to me have anything to do with this? Allura questioned. I don't know, I just have this feeling that you are not any normal person and I am taking a big risk when I talk to you so casually, Nux answered. Allura narrowed her eyes again, this shouldn't be a coincidence anymore. Do you know who I am? She questioned. A beautiful lady sitting at a table in the Silver Moon restaurant? Nux answered. No, that is not what I am talking about. I just feel like you know who I am. Allura muttered. Nux's eyes widened, wow, that's a good pickup line indeed. It forms a connection with the other person without being too obvious. This subtle hint would later turn into a spark and then the two of them will mate. What? Allura couldn't believe what she was hearing. What the heck does that mean? Is he saying that she was trying to woo him? And where did mating come from? What are they? Animals? That was so random. As I thought, you are good at this. I am glad that I took you in as my teacher. I feel like I will be an expert in wooing women after talking to you a few more times. Nux continued to nod. Allura turned silent. She realized that he was trying to change the topic again. She asked him if she knew her identity and he smoothly changed it to her teaching him how to impress women. He is. You are good at this. Allura praised. Good at what? Nux questioned with a slight smile on his face. Allura's mouth twitched when she saw that expression. This man was still acting ignorantly. It is so obvious, but he is still acting ignorantly. This little boy was clearly teasing her. Suddenly, a scheming smile appeared on her face as an idea popped into her mind. How could she take it lying down? You just mentioned that you like life-threatening adventures, right? She questioned. I do. Even though he didn't know where she was going with this, Nux nodded. You also mentioned that you feel talking to me so casually is a life-threatening adventure. Allura questioned again. I do. And again, Nux nodded. Then how about you do something even more life-threatening, even more thrilling? Allura questioned. Nux played his role very well and his eyes brightened. What is it? Tell me. Tell me. How about you have tea with me tomorrow afternoon? Allura suggested. How is Nux frowned, however, just as he was about to question, she continued. But the tea will be in my own room. How about it? Do you dare? A small smile appeared on Allura's face as she questioned. Now if this little boy knew who she was, he would back away immediately, and even if he didn't know her, she will tell him her identity and scare him. Ha 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 Tilda, this was her way of getting back at him. Heh. You are still too young to deal with me, little boy. Allura muttered inwardly. However, something unexpected happened, a small smile appeared on Nux's face as he answered. That sounds fun. Why not? He agreed and he agreed without a second thought. Chapter 117. What did you say? Allura questioned in surprise. I said it sounds fun. I will join you tomorrow afternoon. Nux answered. Do you even know who I am? Allura questioned. Again with this huh? Do you really think your identity can scare me? Heh. Let me tell you, I am not scared of anything. Rather, the higher your background, the more excited I will get. Allura didn't say anything. After the initial shock, she was able to calm herself. She then observed the young man in front of her. From the looks of it, he doesn't really know who she was. It might be interesting. Allura thought inwardly. She really hopes to see what kind of face will he make once she reveals her identity. Oh really? She questioned. Of course. Then I will be waiting for you tomorrow in the royal palace, Allura muttered with a small smile on her face and Nux's smile disappeared. Our royal palace? Nux stuttered as his eyes widened in surprise. Allura's smile widened, this was the reaction she was looking for. Yes, this look, this nervous look, it was a lot better than that hateful smile from before. Yes, I am Allura Skyfall, the seventh concubine of the king of the Skyfall kingdom. Allura introduced herself with a playful smile on her face. Nux's eyes widened in horror. He then stood up, bowed a little and muttered, I'll see you later. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without waiting for her answer. PPPFFTT. Allura, who saw him walk away as soon as she revealed her identity, laughed out loud. She didn't look down on him, it was a normal reaction. It is normal to be scared of the king of the country. Not many could walk away after offending him. She just found his reaction funny. With how he was talking and then how he reacted, it was amusing indeed. Ha 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 Tilda, that was fun, she thought inwardly. However, after the initial happiness, Allura's smile faded when she realized something. Her source of entertainment was gone. She scared him away. How is she going to entertain herself now? How could she be so stupid to scare away such a great source of entertainment? She wanted to hit herself. She then sighed in defeat and started looking around, trying to find something interesting. However, her mind was still stuck on that young man. She regretted her decision. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and stood up. She then left the restaurant and walked toward the royal palace with a dejected look on her face. I really shouldn't have scared him away. She muttered out loud. As soon as Allura walked close to the royal palace, her two protectors appeared behind her and one of them sneered. Heh. He acted like he was some sort of big shot, but he didn't even think a minute before he ran away with his tails between his legs. That man really got on his nerves and he was really pleased when he saw him running away in fear. Indeed. What a gutless man, other protectors sneered as well. Heh, you two act like you are any better? Won't you run away with your tails between your legs if your opponent was the king of a country? Heck, you might run away even if you face a duke, let alone the king. Isn't that right? Huh? Come on, tell me. Allura scoffed. She was bored, therefore, she tried to tease her subordinates. This might be fun. However, her subordinates were familiar with her antics. They knew the more they tried to defend themselves, the more she will tease them. Therefore, they remained silent. HMPH. Allura understood their thoughts and snorted. Maybe she was destined to be bored today. She sighed. Lady Allura? You are back? While Allura was sighing to herself, she suddenly heard a voice. She turned around to look who it was and answered. Yes, Edda, I am back. Oh. That is faster than usual. Edda muttered. Indeed. Allura sighed. Why do you look so dejected, did you not find anything? Edda questioned with a curious look on her face. She knew Nux and Allura would have met today, as far as she knew Nux and his way of doing things, Allura should be all smiles right now. However, she looks completely different from what she expected. That's not it. I did find someone interesting, however, I ruined it due to my own stupidity. Allura muttered and sighed again. What happened? Edda questioned. Leave it. I don't want to recall it, Allura sighed again and didn't answer. The more she acted this way, the more curious Edda got, however, she didn't question anymore. She would know it once she meets Nux. It's no big deal. Just as Edda was about to leave, Allura questioned. What about you, Edda? Where are you going? Just some business talks, nothing much, Edda lied. Tilda, you think you can lie to me? Business talks don't happen every day, right? Allura smiled. I can't hide anything from you, can I, Lady Allura? Edda sighed in defeat. Since Allura was bored, she loves to hear about all the gossip flying around the palace, and since the head maid, leaving the palace every night to meet someone was a gossip the servants talk about a lot, Allura knew about it as well. Tilda, so our beautiful head maid finally found someone, huh? Allura muttered. A tinge of red appeared on Edda's face as she nodded. A big smile appeared on Allura's face. This was interesting. She finally found a new target. She could use this to relieve her boredom. So? Who is it? What is his name? Is he handsome? How tall is he? What is his cultivation level? Allura shot a series of questions, however, Edda just remained silent and looked at Allura with a straight face. Lady Allura, I won't tell you anything. Whhhyyy. Allura questioned. She looked like a poor woman who was betrayed by the love of her life. Lady Allura, everyone in the palace knows about you. You will keep on teasing me if I tell you anything. Also what? A small smile appeared on Edda's face as she replied, I have an inkling that you will know about him soon enough. Chapter 118. What? Nux couldn't take the silence anymore and questioned. His girls had been staring at him for a while now, he thought that they would say something in a while, however, they all just kept staring. Nux noted that this happened once Edda joined the dinner, before that, everything was fine. My lovely girls, can you tell me what happened? Why are you staring at me like that? Am I looking more handsome than usual? Nux questioned as he moved his hand through his hair. He was becoming a narcissist. The type of people he hated in his last life. But what can I do? I am just too handsome, Tilda, he praised himself inwardly. How is our fifth sister? Finally, Skylar broke the silence and questioned. Fifth sister? She is talking about Allura Skyfall, Felberta answered. How are you guys so sure that she will be your fifth sister? Nux questioned. The four of them glanced at Nux with a dull look on their faces. What? Has any woman ever escaped your clutches? Ever? Edda questioned and the other three nodded continuously. Nux felt that these four were getting along very well since everything they do looks so organized. It was as if they knew what the others are going to do. I mean, there is a niece, right? He answered. That was just because you weren't interested in her. Try asking her to sleep with you and see how she reacts. That girl has been bothering me for a while now, asking about you again and again. Edda snorted. HMPH. Don't act so innocent, any woman that enters your eyes end up laying on the bed next to you, Felberta blamed. Why are you making me sound like a sexual predator? Nux questioned. Isn't that what you are? Skylar questioned. Oi. What have you done to my cute innocent Skylar? Nux questioned. Skylar, you should not spend time with them. They are affecting your innocence. You should stay with me from now on. He then turned to Skylar and muttered. No, Skylar is perfectly fine and loves to stay with us. Felberta then placed her hand on Skylar's shoulder and muttered. Right, Skylar? She then turned towards Skylar and questioned. Skylar, however, glanced at Nux and questioned, staying with you all the time? Skylar? Felberta, Lane, and Edda shouted. Oh, I meant no. I love to spend time with them. Skylar lowered her head with a small pout on her face. Seeing this scene, Nux laughed inwardly. It was good that they were getting along. Also, Skylar is very cute. So, how's Allura Skyfall? How did your meeting go? Felberta then brought back the initial question. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he remembered the charming white-haired lady. She's an amazing woman indeed. Nux muttered as he started talking about what happened today and his impression of Allura Skyfall. Bam 2 hours later, the door of Alja's room was smashed open and Thyra entered. What is it this time? She questioned, clearly frustrated since Alja called her again. Alja, who saw the way she entered, smiled wryly. He couldn't do anything about her. Look, I don't have any interest in seeing your face again and again either, but I can't do anything. I am just following orders. Alja muttered. Thyra scowled as she questioned, is it that bastard again? If you are talking about Master Nux, then yes. He is the one who ordered me to call you. Why doesn't he just call me through that weird magic himself? Thyra questioned with a frown. Well, if you don't know. Master Nux is busy at this time of the day. Alja coughed awkwardly and answered. Thyra then remembered what she saw last night and her face turned a little red. Of course, Alja couldn't notice that since her control over her expressions was good. So, why did he call me this time? Thyra questioned and this time, Alja's face turned sour. Most of your assassins have 2 or 3 star weapons, right? He questioned. That is true, Thyra replied with a small smile on her face. She could guess where this was going and she was very content with it. Yes, so Master Nux ordered me to give these 3 and 4 star weapons to you, he says that you can give them to the best assassins. Alja muttered as he passed a few weapons to Thyra. Thyra kept them all in her storage ring and chuckled, ha 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 Tilda, what a generous master, generous my ass. These are all minute AAGGGHHHHHHH. Before Alja could complete his sentence, he fell to his knees and screamed in agony. These are not mine. It's Master Nux's. I am loyal. I am loyal. I am loyal. A few seconds later, the pain finally stopped and Alja sighed in relief. Thyra, who watched everything unfold, smiled. This hateful man deserves it. Although that Nux is hateful as well, at least he is not stingy. He is still hateful nonetheless. HMPH. Thyra snorted inwardly and muttered, all right, if it is nothing else, I will take my leave. She then left the room and Alger, who was on the floor side. He started wondering what bad things he had done in his life that fate put him against Nux. He really regrets sending those assassins after him. Ha, my shitty luck. He then sighed, stood up and walked towards his bed. He is tired, he needs to sleep. On the other side, Thyra was walking in the hall and soon, she heard something. Tilda, in an instant, she knew what she was. No, I won't repeat the same mistake again. Thinking that, she walked. She walked towards the source of the voice. She walked towards Nux's room. I should check it out a little. Yes, I need to see if his women are being controlled by his weird magic or not. Yes, I need to confirm that and save them if they are. She thought inwardly and appeared in front of the Nux's door. Then opening it a little, she started watching everything from that slight gap. Chapter 119. Oh. New weapons. Are these all 3 or 4-star weapons? An assassin girl walked forwards, her eyes shining in excitement. Wow. These are so beautiful. Heh. Master Nux is generous. Generous indeed. More and more assassins joined. Right now, Thyra was distributing the weapons Alger gave to her, however, there was a tinge of redness on her face. The assassins noticed that but didn't dare to say anything. That was because they learned their lessons yesterday. Yesterday, Thyra had a similar expression on her face and one of the assassins pointed it out. That assassin is still in the bed right now. From his injuries, everyone deduced that it would take him a week to recover and that too only if he takes a healing potion every day. Poor man. However, his sacrifice saved the others since no one dared to question the redness on Thyra's face. Alright, get in line and all the assassins who have 4-star weapons, you guys stay away from here, Thyra ordered. A very few assassins had 4-star weapons, most of the master stage assassins carried 3-star weapons and all the advanced stage assassins carried 2-star weapons. However, now, master stage assassins can carry 4-star weapons and the advanced stage assassins can carry 3-star weapons. This will be a big boost to their fighting capabilities. Therefore, all of them were very excited. Heh. Master Nux is such a generous master. An assassin muttered after he got his new weapon. It's so easy to win you guys over, huh? Thyra muttered. It is not about being easy or difficult, Miss One. I just thought about it a little. The assassin replied. Oh. What are you thinking about? Mind sharing it with us? Thyra questioned. She wanted to know what was going on in his mind, maybe because she was confused about her current situation as well. I remained loyal to most of the kingdom for most of my life, Miss One. I started killing people at the age of 8, all for the kingdom. I was even prepared to die for my kingdom. However, if I think about it now, it all started when the kingdom took me in and raised me as an orphan. I believe they gave me of life, but that was far from the truth. They did not raise us as humans, Miss One. They raised us as assassins, they raised us as tools. Heh, they changed our perception, made us narrow-minded, they practically brainwashed us. What's there to be grateful about? The assassin answered. The other assassins who listened to him nodded their head and one of them stepped forward as she muttered, I agree with 12. We are nothing but tools, the kingdom doesn't value us at all. Look at you Miss One, just like all of us, you gave your entire life to the kingdom as well, heck, you worked even harder than us, and rose to a good position, but what did you get in return? You couldn't even win their basic trust, Miss One. An orphan can't be trusted with such matters. That's what you got, Miss One. They sent a spy to keep their eyes on you, your lifetime worth of loyalty counts to nothing in their eyes. Actually, I am surprised you still have some loyalty left for the kingdom. The female assassin muttered and another assassin continued, I agree with these two as well, Miss One. Another assassin nodded. Thyra then glanced at the other assassins and they all nodded as well. I understand your thoughts, however, that still doesn't explain why you are loyal to Nux. He used his weird magic to control you all, at least you have the freedom of your thoughts when you worked for the kingdom but under him, you don't even have that. Just thinking about betraying him a little would activate that agonizing pain and the pain will keep increasing until you get rid of those thoughts, and think about being loyal to him. Isn't that worse? As you said, Miss One, Master Nux used his weird magic on us, we don't really have an option other than being loyal to him. As for comparing him with the kingdom, I feel that Master Nux is still better, the kingdom fooled us and tried to brainwash us, whereas he told us our position up front. About the pain, Miss One, don't forget, we were trained to handle the pain ever since we were 12. The kingdom started torturing us at such a tender age. The kingdom just doesn't have the way to torture us in a more painful way, else I am sure they would have used that on us as well. They tortured their allies, while Master Nux tortured their enemies, there is a big difference between that, Miss One. The female assassin answered. Also, I am sure the kingdom is a lot richer than Master Nux, however, they still gave us 3-star weapons. On the other hand, Master Nux gave us 4-star weapons. He is generous indeed. 12 muttered as his eyes shined in excitement when he held the new dagger in his hand. Seeing him acting like that, Thyra just shook her head and sighed, isn't it better to say that Nux bought you all with these weapons? Ha 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 Tilda, you can say that as well. Our mentality has been twisted after being trained as assassins since we were children, Miss One. Our love for weapons is very high. A new weapon is a great way to win our favor. 12 laughed out loud as he held his dagger gently. Thyra smiled as well. They were so simple-minded. Also, Master Nux isn't a normal man. I have a feeling that serving him will be a lot more beneficial to us than serving the kingdom. Suddenly, 12 muttered with an unusually serious look on his face. What do you mean? Thyra questioned, even the other assassins looked a little interested. I don't know how to explain this to you, I got it. So hear me out. Chapter 120. So hear me out. Viscount Felberta, we all know she is related to Master Nux, right? She's no dash. Thyra wanted to say that she was being controlled by his weird magic as well, but after what she saw today, she started having doubts about it. Her face then turned a little red. She's not? However, she was brought out of her reverie when she heard 12's confused voice. "Ah no, I meant she is his woman, yes." Thyra nodded. 12 nodded back and questioned. "And what is her cultivation level?" "A master stage cultivat, wait." Suddenly, Thyra realized that she has missed a very important detail. Yes, Felberta Alvi was among those nobles who preferred making contacts rather than focusing on cultivation. She was a mortal, however, now, she stands before us as a master stage cultivator. She's not alone, her maids, Skylar and Lane are master stage cultivators as well and coincidentally, they are Master Nux's women as well. Don't you find this weird? All the assassins widened their eyes, even Thyra was shocked. Yesterday when I went out, I did a background check on Master Nux. Didn't you suffer through that annoying pain due to that? An assassin couldn't help but question. It's not like I am trying to betray Master Nux, I am just trying to find out more about him. The pain only occurs when you think about betraying him. 12 answered. Anyways, that's not important right now. So I did a background check on Master Nux and found out that he is an orphan and was a nobody before. The only thing good about him was his looks. He was just a mortal 2 months ago, and now he is a master stage cultivator, who can defeat a grand master stage cultivator. 12 revealed. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, they just couldn't believe what they were hearing, even the greatest genius in the world couldn't do what Felberta and Nux just did. I do not believe this. How can this be possible? I think something is wrong here. An assassin blurted out. Yes, what if Viscount Felberta is behind this all along? What if she was hiding her cultivation before? It is easy for a Viscount like her to hide a lover, who is also a cultivator, from the eyes of normal people. Another assassin answered. Thyra nodded. She agreed. Viscount Felberta might be behind everything all along. Then how do you explain Skylar and Lane? Those two are master stage cultivators as well, how can a mere Viscount have 3 master stage cultivators serving her? And even though she does have those two as her servants, why would she be willing to share her man with them? Remember, Viscount Felberta is a noble, no matter how close she is with her maids, she would never share a man with others, especially commoners. 12 replied and the assassins turned silent. Then what are you trying to say? Thyra questioned. She had to admit, this 12 was smarter than she thought. I think just like his weird magic to control us, Master Nux has a magic that can increase the cultivation of a person. That is the only reason why a Viscount would choose a commoner as a man and not a boy toy. 12 revealed. Silence shrouded the room. No one was willing to believe what they heard. That is not possible. Cultivation is an arduous and slow process, it cannot be increased with magic so easily, Thyra denied. There is no way that is possible. Yes, this is just not possible, else he would have already taken control over the world. Yeah, Master Nux would have already increased our cultivation as well, he could enslave thousands of nobles and then could have increased their cultivation. This way, he would have created a peerless army and he would be undefeated. Many assassins stepped forwards and rejected 12's theory. I am not saying that the magic is absolute. There has to be some kind of limit. For example, the number of people he can increase the cultivation of. Or the maximum limit he could raise the cultivation stage of the person, or something like that. However, I am 90% sure that something like that magic exists. Also, about the conquering the world. 12 then observed all the other assassins and muttered, who says that he doesn't plan to do it? He already knows the existence of the kingdom behind us, however, he still dared to act against us. He already knows that the 2 Marquis houses are not loyal to this kingdom, yet we and they still exist and aren't wiped out yet, confirming that he hasn't reported anything to the royal palace. He is not scared of our kingdom. He is not loyal to the kingdom he lives in. He is strong. He has weird magic that is completely out of this world. Who says he doesn't plan to conquer the world? Why would he leave all of us alive? Why would he provide us with better weapons? There is no free lunch in this world. Who knows? He might be recruiting us as his subordinates. He might be laying low and cultivating his strength. He might attack when he is ready. He might take over the world soon. 12 answered and everyone turned silent again. That's why I said it before, following Master Nux might be better than following the kingdom. If we can prove our loyalty, not just because of the pain, but actually showing that we are willing to work for him by our own will, the benefits we will receive won't be small. The assassins then glanced at each other. It would be a lie to say that they weren't interested. 12's words made sense. His words were logical. What he said might be true. Even Thyra had the same thoughts. However, before she could think more, she heard a voice. Thyra, come here. It was Nux's voice. HMPH. Speak of the devil. Chapter 121. Thyra, come here. HMPH. Speak of the devil. Thyra snorted inwardly as she glanced outside the window. A small frown appeared on her face when she noticed that the sun wasn't out yet. Why is he calling me this early? She thought inwardly. Does he want to? Some indecent thoughts started appearing in her mind and she shook her head repeatedly. No, no, no. I would rather die than do that. She screamed inside her mind. Miss One, is everything okay? Thyra was then brought out of her reverie by 12's voice. She then glanced at everyone's faces and pouted a little. They failed to see that lovely expression that had appeared on her face since half of Thyra's face was covered with a mask. It's nothing. All right, we have been talking for too long, everyone, return to your rooms. I still have some things to do, so I will take my leave. Thyra ordered. The other assassins then nodded and walked into their rooms. However, every one of them had lost expressions on their faces. They were still thinking about what 12 said before. Thyra then turned around and walked towards Nux's room. A few minutes later, she appeared in front of Nux's room and just as she was about to knock, the door was opened and Nux walked out while placing his finger on his mouth. Shush, they are sleeping. He whispered. Since she was curious, Thyra peeked into the room and her eyes widened. How are all 4 of them here? She questioned. She didn't know why, but her voice was very low as well, it was as if Nux's presence affected her somehow. What do you mean why are all 4 of them here? Nux questioned. Wasn't there only Felberta before? Thyra questioned. There was, wait. Suddenly, Nux narrowed his eyes. How did you know that Fel was the only one in Ste before? Nux questioned. Thyra's eyes widened in shock, she couldn't believe that she blundered like that. She was a failure as an assassin. She cursed herself inwardly. I just saw her entering a few hours back. Thyra muttered. Right, Nux nodded. Thyra sighed when she noticed that he had believed her. But why do I feel like you are lying to me? She was too optimistic. I am not. Thyra answered weakly. She knew it would all be over once Nux uses that weird magic of his. All right. I will trust you. Nux nodded. You trust me? Thyra questioned, she was shocked. Well, yeah. You are going to be my subordinate from now on, I think I should start trusting you a little, I mean, I can't keep using my magic, can I? Nux smiled. Thyra was taken aback by his smile, however, a cold smile then appeared on her face as she answered, yes, you should trust me a little. Keep trusting me like this and one day, I will find a way to undo your magic and stab my dagger into your heart personally. A small smile appeared on Nux's face when he heard her. She likes to act tough, huh? He noted. He knew she wasn't being serious, there were several reasons behind it. First and the most obvious, she didn't feel any pain. Second, if she was that serious about doing it, she wouldn't say that out loud and would try to act more servant-like, of course. Everything might be her plan to make him lower his guard, but Nux believed that a situation like that wouldn't arrive. You wouldn't do that, would you? Oh, try me. All right, let's not talk about all this, tell me, did you distribute the weapons I gave you? Nux questioned. Thyra remained silent as she glanced at Nux with a blank look on her face. Did you call me here this early in the morning to ask this? Yes. What? Do you think I am free? Yes. Thyra was speechless. And the biggest problem was that she couldn't retort. She was free. Still. You can't Kaldash, shush. Lower your voice, they are sleeping, before Thyra could continue, Nux muttered. You can't call me here for something so stupid. Since you ordered me, I distributed all the weapons to my subordinates. Thyra lowered her voice, however, her frustration was clear in her tone. But I wanted to see my best assassin. I can't do that. Why do you sound so angry? Nux questioned with an innocent look. Again, Thyra was speechless. This man was truly shameless. You could have called me a little later, why does it have to be so early in the morning? Thyra questioned. Oh, that? I have some work to do in the afternoon, so I will be busy. Nux answered. Work? Yes, a very important work. You work? This time, Nux turned silent. You work? I thought all you do was fucking women. Thyra muttered in shock. Exactly, no, I still have things to do, Nux answered. Thyra narrowed her eyes as she glanced at Nux, she felt something was wrong with how he was acting. However, she then shook her head. It's not my problem, thinking that, she glanced at Nux and muttered, all right, do whatever you want. I will take my leave since we are done. Saying that, Thyra turned away, however, wait. What is it? Thyra questioned, annoyed. I had another question, ask. Did you give weapons to the assassins who are in Hardwick Mansion? Thyra was silent again, however, from the vein that had popped up on her head and how her body was trembling while she had formed a fist, Nux knew that she was pissed. Ha 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 Tilda, it's so fun teasing her Tilda, he thought inwardly, amused. Thyra noticed that smirk on his face and realized that he was doing this intentionally. Her eyes then turned cold as she threatened. Mark my words, the day I find a way to overcome your weird magic will be the day you will breathe your last breath. Chapter 122. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk enter. Concubine Allura ordered and a maid walked into her room. Lady Allura, your clothes are cleaned, shall I put them into your wardrobe? The maid questioned as she entered the room while dragging a table that had a few clothes on top of it. Allura nodded and the maid walked towards the wardrobe. While the maid was doing everything, Allura watched her with bored eyes. The maid was used to such gaze, therefore, she wasn't very affected and continued doing her job skillfully. After the maid was done with her work, she bowed, however, just as she was about to leave, wait, Allura ordered. Yes, Lady Allura? I heard Rue broke up with her boyfriend, is that true? Allura questioned and her eyes shined. She, as the concubine who was most interested in rumors, knew a lot and felt that this topic could get rid of her boredom for some while. Yes, Lady Allura. That is correct. The maid sighed. She knew what that look on Lady Allura's face meant. You are her best friend, you should know the inside details, correct? Allura questioned with bright eyes. Yes, Lady Allura. I do know a few things about it. The maid nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Tell me everything in detail. As you wish, Lady Allura. So all of this started a month ago. Rue's boyfriend felt that the spark in their relationship had disappeared and he talked with Rue. Rue told me about it and I suggested her. The maid continued the story, however, in between, the excitement in Allura's eyes dimmed down. Yes, I do not want to hear such a long story. Tell me in short. No wait, you might miss out on some interesting points that way, just let me ask questions and you answer. As you command, Lady Allura. The maid nodded. So, tell me, when did all of this start? A month ago when Rue's boyfriend yes, a month ago is fine. Now let's get to the maid question, who started the fight? Allura questioned. Fight? The maid tilted her head in confusion. Yes, fight. They broke up, right? Who started the fight? Lady Allura, there was no fight. They just mutually decided that they should break up. The maid answered. Huh? There was no fight? Yes, things were pretty calm, the two of them are still talking to each other as friends. What the hell? Who told them to act so mature? How in the hell are they going to make that entertaining? Allura complained. We are not talking about a drama show. Why would they try to make it entertaining? Shouldn't you be happy that they moved on and no one is sad? The maid wanted to say that out loud, but remembering who she was talking to, she shook her head in defeat. Why do mature couples exist? Why are you even in a relationship if you are going to act that mature? Aren't relationships meant to torture people? Aren't they meant to entertain people other than the couple? Allura groaned. What a twisted way of thinking. The maid muttered inwardly. What a boring day. Allura then sighed as she glanced outside of her window. She then turned her head towards the maid and questioned with a small smile. So? How about you? Are you in a relationship yet? Here we go again. The maid resigned to her fate and answered. No, Lady Allura, I still haven't found someone for myself yet. That's bad, isn't it? You are already 40 years old, Lean, you should find a partner soon, or else you will start aging and will end up alone. The maid, Lean, was a cultivator as well, so even though she was already more than 40 years old, she still kept her youthful appearance. Yes, Lady Allura, I will try to find someone soon. Come on, be honest with me. Your face is pretty decent, you should have a lot of people going after you, shouldn't you? Allura questioned. There are a few who seem to be interested in me, Lady Allura. So why haven't you accepted any of them yet? Allura questioned, she could smell the entertainment. I did a background check on them and didn't like what I found out. The maid answered. Allura's eyes brightened in joy as she questioned. What did you find out? They were going after other women as well. Allura then stared at her blankly and questioned. What did you expect? Do you want them to be loyal to you even though you haven't accepted them yet? I don't, but since they proposed, shouldn't they at least wait for an answer? The maid replied. You got that wrong, Lean. In this world, no one waits for anyone. They liked you, they proposed to you, if you stay unclear about your answer, they will move on and propose to another woman. It is a race. They don't have the time to wait for a single woman. The maid stayed silent. She didn't think that what Lady Allura said would actually make sense. However, soon, she narrowed her eyes and questioned. But why are you telling me all of this, Lady Allura? Because I care about you. Because I want you to be in a relationship. Because I want you to find the love of your life. Because Allura continued, however, the maid already deduced the real reason. She just wants something interesting around her. Thank you for your advice, Lady Allura. I actually remembered that I still had some clothes to wash, so I will take my leave. Saying that, the maid stood up and left. Allura understood that she couldn't keep her for long and didn't stop her, it wasn't that interesting anyway. She then gazed out of her window again and soon, she heard another knock. Enter. A maid entered and bowed, Lady Allura, your afternoon tea. All right, keep it there. Allura nodded, she saw other cups on the maid's table, she knew that she was busy, so she didn't waste her time. She doesn't want an innocent servant to lose her job just because of her few minutes of entertainment. She then grabbed the cup as a young man's face appeared in her mind. The afternoon tea, if only I hadn't scared him away. I would be having this tea with him right now, that would have been interesting. She sighed. Lady Allura, are you thinking about another man when you promised to drink tea with me this afternoon? Now that's not very nice, is it? Chapter 123. Lady Allura, are you thinking about another man when you promised to drink tea with me this afternoon? Now that's not very nice, is it? Allura's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard a voice. She then turned around and saw a familiar young man standing with a small smile on his face. Why are you here? Allura questioned in fright. Aren't you the one who invited me in the first place? Nux questioned with a frown. He couldn't understand the current situation. Why is she acting so surprised? Wasn't she the one who invited him? He was full of questions. Why you? Do you even know where this place is? Allura questioned in rage. The Royal Palace? Yes. The Royal Palace. This is the Royal Palace. And do you know who I am? You really like boasting your identity, You are Allura Skyfall, the 7th concubine of the king of the Skyfall Kingdom. Yes, I know that. You told me already. Nux answered nonchalantly. Allura panicked even more. This man doesn't realize it at all. Are you stupid? Think a little. This is the Royal Palace. I am the concubine of the king. You are an unknown man who entered my room. Don't you understand what that means? Allura questioned, she had completely lost her calm now. Wait. Nux's eyes widened in realization. You are a concubine. I am an unknown man in your room, an unknown man in King's concubine's room. If anyone finds out. Yes. The two of us will be executed. Allura answered. Then doesn't this mean that no one should know about it? Nux questioned. Of course. No one. Not a single soul should know about it. Allura answered, she couldn't believe how slow this young boy in front of her was. Then why are you shouting? Nux questioned. This time, Allura turned silent. She couldn't believe she was acting so irrationally right now. Lady Allura. Is everything fine there? As if on cue, Allura heard her protector's voice and she panicked. Lady Allura. The protector who was standing outside panicked when he didn't hear any answer. He quickly slammed the door open and entered. Allura's eyes widened in horror, this is not what it looks like. She tried to deny it but wasn't able to come up with any logical explanation. Lady Allura. Are you all right? Why didn't you answer when I called you? The protector questioned. Allura frowned. This wasn't the reaction she was expecting. She then turned around and noticed that the young man wasn't there anymore. Where did he go? She started looking around and soon, her eyes fell on Nux's face, which was out while his whole body was hiding under her bed. Allura felt that he was crazy since he was still smiling in this tense situation. However, she quickly realized that she doesn't have the time to think about all this. She quickly stepped in front of Nux's face, hiding it from the protector as she answered. Are that? I was about to answer, however, you entered too quickly so I panicked a little. The protector narrowed his eyes. Lady Allura was acting a little unusual today. Lady Allura, who was the man you were talking to before? He questioned. Huh? What man? Do you see anyone? Allura questioned calmly, however, inwardly, she was panicking. Wasn't there a man who you were talking to? I clearly heard you say, this is the royal palace. I am the concubine of the king. You are an unknown man who entered my room. Don't you understand what that means? Your voice sounded a little fearful as well. The protector muttered. Oh. What are you talking about, protector? Allura acted ignorantly, she tried to hide everything behind a smile. However, the protector took that smile differently. He knew her personality, he knew how much she liked entertainment more than anyone else and to what length she could go to entertain herself. He was the one who was guarding her room. Anyone who enters and exits the room is always under his eyes and he didn't see any man entering the room. This whole thing must be a farce arranged by Lady Allura in order to entertain herself. It was quite a good plan, if it weren't for that smile on her face. I would have been fooled by her. TSK, just how far would you go for the sake of a few minutes of entertainment? The protector thought inwardly as he glanced at Allura and saw that weird smile on her face. HMPH. Try all you want, but you can't hide that smile from my keen eyes. I won't be playing this game with you anymore. He snorted inwardly as he muttered. Lady Allura, it must be my fault. I think my age is affecting me a little and I am starting to hear things. This has happened to me before as well. I am sorry to disturb your rest, Lady Allura. I will take my leave now. Saying that, the protector quickly turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here for a minute longer. This woman was crazy. Huh? Allura remained silent, dumbfounded by how she got away. She had no clue that her bored personality saved her. No one knows what her reaction will be if she found out why she was saved. After the protector left, Nux came out and stood in front of Allura with a small smile on his face. Why are you still smiling? Don't you know how dangerous this is? Allura questioned, however, this time, her voice was a lot lower than before. She has learned from her past mistakes. I know how dangerous it is. We both will die if anyone finds out about it. Nux answered. Then why are you smiling like that? Allura questioned with a frown. Heh. It is a dangerous situation indeed. Nux admitted. However, is it not what makes it exciting? Nux questioned with a big smile on his face. Chapter 124. She let me go so easily. She must have pitied my old bones. She's not as heartless as I thought. Outside Allura's room, her protector thought inwardly and sighed. He still couldn't believe that she would go to such lengths just to entertain herself. The bored concubine indeed. However, isn't that what makes it exciting? Nux questioned with a big smile on his face. Seeing that crazed smile on his face, Allura's eyes widened. He's crazy. She thought inwardly. However, soon, she noticed her beating heart. Her heart was beating like crazy, it was beating like never before. This situation was exhilarating, especially when her protector was here in the room. Although she was scared, once the protector left, a never-felt-before joy filled her body. This was fun. She thought inward and a smile similar to Nux's smile appeared on her face as well. Huh? No, however, she soon shook her head repeatedly. She was not insane like this young man in front of her. She was not bored enough to risk her life. Heh. That's how I get rid of my boredom, Lady Allura. Life-threatening adventures. Right now, I am inside a king's concubine's room. If a single person learns about it, I am dead. Not you. We. Shush. Allura retorted out loud, however, since her voice was too loud, Nuxus placed his finger on his mouth and signaled her to be silent. If anyone finds out, we both die. I am not crazy like you. Don't involve me in your games. Allura retorted, however, this time, her voice was a lot lower than before. A small smile appeared on Nux's face. This was fun, Tilda. Oh come on, how come you are called the bored concubine? Don't tell me you weren't excited. You were, right? How many years has it been since you felt so much excitement? Can't you take a small risk like this? Or would you like to keep living as a bored concubine just because you are a little scared? Nux teased. Allura stayed silent. A small risk. That's fucking death. How is that a small risk? Is he out of his mind? She really wished she could hit that smiling face right now. However, it will cause a commotion for sure and she didn't want that. Alright, now, where's my tea? Nux questioned. You want to drink tea? Allura questioned, and a few veins popped on her forehead. She was really holding back right now. Isn't that why you called me here? To have an afternoon tea with you? Nux questioned back. Allura took a deep breath, she was losing it right now. Knock. However, before she could say anything, she heard a knock, the door opened and a maid walked in. Allura's body stiffened, her heart started racing wildly, she turned her head mechanically and a sigh escaped her mouth when she saw that the young man wasn't there. She glanced below, where Nux hid previously and shook her head when she saw the excited smile on his face. To be honest, she was feeling excited as well. The excitement she has never felt before. But she wouldn't say that out loud. Why are you here? Your afternoon tea, Lady Allura. The maid answered. A frown appeared on Allura's face when she heard her, she then pointed at her hand and the maid's eyes widened. I am sorry about that, Lady Allura. There must have been an error in our calculations today, I deeply apologize for this mistake. The maid bowed. All right, no problem. I actually wanted to drink a little more, so it's all fine. Leave a cup there. Allura pointed at the table and ordered. Yes, Lady Allura. The maid then placed a cup on the table, filled it with tea and left. Nux then came out and looked at the teacup on the table, a small smile appeared on his face. Heh. To think you had already ordered a cup for me. Lady Allura, you are really shy. You could have told me that you were looking forward to this afternoon tea, that little gesture could have made my day, you know. Not that drinking with you hasn't already made my day, Nux muttered as he picked up the cup and started drinking. Can't you hear? It was a mistake. I didn't order anything. I was not looking forward to anything. Allura retorted. Shush. Nux gestured to be silent again and Allura lowered her head as she looked around cautiously. A big smile appeared on Nux's face. As for the tea, he already knew that she didn't order it because it was him who ordered it. That error in the calculations was done by Edda, the head maid. A shameless move indeed. Lady Allura, won't you ask me to sit? Nux questioned as he pointed at the chair. Allura sighed in defeat. What a luck this bastard has, however, she didn't reject him. From the moment he entered her room, she still didn't know how he did it without alerting her two protectors. There has never been a single moment where she wasn't excited. This was thrilling. Drinking tea with a man that the king doesn't know about inside the royal palace, this was fun. Ah. I am becoming like him. Allura groaned. The two of them then sat down on the chair, and Allura finally regained her calm. She realized that she was being too passive today, she wouldn't let that happen again. She needed to start the conversation this time, this was the only way for her to take the lead. Oh, by the way, why did you leave so quickly yesterday? The way you left, I thought you were scared of me, Allura questioned with a small chuckle. I was a little shocked when I learned your identity, so I needed a little time to prepare for our meeting, Nux answered. Actually, he did that so he could see her surprised face today, and it was totally worth it. Oh. What did you prepare dash asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk Allura wanted to ask. However, someone knocked on the door again and her face, which had barely regained its original color, paled again. Chapter 125. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk a knock was heard and Allura's face, which had barely regained the original color, paled again. The door opened and a familiar woman walked in. Edda? Why are you here? Allura questioned as she stood up in surprise. She turned around a little, and although she was sure he would hide, she sighed in relief when she didn't see him. He's quick. Allura thought inwardly. Is he used to this? Allura began thinking. How many times has he done this before? Wait, how many women has he been with before? Lady Allura? Allura was then brought out of her thoughts by Edda's voice. She then shook her head to get rid of these thoughts as she toward Edda and questioned. Edda, why are you here? Aren't you busy right now? Allura questioned. I'm on a break right now, Lady Allura. I'm actually here to share something with you. What is it? Allura questioned. It is about my boyfriend. I don't have anyone to talk to, so I thought I would talk with you. Edda muttered. If this was any other time, Allura's eyes would be shining brightly, but today she wanted nothing more but to be left alone. She was even willing to be bored for the next 3 days. That was how scared she was. However, she couldn't deny Edda's request, or else the girl would be suspicious of her. She then grabbed Edda's hand excitedly, but just as she was about to walk towards the chair, Edda pulled her towards the bed, where Nux was. Allura's face paled, however, everything happened too quickly and she couldn't react. A royal concubine was now sitting in her own room with the head maid of the palace, while an unknown man was hiding under the bed they were sitting on. How exciting, right? Did something happen between you two? Allura questioned. No, nothing happened. Then why are you here? My boyfriend is very handsome. Edda muttered. Oh. You aren't flexing in front of me, are you? Huh? Ah. No. Although my boyfriend is a lot more handsome than the kin, no. I am not flexing, Lady Allura. What I am saying is that my boyfriend is too handsome. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look so confused? Shouldn't you be happy? Allura questioned. Well, I am happy, but there are too many women around my boyfriend. Edda muttered. Oh. Does he not treat you well? No, he does. He treats me really well, but he treats other women nicely too. Oh. So you are saying that you are jealous? Do you want your boyfriend all to yourself? Why don't you lock him up inside a room? Allura suggested. The topic was getting interesting, and as someone who craves anything interesting, Allura was getting into the topic. She was so excited that she even forgot about the man under her bed. However, would Nux let that happen? He was here to see her panicked expression, how could he allow her to gain an edge over him? Heh. A small smile appeared on Nux's face. He then touched Allura's leg to call her, Allura's body stiffened, she lowered her gaze and Nux moved his mouth. I need the tea, Allura's eyes widened in shock. Are you Mardash, Lady Allura, what happened? Where are you looking at? Edda questioned. Allura's body stiffened, she turned around and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha h ha ha tilde nothing. I thought there was a mouse there. Allura muttered. A mouse under your bed? That's unhealthy, Lady Allura, wait, let me see. Edda stood up. No. No. It isn't required, it will go away. Lady Allura, it won't go away like this. You don't have to worry, I'll deal with it. Edda persuaded before she fell to her knees and peeked under the bed. Allura's eyes widened in horror and her body started trembling. It's over, we are dead. She closed her eyes. Lady Allura, there is no mouse here. Suddenly, she heard Edda's voice and her eyes opened, she turned around and saw Nux standing in front of the table, holding the cup of tea in his hand with a small smile on his face. Nux then walked forward and, he spanked Edda's but and Allura's heart skipped a beat. Lady Allura, what are you doing? Edda questioned as she stood up. There was a bee bug on your butt. Allura muttered. She really wanted to kill that vile man now. Was he asking to die? And why is he dragging her with him? Oh. Edda muttered, however, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Allura noticed that suspicion and quickly changed the topic. Have you considered leaving your boyfriend? He might realize your worth and would stop chasing other women after that. No. I can't leave him. Edda muttered. Why? He is very good in bed. Edda answered and Allura's face turned red. What? Allura stuttered. He is very good I heard that. You don't have to repeat it. Allura retorted, then she lowered her voice and she questioned. How good is he? She just couldn't control herself. She had to ask it. This time, Edda's face turned red. He pounds very hard, and he makes me moan like crazy. We do it for hours and I always lose myself in the bed. It is very blissful. Edda whispered with a deep blush. Allura's face turned red like a tomato and she questioned. Why you go on for hours? Edda nodded. How perverted. Allura muttered as her eyes turned misty. She completely forgot about Nux who was hiding under her bed. However, Nux wasn't mad about it. What man would be mad when his woman is boasting about how good is he in the bed? He would not. Also, Allura needs to learn how good her future partner is. Nux nodded to himself and continued listening, however, soon his eyes widened as Allura asked something he never thought she would ask. How big is he? Chapter 126. Lady Allura, I don't think I was able to talk to you about the correct topic, but I did enjoy our conversation. I feel like I got to know you better. Edda muttered with a slight blush on her face. This will remain between you us. I can trust you, right? Allura questioned, her face was completely red right now. She never expected that the talks like that were so exciting. However, she knew she couldn't talk like that with just anybody. You can trust me, Lady Allura, not even a soul would know what we talked about here. Edda nodded. Gee good. Allura nodded as well. The two of them have indeed gotten a lot closer than before. I'll take my leave now, Lady Allura, Edda muttered as she stood up. Allura stood up as well and walked her to the door, something she has never done before. Let's talk again, Lady Allura, Edda muttered with a small smile. Allura's blush deepened and she nodded. Edda then left the room and Allura sighed in relief. However, as soon as she turned around, her body stiffened. I didn't know Lady Allura had such a side to her. That was so indecent. I believe that rather than calling you the bored concubine, they should call you the perverted concubine, Nux teased. Forget what you saw today, Allura ordered, her face was as red as a tomato however, she still tried to keep a straight, strict face. Why would I? That was such a beautiful sight to bay. Before Nux could even finish, a sword appeared in Allura's hand, she rushed towards him and attacked. Nux of course defended it very easily. Allura was at the same level as him, plus, she never trained seriously, she was akin to a child in front of Nux. She was no threat at all. You know that I am stronger than you, right? Nux questioned playfully. Allura did not stop her attack and continued swinging her swords. You might be stronger than me, but are you stronger than my protectors? I am not. However, do you really want your protectors to see me in your room? Nux questioned and Allura paused her attacks. How is she going to explain how he got here? Allura's sword disappeared, she then glanced at Nux and muttered. Forget about what happened. Her tone was a lot tamer than before. Why though? Nux questioned. I'll die if you don't. But won't that only happen if someone else found out about it? Nux questioned. A frown appeared on Allura's face when she heard him, but didn't you? I never said I would tell what happened here to others. However, Nux then walked close to Allura, she moved back but Nux followed, this continued until a few seconds later, Allura's back was against the wall. Nux then moved his face closer to her and smiled, however, I will never forget what I saw today, in fact, I would burn it in my eyes. Your red face is just too cute Tilda, Allura's face turned even redder. You look at the time, it's been so long Tilda, before Allura could complete, Nux muttered as he glanced outside of the window. He then turned towards Allura and muttered, Lady Allura, it's late. I should take my leave now. Why you are leaving? Allura questioned. Well, you only invited me for tea, which I drank while I watched you and the head maid talk about indecent things, Nux muttered and Allura lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Nux smiled inwardly, Allura Skyfall was cuter than he imagined. Even if I do extend the tea time to an hour, it is already beyond that. So I believe it is time for me to leave. Nux muttered. Oh. Allura nodded. She looked a little sad. Why do you look so sad, Lady Allura? It's not like this is our last meeting, we are meeting tomorrow again, right? Why would I be sad? I am actually happy that you are leaving. Also, why would we meet again? Because you are bored? What does that have to be with meeting you again? Wasn't meeting me fun? Hasn't your heart been beating like crazy ever since I entered this room? Nux questioned. Allura turned silent. No matter how scary and risky all of this was, it was fun. However, no matter how bored, she didn't think it was appropriate for her to meet another man like this. So? Where are we meeting tomorrow? In your room again? Nux questioned. No. We can't meet here. We will die. I am not crazy like you. I am not ready to die yet. Allura shook her head repeatedly, she was panicking. Then where should we meet? We can't meet in public, we just met a day ago. Allura muttered. Then how about this, you book a room in the Crown Plaza, I will sneak inside just like I sneaked in here and we will have our lunch together. How does that sound? It's a lot safer than before, isn't it? Nux proposed. It is safe indeed. Allura muttered. Yes, this is fine. I will book the room tomorrow. She then nodded in agreement. Nux's smile widened, he then walked towards the window and muttered, then don't forget about it, Lady Allura Tilda. Nux chuckled lightly and then jumped out of the window. Wait, why did I agree? After Nux left, Allura questioned herself. How does that sound? It's a lot safer than before, isn't it? Nux's words sounded in her head and her eyes widened. I just agreed because it sounded safe. I didn't think it through. I shouldn't go. Allura was panicking. Should I disagree? But I don't know where he lives. I can't inform him. Wait. Should I just not go? Allura muttered to herself, however, she quickly shook her head. I can't do that. That idiot might sneak in here again. I can't take that risk. All right, I have decided, I will go and meet him tomorrow, however, this will be the last time. Chapter 127. An awkward silence fell in the room. Hope that you were ordered to do it. Else things might not end well for you. Thyra muttered in a dry voice as she glanced at Alger. Asterisk gulp asterisk, seeing the half-dead look in her eyes, Alger gulped. As I said before, I have no interest in calling you again and again. I was ordered. He muttered. Thyra clenched her fists. So what does he want now? She questioned. She was really getting tired of this game. Alger stayed silent. He did not want to say what he was about to say at all. Hey. I asked something. Alger did not reply. Thyra stayed silent and waited patiently. Alger still didn't reply. The poor man was just digging his grave at this point. Say something. Thyra roared in anger. He asked if you have distributed the weapons to the assassins that are in Hardwick Mansion. Alger questioned in hurry. From his expression, he looked like he was ready to die. Huh. Didn't he ask me this in the morning? Thyra muttered. He predicted that you would say something like this. He says that you did not clarify your answer in the morning and were too busy threatening him. Therefore, he is still not clear and wants me to learn about the situation. That is what he said, I have not made anything up. Alger was quick to add when he noticed the vein that had popped out on Thyra's head. Thyra's body trembled in anger and frustration, she then glanced at Alger and a cold smile appeared on her face. Alger's face turned pale and his heartbeat quickened, it seems that his clarification did not work. Thyra then walked towards Alger with a smile on her face, the closer she walked, the wider her smile got. The scene was quite scary, honestly. Alger closed his eyes. He had accepted his fate. Asterisk bam asterisk a few minutes later, Thyra walked out of Alger's room and closed the door with a loud bam. She was really annoyed, however, after taking out her anger on Alger, she felt a little better. She always wanted to do something like this, however, since Alger was a noble and a useful pawn for the kingdom, she couldn't do it. However, now Alger is as good as useless, therefore, she could also act a little unrestrained now. If you put it that way, Nux taking over them all was a good thing. As she thought up to this point, Thyra began shaking her head continuously. What are you thinking, Thyra? Isn't that bastard Nux the main reason for all your frustrations? Alger is nothing but an idiot who is forced to follow his orders. Thyra stopped inwardly. If Alger, who was lying in his room with a bruised face, had heard her thoughts, he wouldn't know if he should cry or be happy. However, Thyra didn't care about what he does, she continued walking and sigh, her luck was bad indeed. She was correct, she indeed heard the thing she did not want to hear at all. Her little sister started twitching again and she paused. Her feet then turned towards the source of the voice. This is just for investigation purposes. She steeled her heart and walked towards Nux's room. Yes, she was not lying. Okay? Thyra, come to the garden the next day, in the morning, Nux ordered. Thyra, who was busy talking with other assassins, paused when she heard Nux's voice. This was getting really repetitive. She took a deep breath, stood up and muttered. I need to go. Yes, Miss 1. 12 and the other assassins nodded. Thyra then glanced outside of the window and noticed the sun wasn't up yet. Heh. He needs to work this afternoon as well? She snorted inwardly as she walked towards the garden. A few minutes later, she arrived in the garden and saw Nux wearing skin-tight assassin clothes, similar to the ones he wore when he met her the first time. He was sitting on the grass and once his gaze fell on her, a small smile appeared on her face as he stood up and walked toward her. I wanted to talk to I know it's you. Suddenly, Thyra pointed at Nux and shouted. Huh? Of course, it's me. What the hell are you talking about? Nux questioned as he furrowed his brows. Don't act innocent. I know it's you who prearranged this all. You know that I peek at you guys in the night, don't you? No, it's better to say that you manipulate me to peek at you guys, didn't you? Thyra questioned. How did you notice? Nux questioned with a smile. Although he was surprised by her sudden discovery, he didn't think too much about it and decided to come clean and use it to his advantage. HMPH. I am not an idiot. Although you act carefree, I know that you are pretty cautious about things. Someone as cautious as you may overlook things one time. The second time is acceptable as well, however, if you miss things the third time, something is wrong. Once I thought of that, everything else was clearer. You make Alger call me for some random, idiotic reasons, and every time I am about to return to my room, I hear a moan. I walk towards the door and conveniently enough, you and your partner move closer to the wall that is right beside the door that I am looking from, giving me a perfect look. How coincidental, right? No, it's not. You planned this all. I know it. I am sure of it. However, I still don't understand one thing. Thyra then walked towards Nux and narrowed her eyes. Why are you doing all this? What is your motive? Is this related to another weird magic of yours? Or do you perhaps have a weird fetish? Thyra questioned. Nux's lips twitched when he heard her last question. This woman really knows how to get onto his nerves. However, he knew he shouldn't lose his calm. He is a calm, patient and handsome man, he shouldn't act like a brute. A small smile appeared on Nux's face. Heh. You are a pervert. Chapter 128. Heh. You are a pervert. What do you mean? Why are you acting so innocent? I prearranged everything, yes I did. However, did I force you to come and watch? For the first time, I understand that you were curious about where the voice came from and you came to check. I can also understand that you stayed there for a while since it piqued your curiosity. Let's stretch the reason and say that on the second day, you wanted to make sure you didn't hear anything wrong. I can understand that to some extent as well. But then what about the third day? Now you were sure what was happening, then why did you come close to my room? When you knew what we were doing, then why did you peek at us again? You told me that I was manipulating you, however, isn't that the opposite? Weren't you the one who got manipulated because you? Nux then walked close to Thyra and muttered with a smile. Because you are a pervert? Thyra stepped back a little as she created some distance between them. She then glanced at Nux with her eyes boiling in anger and retorted. I am not a pervert. Then why were you peeking at me? I was just curious. Thyra answered. Oh. Nux's smile widened. Curious about what exactly, he questioned. He was enjoying this. That's for sure. I was curious about. Curious about sex. Nux questioned as he started walking towards Thyra slowly. Thyra did not step back, however, seeing that Nux was walking toward her, she continued stepping back to maintain the distance. However, she seemed to be out of luck as her back touched the wall. She looked back and just as she turned back to face Nux, he was already in front of her, with his right hand on the wall while his handsome face was extremely close to hers. For some reason, Thyra's heart started beating loudly and before she could understand the situation, Nux questioned again. Were you curious about sex? This time, since he was so close to him, Thyra couldn't avoid him anymore and nodded lightly. Nux found this tamed Thyra very cute, his smile widened even more and he continued asking questions in a gentle tone, however. Were you curious how my rod slams my women's insides? Were you curious why my women moan so loudly? Were you curious how good it feels? However, the content of his questions was anything but gentle. The more questions he asked, the redder Thyra's face got. Nux then finally removed her mask, revealing her beautiful face as he brought his face closer to hers and whispered, would you like to try and see everything yourself? At the same time, his left hand traveled all the way down to Thyra's vagina and just as his fingers touched her little sister, Thyra's body trembled uncontrollably. Her heartbeat quickened even more, her judgment clouded and her face turned as red as a tomato. She was completely ensnared by Nux's sudden move and just as she was about to say something, www what are you two doing? Three's shocked voice was heard as Nux and Thyra turned around in surprise. TT2, T3, W why are you here? Thyra questioned in shock. Master Nux summoned us. 2 answered. Thyra then turned towards Nux and seeing the frustrated look on his face, she frowned. I shouldn't have called them. Nux muttered with a scowl. Thyra, who heard him lowered her head in embarrassment, she then quickly brought out another mask from her storage ring and covered her face. Why did you call us? 2 questioned. For some reason, he had a feeling that he had interrupted something very important and this will come to bite his ass in the future. 3, on the other hand, had a blush on her face, although she was an assassin, she wasn't clueless, she knew what they were doing and found it very exciting and thrilling. Ha! Nux then took a deep breath, he didn't expect that he would make a move on Thyra today, actually, it was a mistake in his calculations, he didn't think Thyra would address him so soon. He was prepared to let her peek at him for the next whole week. He was just worried about what excuses he would use to make Alja summon her, but that problem was solved as well. Good excuses weren't needed, he just needs to call order, the one facing Thyra would be Alja, not him. Of course, all of that went to dust now since Thyra confronted him way too early. However, a smile appeared on his face when he thought about the results, he then turned towards Thyra, and seeing her expressionless face under the mask, he smiled. He was content with whatever happened. Tonight. He thought inwardly as his smile widened. Thyra, who noticed his smile, snorted and then she questioned. What did you call us here for? Nux shook his head when he saw her attitude, he then turned towards 2 and 3 before turning back to Thyra and then muttered. I want you to fight me. Huh? Thyra, 2 and 3 had the same reaction. Nux understood what they were thinking and shook his head. Let me correct myself, I want you all to spar with me. Master Nux, you want to spar with 3 Grandmaster Stage Assassins at the same time? 2 couldn't help but question. Yes, I do. Nux nodded with a solemn look. HMPH. Don't treat us like that, waste Heath. We are different, people like Heath never train, they just cultivate, and they don't know anything about fighting. However, we are different, I suggest that you do not take us lightly. Thyra muttered with a cold look on her face. I defeated 3, remember? Nux smiled as he glanced at 3. That was because of that weird magic of yours. 3 retorted and as if he remembered something, Nux muttered, yes, I won't use my weird magic as well, so you don't have to worry. Come, let's spar. Chapter 129. I don't believe it. What the hell? How is he doing it? Is he really a master stage cultivator? Heh. As expected of my Nux, he is strong indeed. Everyone then turned towards Felberta and Edda couldn't help but question. Sister Felberta, do you know how he is doing it? Felberta then turned towards Edda and shook her head. Of course not. How would I know that? Then why are you acting like you already expect it? Edda questioned. Because it's Nux. Felberta replied as she tilted her head. It was as if she was saying something obvious. Ah. Lane, who was standing beside Edda and Felberta, nodded. It is Nux. That's a good reason. Skylar nodded as well. Edda glanced at Felberta, Skylar, and Lane in shock. What kind of reason is that? Why aren't you all surprised? A master stage cultivator is fighting against 3 grandmaster stage cultivators. Isn't that weird? Edda questioned as she glanced at Nux, who was sparring against 3 grandmaster stage assassins. Seeing her shocked look, Felberta sighed. She remembered how she used to be shocked as well. Heh, this shows the seniority, I know him better than you do. A small smile appeared on her face as she thought about it. This is not very surprising, Sister Edda, Lane muttered. Why? The master stage cultivator you are talking about was a mortal 2 months ago, Skylar revealed, and Edda, who was hearing this for the first time, started questioning her life. Wait, wasn't Sister Felberta a mortal as well? How are you a master stage cultivator now? Edda questioned. She really doesn't know her. Felberta muttered. She was really enjoying this feeling. It made her feel superior. However, she still thought that Edda should act more elegantly. Why is she acting so surprised? She should just accept it as she does. Don't let anything disturb you, act and think calmly. That is how an elegant person should act. Just accept it, Nux was a monster. How difficult is that? Inexperienced indeed. Felberta nodded to herself as she straightened her back. All right, don't worry, we will tell you everything about it tonight. Felberta then nodded. No matter how good it felt, it was better for everyone if they stay on the same page. Edda nodded, she wasn't in a hurry either, she was more interested in Nux's fight. The assassins were quick with their attacks and their teamwork was amazing as well. Actually, Nux was facing many difficulties when he was fighting them. However, since all of them were using wooden weapons, there was no risk of heavy injury. Thyra rushed towards Nux with a dagger in her hand. Nux jumped back to create some distance, however, as if she already knew he would do that. Three was standing where he was going to land, waiting for him with a big smile on her face. They are really good, Nux thought inwardly, and suddenly, something similar to a shield made from something like stone appeared in front of him. He stepped on the shield and Three, who was waiting for Nux to jump down, widened her eyes when she saw a big shield appearing right in front of her. She activated her wind dash and moved back. Asterisk bam asterisk, the stone shield then fell to the ground. Nux, who was standing on it, smiled at Three before he moved his hand and a wave of fire appeared in front of him. He waved his hand elegantly and as if controlled by him, the fire wave in front of him organized itself and, fire slash, he attacked Two, who was rushing towards him. Tornado, Two used his own technique and a small tornado formed in front of him, the fire faded away. Two then activated, wind dash, and attacked Nux. Asterisk tack asterisk, you are good. Nux smiled as he blocked his attack. However, his eyes widened when he noticed Two's smirk. He quickly moved his body in a weird manner and saved himself from the wind slash that was about to attack his arm. However, due to that, he stood in an awkward position. Two did not waste this chance and attacked his legs. Nux finally lost his balance and fell to the ground. Why ya? Three then rushed towards Nux and attacked his face. Nux rolled over and defended, but Three continued attacking. Nux continued rolling and defending, however, he soon noticed Thyra and Two were activating their bigger attacks. This was bad. Nux then shook his head and then sighed. Alright, that's enough. I give up. He admitted defeat. Three stopped attacking and Two and Thyra stopped the skills they were activating as well. Ha 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 tilde, we told you didn't we, Master Nux? We are not like those useless Grandmaster stage cultivators who never train. Don't underestimate us. Three laughed. She felt better after defeating Nux, even though it was an unfair 1v3 battle. Yes, you guys are strong. Nux nodded as he stood up and cleaned the dust from his clothes. Three's smile widened and although Two tried to hide it, a smile had appeared on his face as well. However, Thyra didn't share their happiness, she was looking at Nux with a serious look on her face. The skills you were using, were these the 4-star skills you got from Bannerman and Hardwick House? She couldn't take it anymore and question. This question attracted everyone's attraction. Three's and Two's smiles faded and they turned towards Nux for his answer. Ha 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 tilde Thyra, what are you talking about? He only received those skills 3 days ago, how can he learn them so quickly? Felberta questioned as she chuckled. Skylar, Lane and Edda nodded. Not only them, but even 2 and 3 were also nodding. However, Thyra kept her gaze towards Nux, waiting for his answer. She didn't sense wrong, although poorly used. The skills Nux was using were 4-star skills and she was sure that he didn't have any other 4-star skills than the ones he got 5 days ago. However, this didn't make any sense. The number of people who could learn a 4-star skill within 4 days were no more than 5. This kind of scary talent isn't that common. Especially when he learned multiple skills at the same time. Then how is Nux using these techniques? Is it related to that weird magic of his? Since she couldn't come up with an answer, she directly questioned the man. Indeed. These were the techniques that I got from Bannerman and Hardwick houses. However, as you can see, I am still not proficient in using them, Nux nodded. However, his humble answer shocked everyone as their eyes widened and they questioned. What? Chapter 130. What? Everyone questioned in surprise. No. I do not believe it, that is just not possible. No matter how much of a monster he is, this is just ridiculous. Surprisingly, Felberta was the one who was surprised the most. If anyone had known what she was thinking a few minutes ago, they would question one thing for sure. What happened to the elegance you were talking about? Why is your mouth wide open now? You don't look very elegant to me. However, since nobody knew her thoughts, nobody said anything. It could be said that Felberta was lucky, else her superiority would be gone. However, her surprise wasn't without any reason. Similar to her, Lane and Skylar, who had known Nux for a longer period of time, were surprised as well. But isn't his affinity at medium level? Lane muttered to herself. Thyra, who heard her, turned her head in shock and questioned. What did you say? His affinity, it was medium level with all the elements. Then how? Thyra muttered as she glanced at Nux in shock. Everyone else in the room had similar expressions, and Nux, who was the center of attention, frowned. He now realized why they were so shocked. His talent, or his affinity, was medium level. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium, LVL, 31, HP, 810, MP, 580 580 STR, 83, AGL, 93, VIT, 81, STM, 120, INT, 80, Def, 80, blank points, 103, yes, he rechecked it and his talent was medium. He should not be able to learn 4-star skills so easily. Something was wrong. We will check your affinity again. Suddenly, Felberta muttered. Felberta was the one who was surprised more than anyone else. Affinity, talent, she always cursed herself for being born with low talent. Of course, with Nux's arrival, her talent did not matter at all, since they can raise their cultivation with snoo snoo. However, she was still a little sensitive to something related to affinity. Nux then turned towards Felberta, placed his hand on her butt and nodded with a small smile. As you say, my dear Feltilda, a small smile appeared on Felberta's face. Heh. It doesn't really matter. She thought inwardly and closed her eyes. Thyra, who noticed this, narrowed her eyes. For some reason, she did not like what she was seeing at all. She was jealous? When she realized it, she shook her head repeatedly and walked with the others. A few minutes later, all of them were inside a room, looking at 4 crystal balls that were fixed on the table with solemn looks on their faces. Nux nodded at Felberta, she nodded back and Nux walked towards the 4 crystals. Let's try win first, this is the most important for running away. Nux thought inwardly before he placed his hand on the crystal and injected his mana into it with a determined look on his face. Nothing happened for the first few seconds. However, 30 seconds later, the crystal trembled and shined. Low level, Felberta muttered inwardly. 10 seconds later, the light coming out of the crystal brightened. Medium level. Another 10 seconds later, the crystal shined even more brightly. High level. Felberta's eyes widened in surprise. His talent increased again. Just like how it happened before. However, her surprise wasn't over yet. Another 10 seconds later, a blinding light was released from the crystal and everyone present in the room widened their eyes in shock. Exceptional. Threes exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement and surprise. It's exceptional. Exceptional level affinity. Skylar jumped in joy as well. Wait, isn't there only one person in the entire Skyfall Kingdom who has exceptional level affinity? Edda questioned. Yes, Candace Waters. The gem of the Royal Academy. They say she has exceptional level affinity with water. 2 informed. And Master Nux is now second one, exceptional level affinity with wind element. 3 muttered with a bright smile on her face. Don't conclude too early, Felberta spoke as she glanced at Nux. Nux took a deep breath and then placed his hands on another crystal that had a tinge of red mixed within. Fire, a good attack power. 30 seconds later, the crystal shined and the light it released got brighter and brighter. Exceptional again. Skylar exclaimed in joy. Nux then placed his hand on another crystal. Earth, good for defense. Exceptional again. Water, good for, bath. Exceptional, again. The results were out and everyone in the room, except for Felberta, Skylar, and Lane turned silent. Candace Waters, a prodigy who has exceptional level affinity with water is valued deeply by the Royal Academy and the Skyfall Kingdom. Then what about this man? A man who has exceptional level affinity with all the elements. What about this monster? How will the kingdom, no, the world would react to that? No one knew. However, one thing was for sure, the world is about to change. Nux Leander was too much of a monster. Everyone in the room turned towards Nux with shocked looks on their faces. Of course, no one knew that the man himself was quite confused. My talent is clearly medium level, why is it showing exceptional here? Is talent not equal to affinity? Did I guess it wrong all along? Nux started thinking. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk however, before he could think too much, he heard a knock followed by a voice. Master Nux, the breakfast is ready. Nux then glanced out of the window and noticed that the sun was already out. All right, we will be right there, Nux replied, he then turned to the rest and smiled. All right, let's stop thinking about all this and eat something Tilda, others nodded, Thyra, 2 and 3 walked away, they never ate food with them and planned to keep it that way. Nux wanted to invite Thyra, however, since 2 and 3 were here, he knew she wouldn't agree so he did not. Felberta, Skylar, Lane, Edda and Nux then walked towards the dining hall and the breakfast was served. Hey Nux, you are going to meet Lady Allura in the afternoon, right? Have you prepared anything? Suddenly, Edda questioned. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he replied. What's there to prepare? I will go with the flow. Chapter 131. Lady Natalia, welcome. A receptionist bowed and welcomed her with a big smile on his face. The lady he was talking to smiled a little and expressed. I need a room. Yes, Lady Natalia, your usual room is already prepared, here's the key. The receptionist answered with a smile and gave her the keys. One of the 2 servants following Lady Natalia took the keys and nodded at the receptionist. The receptionist nodded back and Lady Natalia, along with her 2 bodyguards walked away. A receptionist's friend watched everything curiously and once Lady Natalia left, he walked toward his friend and questioned. Hey, Adam, why are you so respectful to that woman? I have seen you dealing with other people before, other than the basic courtesy, you aren't really that submissive to anyone else, is she a high-ranking noble? Adam, the receptionist shook his head and answered, I do not know who she is but I have seen the plaza owner talk to her before and I clearly remembered the expression he had on his face that day. Expression? What expression? A respectful expression, with some fear hidden behind it. Doesn't the plaza owner have a backing of a marquis's house, why is he? His friend muttered in confusion, however, soon, he understood something. I don't know who that lady is, but it's better not to get on her bad side, I do plan to die so soon. Not after Camilla and I are in a relationship. Adam muttered. The friend's face turned sour when he heard what he said. Hey, what's with that face, huh? We played it fair, okay? She was the one who chose me. A sigh escaped out of Adam's friend's mouth and he smiled wryly. Yeah, I know. I failed. Anyway, I am happy for you. If only I had gotten the job in the Crown Plaza, money is important indeed. Oblivious to his thoughts, Adam smiled and patted his shoulders. Thank you, Tilda. Lady Allura, we left the palace 2 days ago, I don't think it's appropriate for us to leave again. Oh come on, Protector, how many times will you repeat the same thing? We have already left the palace. We have even reached our destination. You can stop worrying now. Also, what could possibly go wrong? It's not like anyone knows who I am. And even if someone does, aren't you here to protect me? Allura muttered as she looked around and observed the room she and her protectors have just entered. Well, for all the slow folks, Lady Natalia who booked the room was Allura all along. She has left the palace again, which was quite abnormal compared to her usual pattern since she never leaves the palace multiple times in a week. Of course, nobody doubted her because of something small like that. She was the bored concubine, she does stuff in order to surprise others and entertain others. If it was her, leaving the palace again wasn't very abnormal. Of course, it would be a different thing if she was meeting a man. But that would not happen. Lady Allura, we can't protect you from everything. You need to be cautious as well. Another protector muttered. He? Aren't you the all-strong Grandmaster stage cultivators? Who are you scared of? Allura questioned with a smile on her face. The two protectors, who have been with her for a long time, knew that smile very well. Ah, Lady Allura, you are right, just let us protect you, don't worry about anything else and enjoy all you want. Yes, we two men will now take our leave. Of course, we will be protecting you from the shadows. The two protectors laughed awkwardly and left the room in hurry. A timely retreat. If this was before, Allura would have snorted and complained that these two old geezers were too boring, however, today was different. Today, she sighed in relief instead. I really left the palace to meet a man who I don't even know properly and a young man to boot. If someone learns about it, I'll be dead in no time. Allura thought inwardly as her heartbeat quickened. This feeling was scary and thrilling at the same time. If someone else learns about it, they will think that I am cheating on the king. Wait. Am I cheating? Huh? What am I thinking? Of course, I am not. I am just meeting him, he is not my lover, he is more like a friend. A friend who can entertain me. Allura convinced herself and then, a sad look appeared on her face. Also, it's not like he will care about it. I am just a trophy after all. Allura then shook her head repeatedly to get rid of her thoughts. She walked towards the bed and pressed a button. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. A few minutes later, a knock was heard. Enter, a servant entered and bowed. Bring me a tea. Yes, madam. The servant bowed and walked out of the room, however, just as he was about to close the door, Allura ordered. Keep the door open. Yes, madam. The servant nodded and walked away with another bow. A few minutes later, he returned with a table and stood in front of the door. Enter. He then entered the room, placed the cup on the table, filled it with tea and then left. Allura then grabbed the teacup and started drinking as she looked out of the window. The sun was out and was shining brightly. It was already afternoon. It was time for lunch. He's late, to dare make me wait, I will make sure he pays a price. She snorted. I apologize if I offended you in any way, Lady Allura. However, there are still 15 minutes before lunchtime, so I am not late. It is you who arrived too early. Not that I am complaining, rather, I am happy to know that you are as excited about our lunch together as I am. Chapter 132. I apologize if I offended you in any way, Lady Allura. However, there are still 15 minutes before lunchtime, so I am not late. It is you who arrived too early. Not that I am complaining, rather, I am happy to know that you are as excited about our lunch together as I am. Allura widened her eyes in surprise as she turned around and saw Nux standing behind her with that signature smile on his face. Why you? Are you a ghost? How do you appear behind me every time without me realizing it? And why are my protectors unable to stop you? Allura questioned. Yes, that was the reaction I was expecting when I appeared behind you the first time. However, you disappointed me and started asking all those questions. Well, I can understand that as well, you were missing me very much that day, so it was normal. Nux muttered with a smile on his face. I was not missing you. Allura retorted, she then realized something and retorted again, also, I am not excited about this lunch at all. I am not early. You are early, Lady Allura, I am not. Lunchtime is 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Yes, and it is 12:50 right now, you were 15 minutes early, Lady Allura, Nux muttered as he pointed at the clock that was hanging in the room. Allura glanced at the clock and widened her eyes in surprise. Well, it was not like she didn't know about it. Actually, Nux wasn't playing any games here, she did arrive a little early since she was a little excited about meeting him. Of course, she would never admit it out loud. Who would give a free point like this to others? Yes, that is what I am talking about. It is 12:50, lunchtime is 12:45 p.m., and you are late. I believe you should apologize. In the end, Allura was a noble as well, she can lie right through her teeth without any problems. As long as you don't admit you are lying, you are saying the truth. Simple. Seeing her lie, Nux shook his head and sighed, you are really trying hard to not admit it, Lady Allura. However, if you were not excited and were in rush to come here, how do you explain the missing eyeliner on your left eye? Nux questioned with a smile on his face. Allura's eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Did the maids not do my makeup right? Have I been walking around without an eyeliner all this time? What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Were they scared about angering me? Or were they laughing behind my back? Allura's whole world crumbled as she thought of countless possibilities. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in her hand and as she glanced looked at her own face, her movements paused. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and started breathing heavily, however, she still failed to control her anger and lashed out. How da-shhhhh. However, before she could say much, Nux placed a finger on his lips and gestured her to stay silent as he pointed at the door. They will hear you, he whispered softly. How dare you fool me? Allura questioned in anger, of course, her tone was a low softer than before. Tilda my bad, Lady Allura. However, this does prove one thing. What? That you were in such a hurry to see me that you forgot to see your face mirror and rushed to here. I am glad to know it, Lady Allura. You truly have made my day. Nux chuckled. Allura's face turned red in anger and embarrassment. You bastard. How dare you tease me? She roared, and of course, she did it in a low voice. Tilda, Nux laughed out loud, teasing her was fun. Very very fun Tilda, you dare laugh at wait. Soon, Allura realized something. She then turned towards Nux and narrowed her eyes. You changed the topic again. She complained. What do you mean? Don't try to act innocent. I won't fall for it twice. I asked you, however, you tried to change the topic. I do not like it. It is disrespectful if you aren't going to answer my questions, there is no point in having lunch together this way. Allura replied in a serious tone. Nux smiled wryly when he saw her expression. As expected, it isn't easy to fool her, huh? He thought inwardly and shook his head. He had noticed that his plans aren't working that well these days. First the case with Thyra and now this. Well, whatever, he just needs to face it directly, plus, where's the fun in doing everything according to the script? Alright, ask what you want. Nux decided to take a chance and be honest. Of course, how much information he reveals depends on him. He wasn't going to tell everything to a woman he met a few days ago. How did you appear behind me without alerting my protectors? Allura questioned for the third time. It's beaker dash asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk Nux wanted to answer, but before he could, he heard a knock. What is it? Allura questioned. She wasn't very panicked like before, she has seen how scarily quick this young man's reflexes are. He always hides in time if something goes wrong. Lunch, the servant standing on the other side of the door muttered. Oh. To think Lady Allura have already ordered lunch. Consider it indeed. Nux commented. Allura decided to ignore his comments. It wasn't her who ordered the food, it was her protectors. Of course, they did that because she told them to. But, as you know, nobody needs to know that. Go hide, I am calling him, just call him, I'll show you how I appeared behind you so easily. It will be a lot better than to directly explain it to you. Nux muttered with a smile. Allura glanced at him with an unsure look. Nux then nodded. Trust me. Chapter 133. Trust me. Nux muttered, and for some reason, Allura thought she could trust him a little. Enter. She ordered. She then heard the voice of the door opening, time around her slowed down and she observed the door opening in slow motion. Each passing millisecond, Allura's heartbeat quickened and she started panicking a little. What if Nux's trick didn't work? What if the servant saw another unknown man beside her? Actually, the servant seeing them together was fine since he didn't know who she was, however, what if the protectors saw Nux? What would they think? Would they try to side with her and shut their mouth? Or would they tell everything to the king? What if the king learns about it? Will he kill her? Of course he will. He will execute her publicly. He wouldn't even think twice about that. As countless thoughts appeared in her mind, Allura panicked even more. Suddenly, she started regretting her decision. However, it was already too late, the door opened and the servant entered the room. Allura's heart skipped a beat, she quickly turned her head and her eyes widened in horror when she noticed that Nux was sitting right beside her with a small smile on his face. Did his technique fail? She thought inwardly and panicked even more. If Allura was a heart patient, then today, she would have died for sure. Don't worry, he can't see me. Allura was then brought out of her reverie when she heard Nux's voice. She then turned around as she glanced at the servant and was quick to notice that what Nux said was true. The servant indeed didn't notice him. A sigh of relief escaped her mouth. However, Nux had other plans in his mind. His smile widened as he stood up and walked toward the servant. Allura's heart, which had barely calmed down, started beating faster again. Why is he moving in front of him? She questioned inwardly, however, her eyes widened in horror when she saw Nux picking up a meatball from the table and eating it in front of the servant. Why you, do you not see him? Allura couldn't help but question. See what? Lady Natalia? The servant questioned in a humble tone. He has heard about this guest and was told that he should act very, very respectfully, else this will be his last day at work and probably his life. Allura's eyes widened in surprise. He is standing right in front of you. How can you not see him? She wanted to scream out loud, however, she didn't do it. She was sane enough to hold back. However, she wasn't able to hide her surprised expression, which the servant found weird. Lady Natalia? Is there something wrong? I apologize for my incompetence, please tell me what I am unable to see. I assure you that I will improve myself and deal with whatever problem you are facing, the servant practically begged. He felt that he had somehow missed an important detail that had offended this woman in front of him. He still had his family, that relies on him, he can't die here. Allura was taken aback by his question, she then pointed at the window and said a random excuse that came to her mind. A crow. There was a crow there. It must have flown away now. Lady Natalia, is that crow annoying you? Do you want me to do something about that crow? Should I send someone to catch it? The servant questioned. No need. Also, I don't really think you can catch him, she muttered the last line in a very soft voice. What? The servant, who couldn't hear her, questioned. Nothing, I said you do not need to do anything, just serve the food. Oh yes, keep an extra pair of cutlery here. Allura ordered. As you say, Lady Natalia, the servant did everything quickly and sighed in relief. He lived to see another day. Just 12 more days, then he will get his salary, he was planning to buy a new dress for his daughter. I will take my leave now, Lady Natalia. I hope you have a good day ahead and enjoy your stay here, he then bowed and left the room. When the servant left, Nux smiled at Allura and sat on the chair. However, Allura wasn't as comfortable as him. Are you a ghost? Are you here to get your revenge? If yes, then I promise I wasn't behind your death, I am innocent. I haven't even killed an animal before. I only eat the meat others hunt. I am innocent. She muttered with moist eyes, Nux was sure that if he didn't say anything, she would start crying right here. Are you not here to kill me? Is it something like only I can see you? Do you want my help to get your revenge? If that is the case, then I can help you. However, I will need to hear your whole story, I won't kill someone innocent for your revenge no matter how much you scare me. Since Nux was silent, Allura thought about other possibilities and offered. You should stop reading too many fantasy books, Lady Allura. Nux couldn't help but shake his head. I am not a ghost. He muttered. Then how is it that only I can see you? Allura questioned. Didn't your protectors see me the first time we met? Allura's eyes widened in surprise as she realized this was true. Then how? This is my ability. Once I activate it, no one can see me unless I don't want him or her to. Nux then brought his face close to hers and muttered. This is how I managed to sneak into your room without anyone noticing. Cool, right? Doesn't this make you a perfect assassin? Allura questioned. Of course, I don't look like it, but I am strong, you know? How strong? Allura questioned curiously. For some reason, she felt that Nux wouldn't harm her. Nux's smile widened when he heard her question and he answered. Stronger than the king. Chapter 134. Stronger than the king, Nux answered with a smile and Allura's eyes widened in surprise. Stronger than the king? But you are at master stage. You can't even defeat a grandmaster stage expert, let alone a king. Allura retorted. Do you really think so? Then tell me, how old is the king? Nux questioned. 200 years or something, Allura answered with a shrug. It looked like she wasn't very bothered about it. Nux frowned at that, however, he shook his head inwardly and continued. And I am just 18 years old. I only need a few more years before I catch up to the king and then surpass him. Then I can even become the new king. Allura raised her eyebrows at that statement. You do know what you just said is enough to get you executed, right? She questioned. Nux's smile widened as he answered. Yes, I do. Allura narrowed her eyes as she questioned. What if I tell what you said to the king? Are you not afraid? Nux smiled as he moved his face close to Allura and muttered. I know you won't. I trust you. Allura's heart started beating quickly, however, she quickly shook her head and cried inwardly. He is just an 18-year-old boy. What the hell are you beating so quickly for? However, when she saw Nux's handsome face close to hers, she couldn't take it anymore and pushed him away. Why, you are too close. She muttered. Oh. My bad. I didn't know a mature woman like you would blush so easily. Though it makes me glad for some reason. Nux smiled playfully. You. Allura wanted to retort, however, she noticed her red face on the window's glasses reflection and wasn't able to say anything. Nux smiled even more and walked towards the table. Alright, let's eat now. Saying that, he started placing the food on the plates and signaled Allura to join. Allura didn't like that he was the only one doing this and she started placing the food on the table as well. Nux paused as he noticed what she was doing, a small smile appeared on his face and he continued. So Lady Allura, what are your hobbies? Nux questioned. Reading books. Allura answered. What type of books do you read? Nux questioned. Fantasy. Oh, that's good, I have an amazing story in my mind that matches the genre you read, would you like to hear it? Nux questioned with a small smile. Allura glanced at Nux with eyes full of interest as she nodded. She was out of good books lately, so any good story was warmly welcomed. So this is a story about a man who lives in a world that is a lot different than ours. What kind of world? Allura questioned. A world where the concept of cultivation doesn't exist. The humans there aren't able to cultivate and live longer. Everyone there is a normal man who is barely able to live for 100 years. However, although there was no cultivation in that world, there was something called technology. With that, the humans there were able to progress so much that they could even leave their own planet and explore other planets outside. Oh. Allura's eyes brightened, though she wasn't able to imagine a world without cultivation. This technology thingy sure did attract her interest. Alright, Lady Allura, we are going to stay here for quite a while, don't just listen to my story, eat lunch as well. Yes. Allura nodded. Nux smiled as he continued his story. What story was it? Nux wasn't really an author, was he? He just spat out random bullshit, and since the whole science and technology was new to Allura, she enjoyed whatever he said. He wasn't dumb enough to tell her stories like Cinderella and all that, because the way people in this world think was different. Therefore, for them to like the stories the people on Earth liked. It was highly unlikely. Well, whatever, the main goal was to talk. Which he had achieved. While he was at it, he also probed and learned about Allura's other interests as well. The two of them continued. Well, Nux was the one who spoke the most, but the way Allura's eyes were gleaming with interest, Nux knew that he had succeeded in the first step. Gain her interest. An hour passed by, and Nux had long stopped the story on something debatable. The two of them started talking if what the main character did was right or not, and this way, Nux started chatting about another topic. He didn't realize it, however, he was becoming a master at changing the course of conversation. Unlike him in the past, on Earth, now, he was the one who set up the pace of the conversation while the others followed. How did this happen? Who knows? Look at the time, Lady Allura, it's already 2 p.m. Allura's eyes glanced at the clock in shock. She couldn't believe so much time had passed. So Lady Allura, when are we meeting the next time? Nux questioned, and before she could think too much, Nux continued. The next time we meet, I will make sure to bring a storybook that was popular in my town. It is also about Earth, the world without magic. However, it is a lot better than the one I shared with you before. Allura's eyes brightened in joy. Really? Why would I lie to you, Lady Allura? Nux questioned with a smile. Allura was taken aback by the smile and she muttered, oh okay, then we will meet 1 week later. I have left the palace 2 times already, someone will be suspicious of me if I leave again this week. Ah, I can understand that, alright, next week it is then. Nux smiled, he then stood up and walked towards the window. See you soon, Lady Allura. Wait. However, just as he was about to jump out of the window, Allura called. I still do not know your name, Allura questioned. A smile appeared on Nux's face as he replied. Nux Leander. Chapter 135. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk, who is it? After Nux left, Allura heard a knock and questioned. It is me, Lady Allura, enter. Then Allura's protector entered the room and she questioned. What is it? I wanted to ask what plans you have for today, Lady Allura. The protector questioned. However, before she could answer, the protector furrowed his brows. Lady Allura, why are there 2 sets of plates on your table? Allura was shocked when she noticed the plates, however, she didn't show any change in her expression. Meeting Nux was her little secret. She couldn't tell anyone else about it because she was sure they would misunderstand. Nothing, I just wanted to check if the food tasted different if we keep it on 2 different plates. Allura answered whatever came into her mind. Her protector looked at her weirdly, however, he didn't say anything. Just how bored one has to be to try something like this. However, no one was stopping the protector from thinking and judging inwardly. The protector then shook his head to get rid of these thoughts and then questioned. So back to the topic, what are your plans for today, Lady Allura? He completely ignored the plate incident. He felt like it was better to do so. Allura sighed in relief when her protector didn't question much. Of course, nobody knew what face she would make if she knew his inner thoughts. Let's return to the palace. She muttered. What? Is there a problem? Allura frowned. No. Lady Allura, there are no problems at all, I shall prepare everything. The protector bowed and left the room in surprise. What's with that look on your face, Bruce? The other protector questioned when he noticed the surprised look on Bruce, the protector's face. Lady Allura wants to return. Bruce answered. What? Why? I do not know. I am surprised myself. This has never happened before, she just came here, stayed in a room and now she wants to return. She didn't tease anyone, she didn't observe anyone, she didn't buy out a stall just to see the owner's reaction. Why the hell is she returning so quickly? Who knows? Is she sick? Why would she leave the palace if she was sick? You have a point. The 2 protectors started thinking. Although Allura was pretty unpredictable and does things randomly to entertain herself, she wasn't completely unpredictable either. Therefore, her protectors, who have been protecting her for years now know a lot about her habits. They were sure that Lady Allura was acting weird. Well, whatever, isn't it better for us anyway? Bruce muttered. That's true, maybe Lady Allura is maturing. She's not a child, you know? Whatever, just go and prepare the carriage, I will stay here. All right. Night, inside Alger's room, a very scene was repeating itself. Thyra and Alger started at each other. I am ready, you can go ahead and beat me. However, Alger was too familiar with where this will go, therefore, he prepared himself for what was about to come and raised his hand in surrender. No use going through the same script again and again and again. You might go ahead and hit him. At least he is mentally prepared for it right now. Did Nux order you to call me here? Thyra questioned. However, Alger didn't fail to notice that her tone was a lot calmer than yesterday. Not only that, rather than calling Master Nux, that bastard, she called him by his name. A small smile appeared on Alger's face. Of course, he was not thinking anything weird. The poor man just wanted to survive without being beaten. And he saw an opportunity to do that. Why yes, of course, it was Master Nux who told me to call you. Alger nodded with the friendliest smile possible. Actually, Thyra wanted to hit him just because of that weird smile of his, however, she controlled herself. She was not a brute delinquent. So? What does he want today? She questioned, and as soon as she did, the smile on Alger's face disappeared. He had forgotten, there was no way he could save himself from the beating today. Master Nux didn't leave him any chance to. Alger gulped as he remembered that question. He did not want to ask that question at all, however, he was helpless. He couldn't do anything about it at all. Alger closed his eyes, his face paled, and he questioned. Have you learned anything from your spar with Master Nux today? Have you profited in any way? Thyra stayed silent. Since she didn't say anything, Alger knew she was pissed and opened his left eye to check her reaction. His body trembled when he noticed that she was just standing there with her head down and her hair were covering her eyes. Suddenly, a laugh escaped out of Thyra's mouth. Huh? Alger opened his eyes as he glanced at Thyra in confusion. Ha 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 tilde, Thyra then started laughing out loud. He really couldn't find a better topic, could he? Ha 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 tilde, Alger's room was filled with Thyra's surprisingly sweet laughter. Has she gone crazy? Am I about to die? Alger thought inwardly. Don't worry, I know it's not your fault, you are just following orders. All right, I will take my leave now. Although she had covered her face with a mask, Alger was sure that she was smiling right now. Thyra then left the room and smiled. HMPH. What an exhibitionist. Thyra snorted. But this time, I will pass through that room without peeking. I will not peek at all. Thyra nodded to herself with her eyes filled with determination. She then started walking. The closer she walked to Nux's room, the faster her heart started beating. I do not hear anything. 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 She continued to convince herself as she walked, however, soon, she noticed something. I do not hear anything. She frowned. Was her convincing power too good? She walked closer to Nux's room and... Still no sound, no moaning. What happened? Thyra thought curiously. In the end, Thyra couldn't control herself anymore and walked toward Nux's room. She arrived at the door, crouched and then slightly opened the door like she always does. However, she was surprised to see that the room was empty. She frowned, but before she could think too much, a hand covered mouth as someone grabbed her from behind and carried her into the room. Chapter 136. A.N. Proceed with caution. Asterisk skeleton face asterisk he 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 he. Thyra panicked when someone grabbed her from behind. She didn't sense this person at all. Who was he? What was he doing here? Thyra moved her body, trying to get out of the man's grip. However, suddenly, the man who was grabbing her from behind blew a mouthful of hot air into her right ear and a jolt of electricity streamed into Thyra's body, weakening her resistance. Thyra frowned. What sort of person does that to weaken their targets? Soon, an annoying but handsome face appeared in her mind. She turned around as much as she could and was now sure who this person was. She sighed in relief and stopped resisting. He? You gave up pretty quickly, Thyra. Nux smiled as he released her. Then, he walked toward the door and closed them. Why did you do this to me? Thyra questioned. Do what? Are you really trying to act innocent? But I am innocent, am I not? Nux questioned as he tilted his head in confusion. Innocent my head. You grabbed me from behind and forced me into your room. Thyra retorted. She doesn't know why, but she always loses her calm in front of this man. She really hated that. She was a calm woman, she was not someone who keeps shouting for no reason. He? How am I the bad person here? I was only catching the woman who was sneakily peeking into my room, was I not? I was not peeking. Thyra's face turned a little red and she retorted. Oh come on, how dare you lie so blatantly? I was there when you were crouching in front of my room, then you opened the door a little and you moved your head closer to the gap to look inside. Is that not called peeking? Nux questioned. Thyra's face then turned redder as she replied, I was not peeking, I was just curious. Huh? What's the difference? You were attacking my privacy in either case, were you not? Privacy my head. You are an exhibitionist who likes it when other people see you having sex. How can a person like you have privacy? Nux's face twitched as he questioned. Huh? Where did you get that idea from? Isn't that why you manipulated me into watching you? Thyra questioned. Huh? Didn't we get over that in the morning? You wouldn't have been manipulated if you were not a pervert. Don't blame me. I am not a pervert. Thyra shouted. Then why were you peeking at me? Nux shouted as well. Did I tell you just now? I was just curious as to why there was no voice coming out of your room. Thyra questioned even more loudly. Huh? What kind of sound are you talking about? Suddenly, a small smile appeared on Nux's face as he questioned. Moa, huh? Thyra stopped midway as she glanced towards Nux and then quickly covered her mouth. However, it was already over. Nux had heard her. Oh, so you were curious about why you didn't hear any moans today as you do normally? He questioned. Cornered, Thyra couldn't do anything but nod. Nux's smile widened, he then walked towards Thyra and Thyra stepped back. Ah, that is a good question indeed, why didn't you hear any moans today? Nux muttered as he continued walking towards Thyra. There is always a woman who moans when you pass in front of my room, then why wasn't there any moan today? You were curious about this, right? Thyra nodded, however, she didn't make eye contact with Nux and continued stepping back. Why isn't there any woman inside his room today? Were you wondering that? Nux questioned. Yes. I was curious. Thyra nodded. Nux's smile widened even more as he walked towards Thyra. The girl wanted to step back, however, her back was already touching the wall. Nux then closed the distance between them as he raised her chin and answered. That's because the woman inside my room is. You. Thyra's eyes widened in shock and her heart started beating loudly. We were interrupted in the morning, were we not? Don't you think we should continue it? Nux questioned. I do not think we should continue it. Thyra muttered weakly, however, she didn't do anything to push him away. Oh. Are you sure? Nux questioned. I am. Are you not curious about how my rod slams into a woman's body? Are you not curious why my women moan so loudly? Are you not curious about how good it feels? Nux questioned and Thyra's face turned red. You are curious to know everything, right? Thyra nodded weakly. Then shall we continue what we were about to do in the morning? Nux questioned again. This time, Thyra didn't say anything and lowered her head. Or she tried to. Nux lifted her chin as he glanced at her crystal blue eyes. He then removed the annoying mask that covers her incredibly beautiful face and revealed her luscious red lips. Nux glanced at Thyra with his golden eyes filled with immense desire. Desire so strong that even Thyra could feel it, and due to that, her heart started beating quickly, so quickly that she felt that it would burst apart. She then saw Nux had closed his eyes, she didn't know why, however, he felt that she should do the same and she closed her eyes as well. As soon as her eyes were closed, her other senses heightened up, she could feel that Nux's was coming closer to hers. She wasn't born yesterday, she knew what was about to happen. Does she want it to happen? She doesn't know. However, does she want Nux to stop? Not at all. Her lips trembled a little before they moved a little forward and formed a pout. Soon, an incredibly soft pair of lips touched hers and as soon as the contact was made, her body trembled and her heart started beating so fast that she doubted if it was humanly possible. Nux moved his lips and since Thyra didn't know anything, she just followed his rhythm and continued to enjoy this foreign feeling inside her heart. Yes, Thyra Cruz was enjoying this first kiss of hers. Chapter 137. A.N. Proceed with caution. Asterisk skeleton face asterisk. Nux moved his lips, he first sucked Thyra's lower lip then he started sucking her upper lip, repeated that a few times and soon, Thyra, who was trying to note his pattern copied his actions as well. However, Thyra couldn't keep up for long as something wet entered her mouth. It was Nux's tongue. Thyra's eyes widened in surprise, however, she didn't resist. She couldn't resist. She just let Nux do whatever he wanted and with his every action, her heartbeat rose. It was a new and a weird experience for her. Nux's tongue then found hers and the two of them started mingling with each other. Their salivas exchanged as Nux's hand moved towards Thyra's back as he pulled her close to him. Thyra's hands copied Nux's movements as well and they moved towards Nux's back. Yes, Thyra was hugging Nux as well. Even Nux was surprised by that action. Nux's heartbeat quickened as he tightened his hug around Thyra and the two of them shared a long passionate kiss. Suddenly, Thyra's body arched up in surprise when she felt Nux's hand moving down from her waist to her butt and then to her vagina, which has been very sensitive for the last few days. On Tilda, Thyra then moved her mouth as she broke the kiss and moaned. Hey Tilda, so sensitive Tilda, Nux smiled as his fingers gently kneaded her opening. And Tilda, Thyra moaned again. Nux noticed that her voice was incredibly sweet, he then glanced at her face and saw that was looking at him as her crystal blue eyes shined with innocence, curiosity and desire. Seeing that look on her beautiful face, Nux couldn't control himself anymore and picked her up. Ah. Thyra's body jerked in horror. Nux then gently placed her on the bed as he crawled towards her and whispered, "You don't need to panic, Thyra Tilda, just leave everything to me." Saying that, he gave her a little peck on her lips and questioned. Okay? His voice was so gentle that Thyra couldn't help but nod. Nux then smiled at her, then with another peck on her forehead and then on the lips, he moved down towards her cave and started removing her pants. As an assassin, Thyra wore skin-tight clothes, therefore removing her pants turned out to be harder than Nux expected. However, he enjoyed every second of it. Her face that turned redder and redder was very satisfying to watch. After a minute of struggle, he finally removed her pants, revealing her long legs with the most perfect pair of thighs Nux had ever seen. Gulp Nux gulped. He doesn't know why, but he felt that he would develop a new fetish. However, Nux quickly shook his head. This was not about him right now, it was about Thyra. He then turned his gaze towards the white panty Thyra was wearing and with a smooth movement, he removed that panty out of his way, revealing her beautiful, pink entrance. Thyra tried to close her legs as soon as Nux removed her panty, however, Nux held her leg and didn't let her move. "Leave everything to me, Thyra," he repeated in a very gentle voice. Thyra nodded, her heart was about to explode now. She felt Nux's gaze on her private part, this filled her heart with unexplainable feeling. She didn't know what this feeling was, however, she knew that she didn't hate it. Nux then observed her entrance for a little while and soon, he moved his finger and started circling it around her entrance. Thyra's body trembled again and soon, her liquid started leaking out. Nux smiled mischievously as he flicked her erect clit. "Aunt Tilda," Thyra moaned out loud. Aunt Tilda, however, Nux didn't give her any chance to react as his finger entered her pussy. When Nux noticed that she was comfortable with one finger, his other finger entered as well. His two fingers then started creating havoc inside Thyra's pussy. Every time Thyra's body jerked a little, Nux noted that place in his mind and continued teasing other parts of her insides. Like an expert, Nux found out many of her weak points in just 5 minutes. Aunt Tilda, however, these 5 minutes were anything but just 5 minutes for Thyra, who was breathing heavily right now with her eyes closed. She used to masturbate as well, however, she never felt this good before. Never. This was simply unreal. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Thyra's body as Nux's fingers continued exploring her cave. Every single touch sent another wave of jolt that coursed throughout her body. She was on cloud 9. Is this how good sex feels? She wondered inwardly. However, as if Nux had heard her thoughts and had wanted to deny her conclusion, his third finger entered her cave as well. Then, these 3 fingers simultaneously teased all the weak points Nux has found and Thyra's eyes widened in shock. Another, incomparably huge wave of pleasure coursed into her body and her back arched up. She couldn't control herself at all and moaned loudly. Her mind turned a little hazy as her walls tightened, her juice built up and, squirt she came. She came and she continued coming for the next 30 seconds. This was the best orgasm she had ever had in her life. And this will be the best orgasm she will ever have in her life. Or at least that was what she thought, however, Nux didn't seem to agree with her last thought as the smile that had appeared on his face said something else. He continued watching closely as Thyra's lower lips opened and closed uncontrollably as her juice gushed out of them. Once he was sure that Thyra was done with her orgasm, he moved up and brought his head close to hers. Thyra sensed his movement and opened her eyes, she then saw the smirk on his face, however, before she could say anything, Nux questioned. "Should we start the main thing?" Thyra's eyes widened in horror as she questioned back, "This is not the main thing." Chapter 138. This is not the main thing. Thyra questioned in surprise and a smile appeared on Nux's face. "Oh, come on, Thyra, don't act like you haven't seen the main thing, you peeked on us for 3 days straight, remember? I am sure you know that." Nux then brought his face dangerously close to hers and whispered. "We have not even started yet, Tilda." The scenes of Nux ramming his cock inside Edda's appeared inside Thyra's mind and she blushed deeply. "We have not even started yet it feels so good, how good will it feel when we do the real thing?" Thyra thought inwardly as her body trembled in anticipation. And as if hearing her inner thoughts, Nux quickly removed his pants and freed his little brother that was roaring to explore another, unexplored cave. "Be big," Thyra muttered when Nux placed his rod on top of her little sister. Nux then moved and placed his rod in front of her entrance, since she was already wet. Nux didn't have to wait for long. Once he was done lubricating his rod with her juices, he put the head in. He then bent down and moved his face close to Thyra. "It will hurt a little, okay?" he warned. Millimeter, Thyra nodded. Actually, she wasn't really scared of it. She knows that the first time hurts, however, she never thought too much about it. The pain she has been through is much worse than any normal girl can bear. A little pain was nothing for her. Another reason why she wasn't very afraid was that every time she peeks at Nux and his women, she had never seen a painful expression on any of their faces. There was just pure bliss. Therefore, Thyra was sure that the pain was nothing. Suddenly, Nux hugged her body. Thyra frowned, however, just as she was about to ask, she felt his little brother had moved and had entered her cave. However, she did not feel any pain at all. "Are you okay?" Nux questioned in worry. "Yes, I am fine," Thyra nodded. She didn't feel any pain at all. She just felt a little weird when something entered her insides. "All right, I will move a little now, okay? Tell me when it hurts." Nux muttered in a gentle tone. A small smile appeared on Thyra's face as she nodded. "Okay." Nux then moved and slowly but steadily, he continued entering deeper and deeper. "Ugh!" He groaned in pleasure. Thyra's insides were unusually tight, too tight. The way they surrounded his dick, he felt like they were sucking all of his energy, rendering him unable to move. Nux was barely holding back right now, he had to use all his will to not come right away. "You!" Finally, a minute later, Nux entered Thyra's inside completely. Ugh! However, the tightness had increased. Thyra's pussy was too greedy. The way it sucked on Nux's dick was too violent. But how could Nux lose so easily? He gathered all his willpower and moved back. and as he moved back, he frowned. There was no blood. Was she not a virgin? Nux questioned inwardly, however, when he remembered her face, he shook his head. He was sure that Thyra was a virgin. Soon, Nux realized. Thyra was an assassin, she trained hard since she was young. He had heard some cases where the hymen breaks due to excessive training. This was normal. Nux's eyes then fell on Thyra's red face and he quickly got rid of these useless thoughts. I'll move now, okay? Nux whispered gently. Thyra nodded and with one thrust, Nux entered deep inside her pussy again. Ugh. This time, Nux wasn't the only one who moaned in pleasure. Thyra was already sensitive since she came earlier, therefore, although she knew Nux would enter again, she still wasn't able to control herself and moaned out loud. Nux has felt his body weakening due to the pleasure, he then moved his rod back and rammed it into Thyra's insides again. Ugh. The two of them moaned again. Nux then raised his head before he sealed Thyra's lips with his own and started another round of tongue fight. His hand did not stay idle as well and they entered inside Thyra's top and then played with Thyra's breasts. He had to force Thyra to come, he had to force her to come earlier than him. MMHHFFMM. Since Thyra's mouth was sealed, only a muffled moan escaped as Nux played with her beautiful breasts. They may not be large, however, they were incredibly soft. Nux played with them gently while his waist continued to move as he rammed his cock inside Thyra's body. MMHHHMMFFF. Thyra moaned again. Nux then removed her top as well, and then he unhooked her bra, revealing her bare breast. With more space to move, Nux played with those beautiful breasts differently while he continued ramming his cock into Thyra's body. Nux then broke the kiss as he raised his head and started increasing his speed. Anf. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Thyra's body. She didn't know when, but the pleasure she was feeling suddenly spiked up and she lost her thinking ability. Her body turned numb due to all that pleasure and she just lay there on the bed, accepting Nux's thrust without any resistance whatsoever. She was in another realm of pleasure, a realm where she denied thinking about anything else but pleasure. Anf. Her back arched up, eyes turned back and her tongue popped out as well. Her expression was very similar to Nux's other women. She was lost in ecstasy. Anf. Ugh. Of course, Nux was in a bad situation either. Thyra's pussy was tighter than he expected, he could come at any moment now. However, he couldn't come before Thyra, his pride won't allow it. Therefore, he sped up his thrusting while he played with her breasts with both his hands. He was desperately trying to make Thyra come as soon as possible. Anf. He then increased his speed again, for the final touch, he pinched her nipples, and soon, Thyra's walls tightened even more. I did it. A small, victory smile appeared on Nux's face as he groaned, Uff. I am coming. Thyra. Nux then finally let go and released his milk inside Thyra's little sister. This cum shot accelerated Thyra's reaction, her walls tightened even more, engulfing and sucking on Nux's rod intensely before they suddenly loosened up and, squirt. She came. Chapter 139. Thyra moaned loudly. A mind-numbing pleasure assaulted her body. Strength left Nux's body as well and he fell on the top of Thyra's body, tired. A big wave of energy entered Nux's body and a small, tired smile then appeared on Nux's face. He knew what that energy was. However, he didn't care about it right now. He hugged Thyra's body gently as he placed his chin on her shoulder and whispered, that was good. As soon as he whispered, Nux suddenly felt her cave tightening. His rod wasn't out of her warm insides yet, therefore, he could feel every movement her pussy walls make very clearly right now. Nux furrowed his brows. What happened? He didn't even do anything. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, he moved his mouth close to her ear and whispered. That was good, right? Again, he felt her caves tightening, and this time, it was tighter than before. Thyra didn't move her mouth, however, with how red her face was right now, Nux knew she liked it as well. She looked very adorable right now. However, unlike her cute appearance, Nux had an evil smile on his face. He wanted to test something. He then took a deep breath and, blew a mouthful of air into Thyra's ears gently. Thyra's eyes widened, a weird jolt of pleasure coursed through her body and her walls tightened. Nux's smile widened as he felt the tightness. So that's her weak point, he realized. While they were busy fucking, Nux was trying to find her weak point. He tried grabbing her butt, her breasts, and her nipples, however, other than the normal reaction, he couldn't notice anything above that. He was confused about it. However, he now understood the reason. Thyra's weak point wasn't her breasts, nipples, or her butt. It was her ears. Hair. Just wait for the next time, I will make you moan like there is no tomorrow. Nux thought inwardly as his evil smirk widened. However, soon, his smile turned into a gentle one and he removed his rod from her and rolled over. Rest for today. Moo cute assassin. This was her first night, he will let her rest today. They will spend a lot more nights together, he can always do it later. Nux then finally decided to open his information. Status, he called out. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium, LVL, 31, 33, HP, 850 MP, 820 SDR, 83, 87, AGL, 93, 97, VIT, 81, 85, STM, 120, 124, INT, 80, 82, Def, 80, 84, blank points, 103, 109, Only 2 levels? That's weird. Nux frowned as he glanced at his status. Normally, he would gain a lot more levels since Thyra's level was very high compared to her. It was weird that he didn't gain anything much after this session. Actually, he had noticed this before. Edda was level 33, however, even after spending so much time with her, he was still level 31, that doesn't make sense. Has the god nerfed me since I am too strong? Nux thought inwardly and smirked. Heh. So what? I just need to fuck more. Nux chuckled. And as if hearing his inner thoughts, Thyra opened her eyes and questioned. Hey, are we going for another round? Nux turned around and looked at her face. Her crystal blue eyes and short black hair, combined with that deep blush on her face, made her look incredibly cute. Hee, didn't I say this before? You are a pervert. Nux teased. Thyra pouted and then she turned to the opposite side, showing her naked back to Nux. Nux smiled, this cute Thyra was just too lethal for him. His dick turned hard and he moved closer to Thyra and hugged her from behind. I'll not go easy on you this time, okay? He whispered into her ear and felt her body trembling. Nux moved even closer. He placed his large dick between her perfect thighs and her entrance while one of his hands held her thin waist, and another hand gently kneaded her breast. Her body was warm and soft. Hugging her body felt so good that Nux wanted nothing more than to hug her more and join their bodies together. He wasn't alone. When Thyra felt Nux's hug all over her body, a weird sense of security filled her heart, and once his dick was placed so close to her sacred place, her heartbeat quickened. Her body trembled even more and, on Tilda, her moan leaked out. Her already sensitive cave leaked out more and more juice, and once Nux thought it was enough, he placed his dick in front of her entrance and he entered her insides in one thrust. Ugh! Nux groaned in pleasure as well. Thyra's insides were as tight as before. Nux had a feeling that he would need a lot of time to get used to this blissful tightness. Until he grabbed her breast tightly, causing Thyra to moan out loud. Nux then rolled over on the top of Thyra and pulled his dick out till the edge before he rammed it deep inside. Tilda, Thyra moaned. Nux, however, controlled himself, and this time, he succeeded to control himself. He then repeated the same movement. Tilda, however, this time Thyra's walls tightened even more and, ugh. Nux groaned in pleasure. Fuck it. In the end, Nux decided to let go of this stupid thought of controlling his moans and he increased his speed. He should focus on enjoying the moment. Competitions can wait. Tilda, ugh. The room was then filled with Thyra's and Nux's moans. Since Thyra was a lot stronger compared to Nux's other women, her stamina was better as well. Therefore, even though it was her first time, the two of them continued for the whole night. Of course, Nux didn't try many new poses, that was for the later. He just continued ramming his rod inside Thyra's pussy while the girl moaned without stopping. This is too good. Tilda. Chapter 140. This chapter might leave a bitter taste in some readers' mouths and I apologize for that in advance. You can skip it if you want, I'll leave the summary in the comments. The next morning, Nux woke up with Thyra sleeping on his chest. Since she was an assassin, she was very light and with the way she was sleeping, Nux felt like she was a cat. He moved his hand towards her silky hair and he started caressing them gently. A small smile appeared on Thyra's face as she moved her body cutely and made herself even more comfortable. Nux chuckled inwardly, he never thought that this cold-looking assassin would have such a cute side to her. It was very surprising. Of course, he welcomed such a surprise with open arms. Nux then continued caressing her hair and called, status, a screen that had his information appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium, LVL, 33, 35, HP, 890, 890, MP, 840, 840, STR, 87, 91, AGL, 97, 101, VIT, 85, 89, STM, 124, 128, INT, 82, 84, Def, 84, 88, blank points, 109, 115, 115 blank points. Nux thought inwardly. He then looked down and after the status screen, another screen that had another message was present. Memory fragment detected, would you like to retrieve it? Cost, 10 black points. Why should I do it? Nux questioned inwardly and soon, he stopped thinking and sighed. He firmly believed that this memory would be useless because if his predecessor knew something that could benefit the current him, he has to be someone important, which he was clearly not. The guy was barely eating, after all. However, although he believed that his predecessor was useless, there was one thing that still bothered Nux. His predecessor rejected a Viscount. Not every commoner has the guts to do it. Therefore, it was worth a shot. Whatever, it's only a matter of time before I gain a few more levels, it's only 4 level ups worth of blank points, even if the memory is useless, it's okay. Nux had decided. Alright, let's do it. Nux then nodded to himself and clicked yes. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed and he appeared in the night sky. Ooh-wah! Ooh-wah! Nux then looked around and heard a voice. He looked in the direction and saw 2 humans carrying a child who was crying. The humans then entered what looked like an orphanage and gave the baby to the caretaker there. We found this child in front of our house. We don't know who he is or who left him there, however, we certainly cannot keep him with us. The caretaker nodded and took the child. An interesting thing to note was that Nux did not see the world from his predecessor's eyes. He saw everything from a third-person perspective. It was as if he was watching a movie. The child then grew up in the orphanage and lived an ordinary life just like other children. He cried, he ate, he slept, he did everything a normal child does. However, he was a little different from others. Black hairs, beautiful golden eyes, chubby face, the child was extraordinarily beautiful. Therefore, he was favored and spoiled by many. Even the other children in the orphanage liked him and he lived a happy life. Till now, previous Nux lived a completely normal life. However, today, something changed. Today was the day previous Nux snuck out of the orphanage with other children. Unfortunately, he caught an eye of a crazy woman. Cadella. Since Nux was 8 years old now, his feature got sharper and he became less cuter and more handsome and this handsome, Nux caught the Cadella's eyes. This was the start of Nux's hellish days. The next day, Nux was adopted by that crazy woman and left the orphanage. For the first few days, the crazy woman treated him well and he was happy. But then, for some reason, the crazy lady couldn't control herself anymore. She then walked into Nux's room, locked the door and raped him. Yes, she raped an 8-year-old child. Of course, as an 8-year-old child, Nux didn't know what was happening to him. He experienced his first premature orgasm. Like any normal person, he liked that weird tingly feeling as well. However, this is where something happened. I am not here to pleasure you, you are the one who is supposed to pleasure me, you bastard. The crazy woman continued to do what she was doing even when he had just orgasmed. In a single night, Nux was forced to come countless times. The first few felt good, however, soon, Nux started losing all his strength. The experience after that was anything but pleasurable. Nux tried to stop her, but he was powerless. He was assaulted the entire night. The next night was the same, then the next night, the night after that, Cadella continued to assault Nux without any reservations. Soon, she gained more and more confidence and things escalated. She tied him up and forced him to stay inside the room. She would force Nux to do things on his own accord. If he refuses, she would let him starve for days. Sometimes, she would even take out her anger on Nux by beating him up. She would constantly make him beg for food and then give him something stale. When she was bored, she would even bring her friends so that Nux could entertain them and she would earn some money. According to her, she fed Nux and she invested in Nux. Therefore, he shall work to repay her now. That small room became Nux's prison, where he was abused every single day. This torture continued for 4 years. In these 4 years, the playful, cheerful and naive Nux died. He was replaced by a gloomy, downcast and scared Nux. A Nux who was hopeless, helpless and had already given up on himself and his life. However, maybe the gods pitied his poor soul. One day, while the Cadella was walking down the street, she accidentally stepped in front of a nobleman's carriage. The arrogant nobleman did not like the fact that a filthy commoner dared to step in front of her and the Cadella was beheaded. A fitting end? Maybe. Maybe not. Nux, however, didn't care. From that day forth, he was free from all the torture. He then started living on his own, working and barely managing to buy 1 meal a day. Though his life was still full of hardship, it was a lot better compared to before. Nux then continued living, however, these past 4 years left a major impact on Nux's life. Gynophobia. Yes, due to these agonizing 4 years, Nux Leander feared women. Chapter 141. Nux Leander feared women. Being tortured by that crazy woman was a horrifying experience. However, that did not stop him from living his lifeless life. He tried to fight his fear and talk to women, however, every time he sees a woman, an overwhelming fear takes over his body and he stops moving. Even if a woman came out of her way to compliment him for how cute he was, he would run away before she could even say a word. Nux even lost a few jobs because he ran away after seeing a female customer, or he was scared of a female co-worker. In a world where 40% of the humans were women, Nux was living a very hard life. However, he still somehow managed to live. This continued for 6 years, and then, one day few men knocked in front of Nux's house's door. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. Nux opened the door and a scar-faced man, accompanied by 2 other men entered. What can I help you with? Nux questioned in panic. These people looked overbearing. So is he the one? Heh. What a lucky bastard. A man following the scar-faced man, Akil, muttered. Lucky indeed. I wish I could be in his place. Another man nodded. All right, you two, shut up. The scar-faced man instructed. He then turned to Nux and questioned. What is your name? Nux Leander, yes sir. Ha 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 tilde, what a pussy. Akil laughed out loud. I told you to shut the fuck up. The scar-faced man turned around and glared at Akil. Sorry sir. Akil lowered his head in fear. So Nux, I am here to tell you that you have caught Viscount Felberta's eyes and she wants you as her boy toy. Are you willing? The scar-faced man questioned. The 2 men behind him showed clear signs of jealousy. Actually, even the scar-faced man felt jealous. However, he was more professional and didn't show it on his face. What? I am asking, are you willing to be her boy toy? The scar-faced man repeated his question. Actually, according to him, this question was only a formality, even though he just took him here. Once he sees Viscount Felberta's face, the boy will agree. Being Viscount Felberta's boy toy and even getting paid for it, only a fool will reject such a deal. No. However, Nux's answer was different from his expectation. What? I said no. Nux repeated. Are you sure? Dude, have ever seen Viscount Dash? I said no. Nux shouted and tried pushing the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man frowned. He didn't expect this answer and he defiantly didn't expect such a strong denial from someone as weak as Nux. However, no matter what, he was still a thug when he saw Nux rushing up to him, trying to push him away. His body acted on reflex and, bam he punched Nux's face. Nux's body fell to the floor and the scar-faced man stepped on his back and questioned. Are you sure you want to oppose me? I said no. Nux shouted. The scar-faced man's face twitched and a vein popped out on his head. He has had enough. Beat him up. He ordered. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for this order. This idiot dared to reject such an offer? There must be a screw loose in his head, let me fix it for him. Akil laughed as he rushed towards Nux and kicked his head. The 3 men then started beating Nux, however, Nux was adamant and rejected every time they asked him to rethink his answer. The 3 men assaulted Nux till he lost his consciousness. We will return tomorrow, I hope you will have a better answer tomorrow. The scar-faced man muttered as he walked out of the house. TSK. Now we would have to use a healing potion on him. What a waste. Akil snorted. I still don't understand why he is rejecting us. That bastard. Rejecting someone like Viscount Felberta. I wish all the handsome people die a painful death. Akil cursed. As the 3 of them left, Nux's body lay on the floor. Then like in a certain game where when the main character died, the screen zooms out, a similar thing happened with Nux, who was watching everything. Soon, everything around him turned black before, clank with a clank sound, everything broke down as if it was a mirror and Nux woke up. Nux then looked around and realized that the memory has ended. My predecessor died after being beaten by those thugs. Nux realized. He then looked around and saw that he was still in his room, on his bed. On top of his chest, Thyra was sleeping. A woman was sleeping on his chest. A woman was so close to him. Nux glanced at Thyra and felt something. Ah, she's so cute. Nux thought inwardly. A small smile then appeared on his face as he patted her head. His predecessor might have feared women, but he did not. These memories did not affect him. As mentioned before, it was like he saw a movie. He knows everything about the character and knows how he feels, however, he does not feel the same thing the character does. To think he accepted being beaten to death rather than going to the Viscount, who was a woman. Nux thought inwardly and sighed. You lived a tough life, even tougher than my past life. Then, his eyes turned cold. Don't worry, I will get your revenge. Millimeter? Whose revenge? Suddenly Thyra, who was sleeping on his chest, opened her eyes and questioned sleepily. Good morning, my cute assassin Tilda, good morning. Thyra rubbed her eyes, she then looked around and quickly figured out her situation. She was sleeping on top of Nux, naked. Nux was naked as well. Thyra widened her eyes, she quickly remembered what happened last night and her face turned red. However, before Nux could enjoy her reaction, he heard Edda's voice in his mind. Nux, this is important. You have to know this. Chapter 142. 8 hours ago, while Nux was using his conceal and hiding, planning to grab Thyra from behind and do things with her. Edda, who he had already told his plan, decided to stay in the palace for a certain mission and was walking towards her room when she was stopped by someone. Edda? Edda turned around and looked at the person who called her, Lady Allura, what happened? Nothing happened to me, but why are you here? Don't you usually leave and meet your lover as soon as your duty ends? Allura questioned. Ah. Edda growled in displeasure. Of course, even though she knew what Nux was doing and how it could only be done at the night, and how he will make up to her later, she was still disappointed. She wanted him to fuck her tonight as well. Allura, who quickly noticed her expressions, only had one thought in her mind. This feels entertaining. A smile then appeared on her face as she questioned, do you need an ear? You can tell me everything you want, you know. Edda glanced at Allura. She has known this Lady Allura ever since she arrived in the palace. She knew her well enough to know what she was thinking. However, sharing my pain with my future sister doesn't seem so bad. Edda thought inwardly. Plus, I need to get close to her, it might help Nux and he might reward me for it. A small smile then appeared on Edda's face and she nodded. All right, Lady Allura. Allura's smile widened. She found tonight's entertainment. She then quickly grabbed Edda's hand and pulled her towards her room. All right, follow me to my room, we will talk there. The servants who passed the two of them glanced at Edda with pity in their eyes. So it's the head maid today, huh? Sigh, even a head maid can't defend herself from Lady Allura. Just how much bored Lady Allura is. Of course, Allura, as usual, ignored all these servants and rushed into her room. She then locked the door and questioned. So? What happened? Why didn't you go meet your lover? Did you guys fight? Who started it? You? Nah, it must be him. He started it, right? Don't worry, you can share everything with me. Edda shook her head inwardly, she's really bored her. Lady Allura, we didn't fight. She answered. Then why are you here? Allura questioned with a displeased look on her face. She doesn't want to hear another story like that maid told her yesterday. TSK. A mature couple. HMPH. What a joke. People like them should just die. He is spending this night with another woman, Edda replied with an unhappy look on her face. Huh? Allura turned to look at Edda with a shocked look on her face. She didn't expect something like that. No, actually, she did expect something like that, it was normal in this world. Powerful men have harem. Usually, men like these get a new woman, stay with her and spend the night with her for a few days, then forget about her. It was a very common occurrence. A sad look appeared on Allura's face. She wanted entertainment, however, she didn't want someone's life to be ruined by it. Weird coming from someone like her, who wanted couples to fight and break up so that she can enjoy the drama. So you will now become a trophy, huh? Allura muttered. Huh? Don't you know what trophy means? It's a term that represents a woman who doesn't get any attention from her husband or lover. No, Lady Allura, I know what trophy means, however, I did not become a trophy. He said he will make it up to me tomorrow. I am just sad that I can't spend a night with him today. Huh? This time, Allura was the one who frowned. Usually, men like these don't really care about the trophy. Most of them do not create any false hopes like, I will make it up to you tomorrow. Then why is her lover doing something like this? Is it fun to break a woman's heart over and over again? Does he want her to keep up her hope and crush it every single day? A cold look appeared on Allura's face when she thought about this. Don't worry, I'll deal with him for you, Allura spoke in a cold voice. Huh? What do you mean, Lady Allura? Edda questioned in confusion. Allura then shook her head and sighed. Edda, you are still too innocent, that bastard is just giving you false hope. People like them don't care about the woman once they have had their fun. But don't worry, I am with you. I will deal with that bastard no matter who he is. Lady Allura, you got it wrong. Edda finally understood what she was talking about and shook her head. Lady Allura, I am not a naive child. I know how to judge people. He is not like that, he... Then a smile appeared on Edda's face. He is a very gentle and caring man. Also, then Edda blushed, he is very good in bed. Allura blushed as well, she soon recalled their talk yesterday and started imagining things she shouldn't imagine. Don't worry, Lady Allura. He isn't that type of man. I can say that for sure, he didn't leave his other woman when I appeared. He treats them well and spends a lot of time with them, just like he does with me. He is a good person. Edda smiled. A smile appeared on Allura's face when she saw the expression on Edda's face. Edda looked so innocent and beautiful right now. However, soon, Allura kicked that thought out of her mind. And he is very good in bed. You don't have to repeat that again. Allura muttered as she glanced at Edda with a dry look on her face. But I am not lying, he is really good in bed, Edda repeated again, trying to tell her sister how good her future man is. She really wanted that reward. Ah. I get it. I get it. Don't make me jealous. Allura groaned. Huh? Jelu, wait. Suddenly, Edda realized something and her eyes widened. She then looked around cautiously, then brought her face close to Allura and questioned in a low voice. Is the king not good in bed? Chapter 143. Is the king not good in bed? Edda questioned in a low voice. A wry smile appeared on Allura's face and then she shook her head. Let's not talk about this, you tell me, how I dash, he. Lady Allura, that's not fair you know. I share so many things with you and you don't share anything with me. Am I just a source of entertainment for you? Suddenly, Edda questioned with a sad look on her face. No, it's not like that. Allura quickly shook her head. Initially, Edda was nothing more than a source of entertainment for Allura, however, for some reason, after that long talk between her and Edda yesterday, Allura felt that she was a little closer to Edda. She wasn't just a source of entertainment, she actually cared about Edda a little. Then why aren't you sharing anything with me? Don't worry, you can share whatever you want with me, I won't tell anyone else. Now tell me, is the king bad in bed? Does he have a small weapon? Edda questioned. Allura's face widened in surprise when she heard her question, she didn't expect Edda to be so perverted. Come on, Lady Allura, tell, does the king have a small weep mhphf? Edda questioned again. You are really daring her, Edda. Don't you know? If the king learns what you are saying, you will be executed. Allura questioned. Aren't we the only two here? How will the king know about me? You won't out me, will you, Lady Allura? Edda questioned back. Walls have ears, you know? Especially walls of the royal palace. Allura smiled as she pointed toward the walls. However, rather than a panicked expression that Allura thought Edda would show, a small smile appeared on Edda's face as she muttered, Heh. Don't worry, Lady Allura. My lover will save me if something happens. Allura raised her eyebrow and questioned. You think he can save you from the king of this kingdom? He can do anything, Lady Allura. With him around me, I do not fear anything. Edda's smile then widened and she continued. So, Lady Allura, do not worry about my security, just tell me the truth, is the king's weapon too small? A sad smile appeared on Allura's face as she shook her head. HMPH. I hope that was the case. At least it would be better than my current situation. Actually, she has been hiding this for a long while and didn't dare to say anything out loud however, now that Edda, who took interest in this topic and asked without fearing anything, Allura thought about something as well. If even the headmaid isn't scared, then why should she be? She needed to share her miseries as well. What does that mean? Edda questioned. She got a feeling that she was going to learn something important. Outwardly, the king may seem an average king, not too good, not too bad, however, don't you think he is too normal? Allura questioned. Huh? Edda frowned. An average king, everyone calls him that. Not too good, not too bad. This was like a catchphrase used to describe the king of the Skyfall kingdom. Don't you think he is too normal? Edda thought about this question, soon, however, she shook her head. I never thought about the king too deeply, Lady Allura. That is understandable. Allura nodded and then continued. There is a reason why everyone finds the king average and that is because he doesn't really care about this kingdom and its affairs. Huh? Yes, he doesn't spend much time in affairs of the kingdoms. He just accepts whatever his subjects propose. Some decisions are good, some are bad, therefore, he comes out as average. But won't his subjects use this fact to their advantage and eventually control everything themselves? Why aren't they doing anything like that? Edda couldn't help but question. That I do not know. However, I have seen the king handling the official affairs once. He doesn't think and listen to anything, he just hears the solution the subjects came up with and agrees with it without even knowing the initial problem. The only thing he cares about is ending everything as soon as possible. But why is he always so eager to leave? What else does he do other than ruling the kingdom? Edda questioned. A wry smile appeared on Allura's face and she answered. He is a trophy collector, or that's what he likes to call himself. Trophy collector? Edda frowned. Yes, a trophy collector. He likes collecting trophies, or in other words, he likes collecting women. Allura revealed with a dissatisfied look on her face. So he is a playboy? Edda questioned. He can be called a playboy, but he is a little strange. Why? Once he has sex with a woman, he would never touch that woman again. This is also the reason why he only has 6 children even though he has 4 wives, 50 concubines and countless other women outside the royal palace. Only those who were lucky enough to bear a child gave birth to one, as for the rest, they were trophies, never touched or cared for again. Allura revealed and gritted her teeth in anger. Edda's eyes widened in surprise as well. People always wondered why the king only had 6 children. Now she knows the reason. Heh. What a bastard, that king. Edda couldn't help but mutter. You really aren't scared of death, huh? Allura shook her head, however, a smile appeared on her face. She agreed with Edda. As I said, my lover would protect me. I am not scared. Edda answered. A sad smile appeared on Allura's face, you are lucky to have a lover like that. She muttered. Suddenly, a small smile appeared on Edda's face as she answered, don't worry, Lady Allura. Soon, you will find your happiness as well. Allura chuckled dryly. She knew Edda was just saying it for the sake of saying it. She didn't really mean it. Edda knew what she was thinking and shook her head. She then noticed the sad look on Allura's face and decided to change the topic. The two of them started talking about another topic, then they talked about another topic, then another, and then a different one. They talked for the whole night and then Edda excused herself. Nux, she called while she was walking in the corridor. She needed to deliver this good news. This is important, you have to know this. Chapter 144. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he heard Edda's report. Heh. How convenient. Nux muttered inwardly and smiled. Edda, you did a lovely job, thank you very much. Heh. You are wrong if you think a thank you would cut it. Oh. Then how do I show you my appreciation, my perverted maid? Now that we know about it, my mission here is over, Edda muttered. Indeed, we don't have to worry about that thing anymore. Nux nodded, however, soon, he understood why Edda was saying it right now. A big smile then appeared on Nux's face and he questioned in a very gentle tone, how about I show you my appreciation with a long night session, my perverted maid? That would work. Edda agreed, actually, she wanted to ask more and put her terms forward more clearly, but in front of Nux's gentle voice, she forgot about it and nodded. However, suddenly, Nux muttered. What? We won't be spending this night in Felberta's or my new mansion. Why? Edda frowned in confusion. Nux then smiled wickedly and answered, because what I am going to do with you shouldn't be seen by others. Edda, who was in her room, getting ready for work, paused and her body trembled. Images of her being tied up while Nux lay on the on of her body appeared on her mind and, shit. I would need to change my panty. She muttered as she lowered her gaze and glanced at her little sister that had gone a little out of control. Heh. Make sure to bring a lot of panties, and no actually, screw it, you won't be needing any clothes once we meet each other. However, just bring one to be on a safer side. Edda then heard Nux's voice and her face turned red, sure. Alright, then remember, you don't need to come to the mansion today, I will come and pick you up. Okay? Why yes. Edda nodded. Nux then broke the telepathic link between the two of them and a big smile appeared on Edda's face. Lad, no, Sister Allura, I didn't lie to you. He is indeed the best man you could ever wish for. Edda then walked towards her wardrobe and took out another pair of sexy black panties. She might not be able to focus on her work today. Well, not that she has been focusing on it for the last few days. On the other side, once Nux was done talking to Edda, he opened his eyes and looked around, however, Thyra was gone. Ah fuck. I missed her reaction. Shit. Nux cried inwardly and shook his head. He then activated his sense and quickly found Thyra, who was inside the bathroom. A small smile appeared on Nux's face when he saw what she was doing. Cute. He muttered inwardly, activated his conceal and walked towards the bathroom. Naked of course. A minute later, he walked into the bathroom and Thyra wasn't visible. He then walked towards the bathtub and behind the bathtub, he saw a petite girl sitting with her head on her knees, unaware of a man standing behind her. Nux's smirk widened and then, he picked her up, stepped into the bathtub and sat down. Thyra's body was amazingly light, for some reason, Nux really enjoyed picking her up. Huh. Thyra's eyes widened in shock when someone grabbed her from behind without her noticing. However, she soon realized who it was and didn't even try to resist. So, my cute assassin, what are you doing here? She then heard a voice and turned around. What are you doing here? She questioned. Yes, that is my question, you heard it right. Nux nodded. I am asking you. Thyra replied in anger. Oh, me? I was just here to spend some time with my cute assassin. But I don't want to spend a single minute with you. Also, what's with this, my cute assassin? I am not your assassin. Thyra retorted. Oh. That didn't seem to be the case yesterday when you were moaning so loudly, Tilda, Nux whispered into Thyra's ears. Thyra's face turned red as she recalled what happened last night. Soon, she felt Nux tightening his hug around her and then, fee way Tilda, he blew hot air into her ear and Thyra's body trembled as a weird jolt crawled all over her body. Nux then tightened his hug around her waist, even more, crossed his legs with her and whispered, also, from now on, you are mine, my cute little assassin Tilda. Another jolt was sent into her body when she heard those words, her heartbeat quickened and at the same time, her face turned redder. Nux then turned a little and opened the tap. Cold water touched their warm bodies and Thyra's back arched up again. However, that was not because of the water, there was another reason. She could feel something poking her butt. Ah, I apologize, wait, she then heard Nux's voice, he picked her up, adjusted his little brother and placed her back on his lap. Ah. As expected Tilda, it feels good Tilda, Nux moaned in pleasure. Thyra's face turned even redder and her little sister started reacting as well. Why? Because Nux's little brother was now between her two thighs, dangerously close to her little sister. And whenever his little brother was there, it never ended well. No actually, it ended really well since she felt a lot of pleasure as well. Why you are a pervert. Thyra muttered, her voice was a lot tamer now. I am? Thyra nodded. Heh. I can't help it. You are just too beautiful, my cute assassin Tilda, Nux muttered as he placed his chin on Thyra's shoulder. A small smile appeared on Thyra's face. Now shall we take a bath? Nux questioned. Tea together? Well, since we got dirty together, shouldn't we clean ourselves together as well? Nux questioned. Thyra thought about it a little and then nodded. Tea, that makes sense. Then, a long, no, very long and blissful bathing session followed. Chapter 145. After a blissful bathing session combined with another bathroom sex, Thyra and Nux finally left the bathroom with smiles on their faces. The two of them then started wearing their clothes. Nux wore his normal robes while Thyra wore her skin-tight assassin clothes. Huh? What are you doing? Nux questioned. What? Thyra frowned. Nux then walked towards Thyra and took away her mask. I don't want you to wear your mask anymore, how am I supposed to admire your beauty if you do that? Nux questioned with a sly smile on his face. But I am an assassin. You are my assassin, so you are not allowed to wear a mask, Nux whispered. Whatever, Thyra shrugged. She knew she wouldn't win against Nux in an argument anyway, so why try? She was a calm-headed assassin. She won't waste her energy like that. Nux smiled and nodded to himself. Alright, now let's go and eat our breakfast, huh? Tea together? Thyra questioned. We spend a night together, naked. Then we bathe together, naked. What's the problem with eating breakfast together? Nux questioned. Thyra turned silent, and although she tried to hide it by lowering her head, Nux could clearly see her face had turned red. Heh. It's so fun to tease her, he thought inwardly and chuckled. Will Felberta, Skylar, Edda, and Lane be there? Thyra questioned. Of course, they will be. Edda won't be there though, she is in the royal palace. She didn't come here yesterday since someone else took her place. Nux replied with a small smile on her face. Thyra's face turned even redder, and she retorted. I did not take her place. You forced me. When did I say you took her place? I am not dumb. I know what you are talking about. What do you mean? What am I talking about? Nux questioned with a smile. Yo, you, Thyra wanted to say it out loud, but was too embarrassed to do so. Shameless. She retorted. Ha 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 Tilda, Nux laughed out loud. She's adorable and fun to tease, and she's cute. Nux thought inwardly, and then he grabbed her hand. All right, let's go and eat. However, Thyra did not move. I won't have breakfast with you. I want to eat breakfast with other assassin friends. Nux then glanced at Thyra with a blank look on his face. He has seen and dealt with these assassins for days now. He has noticed that other than basic respect for each other, they do not have any other feelings towards each other. They are not close at all. Nobody is anybody's friend. And of course, Thyra was the same. Nux then pulled her close to him and whispered, You are coming to eat with me, else I will eat you for breakfast. What do you mean, eat me? Thyra questioned. Nux smirked. He then lowered his eyes and glanced at Thyra's little sister before his smirk widened. Thyra, of course, quickly understood what he meant. All right, I need to eat with my assassin friends. She answered quickly as she tried to walk away. Nux chuckled inwardly and shook his head. He then picked her up and whispered. How perverted Tilda, what do you mean? Thyra acted ignorantly. Nux smiled and then he sealed her lips. Thyra's eyes widened in surprise, however, soon, she closed her eyes and her tongue entered Nux's mouth. Yes, she was the first to attack. She was only shy when it comes to foreplay. Once it is time for the real thing, she was a lot more active than normal. Nux learned it yesterday night as well. Of course, he welcomed that with open arms. However, this time, he needed to keep things short. After a 2-minute-long kiss, he moved his lips away and looked into Thyra's blue eyes. You are going to eat with me, right? He questioned in a very soft voice. Thyra nodded with a slight blush on her face. Nux smiled, he then gave her a small peck and then placed her back on the floor. Should we leave then? Thyra nodded with a smile and two of them left the room. Oh ho Tilda, look at you two Tilda acting like a couple after the first night, huh? Felberta commented as she glanced at Thyra and Nux. They are holding hands Tilda, how lewd Tilda. Skylar placed her hands on her face and laughed. Lane didn't say anything and just nodded. Of course, there were clear signs of jealousy on her face. She wanted to hold Nux's hand as well. Not that she has never done that before, but she still wanted to do it. Good morning, my lovely girls Tilda, Nux greeted with a big smile on his face. Good morning Tilda, the girls repeated. Good morning, Sister Thyra Tilda. Skylar of course, was the first one to greet Thyra and waved her hand at her energetically. Good morning Tilda, Thyra smiled and waved back, although her movements are a bit stiff, she was still doing fine. Skylar then patted the chair next to her and smiled joyfully. Sister Thyra. Come sit here. Thyra nodded and then walked towards the chair Skylar pointed to. Nux walked behind her and sat on the chair next to Thyra. After the five of them were seated, Nux glanced at Felberta and smiled. So? Did you enjoy the show? Felberta smiled back, she then glanced at Thyra and answered, We did. We enjoyed it a lot. Skylar nodded with a playful smile, while Lane had a blush on her face. Huh? Thyra frowned. She realized that something was wrong when the three women glanced at her. What show? She questioned. He Tilda Sister Thyra, you peeked on us, you think we won't peek on you? Thyra's eyes widened in surprise and she turned towards Nux. You knew? Nux nodded. Why didn't you say anything then? She questioned. Well, your insides felt too good, I didn't want to stop, Nux replied awkwardly and then laughed. Thyra's face turned red. Tilda, don't worry Sister Thyra, you don't have to be so shy, we only saw the part where you questioned, this is not the main thing. And the next few hours after that. Chapter 146. Tilda, don't worry Sister Thyra, you don't have to be so shy, we only saw the part where you questioned, this is not the main thing. And the next few hours after that. Skylar muttered with a big smile on her face as she placed her hand on top of Thyra's as if she was trying to console Thyra. Doesn't that mean you watched the whole thing? Thyra questioned in shock. Skylar's attempt to comfort her did more harm than it did well. No, we missed the first 10 minutes, Skylar replied with a sad look on her face. Thyra turned silent as she glanced at Skylar with a blank look on her face. She really couldn't tell if she was a cute angel or a scheming demon. You missed the first 10 minutes, huh? Thyra muttered. Yeah, we needed to hide since we didn't know when you will arrive. Things then happened faster than we had calculated and we missed the first 10 minutes. Skylar shook her head and lamented. So you knew everything beforehand? Thyra questioned. Of course, we did. How else do you think Nux's room was silent in the night? Nux's room is never silent, you know, especially at the night. Skylar smiled as she glanced at Nux and winked. A smile appeared on Nux's face. This little demonic angle. She was really too cute. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Skylar nodded. But are you guys fine with me? I ordered assassins to kill you all. Thyra questioned. Actually, this was also the reason why she didn't want to meet Skylar, Edda, Lane, and Felberta. She thought that they all wouldn't like her. As for Nux, he was a perverted man, he wouldn't care. If Nux knew her thought, he would agree. If he was worried about it, he wouldn't have approached Thyra in the first place. Thyra knew about this as well, therefore, she was comfortable around Nux. However, the same can't be said with the women. You don't have to worry about that. Everything that happened was in the past. As long as you don't try to harm us, we are fine with having you around. This time, Felberta answered. Yes, we are fine with having you around. Actually, I am even looking forward to it. Hee Tilda, a cold-blooded assassin is my sister, how exciting Tilda. Skylar laughed out loud as she formed a fist and punched in the air. She then turned towards Thyra and requested, you have to teach me some killing techniques, okay? Why do you want to learn that? Nux questioned with a curious look on his face. Hee Tilda, I want to try killing a few people, I want to see how it feels Tilda, Skylar answered with a small smile on her face. Nux blinked in surprise. He then turned towards Felberta and Lane and narrowed his eyes. What have you guys done to my cute Skylar? We didn't do anything. Felberta replied, actually, she was surprised by Skylar's answer as well. Lane, do you know something? Nux heard Lane's voice and questioned. The girl nodded and answered, this is just her way to get close to Thyra. Sister Lane. Skylar jumped in shock. She didn't expect her sister to out her like that. She felt betrayed. Thyra, who heard Lane, smiled. She never expected someone to go so far just to talk to her. It felt nice. A small smile appeared on Nux's face and he sighed in relief. Thank God, as I thought, Skylar is still my adorable Skylar Tilda. Skylar, who heard his words, blushed, however. From the big smile that was plastered on her face, anyone could tell that she was happy because of the compliment. As expected from someone of my faction, what a pure heart. Just like me. Felberta nodded to herself as well. Lane, who heard her words, couldn't help but comment, Lady Felberta, you are being influenced by Nux's shamelessness. With Lane's single sentence, Felberta and Nux turned silent. Is that so? Lane? I am a bad influence now? Nux couldn't help but question. He was hurt, you know? You I meant, MHM, I am waiting, tell me what you meant, I am all ears. I am sorry. I was wrong, you are not a bad company at all. Since she couldn't come up with an excuse, Lane lowered her head and apologized. Nope, a simple apology won't cut it, my dear Lane, I would need you to work hard and please me. Nux smiled. Lane knew well enough what that smile meant, she smiled back and nodded with a blush on her face. Okay. Heh. How lucky, should I start dissing you as well? Felberta questioned with a smirk. Oh. Are you craving me so hard that you can't control yourself now? Didn't we have a great session yesterday afternoon? Did you forget about it, or are you just becoming more perverted? Nux questioned back with a smile. HMPH. Felberta snorted and didn't say anything. Fighting Nux using words was useless. HMPH. HMPH. She will silence him in the bed. That's the true battlefield. Thyra, who heard and understood what these people were talking about, couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. She couldn't believe that they were talking about it in the open. Sister Thyra? Why is your face so red? Skylar, who quickly noticed Thyra's change, questioned. Thyra's face turned even redder and she shook her head, nothing, Skylar wanted to continue chatting, however, alright guys, let's start eating now, Nux muttered, he then turned towards Thyra and informed. If you don't know, then let me tell you, 2 and 3 would be coming here soon. I need to train, so Elle will be fighting you guys again. Thyra was about to nod in agreement, however, Skylar grabbed her hand and, no. You can train with 2 and 3, I need to talk with Sister Thyra. Chapter 147. So, where is Miss 1? 3 questioned with a frown as she glanced at Nux who was standing right in front of her. She's busy. Nux answered. Busy? Miss 1? Are you sure? 3 questioned in confusion. Noticing her confused expression, Nux was quick to realize that there was a story behind this. Why are you so surprised? Nux questioned. Miss 1 loves sparring. When we were still in the kingdom, she used to spar with us every month. Obviously, as an assassin, we do not need many fighting techniques, what we practiced were killing techniques. Sneak attacks, lethal attacks and attacking the neck, heart, crotch and brain. Miss 1 used to see all of this and observes our weakness. 3 answered. Oh. So she loves sparing her? Nux muttered to himself. She does. But she still chose to talk with Skylar and the others, is this because Skylar talked to her so cheerfully? Is she trying to get along with others? A smile appeared on Nux's face as he thought of that. It's a good thing. Nux nodded to himself. Well, she's busy right now, so only you 2 will be sparring with me, you are not scared are you? Nux teased. Heh. We defeated you before, it won't be tough to defeat you again. 3 chuckled and dashed towards Nux while 2 positioned himself to where Nux is going to appear after dodging 3's attack. Heh. Nux smiled, ready for today's training. Sister Thyra, tell me, how was your first night with Nux? Skylar questioned excitedly as she glanced at Thyra was sitting beside her on a large bed. After breakfast, she pulled Thyra to have a talk with her. Of course, she brought Felberta and Lane along with her as well. No one shall be left alone. Did you guys not see the whole thing with your own eyes? Thyra questioned with a frown. She did not want to discuss last night at all. Else she will get horny again. Oh come on, Sister Thyra, although we watched everything, we didn't feel what you felt. Come on, don't be stingy, share your experience with us. Skylar questioned, her eyes practically had stars shining inside. Skylar did the same thing when she met Edda. When she met Edda for the first time, she excitedly asked her about her first night and that day, Skylar realized that she really enjoyed talking about that first night. Since that day, little Skylar has been going around asking everybody. First, she asked Felberta, of course, nodded with a smile and shared anything without shame. Skylar was like her little sister after all. Then she moved and talked to Lane, and even though she was there when Lane spent her first night with her, she still asked about the time when she was gone. She then tried talking to other maids, however, Skylar soon realized that she doesn't like talking about the first night unless the man they are talking about is Nux. Therefore, she stopped talking with other maids. From that day to this, Thyra was the first woman she could talk with. And she was really excited about this. It felt good. Thyra answered. He? That's it? Sister Thyra, you have to be creative with these matters. Try explaining it in more detail. What detail? Thyra questioned. Like, how good it felt. What were you thinking about when he was about to put his penis inside your little sister? Did you feel the pain? Did you feel particularly good when he did something? Did you like it when he touched your breasts? Or did you like it when he touched your butt? Also, how soon do you want to have another session with him? Skylar then shot a series of questions and Thyra opened her mouth in shock. There she goes again. Felberta sighed as she shook her head and then glanced at Lane. She is Skylar, so it is understandable. Lane muttered. True, this girl is really a chatterbox, huh? Felberta sighed and Lane chuckled. Of course, although it may look like they weren't interested, actually, they were completely focused on the talk. They were curious as well. Heh. Look how red her face is. Felberta chuckled. That is understandable, anyone would blush after being questioned like that just after your first night. True, one has to remember the blissful night to answer Skylar's questions. Felberta chuckled. Indeed. Lane nodded. As she recalled last night, Thyra's face turned red. She was really embarrassed to talk about her last night, however, seeing those starry eyes, Thyra was unable to reject Skylar. One by one, she started talking and answering every question Skylar questioned. He? Is? That's different from what I thought, to be honest, I like it when he needs my butt. Of course, that doesn't mean I don't like it when he touches my breasts, that feels good as well. Ah, talking about breasts, I learned a massage that could help increase your size, do you want to try it? Skylar questioned. Thyra, however, remained silent and glanced at Skylar. What? It doesn't sound much convincing coming from you. Thyra answered. What do you mean dash, however, soon, Skylar realized what Thyra was talking about. PFFFTT. Finding the scene quite comical, Felberta laughed out loud. Skylar turned and glanced at Felberta's laughing face, she then turned towards Lane and saw the smile on her face as well. She understood that Sister Lane was trying to hide her laughter as well. Why you are mean? She pointed at Thyra and blamed her. I was only trying to help you. Because yours were small. Thyra's face twitched. Mine are bigger than yours. She retorted. No. Mine are bigger. HMPH. Dream all you want. Skylar then turned towards Felberta and questioned. Sister Felberta, you tell us, who has bigger breasts, me or Sister Thyra? Does it even matter? Suddenly, Felberta questioned. Skylar tilted her head in confusion. Thyra was looking forward to what Felberta was about to say as well. Why compete? Does it even matter whose breasts are bigger amongst you two? In the end, you both have small breasts. Chapter 148. I do not believe this. Let's spar again. 3 stood up in anger and pointed her wooden sword at Nux. From the bruises on her face, it looked like she didn't enjoy today's spar. Nope, we won't be sparing anymore, I have things to do. Nux, however, shook his head. Am I right to assume that you are scared? If that is the case, I can back down for you, 3 smirked, trying to use reverse psychology on Nux and hoping to get him to fight her. Heh. That won't work on me, Nux smirked. TSK. 3 snorted. 3, that is enough, learn to accept your defeat. 2 muttered. His face was bruised as well, however, he seemed more calm than 3. 2. How can you accept this so easily? Although we had Miss 1 with us yesterday and it was easier to defeat him, I don't believe we cannot defeat him with the 2 of us working together. He is only a master stage cultivator. We are Grand Master stage cultivators, how can we lose so easily? 3 questioned out loud. 2 remained silent. Actually, he found it a little unusual too. Yesterday, although Nux was able to fight against 3 Grand Master stage cultivators, that was only because they were holding back. Today, although they did not have Thyra with them, they could still give him a decent fight and even defeat him. However, the results were a lot different than what he expected. They were defeated. And although it was not a crushing defeat, it wasn't a very tough and challenging fight either. He couldn't understand how it happened. Did he improve so much in a single day? What kind of progress is that? 2 questioned inwardly as he glanced at Nux with a frown on his face. Nux noticed his expression and could pretty much deduce what he was thinking. However, in the end, these 2 were just slaves, he didn't need to tell them anything. Alright, that will be enough, we will spar tomorrow, I have things to do. You 2 can return. Nux ordered, this time, his time wasn't playful and 3 understood the difference. Therefore, although dejected, she turned around and walked away. 2 bowed and followed 3 as well. Nux then stretched his body a little, and just as he was about to return, he heard a voice. Master Nux. Nux turned to the source of the sound and saw Alger running towards him. What happened? Nux questioned. Master Nux, here. I thought it was a little important, so I should share this with you, Alger muttered as he passed an envelope to Nux. Nux furrowed his brows, he took the envelope, he noticed that there was a little red mark on the edge, however, he ignored it and opened the envelope. Then, he took out the letter inside it and started reading. To my one and only love, Algerama, the bird did not fly out today, maybe she didn't want to meet her lover? Did they fight? Was the bird feeling sad? What about the bird's lover? Was he sad? I do not know, however, what I know is that I am broken-hearted since I have not met you for so long. I just keep looking at the bird, dreaming about the day when you and the bird will meet. Would you like that bird? Would you like how it chirps? Would you like her voice? Or would you like me more? I hope you will find the bird outside soon, because if it stays in her small cage, it will break my heart. You, of course, wouldn't be able to bear seeing me like that, it will hurt you as well. And when I think about you being in pain because of worrying about me, my heart shudders. Thus, I hope you find the bird soon. I hope you find her soon. After reading the whole letter, Nuxus glanced at Alger with a dead look on his face. What kind of shitty letter was it? Was the writer drunk? And why the hell are you sharing that cursed thing with me? Nux questioned. Alger panicked. Master Nux, don't come to any conclusion so quickly, please read the name of the sender. Nux frowned, however, he did as Alger told and read the sender's name. Edria Fox. Nux then narrowed his eyes, he had heard this name before. It is Edria Fox, a sub-headmaid of the royal palace, Alger revealed, and Nux's eyes widened in realization. Edria Fox, the bitch who eyes on Edda's position. Wait. Soon, Nux realized something. This is not a love letter, Master Nux. The bird she is talking about is Miss Edda. She is saying that Miss Edda didn't leave today, maybe she had some fight with her lover, that is you. She is worried that Edda won't leave the palace a lot and wants me to deal with her as soon as possible. Nux's eyes widened in realization. That somehow makes sense. Why is she sending this to you? Nux questioned. Well, we had a deal. I will kill Miss Edda, obviously, since she is the sub-head maid, she will become the new head maid, then she would let me get close to the royal harem. Alger answered, however, with how his legs were trembling, anyone could tell that he was scared. However, Nux didn't care, Alger has already got what he deserved, plus, there is a much more important question in Nux's mind right now. Why do you want to get close to the royal harem? Because the kingdom of Skadi ordered me to. What does the kingdom want with the royal harem? Nux questioned. Previously, he wasn't interested in world politics, however, now, things were different. Plus, this directly affected Allura and Edda, Nux had to do something, at the very least, he should know what was going around. I do not know what the kingdom wants with the royal harem, however, I do have a theory in my mind. Chapter 149. I do not know what the kingdom wants with the royal harem, however, I do have a theory in my mind, Alger answered. What is your theory? Nux questioned, however, inwardly, he was surprised. He can think something through? What? Why didn't I know that? The Skyfall Kingdom is going through tough times right now, Master Nux, Alger muttered. Huh? But I heard that it was the strongest among the 3 kingdoms? Is that not the case? Nux frowned. It is as you say, Master Nux. However, Skyfall Kingdom is facing a critical period right now. Critical period? Yes, 20 years later, the king will abdicate his throne and one of his heirs will become the next king. Initially, it wasn't much of a problem since the crown prince practically had no competition, he was strong and had Duke Fulvianus supporting him from behind. However, in the last 50 to 60 years, the third prince's cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. The third prince, who is 89 years old, is already at the peak of the Grand Master stage, which is similar to the first prince, who is 122 years old. Duke Marula, who was supporting the third prince, didn't fail to use this fact and started gaining support from other nobles. If the third prince is as strong as the first prince even though he is 33 years younger than him, then doesn't that mean the potential the third prince has is a lot higher compared to the first prince? Won't the kingdom see unprecedented growth if it is under a genius like third prince? Words like these were spread around and many nobles started supporting the third prince. This started the spark, it was not a rebellion, it was an appeal to make the third prince, Lovis Skyfall, the crown prince of the Skyfall Kingdom. The appeal, however, was rejected. But everything wasn't in vain. The first prince, Rigel Skyfall, lost the title of the crown prince. This added fuel to the fire. Since the crown prince position was now empty, the fourth prince, Evander Skyfall, who had the support of Duke Sentho, joined in as well. When it was noted that 3 out of 4 dukes supported the 3 princes, all eyes fell on Duke Vestalis, the remaining duke. Most of them thought of him as the breaking point, however, the duke declared his neutrality on the matter. The person he wanted to support, the second Princess Quiriana Skyfall, was not interested in the throne and didn't participate in this race. With this, the politics inside the Skyfall Kingdom is now revived with 3 major princes fighting with each other, each having a duke supporting them from behind. Since historic times, these were the times when most of the kingdoms fell, this is why I said that the Skyfall Kingdom is going through a critical period. As for why the kingdom of Skadi is interested in the royal harem, I assume that it is because they are trying to support a prince from behind the scenes as well. The 5th prince, Lucas Skyfall, should be their target, since the man doesn't have any support from any major noble, he would be happy to have a kingdom supporting him from behind. I am sure someone like him wouldn't mind being a puppet king. Of course, that is just my prediction. Alger reported. The more he spoke, the more Nux realized that this Alger might not be as useless as he initially thought. He knew a lot more than Felberta, that's for sure. Of course, that wasn't Felberta's fault either. She was a viscount, it is normal for a marquis like Alger to know more about the situation than a viscount like her. Ha! Finally, Nux shook his head and sighed. The situation was a lot more complicated than he initially thought. Everything within the kingdom was okay, however, he didn't expect the kingdom of Skadi to play it like this. Of course, as Alger said, it was just his prediction, what he said might be wrong however, Nux had a feeling that he was right. Just the fact that the kingdom of Skadi controls 2 marquis houses inside the Skyfall Kingdom tells that the kingdom of Skadi isn't simple, I was too naive. The way I think isn't broad enough, I am unable to think about all the situations at the same time. I need to improve. Nux realized. Why wouldn't a kingdom use this golden chance to try and take over the other kingdom? This is the prime time to do whatever they wanted. They would be fools if they missed this chance. It's a perfectly logical move on their part. Now the question is, what should be my next move? Nux questioned inwardly and started thinking about the current problem more deeply. However, in the end, he shook his head and sighed. It was not the time yet. He needs to discuss everything with his girls. Only then could he come up with something. All right, I heard you, I will think a little more about all this, you can go now. As for what to say to that maid, I'll tell you later. Nux turned towards Alger and instructed. Yes, Alger nodded and left. Inwardly, Alger was happy. Heh, I showed my worth, I hope I won't get treated badly from now on. I don't want to call Miss One every single day, though she left me alive yesterday and acted a little different from before. I have this feeling that she will kill me if I keep calling her like that. Ha! Master Nux, please don't treat me badly from now on. Yes, that was all the Marquis wanted now. To live a normal, tension-free life. Nux didn't know what was going inside Alger's mind. His mind was already filled with other thoughts. In the end, he decided to meet Felberta. A small smile appeared on his face when he thought about it. Being serious did not suit him. He should spend time with his beloved women. He will think about other things later. Tilda. Chapter 150. And then I returned from the part - returned? That is such a weak word, Sister Felberta. You did not return from the party, you rushed back from the party. Ha 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 Tilda, I still remember how the servants looked at you when you walked out of the carriage and started running towards your room. Ha 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 Tilda, you looked so desperate that day, Sister Felberta. Skylar stopped Felberta midway and laughed out loud. She was still angry about when Felberta called her out on her breasts. Heh. She will have her revenge now. After Thyra was done sharing her story, the others girls started sharing theirs as well. Of course, Skylar, Lane and Felberta already knew each other's stories, however, they still shared them. An enjoyable topic was never not enjoyable, no matter how many times you repeat it. PFFTT. Thyra laughed out as she glanced at Felberta. Lane, who was the shyest one in the group, didn't say anything, but she was smiling as well. Sister Thyra, you have to know, back then, Lady Felberta was still a mortal. However, she was so desperate that day that she ran so fast that we, who were advanced stage cultivators, were having a hard time catching up to her. Skylar laughed even more. Doesn't that just mean that you two were useless since you were unable to catch up with a mortal like me? Felberta questioned. Oh come on Sister Felberta, you know I don't mean that in a literal way, we could easily catch up to you since you were a mortal. What I was trying to tell was that you were so desperate that you didn't care about your image and ran towards your room so you could meet Nux. Tilda, I even remember how you hugged him like a monkey as soon as you saw him. Skylar, however, didn't back down and teased even more. Lane, who was sitting right beside Skylar, nodded in agreement. Felberta's face twitched in annoyance and she answered, so what if I was desperate? I was desperate for someone who belonged to me. TSK, at least I wasn't shameless enough to peek at a couple having said - Felberta then paused. Initially, she wanted to talk about how Skylar and Lane were peeking at her and Nux having sex, however, she quickly realized that Thyra here also peeked at them. If she used the word peek, Thyra, Skylar and Lane would be categorized into the same category and that would be disadvantageous for her since she would become their target. Ha, if only Edda was here. Felberta sighed inwardly. She then quickly changed what she was about to say and continued, TSK, at least I am not shameless enough to spend my first night with the man I love and my sister. Since she can't target Skylar, she targeted Lane instead. Lane, who was now targeted, opened her eyes wide in surprise. What? Did you spend your first night with Nux and your sister? Who was that sister? Thyra questioned in surprise, she didn't expect this serious-looking girl to be so perverted. Lane's face turned red and Skylar, who was beside her, smiled slyly. Tilda, I was that sister. She spent her first night with Nux and I was there as well. Tilda, actually, Sister Lane should be thankful to me. If not for me, she would have remained a virgin for the rest of her life. No, even worse, she would have found a useless man for herself and would have married him. Ha 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 Tilda, that would have been so sad. Tilda, Skylar laughed again. Her sister Lane was laughing when Felberta targeted her. Tilda, she wouldn't leave her either. However, that was her mistake. Heh. All according to my plan. Felberta smiled slyly as she watched Skylar and Lane, especially Lane, whose face was now as red as a tomato. That is because I was not perverted enough to smell Lady Felberta's panty in the bathroom. Lane retorted with a red face and Thyra's eyes widened in surprise. Thyra then turned towards Skylar and questioned, you did what? Skylar blushed as well, she glared at Lane with an expression that said, how could you? However, Lane turned her head away, you started it first, that was her reply. Ha 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 Tilda, indeed Tilda, our little Skylar here was found smelling my panty when she was washing them. Tilda hair. How perverted Tilda, Felberta commented. Skylar lowered her head in shame. Wait, you really did that? Thyra questioned and the more she questioned, the redder Skylar's face got. Ha 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 Tilda, Felberta laughed out loud, Lane was smiling as well. Ha? Why are you girls bullying my cute little Skylar? Suddenly, Skylar heard a voice and her eyes brightened. She then quickly turned around, and soon, a big smile appeared on her face as she dashed toward the voice. Nux! She shouted. Nux hugged her petite body gently and patted her head. Don't worry, no one will bully you, I am here, hum. Skylar nodded as she snuggled into his chest and closed her eyes. TSK. You are late, so you don't know what happened. We weren't bullying her, instead, that little demon was the one who was bullying us. We were just getting back at her, Felberta retorted. Lane nodded and although Thyra didn't nod, she now knew that Skylar wasn't as innocent as she looked. Sister Felberta said I have small breasts. Skylar complained. Nux frowned, he then moved his hand toward Skyls's right breast and started rubbing it gently, How are they small? Don't they have the perfect size? He questioned in confusion. Yes, they fit your hand perfectly, they are perfect, Skylar muttered and Nux nodded in agreement. It is Sister Felberta and Sister Lane who has unnecessarily large breasts. Skylar continued however, this time, Nux didn't nod. He didn't have a death wish. Oh. Hearing Skylar, a small, sly smile appeared on Felberta's face. Say. My darling Nux Tilda, Felberta called. Why yes, what is it, my dear Fel? What type of breasts do you prefer? The ones that fit your hand perfectly or the ones that are unnecessarily large? Chapter 151. Say. My darling Nux Tilda, Felberta called. Why yes, what is it, my dear Fel? Nux forced out a smile. He had this feeling that he won't like her question. At all. What type of breasts do you prefer? The ones that fit your hand perfectly or the ones that are unnecessarily large? And his feeling was correct. Huh? What kind of question is that, my dear Fel? Nux tried to act ignorant. I'm asking if you prefer mine or Skylar's breasts, Felberta repeated. A lot more clearly this time. Skylar, who was enjoying Nux's pats, opened her eyes and glanced at Nux's face with her eyes shined with curiosity. She wanted to know as well. She was confident in her victory after all. Ah, so that's what you are asking? Nux finally realized. Yes, that is what I am asking. Now answer the question, Felberta narrowed her eyes. Well, actually, I don't have any preference. I am a simple man, I like everything equally. Your breasts are big and squishy, they feel fantastic when I touch them and I want to keep touching them forever. Similarly, Skylar's breasts are soft and lovely, combining them with Skylar's cute face, I get a boner every time I think about it. Nux smiled and then continued, what I mean to say is, everything has its own advantage. For example, let's talk about Edda. Edda is so amazing that yesterday night when she was talking with Allura, she found out something very interesting. Something so good that will make our future journey a lot simpler than what we predicted. She found out a good piece of news. However, her subordinate, the subhead maid of the royal palace, that bitch is the opposite. That bitch sent a letter to Alger that I did not like all. Was what he saying and the topic that was going on had anything in common? No. However, was Nux able to succeed in what he was trying to do? He tilde, Good news? Letter? What are you talking about? Felberta frowned and questioned. Nux's smile widened and he continued, that's why I was here in the first place, let's leave the letter aside, I will first tell you about what Edda found out. All right. Felberta nodded. Nux then started talking about the king of the Skyfall Kingdom and his weird hobby. The more he talked, the more Felberta and the others narrowed their eyes in anger. This way, Nux successfully changed the topic and started talking about important things. He successfully managed to dodge the bullet. After the discussion about the king and the letter ended, Nux smiled perversely and started talking about most important things. It was then decided that Skylar will be the first, then Lane and then Felberta. As for Thyra, she will be receiving special attention in the evening. What happened next was heaven for Nux as he enjoyed the 4 women for the rest of the day. At the night, Nux was standing in front of all the 4 women and he had a smile on his face. I will go meet Edda now. You have to treat Sister Edda nicely, she worked hard tilde so reward her well tilde, Skylar muttered as she winked at Nux playfully. I'll make sure to do that. Nux smiled back. Also, don't forget to talk about that letter with her, Felberta muttered. I won't. Have fun tilde, Skylar laughed. Nux smiled, he then kissed all the 4 girls, and before leaving he turned towards Felberta and requested, take Thyra to her new room. All right. Felberta nodded. New room? Thyra, who didn't know anything about it, questioned with a frown. Skylar quickly grabbed her hand and exclaimed excitedly, of course. Your new room is right next to mine. So we will talk at night. He tilde teach me all those killing techniques, I want to kill people. Skylar smiled innocently. But don't I already have a room for myself? Thyra questioned. Nope, you won't be living there anymore. Nux shook his head. Why? Thyra questioned. That place is too far, huh? What do you mean? I would need a few minutes to come to your room, it is too far from mine, Nux muttered. Actually, you can stay in your previous room as well, however what? Do you want other assassins to see that perverted face of yours or hear you moans when we have sex? Nux questioned with a sly smile on his face. Thyra's face reddened in embarrassment. She has just had a lovely session an hour ago and she was sure that she wouldn't be able to control her moans while having sex. It just felt too good. Alright, I will move to a new room. Thyra nodded. She had no choice. This man was forcing her. Good girl, Nux smiled. Alright, I'll go now. He then activated his conceal and left. A few minutes later, he was already in front of the royal palace and soon, he saw Edda walking out. He deactivated his conceal and just like how he did it the first time, he extended his toward Edda and smiled, Miss Edda, shall we go? A sweet smile appeared on Edda's face as she took Nux's hand and nodded. But we don't have any carriage today, Nux muttered. How about I carry you to our destination on my back? Edda's smile widened and she nodded. This was a lot better than riding a carriage. She then quickly climbed on Nux's back and Nux dashed towards a random city. 2 hours later, Nux and Edda were sitting in an expensive-looking restaurant and a waiter placed delicious-looking food on their table. So that subhead maid, I forgot her name. Nux started. Edria? Yes, that woman. She sent a letter to Alger that told him how you didn't leave the royal palace yesterday and requested to capture you quickly, Nux informed. Oh. She's keeping tabs on me? Not that I am very surprised. I wonder what face she will make when she learns that the person she is depending on is already our subordinate. Edda commented with a smile. She didn't look very surprised by the news. That would be fun to see, although I would prefer not to see her face. Nux replied. Edda smiled and nodded. Indeed, you don't have to see an abomination like her, it might hurt your eyes since you are so used to seeing a beautiful woman like me. Nux smiled and then he questioned. How would you like to deal with her? A sly smile appeared on Edda's face as she answered, I do have something in mind. Chapter 152. I suggest that you wait for the next chapter and read both at the same time. Skeleton face *. Inside a dimly lit room, a brown-skinned woman was hanging in the air, her hands were tied behind her back, while her legs were tied in a way that her ankles were touching her butt, and the ropes that tied her were then masterfully tied to the ceiling of the room, leaving the woman hanging in the air without any support whatsoever. Ha tilde, that's a good position for you, is it not, Edda? Suddenly, a voice was heard and a naked man walked inside the room. The woman didn't say anything, she just observed the man's dreamy figure and felt a little tingle inside her important area. That woman was Edda and the one who tied her was Nux. This was the reward Nux was talking about. He was sure that Edda would enjoy this. He thought about it for hours, after all. Nux then walked closer to Edda, and finally, she was able to see his charming face. However, that wasn't what Edda was focused upon. Nux had tied her at a perfect height. His little brother, that was standing tall, was right in front of Edda's eyes. It was practically touching her nose. You want this, don't you? Nux questioned as he moved forward and his little brother touched her cheek. Edda's tongue popped out of her own as she tried licking it. However, she didn't forget to answer the question her master asked. Yes, Nux's smile widened. He always moved his waist a little as soon as Edda's tongue touched his little brother. A weird sense of satisfaction fulfilled his mind when he saw Edda changing her angles of approach just so she could lick his penis. Where do you want it? Nux questioned. My pushy. Edda was quick to answer. However, her mind was still focused on the dick in front of her. Do you want it that much? Yes. Then how about we play a game? Nux stepped back a little and questioned. A game? Indeed. Nux's smile widened as he pointed at a large clock that he had placed on the wall. I call it time game. Time game? Yes, the rules are simple. I can do whatever you want with your body and you just have to not moan for 1 whole minute. Simple, right? Nux questioned. Edda, however, didn't reply. She knew the explanation wasn't over yet. If you succeed, Nux then moved his rod in front of Edda's eyes and whispered, then I will ram this rod inside your pussy till you pass out from pleasure. Edda's felt her little sister twitching when she heard it. However, then, Nux's smile widened and he continued. If you fail, then the game will be reset, but the time you have to control your moan will get added on by the time that was left. For example, if you moan after 40 seconds, then for the next round, you will have to control your moan for 1 minute 20 seconds. Are the rules clear? Nux questioned while he rubbed his dick all over Edda's face while the girl tried to lick it with her tongue. Yesh. Alright, so the game begins. Suddenly, Edda's eyes turned focus and she sealed her lips. She will not moan. Nux smiled. He then walked towards Edda's little sister. He slid his rod onto Edda's shoulder, her arm, then her back and finally, it found its place on her butt. MMNM. Even though Nux didn't do anything yet, just his dick touching all her body sent waves of pleasure inside Edda's body. However, she did not moan. Heh. Not that easily. Nux smiled, and his right hand then moved towards Edda's sacred place. Nux raised his eyebrows when he noticed that her pussy was wet. He smiled. He then gently started circling his finger outside Edda's entrance. This little gentle touch sent waves and waves of pleasure inside Edda's body as more and more juices gushed out of her little sister. However, Edda was determined to win. She did not moan. Nux was patient as well. He continued circling his finger around her entrance. Edda's body, which was hanging in the air, started moving slowly like a pendulum. Since she was hanged, every little movement Edda made to overcome that itchy feeling she felt was reflected amazingly. Edda then glanced at the clock and her eyes widened in surprise. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds have passed. And this was already getting unbearable for her. Nux was doing nothing but circling his finger around her pussy. Shouldn't he just ram his finger inside now? She didn't realize 1 minute was such a long time. Edda gritted her teeth. She then closed her eyes and tried to ignore her little sister's frustrations. She waited. She waited for an entire hour, resisting that unbearable frustration with sheer willpower. She then opened her eyes, and only 5 seconds had passed. That meant 25 seconds in total. Edda's whole body trembled in frustration. The pendulum-like motion her body was doing increased, indicating that Edda was getting frustrated. However, no matter how frustrated she was, Edda did not moan. Nux continued what he was doing with no pressure at all. He was actually enjoying the frustrated look that had appeared on Edda's face. Soon, he noticed that 5 more seconds had passed. His smile then widened, his forefinger and thumb met and, flick he flicked Edda's clitoris. Ayan. Edda, who didn't expect that Nux would do something like that so suddenly moaned out loud and her eyes widened in surprise. If her hands were tied, she would have slapped herself with all her strength. She couldn't believe she moaned so easily. 30 seconds. Good job, my perverted maid. Good job on holding out for 30 seconds. However, in the end, you still lost. Therefore, now you would have to hold out for 1 minute and 30 seconds to win. Are you ready for that? Chapter 153. Now you would have to hold out for 1 minute and 30 seconds to win. Are you ready for that? Nux questioned with a wide smile on his face. However, Edda did not reply. She was more focused on winning the game. 1 minute and 30 seconds weren't difficult. She just has to make sure that this time does not increase anymore. That's the spirit, Nux complimented. Alright, round 2 begins, now. Nux announced and his finger moved back to her clitoris. Edda's body tensed up when she sensed where his hand was moving. MMHHMMM. Her body trembled in pleasure when Nux's forefinger touched her clitoris. A big wave of pleasure assaulted her body. However, Edda bit her lips to stay focused. She would not lose. Nux continued to rub her sensitive clitoris gently without any mercy for the next 10 seconds, and Edda's pussy, which was already on an edge, trembled and, squirt MMMNHMMMM. She came. There were no sudden movements, no sudden pain, just plain, gentle rubbing and Edda came. Well, she can't be blamed either. She was more focused on not moaning rather than containing her orgasm. Was that a moan? Nux questioned. Edda, who had sealed her mouth with everything she had replied quickly, no. That was no a. Nux grinned. He knew that Edda wouldn't open her mouth no matter what happened, therefore, he used this little trick and as soon as she opened her mouth to reply, he flicked her clitoris again. Squirt Edda didn't say anything, she just enjoyed her previous orgasm to the full extent and once she was done, she turned toward Nux and, you cheated. He? When did I cheat? You can't be thinking of placing the blame on me, are you? Nux questioned. Edda turned silent. She didn't know how to answer. She moaned. Nux had one fair and square, 10 seconds, that was how long you could hold out for in this round. Nux muttered. Edda lowered her head in disappointment. So subtracting 10 seconds from 1 minute 30 seconds makes it 1 minute 20 seconds. So for the next round, you would have to stop yourself from moaning for 2 minutes 20 seconds. Can you do it, my perverted maid? Shouldn't it only be 1 minute 50 seconds? Why is the penalty of the previous round being counted? Edda questioned in surprise. Didn't I say it before? The time you have to hold back your moan will get added on by the time that was left. I said that, right? Edda turned silent. All right, round 3 starts, now. Nux announced, and his fingers had already started moving towards her little sister. This time, he didn't circle around her entrance like before. This time, he directly plunged his forefinger inside her vagina. MMMMHHMM. Edda's body was already sensitive due to the orgasm she had just had, therefore, as soon as Nux's finger entered her insides, her body trembled in delight. Is that a moan I heard? Nux questioned. But of course, Edda wasn't going to fall for the same trick. Nux smiled, and then without wasting any time, his middle finger and ring finger entered her insides. MMMMMMM. His 3 fingers then started making a mess inside Edda's vagina. He teased and rubbed 3 of her sensitive spots at the same time. However, that was not it. With his thumb, Nux started rubbing her clitoris as well. This heightened the pleasure Edda was feeling to an unbearable degree. Her eyes widened in surprise and MMMHHMMMM. She came again. And this time, she came very quickly. Shouldn't you inform me before you squirt like this? You are such a bad girl, Edda, Nux questioned with a teasing smile. However, Edda didn't reply. She was not stupid. She knows that he was trying to open her mouth. She won't do it no matter what happens. However, and you know what happens to bad girls? They get punished. Nux's smile widened and he slapped Edda's juicy ass. Edda had just orgasmed a second ago. Her body was incredibly sensitive right now. The mixture of pain and pleasure she felt due to Nux's spank forced her to moan out loud. 30 seconds, my perverted maid. Now you would need to control yourself for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Nux announced with a smile on his face. Finally, Edda realized that this game might not be as easy as she imagined. And she was right. The game continued. It was as if Nux had mastered the ways to make her moan. Sometimes, he would let her play with her breasts before pinching her nipples. Sometimes, he would use his dick and rub it on her entrance. Sometimes, he would pull the ropes to increase her pain, then he would flick her clitoris, or he would directly plunge 3 fingers inside her pussy at the same time. All in all, every action he did was incredibly pleasure-inducing, and to make matter worse, the more time passed, the more Edda came and the more sensitive her body became. Now you have to hold back your moan for 10 minutes 15 seconds, Nux muttered with a smile on his face. Right now, Edda was a mess. A complete mess. Her juices were leaking out uncontrollably, her body was being swayed like a pendulum without stop. Actually, Nux was now sure that if he does touch her and let her stay like this, she would moan out loud within 10 minutes. That was how sensitive she was right now. Is this a reward of a punishment? Edda couldn't take it anymore and question. Her face was completely red now. An evil smile appeared on Nux's face. He then walked in front of Edda and questioned. What do you think? Are you enjoying it? Then, a perverted smile appeared on Edda's red face as she answered, I am loving it, Tilda. As she said that, her body swayed even more, indicating how much she was trying to move, but couldn't. However, suddenly, she called. I'm at my limits now, Tilda, I need that dick. Edda screamed out loud. Heh. My perverted maid. Nux called out, and he then placed his rod in front of Edda's lower lips. You should have said that sooner. It was hard for me to hold back as well. He then started lubricating his rod with her juices, and, the game is over, it's now time for awards. Tilda. Edda moaned loudly as Nux entered her insides in one move. Ugh. Nux groaned in pleasure as well. Edda's walls were a lot tighter than normal. Maybe that was because she was left unattended and was teased for such a long time. Tilda, this is the best, Tilda. Edda closed her eyes as she enjoyed the heavenly feeling. Nux's one thrust, and she already entered her own world. A world full of pleasure and delight. Tilda. Nux then pulled his dick back and rammed his dick inside her again. He then bent down a little and grabbed Edda's breasts roughly. The way she was tied, Edda couldn't move much, therefore, she was completely at his mercy. And Edda loved that feeling. She didn't have to care about anything, she just has to moan. Tilda Nux. You are the best. And she will do just that. Nux smiled. Suddenly, he grabbed her pink white hair and rammed his dick inside her pussy as he pulled her hair. Tilda. Edda's walls tightened even more, and she moaned to pleasure and pain. Soon, Nux's movement turned smoother and faster, and and Tilda, the room was filled with sounds of flesh meeting flesh and Edda's moans. The scent of Edda's juices and sweat had already spread all over the room. If anyone enters the room right now, he would surely be surprised by the depravity these two have fallen to. And Tilda, however, Edda wouldn't have cared. She would have just continued moaning. Being hanged like that was something new for her, and when Nux started fucking her in this position, her excitement rose to another level. Whenever she looks at the floor below, she feels excited. The one thing stopping her from falling on the floor under Nux's merciless thrusts were the ropes and Nux's hands. She somehow got very excited thinking about it. Tilda. Suddenly, Nux spanked her ass, and as if a switch was flipped, Edda moaned out loud and her walls tightened to an unbearable degree. It was as if her pussy was trying to merge with Nux's dick. So good. The pleasure Nux was feeling increased. Nux felt his body weakening, therefore, he quickly grabbed Edda's breasts for support, and since his grip was hard, Tilda, Edda moaned even more and her walls tightened again. I am coming, Tilda, Nux groaned in pleasure and finally let go. He filled Edda's insides with his semen, and Edda's body trembled in delight. I am coming again, Tilda, her already sensitive body came again. However, this orgasm she had was a lot more pleasurable than the ones before. Ha, ha, ha. Edda breathed heavily. This was most definitely the best session the two of them had. Being hung in the air like this. She might get addicted to this. Her eyes then felt heavy, however, just as she was about to close them, a strong, manly scent assaulted her nose. She opened her eyes and saw Nux's half-erect dick right in front of her face, touching her cheek right under her right eye. Clean it. The night was still long. Chapter 154. This was the best night I have ever had in my entire life. Heh. It was an amazing experience for me as well, MHM. Let's do it again. Ha 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 Tilda, calm down Edda, we can't do something like this regularly. Even though you are a cultivator, you will tire yourself out Tilda, I wish I could raise my cultivation faster. Don't worry, you will become a grandmaster stage cultivator soon. Hee Tilda, you and I will need to work hard for it, especially you, heh. I'm not scared of hard work, rather, I enjoy it, of course you do. A big smile appeared on Edda's face as she recalled her conversation with Nux. Last night was truly awesome and anyone could tell how happy Edda was by looking at the wide and silly smile on her face. Right now, she was rushing towards the royal palace. No, actually, rather than her, Nux, who was carrying her, was hurrying towards the palace. Why? Because she was late again. However, she wasn't as panicked as before. It had already happened a few times. She doesn't really care about it now. Also, she won't be able to change anything even if she panics, so what's the point in worrying about it? Wouldn't it be better to just tighten her hug around Nux and enjoy the ride? You are pretty relaxed today, huh? Nux commented as he noticed it as well. Indeed. Edda answered lazily. Huh? Didn't you say that you will work hard so that we can have a session like this again? Why are you acting all lazy now? Nux questioned. I am saving my energy so that I can work later. Ah, that makes sense. Also, it's not like I will work hard as a headmaid of the royal palace, that I will do slowly and lazily. I will only work hard for the plan that you have for lad, Sister Allura. Edda answered. TSK, what a bad headmaid, Nux commented. Ho. Aren't I the best headmaid? Am I not your favorite? Edda questioned. I am just talking from the royal palace's point of view. In my point of view, you are the best headmaid I could ever hope for. My serious outside but a pervert inside headmaid. Nux smiled. A smile appeared on Edda's face as she answered, I only care about your point of view Tilda, ha 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 Tilda. The two of them soon appeared in front of the royal palace and Nux stopped. I need to work again. Edda groaned in displeasure. Just keep it up for a few more days Tilda, Nux smiled. Edda smiled back before she climbed down from his back and started walking towards the palace. All right, I will meet you soon Tilda, Edda smiled and waved her hand at Nux. Nux smiled, he kissed her lips and then turned around. Edda then turned around and walked towards the palace as well. However, as soon as she entered the palace, she heard a high-pitched voice. Headmaid Edda, you are late. I know that the spring has bloomed a little late in your life, however, that does not mean you can ignore your duties. This is the 4th time now, how many times are you going to keep repeating the same mistakes? How are you going to fix that 5-minute gap that you have created? Edda sighed inwardly and glanced at the woman standing in front of her with a dead look on her face. What a bitch-like voice and face. She thought inwardly and soon, a smile appeared on Edda's face. I apologize that I am late, however, being loved by someone is a completely new experience for me since unlike you, who goes whoring around sleeping with any men they find for the tiniest of advantage, I was a pure and innocent woman a few days ago. And having just tasted the forbidden fruit, it is a little difficult for me to handle up with everything. Suddenly, a strict expression appeared on her face and she narrowed her eyes. However, sub-headmaid Edria, I still do not understand how and since when was this your duty to keep tabs on my schedule? I believe people responsible for this can do their work just fine, you do not need to involve yourself. Edria's face turned red in anger. This bitch really has a vile mouth headmaid Edda, I indeed do not have any obligations to keep tabs on your schedule, however, I feel that if the headmaid of the royal palace shows irresponsible behavior like this, other maids might not do their work properly. I just don't want you to set a bad example, headmaid Edda. Oh. Is that so? Indeed. Edria nodded with a smile on her face. I just remembered, have you checked the rations? Yes, headmaid Edda, I have checked the ration, wheat, pulses, fruits and vegetables, everything is stocked up and is ready to use. You don't have to worry about it, I do not slack off, what about clothes? Have you made sure all the washed clothes are sent back to where they came from? Yes, I had a few maids check the whole process, it is done. As I said, you do not need to worry, I do not slack off. Good, yes, I remembered, Liliana is on a holiday today, have you distributed her work to other maids? Huh? Suddenly, Edria frowned. What? Have you done it or not? Edda questioned. But you did not order me to do it. Huh? Aren't you the sub-head maid? Aren't you the one who is responsible to manage everything after me? Don't tell me you need an order to do something as simple as this. What's the use of having you around if I need to remind you to do things like this? Aren't you practically useless? Why don't you become a normal maid? You asked me how I am going to compensate for those 5 minutes I have wasted, but what about you? How are you going to compensate for this? Who will do Liliana's work? You? Huh? What a useless woman. Edda screamed in anger. What was Edda doing? She was using her status to bully Edria. Actually, even if Edria had done something about it, Edda would have simply found fault in something else. She was the boss here. Can Edria do anything about it? Heck no. Actually, her trying to go against her superior was a stupid idea to begin with. Edda was not easy to bully. Now, Edria could only listen and grit her teeth in frustration. It's better to focus on your own work rather than doing useless things. I have had enough of your incompetence roaming around here. Fix yourself or you will have to face the consequences, am I clear? Edda questioned. I asked, am I clear? Edria gritted her teeth in anger however, in the end. Why yes, she could only bow and nod. Chapter 155. I heard you got a little angry in the morning. What happened? What happened? Allura questioned with an excited look on her face. Oh come on Lady Allura, don't act like you don't know what happened. I am sure you have heard this already. Edda answered as she shook her head repeatedly. Ha 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 Tilda, that is true, however, if I can directly ask everything in detail from the person responsible for the hot news, why would I do that? Allura laughed out loud and answered. Ha, why are you so interested in something like this, Lady Allura? Oh come on, don't take away my fun. Tell me. Tell me. Edda glanced at Allura's excited face and sighed. All right, I'll tell you what happened. It all started when I walked into the palace. Then, Edda started talking about how Edria stopped her and how their fight started. 5 minutes later, when Edda recounted everything that happened, a sly smile appeared on Allura's face. She had finally found her source of entertainment for today. I understand. So that's what happened. However, Edda, don't you think you were too rude? Allura questioned with a smile. Huh? How was I rude? In the end, it was all your fault, wasn't it? Huh? Don't act innocent, you were the one who was late, although she might have come out as rude, in the end, she was in the right, Allura muttered. HMPH. She has no right to call me out on being late, there are people who are responsible for it and my salary is being deducted accordingly every time I am late. Edda snorted. I didn't know you were that addicted, Tilda, Allura teased. Didn't I already say? My lover is just that good in bed. Edda replied. After the reward yesterday, she would use every single chance she gets to increase Nux's points in Allura's eyes. Of course, it wasn't beneficial right now since Allura didn't know that Nux and Edda's lover was the same person, however, this won't be kept hidden for a long time. Yeah, I know, your lover is good in bed, I get that. Don't repeat it again and again. Important things must be repeated as many times as possible, Edda nodded to herself. Seeing her acting like that, Allura shook her head, this girl was a lost cause, also, she would lose her entertainment if the topic is changed. She needed to keep talking about the same topic. She could smell the entertainment. However, Edda, Allura called. Although we were not very close before, from the few interactions and rumors I heard about you, I predicted you to be a calm and elegant person. I didn't know you would shut someone up using your authority just because she pointed at your mistake. No, actually, I am sure you wouldn't do something like this normally. Did Edria do something I don't know about? Is there bad blood between you two? You are the head maid and she is the sub-head maid, is there some kind of rivalry going on between you two? Allura questioned as her eyes gleamed in interest. Edda could see stars of excitement shining inside those blue eyes of hers. You are right, Lady Allura. That Edria isn't as innocent as you think. Edda muttered. What do you mean? I do know about how she slept with men to rise to her current position, however, are you telling me that there is something more? Allura questioned. Wait, you know about it? Edda questioned in surprise. It's not really a secret, you know, also, I have many eyes inside the royal palace. I know a lot more than you think, Allura smiled like a mischievous child, however, with that alluring body of her that oozed out mature charm, she looked more like a succubus than a child. All right, I get it. Edda nodded. Then, her expression turned solemn and she continued, however, Edria is a lot bigger bitch than you think, saying that, Edda passed the letter Edria sent to Alja to Allura. Allura quickly opened the letter with an excited look on her face, to my one and only love, Aljarama. The bird did not fly out today, I hope you find her soon, what is this? Allura questioned with a frown. If it was a poem, the writers need to work hard on it, no, maybe he should quit, at least he won't create something as cursed as this. She thought inwardly. This is the letter that Edria sent to Marquis Alja. Edda revealed. Allura's eyes widened in surprise and soon, her eyes gleamed in interest as she joined a few dots. A Marquis Alja and that Edra dash, no, there is nothing like that. This isn't a love letter, Lady Allura. Then what is it? Allura questioned. It is a letter that carries information about me. The bird in this letter is me, she's telling the Marquis that I didn't leave the mansion yesterday. And by I hope you find her soon, she means that she hopes that Marquis capture me soon. Edda then told everything about how and what Marquis and Edria were planning and how they were trying to capture her. The more she listened, the wider Allura's eyes got. This wasn't mere entertainment now, lives are at stake here. Why is she doing something like that? Allura questioned. To become the head maid, Edda answered. But is it worth it? Is it worth it to become a head maid at the cost of someone's life? Allura questioned. HMPH, not only head maid, that bitch is willing to kill and get rid of anyone if she can profit in some way. I have investigated a little, I am not the first person she is trying to kill. She has done this before and has succeeded in it. She's not just a whore, Lady Allura. She's a scheming woman who would do whatever she can to achieve her goals. That's terrible. Allura muttered in shock. However, soon, she narrowed her eyes and questioned, wait, this letter should be a secret, how did you get your hands on it? Allura questioned. A smile then appeared on Edda's face as she answered, I got it from my lover. Chapter 156. Wait, this letter should be a secret, how did you get your hands on it? Allura questioned. A smile then appeared on Edda's face as she answered, I got it from my lover. Your lover? Allura frowned. Didn't I tell you before? Yes, you have already told me that your lover is good in bed, but what does it have to do with this? PFFTTT. Edda laughed out loud. Lady Allura, though it is indeed true that my lover is good in bed, right now, I am not talking about it. I am saying that along with being good in bed, my lover is very strong as well. Strong? Yes, otherwise, do you think I am stupid to leave the palace even though I know someone is after my life? I do not understand what you are trying to say, Allura shook her head in confusion. Marquis Alja, the one who that bitch sent a letter to, yes, what about him? Allura questioned. That Marquis is my lover's subordinate, Edda revealed. What? Allura questioned in surprise. Yes, the one who gave the letter to my lover and translated it was the Marquis himself, Edda informed. But, isn't a Marquis a Marquis? I mean, a Marquis is a leader of a Marquis's house, how is he someone else's subordinate? Heh. There are many nobles who are subordinates of other nobles, Lady Allura. Allura then narrowed her eyes and questioned, is your lover a duke? Huh? Of course not. My lover is a commoner that is not common at all. Edda replied with a smile. Heh. The roles are reversed now. Now, Edda was the one who was seeking entertainment by seeing Allura's different reactions. Then why did a marquis become a subordinate of a commoner? Allura questioned. That is a secret, however. Edda placed a finger on her lips and smiled. Allura pouted and then, another question popped into her mind. Wait, if Marquis Alger is a subordinate of your lover, then why did he make a deal with Edria? Well, it's a long story. Let's just say that the Marquis wasn't my lover's subordinate from the start. It was only because he attacked me that he became my lover's subordinate. I do not understand what you are saying at all. Allura was full of questions now. Edda just smiled and answered, you will understand everything soon enough, Lady Allura. Allura felt that she would start having a headache if she talked more about Edda's lover, the Marquis and all that. It was better to return to the initial topic. Plus, Edda seemed very chill about Edria trying to kill her, so Allura didn't think that she would come out as rude. So, what are you planning to do with Edria? Allura questioned. Suddenly, Edda's smile widened and Allura couldn't help but feel a little unsettled when she saw that smile. Are you going to kill her? Allura questioned. Of course not, Lady Allura. I am an elegant lady, not a blood-loving psychopath. Edda replied and Allura sighed in relief. Then what are you going to do? Allura questioned. Heh. I will force her to work more and more and more. Huh? What do you mean? Allura questioned with a frown. Edda's smile widened even more and she questioned, how do you think I am here in your room, chatting with you so leisurely? How? Edda then shook her head and recalled what happened a few minutes ago. Edria, I need to talk with Lady Allura about something important. Be sure to check with the cleaning department and read and check all their reports. Remember, the cleaning department messes things up a lot, so you would have to personally go and check every single room and see if it is cleaned or not. If it is not, then you would have to note that room number. Once you are done, give all those room numbers to the cleaning department so that they can clean the room again. Edda walked towards Edria, who was sitting on her chair comfortably, taking her well-deserved 15 minutes of rest after working for 3 hours consecutively. Huh? Edria then frowned, however, Edda wasn't done yet. After you are done with this, you will have to go to the kitchen and distribute the food amongst the maids. Do it quickly, we don't have a lot of time before breakfast. Huh? But isn't that your duty? Edria questioned. Edda then glared at Edria and retorted. Are you dumb or something? Or are there some unneeded fluids inside those ears of yours? Didn't I say that I need to talk with Lady Allura about something important? Edria gritted her teeth in anger, however, she did not reply. You bitch. What important talks are you just going there to ease her curiosity? Of course, she can't say that out loud. She might be able to say something to Edda, however, there was no way she would have an easy life if she offended Allura. She could only do whatever Edda was telling her to do. Alright, whatever, it will only take 1 hour. If I do it quickly, I might finish everything in 45 to 50 minutes, then I can rest for 10 minutes. However, as if she had read her mind, Edda continued, right, I totally forgot. The guard said that there were rats in the south guard post. Every other maid is busy, so you would have to go and clean it yourself. Do it after you are done with the things I mentioned before. I would need to go inside the guard post myself? Edria questioned in disgust. Huh? What's with that face? You didn't look very disgusted when you used to go there at the night, so why now? Edda retorted and Edria's face turned red in anger. Edda was using her authority to bully Edria again. I will be busy talking with Lady Allura for the next few hours. Be sure to do everything I said before I return, else be ready to face the consequences, Edda ordered in a strict tone. Edria lowered her head and then bit her lips before she calmed down and answered, yes. Chapter 157. Edria, listen here, Mina, Sarah, Malika and Maya won't be coming today. Therefore, you would have to do their part of the work as well. This is the list of everything you have to do. I am busy since I need to talk with Lady Allura. I hope everything is done before I return. Am I clear? Yes. Edria took the list from Edda and saw there were 15 extra things she would have to do today, alone. Edria, however, did not complain. No, it was better to say she did not have the energy to complain. There were big black dark circles below her eyes, her makeup was a mess and her shoulders were hung as if she did not have any energy left. She looked like she was a walking corpse. However, no one could blame her either. For the last 5 days, Edda has been forcing her to work for 25 hours a day. She did not even give her a chance to take a carefree and calm breath. Not only that but, hey, don't you think head maid Edda is abusing her authority? A maid who saw everything questioned another maid. Are you new here? The other maid questioned. Yes, I am. I joined 2 weeks ago, so that's why you said something like that. I am still fine, however, don't say that in front of any other maid, okay? Why? Head maid Edda is very popular amongst the maids and her popularity is well deserved. She works extra hard just so she could ease our workload. Not only that, she even talked with the minister to hire more maids so that our workload can decrease. A few years ago, we maids had to work so much that many of us died due to overexertion. However, ever since head maid Edda became the head maid, everything changed for the better. Head maid Edda is an idol of almost every maid in the palace. If you say that head maid is abusing her authority in front of someone else, you might not get along with other maids, remember that. But why does it look like dash, who knows? But I am sure it is sub-head maid Edria's fault and head maid Edda is just punishing her. Oh. I understand. The maids then walked away and Edria, who heard them, gritted her teeth. Yes, no matter how much she complains against Edda, no one was willing to believe her and everyone just placed the blame on her. There was no justice for her at all. Edda was not only abusing her authority but she was abusing her popularity as well. This was simply unfair. Edda, who noticed her expression, smiled coldly. For these past 5 days, she has only done 3 things, talking with Allura, spending blissful nights with Nux and bullying Edria. She was really having a time of her life right now. Thyra Cruz, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? Inside out Nux's mansion, Nux stood in front of Thyra and questioned. I am. Thyra, whose face was as red as a tomato, answered. Then, she felt weird energy entering her body and she frowned. This was similar to the time when she became Nux's slave, however, at the same time, it was different. What did you do? Thyra questioned with a frown. Tilda, it's another one of my weird magic. Another magic? Yeah. Aren't I already under that weird magic of yours? Why bother with another magic? Thyra questioned in confusion. Huh? Nux frowned. Huh? Thyra frowned because Nux frowned. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Nux's face as he realized what she was talking about. Ha ha ha, Tilda, my cute little assassin, I have already removed the slave seal from you, I did it 4 days ago. What? Yeah? Didn't you realize it? Thyra stayed silent. She felt that he lying, however, she still found it hard to believe that she didn't notice that the weird magic was lifted from her 4 days ago. What? Do you need proof? Let's try this, Thyra Cruz, jump into the air. Nux ordered. Normally, Thyra's body would have done what Nux ordered, however, this time, it did not move on its own. Do you believe me now? Nux questioned. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Thyra's hand and in one quick movement, she placed her dagger on Nux's neck. Her movement was so quick that Nux was unable to react and now, her dagger was 1 centimeter close to his neck, any simple movement, and he would be beheaded. Do you remember the promise I made to you before? She questioned with a cold smile on her face. The promise to be my woman with all your heart. Nux questioned back. No. Not that. My promise to kill you as soon as I get rid of this pesky magic of yours. Ah, you are talking about that. Nux nodded in realization. Thyra frowned when she saw how carefree Nux was, however soon, she saw a glint in Nux's eyes, however, before she could react, Nux moved and kissed her lips. However, the kiss didn't last lost as Nux quickly broke it, he then looked into Thyra's icy blue eyes and smirked. How are you planning to kill me? Sucking me dry with your tight pussy? Thyra's face turned red as she answered, do not think I am joking. I will really kill you. Aha, Nux nodded as he gave her another peck on her lips. Then, Nux grabbed Thyra's waist and pulled her close to him. How about you try killing me in the evening after I am done with what I am about to do? What do you say? Nux questioned. Thyra's face turned even redder and she nodded. Hey, all right, be prepared. Sure, now you are coming with me, right? Millimeter, Nux smiled. Heh. Thyra was cute indeed. Are you ready? She's about to leave then, a playful glint flashed in his eyes as he heard Edda's voice. Yes, I am about to leave as well, Tilda, all the best. Not that you will be needing it, I have done a good job filling Sister Allura's mind with indecent thoughts after all, Edda replied. Nux shook his head and chuckled. Yes, today was the day he will have another lunch with Allura. Chapter 158. Ah. Why am I so nervous today? Allura groaned inwardly. Isn't it just a normal lunch? She thought inwardly. She was really confused and couldn't understand her own thoughts. Isn't it just a normal lunch with a young man I met a week ago? So what if my husband, the king of this kingdom, does not know about it? It is still a normal lunch, right? Allura thought inwardly and soon, her face turned a little red. Ah. Allura, you idiot, what are you thinking? Allura shook her head repeatedly. It's all because of that Edda Tilda. That girl only talked about how good her lover is, how he cares about her, how he looks after her, how incredibly handsome he is and how good he is, in the bed. It's all because of those indecent things that Edda talked about. Also, why is she using my name to bully that other maid? I mean, I don't really have any problem with it, but still. Allura's thoughts then diverted to other topics as she looked out of the carriage through the window. Yes, Allura Skyfall has left the palace again. Anyone who knows about her would find it completely normal. She was named the bored concubine after all. However, if they knew what she was going to do, they won't find it normal at all. Meeting a man for the first time could be called a coincidence. Meeting him the second time could be blamed on curiosity. The third time could be said that they were now friends. However, if you leave the palace to meet the man again, especially when you have not told anyone about this friend of yours, that is definitely not normal. That is suspicious. Of course, since we are talking about the royal palace, a place that is filled with scheming and plotting, where everyone has their own goals and is trying different things to achieve those goals, a place where no one cares about anyone but themselves, nobody knew about this suspicious behavior of Allura Skyfall. And since nobody knew, nothing was suspicious. Everything was as normal as it could possibly be. Normal indeed. Stop the carriage. While Allura was lost in her thoughts, the carriage was stopped. The doors of the carriage were opened and Allura's protectors appeared. Lady Allura, I think we should return. One of the protectors suggested. Huh? Why? What happened? Allura questioned with a frown. She could see that the protector wasn't just saying it so he could ease his work, rather, he looked worried about something. This place is too quiet. I have a bad feeling about this. Bruce has gone ahead to check the place, but I still feel it is wiser to return. The protector informed. Allura frowned, she wanted to nod since she didn't want to take any needless risks. But the lunch. She was conflicted, she wanted to meet Nux as well, he promised that he would give her an interesting book after all. William, we should leave. However, before she could think too much, Bruce, the other protector, returned and spoke hurriedly. What happened? William questioned. I checked everything ahead, it is eerily silent. I checked the houses but no one was inside, all the houses are empty, this is a busy area, something like this is definitely not normal. I don't know what is happening, but I suggest we should leave this place as soon as possible, Bruce reported. All right, we will return. William's face turned solemn and he nodded. This time, he didn't even ask Allura's permission. For them, her safety mattered the most. This situation was suspicious, to avoid unnecessary danger, they would have to act on their own, even if it offends Lady Allura. But the book. Allura wanted to deny, however, she knew she wouldn't be able to change her protectors' minds. She would have to miss her lunch today. A sad look appeared on Allura's face, however, suddenly, a black figure rushed toward William and aimed its dagger at his neck. William reacted at the last second and blocked the attack. Who are you? Bruce questioned out loud. However, rather than answering, another figure wearing black clothes appeared behind Bruce and attacked. Just like William, Bruce dodged the attack. They are both grandmasters. William shouted. He was having a hard time against his opponent, the same could be said for Bruce as well. These opponents were unusually quick and flexible. They were not normal grandmaster stage cultivators, they were trained assassins. Do not kill them, we need them alive. Suddenly, William and Bruce heard a voice that belonged to a female. They turned a little and saw a female wearing a skin-tight black dress and a mask that covered half of her face. She was watching everything with a calm look on her face, and from the aura around her, it was clear that she was the leader. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Do you know who we are? William questioned, however, the female assassin did not answer. Actually, only a fool will answer. And only a fool will play question answers while they were fighting. Since he was distracted, William was unable to dodge one attack and his opponent's dagger grazed her shoulder. William groaned in pain and his focus shifted to his injury for a second. Another thing only a fool would do. The assassin did throw away this opportunity and attacked again. Ugh, another cut appeared on William's body. Bruce on the other hand was doing fine, actually, he was even suppressing his opponent that seemed to be a woman as well. However, he was the least bit happy. The leader hasn't moved at all. It was as if she was sure of the victory. This would be problematic. Bruce started thinking about different ways to deal with the situation. As if angered by how he was ignoring her, the assassin fighting Bruce quickened her attacks and Bruce was forced to step back. Allura, who was watching everything, had a tense look on her face. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. Suddenly, she heard a knock. She turned around and saw the carriage door has been opened. She panicked when she saw a man wearing clothes similar to the one attacking William and Bruce standing in front of her. The man didn't say anything, he just picked her up and placed her on his shoulder as if she was a potato sack. Then, he started running. Save me! Allura screamed in fear and panic. William and Bruce, who were fighting the assassins, quickly turned around and their eyes widened. Lady Allura was kidnapped. Chapter 159. You bastard. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Don't you know who I am? Do you have a death wish or something? I am Allura Skyfall, the concubine of the king of the Skyfall Kingdom. Let me go and I will try my best that you are not punished for the crimes you have committed. Allura tried her best, she moved as much as she could. However, the man who was carrying her had a very strong grip. She had sensed his cultivation and knew she was a master stage cultivator as well. However, Allura knew that for some reason, he was a lot stronger than a normal master stage cultivator. No matter how hard she tried, she wasn't able to escape from his clutches. In the end, she decided to give up. She won't use force, she should try intimidation. He would surely let her go if he knew about her background. Right? She did that. She told him about his background. However, as if the man was deaf, he did not react to her words at all. Actually, Allura was too panicked right now. If not, she would have surely realized that telling him about her background was the worst move she could have made. Of course, even if she realizes it now, it would already be too late. The assassin then carried her like a sack and didn't say anything. Allura continued resisting as well. The scene looked very comical from afar, however, no one could see it. Soon, the assassin stopped running and started walking. Allura looked around and realized that they were somewhere near the edge of the capital city. Somewhere secluded. Her heart started beating quickly and she panicked. I was kidnapped. She was really scared right now and the assassin who just continued walking without saying anything creeped her out even more. Allura then looked around and noticed that she was in the slum area, however, this slum area was desolated. Other than the two of them, no one was here. Due to this, Allura was even more scared. Asterisk step asterisk asterisk step asterisk asterisk step asterisk. Everything was so silent that Allura could even hear the assassin's footsteps. Actually, it was as if the assassin was deliberately trying to create this noise. However, that might be her imagination. A few seconds later, the assassin finally entered a house and a frown appeared on Allura's face. The house's inside was not how she expected it to be. It was a lot more clean. The assassin walked inside and Allura's eyes widened in surprise. She saw a huge table with delicious-looking food placed on top of it. The food was still hot, so it was clear that it was placed here not long ago. Suddenly, the assassin released Allura as well. However, instead of being happy, Allura frowned. Who are you? Allura's sword appeared in her hand as she pointed it at the assassin and questioned. However, the assassin did not reply. I asked who you are. Why did you bring me here? Allura screamed. Her heart was beating really loudly, and beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Even her hands that were holding a sword were trembling. PFFFTT. Suddenly, the assassin laughed. Why are you laughing? Allura screamed. Ha ha ha. Instead of answering, the assassin laughed more and suddenly, Allura frowned. She felt like she had heard this laugh before. Ha 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 tilde, you look so scared, Lady Allura tilde, the assassin spoke, and as soon as he did, Allura's eyes widened in surprise. Why you? She pointed at the assassin and stuttered. Did you finally find out? The assassin muttered as he removed his mask. Allura's eyes widened even more as she saw an incredibly charming and familiar face. You are Nux. Allura screamed. The one and only, Nux smiled as he bowed a little. So? What do you think? Does this assassin suit look good on me? Nux questioned as he opened his arms wide and turned around a little. What are you doing? Why did you kidnap me? Of course, rather than answering his question, Allura questioned back in a voice full of surprise and confusion. Well, you were late for the lunch, Nux answered. What? Allura couldn't believe what she was hearing. Nux smiled, he then started walking towards Allura and answered, "Look, Lady Allura, I have been waiting for this day for this whole week. I have been very patient, okay? However, when you didn't arrive for the dinner, my patience ran out and I kidnapped you Tilda. What are you talking about? I was only 5 minutes late." Same thing, Nux shrugged nonchalantly. What do you mean same thing? Do you know what you did? You kidnapped the concubine of the king of the Skyfall Kingdom, inside the Skyfall Kingdom's royal capital. Indeed, that is what I have done. It was quite fun as well. Nux nodded with a proud look on his face. This is no joke, Nux. What you did will get you killed. Not only you but even I will also be killed since I tarnished the king's reputation. Allura shouted in panic. He? Lady Allura, you are really a scaredy cat, huh? Nux muttered. A scaredy cat? No, I am not. I am just a normal person. Don't compare me with someone crazy like yourself. Crazy? Yes, crazy. You are simply asking to die. Oh come on Lady Allura, don't tell me you didn't enjoy this. Your heart is still beating fast, right? Suddenly, Nux grabbed Allura's back as he pulled her close to him and questioned. Allura's face turned bright red and her eyes opened wide in shock. Her heart, which was already beating very fast, started beating even faster, and some indecent images, which had been filled inside her mind by Edda, appeared in her mind. Soon, however, she came back to her senses as she pushed him a little and muttered with a red face, I am the concubine of the king of this kingdom. Why you can't touch me like that, concubine of the king, huh? That is unfortunate indeed. Nux nodded to himself and then, he muttered, it must be tough living a life where your husband won't touch you and treats you like an object. Allura's eyes widened in shock when she heard him and, what did you say? Chapter 160. Concubine of the king, huh? That is unfortunate indeed. Nux nodded to himself and then, he muttered, it must be tough living a life where your husband won't touch you and treats you like an object. What did you say? Allura's eyes widened in surprise and she questioned. I said it must be tough living as someone's trophy. Nux repeated as he shook his head in pity. How do you know that? Allura questioned. Not many people knew about the king's hobby. Although the king himself hasn't forbidden anyone to talk about it, it is still an unspoken rule to not say unnecessary things out loud. Edda told me, Nux answered honestly. Edda? Why would she tell something so sensitive to you? No, wait. Why would she tell anything to you? How do you know her? Allura asked countless questions at the same time. Her mind wasn't working properly right now. First, her carriage was attacked by a few unknown people. Even her protectors, who were supposed to be strong Grandmaster stage elites, those protectors weren't able to stop these unknown people at all. Then, she was kidnapped. After that, she realized that the person who kidnapped her was this young man who she was going to have lunch with. Now, she realized that this young man also knows her new friend, and not only that, her friend has even revealed an extremely important secret to this man. Just what the hell is wrong with this day? Fear, surprise, and then fear again, all these emotions attacked Allura one after another. However, Nux wasn't done yet. What do you mean how do I know Edda? Didn't she tell you about me? Suddenly, Nux questioned. Huh? Allura frowned, she then thought about it a little more and, I have a lover, he is very handsome Tilda. She recalled what Edda talked about the most. Why you are Edda's lover? Allura's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned. Took you long enough to realize. You are surprisingly slow, Lady Allura. Ha 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 Tilda, Nux laughed. However, Allura wasn't in a mood to laugh with him at all. She just couldn't digest so many things at the same time. Her head was aching now. But why would Edda reveal everything to you? I am her lover, what's wrong with her telling me something? Nux questioned back. That was a secret. I trusted her thinking she won't out me however, she betrayed my trust. She wasn't supposed to tell that to anyone else, not even her lover. Allura shouted. Her emotions were getting the better of her. Edda was right about you. Suddenly, Nux stated. Huh? What did she say? She said you are a person with a good heart, Nux answered. Oh, that's nice of her. Allura muttered. A small smile appeared on her face, it felt good to be complimented like this, though it was a little sudden. However, Allura glanced at Nux. She said that although you are a good person, you have a fatal flaw. You are a scaredy cat. Huh? Allura frowned. She says that you have already given up and have accepted your fate as the king's object, his trophy. Your boredom is nothing but a veil that covers your fear. You are not bored, you just crave attention which you already know that you will never receive from the king. However, you are still too scared to do anything about it, that's why she called you a scaredy cat. Initially, I didn't agree with her, I had met you 2 times and although you do get flustered easily, you did not come out as a scaredy cat. However, now that I see you acting like this, I have to agree with her, you are a scaredy cat indeed. Nux smiled. Then what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Allura questioned. I asked, what else am I supposed to do? Allura questioned again. She couldn't say Edda was wrong. Actually, Edda was right. She craved attention. She craved her husband's attention and she also knew that she won't get it. However, what can she do? Her husband was the king. Can she go against the king? Isn't that akin to suicide? No sane person would even consider that as an option. Therefore, this question comes into Allura's mind, what am I supposed to do? You call me scaredy cat, you say that I am afraid. I admit. However, what other option do I even have? Find what you want, Nux answered. You crave attention? Find a man that will give you attention. Allura snickered, and then what? Die along with that man in the crime of betraying the king. Wouldn't dying be a better option compared to living like a dull, pitiful object? Nux questioned with a smile. That may sound cool in a fantasy books, Nux. However, in reality, death is a lot scarier than you think. Allura answered. Truth be told, she wasn't willing to die just because she was bored. She lived a comfortable life. Though she was treated like an object, she wasn't a mistreated object. She was treated as a trophy, placed wherever it was with no one bothering her. Though her life was dull, it was still far better than dying. That is true. Dying is scary indeed. Nux nodded in agreement as well. It is good that you realize it, Allura muttered. A wide smile then appeared on Nux's face as he suggested, then how about you find a strong man, a man who can defend you from the king and give you all the attention you need? Heh. You talk as if there are any men like that in this world. Allura smiled wryly. However, instead of answering, Nux just walked toward her with a smile. Allura felt that something was wrong with that smile on his face, therefore, she stepped back. However, she could not escape from his clutches. After the 5th of June steps, her back now touched the wall, and she could not move any more. Nux had her cornered, and as if keeping her from escaping, he placed his hand near her head and moved his face dangerously close to hers. Allura's heart, which had barely calmed down, started beating again. Try looking around, Allura. You will find a man that matches the description a lot sooner than you think. A lot sooner. Chapter 161. Try looking around, Allura. You will find a man that matches the description a lot sooner than you think. A lot sooner. Nux brought his face close to her ear and whispered seductively. Actually, you do not even have to look around, just look where you are already looking and you will find that man soon, Tilda. He continued. Hey, are you perhaps talking about why you? Allura questioned with a red face. She wasn't dumb, she could understand what he was implying. He was saying something dangerous. Very dangerous. Her emotions were in turmoil right now, and this turmoil was a lot scarier than the last one. Bingo. Nux smiled and nodded. However, Allura still wasn't sure yet. In the end, Nux was still a master stage cultivator. How is he going to protect her? Heck, he might even die since he dared to kidnap the king's concubine. She still didn't know if he could protect himself, let alone protect her. And Nux knew about her thoughts. Think about it, Allura Tilda, and since he knew about them, he continued. Think about this situation a little more calmly. I am someone who has the balls to kidnap the king's concubine inside the capital city of the kingdom. Do you really think I am crazy? Do you think I would have survived in this world if I was this crazy? Obviously, I have the strength to back me up. Didn't you see those Grandmaster Stage assassins attacking your protectors? They were my subordinates. Do you think Grandmaster Stage cultivators would submit to a mere Master Stage cultivator? Do you think that makes sense? Nux questioned. And as he spoke, Allura started thinking as well. He was right. If he is this bold, he must have the strength to back it up. Plus, he had Grandmaster Stage experts as his subordinates. Not only that, there was that woman wearing black clothes as well. From the way she stood, she was a lot stronger than all 4 of those Grandmaster Stage cultivators who were fighting there. And most probably, she is Nux's subordinate as well. Heh. My lover is strong. As I said, my lover would protect me. Suddenly, she recalled what Edda kept saying whenever she warned her to lower her voice or questioned if she isn't scared of the king. Was he the reason she was so confident? Allura started thinking even more. She knew the woman called Edda long before Nux did. Although they weren't close, she could deduce her character from the rumors and the few interactions she has had with him. At the very least, Edda wasn't a reckless woman. She plans all her moves and is cautious as well. She is not a woman who will just leave her safety in someone else's hand if she wasn't sure whether that man can protect her or not. Can I trust him? Allura thought inwardly, her eyes then fell on Nux's face that was dangerously close to hers and her heart started beating quickly again. So you are saying you are the man who is strong enough to protect me from the king and give me the attention that I crave? Suddenly, Allura became a lot calmer now. Why? Fuck it. Because she had decided to let go. Maybe she doesn't want to be a bored concubine anymore. A smile appeared on Nux's face when he heard her question. It seemed that Allura has decided to take the risk. Yes, that is what I am saying. He nodded. Then I have a question, Allura muttered with a smile on her face. She was now looking back into Nux's golden eyes, not with a shy and flustered look, but with a confident and playful look. What is it? Ask away. How are you so sure that the attention I crave will be attention from a man like you? He? Didn't Edda tell you about me? However, instead of answering, Nux asked another question in return. And just with that question, Allura's face turned red. She doesn't have to be a genius to know what Nux was referring to. Edda said a lot of things about her lover. However, what did she say the most? My lover is very good in bed. She repeated it many fucking times. I am not talking about that. Allura was quick to deny. Oh come on, Allura, we all know what sort of attention you are craving for. No. I am not craving anything like that. I just want someone who takes care of me, spends time with me, laughs and talks with M-. Yeah. You can continue that for as long as you want. However, the truth is that, Allura Skyfall, you are horny. Nux declared, and Allura's face turned even redder. If they were in an anime world right now, Nux would have seen smoke coming out of Allura's head. I am not horn, on Tilda. Allura denied the accusation, or so she wanted to. However, before she could even complete her sentence, Nux's hand moved and grabbed her little sister. This sudden movement caught Allura off guard, and she moaned due to surprise and, a teeny tiny bit of pleasure. See that? As I said, you are horny. Which, I believe, is a completely natural reaction. I would become horny too if I don't have sex with my women for more than a week, let alone you, who has been suffering from lack of sex for years. The past Nux, who was a 30-year-old virgin, would have surely tried to kill this current Nux if he had heard what he said. But well, God is kind to every poor soul. He got another chance, which he was making good use of. He was going after the wife of a king. If you moan and react like that to even a small touch like this, then, Allura Skyfall, you are horny. Why you wrong, you just caught me off guard. Allura still wasn't willing to admit her defeat so quickly. Nux smiled and shook his head, then, a playful glint shone in his eyes and he questioned. How about we play a game? Chapter 162. Same warning. Read it later. Asterisk skeleton face asterisk. How about we play a game? Nux proposed with a playful smile on his face. What game? Allura questioned. The rules are very simple. Nux then grabbed Allura's hand and walked towards another room. Come with me. What about the food? Allura questioned as she pointed at the dishes that were placed on the table. We have much more important matters to deal with right now. Don't worry though, we won't waste the food, we will just distribute it to other people. Nux muttered. Allura nodded and followed Nux. Nux then opened the door and Allura's eyes widened. The room was different from what she imagined. Remember, they were in a slum area, therefore, the rooms here weren't the best they could have. This was one of those rare houses that had more than one room. The walls of this room had some cracks, and signs of leakage could be seen around the corner. That was completely normal and wasn't out of Allura's expectations. However, there was a completely clean and cozy-looking bed right in the middle of the room. And it took more than 80% of the whole space. The contrast between the broken, paintless walls, bad quality floor and all that with a comfortable, expensive-looking bed was shocking. What is this game you were talking about? Allura questioned. Looking at the bed, she had a feeling that the game won't be a good one at all. Nux smiled. A smile that Allura did not like at all. Suddenly, a big clock appeared in Nux's hands. He then placed the clock on the wall as he turned toward Allura and smiled even more. I call it, time game. Time game? Yes, Nux then walked towards Allura and continued. The rules are simple. I can touch your body in whatever way I like, you just have to not moan for 1 minute. You can do that easily, right? Allura frowned. To not moan for 1 minute, that sounded simple enough. There must be a catch, right? If you win, I will personally help you find a man who is capable and loving. However, if you lose and you let out a moan in less than 1 minute, the time will reset. Not only that, even the time left would be added to it. For example, if you moan after 40 seconds, then for the next round, you will have to control your moan for 1 minute 20 seconds. Also, if you come even once, no, that would be too easy for me. If you come 2 times while playing this game, the game will end in you. Allura Skyfall, you will become mine. Nux announced, and hearing his last line, Allura's heart skipped a beat. Are the rules clear? Nux questioned. All right. Allura nodded. Actually, she felt that the game was too easy. She was actually hoping that Nux would increase the time so that he would have a better chance. Of course, if he fails, she might even moan out of her own the game was too easy for her. She would win for sure. Then she would have the upper hand in this conversation. Alright, so the game begins, now. Nux announced, and then, he walked towards Allura and grabbed her from behind. Allura's body was very soft, Nux tightened his hug around her and smelled her hair. Her odor was fragrant as well. Nux took a deep sniff and enjoyed her aroma. I hope I win this game, Tilda, he whispered into Allura's ear, and then, his hand started to move. His left hand moved towards her waist, and then it moved up and touched her soft breast. The fingers of his right hand trailed down from her back, to her lower back, then her butt, her thighs, and then her legs. From there, Nux grabbed her black gown and his hand returned to her thighs and then her to move towards Allura's little sister. Nux quickly noticed that Allura's legs were trembling, he moved his eyes and observed her face, and then, a smile appeared on his face. Allura's face was red, although her lips were sealed and she did not let out any sound or moan, she was breathing heavily. Combined with her trembling body, Nux knew that she was on edge. Thinking that, Nux smiled even more and his left hand started kneading her breast gently while the fingers of his right hand circled around her cave. Suddenly, his index finger entered Allura's cave. Allura's whole body jerked in pleasure, her eyes widened in surprise and a sound sneaked out of her mouth. However, she did not moan. She won't lose that easily. But, things were so simple. Nux's index finger moved, and Allura's body jerked in pleasure again. Allura took a deep breath as she closed her eyes and lifted her head. She was desperately trying to not moan. She then glanced at the clock and her eyes widened in surprise, only 20 seconds had passed. Only now did Allura realize. This game was not simple at all. It was unfair. Unfair to her. Suddenly, Nux blew hot air into Allura's ear and a jolt of weird pleasure rushed into her body. At the same time, Nux pinched her right nipple and, Aunt Tilda, she moaned. She was distracted, first, she saw the time, then the weird thing Nux did near her ear. She was distracted by them, therefore, she wasn't able to focus and control her moan. 20 seconds. Nux muttered as he released Allura's body and walked towards the clock. Allura's body trembled, especially her little sister, she was feeling so good after so long but then suddenly, the pleasure was gone. Allura's little sister twitched continuously, demanding the return of the fingers. Allura, however, bit her lips and controlled herself. She can't lose so easily. She needed to fight back. You held back your moans for 20 seconds, Allura. According to the rules, for the next round, you will have to hold out for 1 minute 40 seconds. Are you prepared? Chapter 163. You held back your moans for 20 seconds, Allura. According to the rules, for the next round, you will have to hold out for 1 minute 40 seconds. Are you prepared? Nux questioned. Yes, I am. Allura nodded with a determined look on her face. Nux smiled, he was just about to start the game when he noticed Allura's body trembling, especially her legs. His smile widened as another evil plan appeared in his mind. Are you sure you are ready? He questioned. Of course I am. Allura answered. But you don't look very ready to me, I mean, you just moaned a few seconds ago, are you sure you want to start right away? I can allow you to rest for a while, you know. That is perfectly okay with me. Nux smiled gently. I said I am ready. Start the game already. Allura screamed in frustration. Nux's smile widened when he noticed her frustration. His plan was working. What was his plan? Simple. He wanted to waste time. Allura's little sister has been craving for attention for a long time. Now that she finally got the attention she needed, she was happy, however, before she could even satisfy herself, the attention was gone. Obviously, her little sister was angry and frustrated because of that. By wasting more time, Nux was doing nothing but adding on to that fuss. You don't need to stand there for so long, I am fine. Start the game. Yes, her little sister was affecting Allura's judgment. In simple words, Allura was getting horny. Alright, Allura. Round 2 begins, now. Nux decided not to torture her anymore and announced the start of the next round. The clock started clicking again and, soon, Nux reappeared behind Allura and hugged her body. Allura's body trembled, and this gentle hug felt very calming and comfortable. Be careful not to moan, Allura Tilda, Nux whispered into Allura's ear. A familiar jolt of pleasure ran through Allura's body, however, this time she was prepared. She didn't moan. Nux then tightened his hug around Allura's soft body, and again, his left hand kneaded her breasts and his right hand moved towards her little sister. Then, Nux's forefinger entered her cave and Allura's body shuddered. Breaths Allura inhaled deeply as her back arched up and her ample chest rose up. Nux, however, wasn't done yet. His middle finger entered inside as well. Then, the 2 fingers started kneading Allura's walls. Your breasts are amazingly soft, Allura Tilda, Nux told the obvious. Allura, however, didn't say anything. She was trying not to open her mouth because she knew the moment she did it, she would moan. Your little sister is wet as well Tilda, Nux continued whispering into her ears shamelessly. Heh, look how your walls surrounded my fingers Tilda, so cute Tilda. While he said all that, his fingers didn't stop exploring her cave. Suddenly, Allura's body flinched. Oh. Is that a soft spot? Nux questioned with a smile as he rubbed the same part again. And again, Allura's body flinched. That is a soft spot indeed. Nux nodded to himself. Then, he rubbed the same spot again and Allura's body trembled again. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted her body. Your body is too sensitive, Allura Tilda, Nux commented with a small chuckle. Allura didn't reply, however, from the way her legs were trembling, Nux knew that she was about to lose it. He then remembered the sensitive point he has found and then his finger started exploring the rest of the unexplored cave. Allura breathed heavily, the heavy waves of pleasure that were assaulting her body continuously calmed down a little. She then opened her eyes and glanced at the watch, however, she then heard Nux's voice. You don't have to worry about the time, Allura, there are still 1 minute and 10 seconds left. We can take it slowly at our own pace. Nux whispered into her ears. And for some reason, after saying this, Nux removed his fingers out of her cave, leaving her little sister hanging again. He was really acting like a demon right now. What are Allura wanted to ask, however, before she could, Nux raised his right hand and showed it to Allura. Look what your little sister did. My whole hand is wet from your juices, it is as if I have washed my hands with water. Nux whispered. And you said you were not horny, he chuckled. Allura's face turned a little red and when she glanced at Nux's hand, her little sister trembled even more and she released even more juice. Tea time. Allura muttered. What? Why you are wasting tea time? Allura stuttered. Don't worry, I have a lot of time. I know what I am doing Tilda, Nux smiled. Then, he brought his right hand in front of his mouth and then, he started licking his finger as he glanced at Allura playfully. For some reason, this made Allura even hornier and her body trembled. I want a fair match, see continue what you were doing. Allura muttered. Nux smiled and then he shook his head. Alright, he nodded and then his right hand started moving back to her little sister, however, this time, he moved it a lot more slowly than before. Started with her shoulder, then he kneaded her breasts, then his fingers trailed down to her thin waist and then it moved down towards her vagina slowly. Allura's body trembled, then, it suddenly stopped as Nux's finger neared her little sister. She was waiting and welcoming Nux's fingers. However, rather than fingering her again, Nux grabbed her erect clitoris and, squirt as if a switch was flipped, Allura's little sister released her juices uncontrollably and her body trembled. Ayana Tilda, she came. And she moaned at the same time. However, this orgasm was a lot stronger than what she was used to, Allura's back arched up and her body lost all her strength. If it wasn't for Nux who was holding her, Allura would have fallen to the floor. Allura, I was thinking. Suddenly, Allura heard Nux's voice. Ha, ha, ha. She, however, didn't have the energy to reply, she was too busy catching her breath. Nux understood that and continued with his question, how about we fuck this stupid game and move to the next, more pleasurable step? Chapter 164. You guys can read now. All fine Tilda. How about we fuck this stupid game and move to the next, more pleasurable step? Suddenly, Allura's brain stopped functioning. Next step? More pleasurable step? Allura wasn't stupid, she knew exactly what Nux was talking about. Her little sister started trembling again. Even though she has just orgasmed a moment ago, it was still craving for more attention. Am I really that horny? Allura questioned herself. Actually, her little sister was reacting more strongly than normal. Normally, once she comes, she will be fine for the next whole week. However, now, let alone being fine for a month, her little sister was craving for more. It was as if she didn't want to let go of the opportunity. Or would you like to continue with this game? Allura was then brought out of her reverie when she heard Nux's voice again. Her eyes then fell on Nux's face and seeing the gentle smile on his face, her heart started beating faster and her lower lips opened and closed continuously. We can skip the game. Allura felt that her mouth was moving on her own. She couldn't believe she was saying such stuff, especially to a man who was a lot younger than her. Then, she saw Nux's smile widening. For some reason, she felt a little happy that she agreed. Nux then stepped forward and hugged her again. His hug felt safe. And calming. Then, Nux lifted her into the air and carried her like a princess. Heh. I'll make sure you won't regret this decision, Allura smiled, she was proud of her decision as well. And being carried like that filled her heart with some weird sort of satisfaction. Nux then moved a little forward and then gently placed her on the bed. All this time, Allura's gaze did not move away from Nux's eyes. Then, Nux grabbed Allura's gown and he removed it smoothly, revealing her beautiful hourglass figure and her sexy purple-colored bra and panty. Combining it with Allura's red face, Nux was even more aroused. Nux's hand then moved masterfully and soon, click Allura's bra was removed as well, revealing her large but perfectly shaped and firm breasts with light pink nipples on the top. You are beautiful. Nux complimented with a dazed look. Allura's heart skipped a beat and her face turned even redder. Why you undress as well? I will be embarrassed if I am the only one naked, Allura muttered in a mosquito-like voice. For some reason, she was acting like a little girl now. Nux smiled playfully, all right. He then stood up and removed his skin-tight black-colored clothes, revealing his perfectly lean and muscular body with perfect and strong-looking abs. Allura gulped. Nux was really too handsome. However, that was not what she was surprised about. She was surprised about another thing. Eyes that supposed to be this huge. She exclaimed inwardly as she glanced at Nux's weapon. Nux noticed where she was looking and smiled. Do you like what you see, Allura? Allura blushed and, I do. She nodded. Oh. You are surprisingly honest, huh, Allura? It was only now that Allura noticed that Nux had started calling her Allura rather than Lady Allura, which she actually liked. Lady Allura was too formal. With Allura, it feels that they were close to each other. Darling Allura was better, to be honest. However, she won't say that out loud. All right, let's start, shall we? Nux smiled as he placed his little brother in front of Allura's lower lips and started sliding his dick on her wet opening. After he thought that the lubrication was enough, he inserted the head and then he bent down and moved his face close to Allura's. I am about to put it in, Tilda, he whispered softly. Allura smiled and nodded. Do it. Nux's smile widened, he then moved his hips forward and entered her insides. Ugh. Nux groaned in pleasure. Soft, too soft. Allura's insides were amazingly soft. It was as if her walls were welcoming his cock with lots and lots of kisses. It was just heavenly. Allura moaned in relief as well. Her frustrations, her pent-up desires, they were all gone in one thrust. She then grabbed Nux's head and sealed his lips with her own. Nux's eyes widened in surprise, he didn't expect Allura, who has been so passive for such a long time, to take the initiative and such a strong one at that. How was it a strong initiative? Cause her tongue was already inside his mouth. Searching for its prey. And it didn't need long to find its prey. Nux and Allura's tongues collided and started the fight. Allura's hand didn't remain idle either, her right hand pushed Nux's head even close to hers while her left hand moved all over his strong and muscular back. Since she was so strong and active, Nux thought that he shouldn't waste too much time either. He pulled back his hips, before moving them forward in one go. This time, it was a lot faster than before. Allura released a muffled moan and her body lost all her strength in one thrust. Nux then broke the kiss as he stood up and smirked at her. Hair. Prepare yourself. Saying that, he moved his hips again and soon, his speed increased. Allura grabbed the bedsheets with all her strength. She felt like her soul would be sucked out since the pleasure she was feeling was so out of this world. With each thrust, her body felt weaker and weaker. In the end, she didn't have any strength left at all. The only thing she could do was moan. And she was doing that in a very lewd way. Her face was red, her eyes were rolled back and only the white part of the eyes was showing. There was a silly smile on her face and her tongue was out in the open as well. The refined and noble Lady Allura had completely disappeared, and was replaced by a perverted woman who was going crazy due to the immense pleasure she was feeling. That man was not even close to this. A sudden thought appeared in her mind, however, soon, it disappeared. She was busier dealing with the pleasure. This was the only thought in her mind right now while she continued to moan in ecstasy. Suddenly, Nux grabbed her right leg and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he moved a little forward, stretching Allura's legs to the limit and then, he rammed his cock inside. Allura's eyes widened in surprise as an incomparably intense bolt of pleasure rushed into her body. That was good, huh? Nux questioned. However, in answer, he only received a weird response where Allura moved her head in random directions. Actually, she was trying to nod, however, she spared too little effort on it and once it didn't turn out what she expected, she just didn't care. He would understand. That was her thought. And she was right, a smile appeared on Nux's face as he pulled his cock and rammed it inside her body again. Nux's hand then moved towards Allura's right breast and as soon as he grabbed it, her walls tightened to a scary extent and, ugh. Nux was forced to come. Allura wasn't any better either, as Nux released his juice inside her body, her walls tightened even more and then, she came as well. That was good. Allura muttered inwardly and a satisfied and tired sigh escaped her mouth. What the hell happened? Nux, however, wasn't as calm as her. He still did not understand the reason behind that sudden tightness. However, before he could think more about it, he heard Allura's confused voice. What is this weird energy that entered my body? Why do I feel stronger? Nux's golden eyes shined and, name, Allura Skyfall, age, 47, mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human, occupation, concubine of the king of Skyfall Kingdom, talent, medium, LVL, 32, 33, HP, 400 MP, 570 570 STR, 40, 41, AGL, 39, 40, VIT, 40, 41, STM, 40, 41, INT, 57, 58, Def, 36, 37. Allura's information appeared in front of his eyes. She leveled up, huh? Nux? Nux came out of his reverie as Allura called him again. Don't you feel that normal cultivation is too boring? Suddenly, Nux questioned. I do find it tedious. Allura nodded. Nux's smile grew and he answered, you don't have to cultivate that way from now on. The way I cultivate is a lot more interesting, Tilda. The way Allura wanted to question, however. Bang, bang, someone knocked on the door violently and Allura, and Nux heard a voice. We are the royal soldiers. Open the door, or we will break it. Chapter 165. We are the royal soldiers. Open the door, or we will break it. Why are the royal soldiers here? Allura questioned in panic as her eyes widened in fear. Nux narrowed his eyes well. How did that happen? Did the king learn that he kidnapped his concubine? But how? The only possible way for that to happen is that Allura's protectors defeat Thyra, 2 and 3, and then rush towards the palace. But even then, how did they know he was here? Nux frowned. He was worried. He was worried about Thyra. If Thyra lost, then why didn't she inform him? Is she safe? Suddenly, Nux started panicking as well. He needs to know what happened to Thyra. He has to escape. It isn't really difficult to do so if he uses his conceal, however, Allura would be left alone. And although he can store the bed and table in his storage ring, the smell in this room would be enough for the soldiers to know what had happened. Allura would be executed if the king learned that she had cheated on him. Nux then glanced at Allura and started thinking. Allura was important, but Thyra was at risk as well. Who should he choose? Nux. Suddenly, Allura called out. Nux then glanced at her and saw her blue eyes brimming with determination. Let's go out and fight together. I am a master stage cultivator as well. If we try really hard, I think we can escape. If not, we will die together while fighting our enemies. Huh? Why would you do that? You can escape. I will hold them back and buy you time. A small smile appeared on Allura's face as she replied, I am not an attention-seeking whore, Nux. I am a faithful woman. You stepped forward and took my hand. You promised to give me the attention I crave. I won't betray you when it actually counts. I'll be with you even if it means we die together. The determination in her eyes did not fade away. Nux stayed silent as he glanced at Allura. Then, a small smile appeared on his face and he commented. The king really missed out on an amazing woman, huh? Heh. Isn't that good for us? This allowed us to meet each other. Allura smiled as well. Then, she continued, let's fight our way out, Nux. I promise, even if we die, I will find you in the afterlife and we will spend the rest of our time together. Ha 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 Tilda, why are you acting like this is the end of the world? Suddenly, Nux laughed out loud. Huh? Allura frowned. Has he gone mad from the pressure? That was her thoughts, however, the reality was completely opposite. He had calmed down now. Thyra or Allura? That was a stupid question. He was a greedy man. He will choose both. Suddenly, Nux's expression turned serious as he questioned, Allura Skyfall, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? Huh? Answer the question, why yes I am willing. Though she was confused, Allura still nodded, then, she felt another weird energy entering her body and she frowned even more. There is an ability called, Conceal. Activate it and run away, I will take care of these soldiers. Huh? What do you mean? Use the ability and run away. I know it's confusing, but I am sure you will figure it out. You know how to use the ability, you just have to trust your instincts. Nux instructed. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Huh? Who the hell is sacrificing himself? It's those soldiers who will die. Nux retorted. Allura, we don't have time, just trust me. Nux tried to explain, however, he soon realized that it will only waste more time. Alright, let's do this, you can run away and hide somewhere. If you see that I am losing, you come and save me, okay? Oh okay. Allura nodded. She then thought about it and somehow, she activated, Conceal. It was as if she has been using this ability since she was a child. Alright, I'll leave, but I will be watching, Allura muttered. Nux nodded. Allura then left through the window and Nux walked towards the door. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk, open the door or we will break it. Nux then heard the same voice again, however this time, he frowned. What the hell were these soldiers doing for so long? Were they waiting for him and Allura to finish and formulate their plan? Where are they? In a novel? In what world does that happen? Nux then activated his sense, and soon, a smile appeared on his face and at the same time, he sighed in relief. He then shook his head as he walked forward and opened the door. 3 soldiers wearing golden color armor that had Skyfall Kingdom's crest on it were standing in front of him. The 3 of them had covered their faces and when his eyes met Nux's, the one who was banging the door turned silent. Took you long enough. Why didn't you open the door when you were ordered to? What were you doing? The soldier in the middle questioned in a hoarse voice. Nux then raised his hand and answered, nothing. I wasn't doing anything. Step aside. We want to enter and search your house. We suspect that you have kidnapped the royal concubine, Allura Skyfall. Are you sure you want to enter? Suddenly, Nux questioned. Huh? What do you mean? Are you planning to go against us? Nux, however, ignored the person in the middle and turned toward the other 2. Are you sure you want to enter my house? You might get punished for not respecting the privacy of the citizen of the Skyfall Kingdom. The 2 soldiers stopped. They felt like Nux's words have other meanings behind them. Soon, their eyes widened in surprise and they stepped back. Master Nux, it was all Miss One's plan, we were only following her orders. Suddenly, Nux heard 2's voice in his head and he smiled. Where are you? Nux questioned. One of the 2 soldiers lifted his feet a little. The left one? Nux questioned. Yes, Master Nux. Who is Thyra? The one in the middle. 2 answered. As I expected. Nux's smile widened. Who do you think you are? Do you think we will care about your privacy? Step aside, else you won't be able to handle the consequences. The soldier in the middle shouted. TSK, bad soldiers need to be punished, Nux commented, he then pointed at the soldier in the middle and announced. Especially soldiers like you, Thyra Cruz. Chapter 166. Especially soldiers like you, Thyra Cruz. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? The soldier in the middle questioned back. How long are you going to act, huh? Nux questioned. How did you know? The soldier retorted in a rather feminine voice. Yes, Thyra decided to give up. She knew that somehow, Nux realized it was her. TSK, you think I won't know if my woman is standing right in front of me? Your icy blue eyes are as clear as a day, I would be a fool if I can't recognize something like that. Nux replied. What a perfect liar. Tu thought inwardly as he shook his head and sighed inwardly. Recognize my ass, you asked me who and where she was. That was what he thought, however, Nux already knew about this as soon as he used sense. Why did he ask Tu then? Well, he just did. No apparent reason. Alright, that's enough, remove that mask and that weird armor you are wearing. Nux then waved his hand and muttered. Thyra nodded as she sighed. She really wanted to scare this man. But she totally forgot about sense. Even though she uses that ability very often. Sigh, shameful indeed. Well, whatever, at least she achieved her goal. Thinking that, Thyra smiled a little and removed her mask and the armor. Huh? What are they doing? Allura, who was watching everything from afar, tilted her head in confusion. Weren't they supposed to fight? What are they talking about? Isn't the talk going on for too long? Were the royal soldiers always so chatty? Then, Allura saw the soldier in the middle removing his armor, no, her armor. After she removed her armor, Allura noticed that she was a woman. Then, she saw a smile appearing on Nux's face. Something was weird about this situation. Allura frowned. However, she decided to stay here and hide. It might all be Nux's plan, she will just wait patiently and see how it goes. If Nux is in trouble, she will rush forward to help him immediately. So? Why are you here? Nux questioned. It was Miss One, Master Nux. She was the one who ordered us to come here and act like royal soldiers. Tu revealed everything. Tu! Thyra shouted. Miss One, you are Master Nux's woman now, so you are safe from that torturous pain, I am not. Tu spoke honestly. You might get away if you play pranks on Master Nux, however, a servant like me can't do something like that. I have to be loyal to Master Nux, yes, Tu is right, we are not like you, Miss One. We are not Master Nux's woman, 3 nodded as well, and her voice was filled with jealousy? Nah, that's not possible. Thyra pouted. Nux just smiled as he walked toward Thyra and questioned, why are you here? Nothing. Thyra avoided his gaze and did not reply. Wait. Suddenly, Nux realized something and his eyes widened in realization, then, a hateful smirk appeared on his face and he questioned, were you jealous? No. What would I be jealous of? Tilda, you are definitely jealous, Tilda, Nux's smile widened. No, I was not jealous. Thyra denied the accusation with all her might. Then why are you here? I was just here to check on you. Check on what exactly? Wait, were you thinking of peeking again? No. Thyra denied as she shook her head repeatedly. She really did not want to peek. She won't reject it if Nux asks her to, however, she wasn't here to peek. She really wasn't. Trust her. Then why are you here? As I said, I was here to check on you. You and Allura can't stay here for long. Allura needs to return to the royal palace, else the people in the royal palace will be suspicious. Thyra answered and Nux nodded. Of course, he didn't believe her one bit. He knew she was jealous. However, he liked that. He liked a jealous Thyra. Also, Thyra was right, Allura can't stay here for long. Have you captured the 2 protectors? Nux questioned. Of course I have. It was as easy as breathing for someone like me. Thyra smiled as she raised her head in pride. Yeah, you did a good job, my lovely assassin, Nux smiled as he patted her head. Also, Thyra didn't deny the pats, and continued, I think controlling those old men would be a lot easier for you. On the other side, Allura frowned even more when she saw Nux walking toward the female soldier. She was very familiar with the smile that Nux had on his face. It definitely did not look like they were about to fight. Something was wrong. Soon, Allura's eyes widened in surprise when she recognized the black clothes the girl was wearing. She is one of the assassins who attacked us. She's Nux's subordinate. Allura realized, but then, she frowned. But why did they act like they were royal soldiers? She then noticed that Nux was moving unreasonably close to his subordinate. She realized she couldn't stay here anymore. I need to go there. Thinking that, Allura walked out of her hiding spot and rushed towards Nux and the others. Nux, who are they? Allura questioned as she walked toward Nux and Thyra. Oh, Allura, you are here. Nux smiled, he then pointed at Thyra and muttered, allow me to introduce you to my woman, Thyra Cruz. Nux then turned towards Thyra and repeated, Thyra, as you already know, she is Allura Skyfall, my woman. Thyra nodded, she then turned her head towards Allura and muttered, I am Thyra, I am Nux's woman, and your senior. Allura frowned, she could feel an unsafe aura that was leaking out of Thyra. No, it was not a killing intent, it was more like superiority, Allura knew that Thyra was trying to show her superiority. She was trying to tell her that she was a better woman for Nux than her. However, how can Allura take that lying down? She won't lose, especially when it's Nux they are fighting for. She then scanned Thyra's body and soon, a disdainful smirk appeared on her face as she raised her chest and muttered, I have bigger breasts. Chapter 167. I have bigger breasts. Thyra's mouth twitched as she glanced at Allura who was looking at her with a disdainful smile on her face and as if trying to tease her more, her breasts jiggled as well. Boing boing a vein popped out on Thyra's face however, soon, she controlled herself and replied. Hair. They are nothing but unnecessary mounds of flesh that will hinder your movement when you fight. Huh? Fight? Where did that come from? Allura frowned and tilted her head in confusion. Yes, fight. Have you heard of something like that before? I guess you haven't. How come a weakling like you knows how to fight others? HMPH. You are only a hindrance who wants to be protected for the rest of her life. TSK, how can you ever help Nux with that pathetic strength of yours? Not to mention those useless mounds of flesh you carry. Thyra spat out and Allura turned silent. This was the first clash between Allura and Thyra, and it was Thyra's complete victory. However, Thyra was ruthless. She didn't stop here and continued, in the end, big breasts or not, all that matters is that you are strong. If you are, you can help you man, just like how I am helping Nux. Saying that, Thyra grabbed Nux's hand and walked towards another hut. Nux wanted to say something to cheer up Allura, however, he was now an experienced man. He knows that you should not step between women's fights. That is a foolish move. Therefore, he did not say anything and just followed Thyra. Of course, 2, 3 and Allura followed behind as well. The 5 of them then entered the hut and Allura's eyes widened in surprise when she saw her 2 protectors lying on the floor, unconscious and bruised. She then turned her head towards Thyra and thought inwardly, did she do it? Did she defeat 2 Grandmaster stage cultivators alone? No, that's not it, those other 2 assassins must have helped her. Thyra, you said before that subduing these 2 would be a lot easier and shorter process, why do you say that? Nux questioned. A bottle of water appeared in Thyra's head and, splash she splashed the water on their faces. Huh? W what? W where am I? The 2 protectors then woke up and looked around, soon, their memories started to return and their eyes widened. Lady Allura was kidnapped. Run away. There is no use fighting these peep arg. Shut up. Thyra then kicked the protector named Bruce and shouted. Bruce and William then finally realized where they were and their eyes widened when they glanced at the monster who defeated them. Why you, who are you? How can you be so strong? William questioned in fright as he glanced at Thyra. Do you not understand simple words? I said shut up. Thyra raised her voice and William's body trembled and he obediently shut his mouth. Why does he look so scared? Allura thought inwardly and frowned. As soon as you took away Allura, they stopped fighting and tried to run away. Thyra turned towards Nux and answered. Ha 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 tilde pour them, the one they were facing was you. Nux smiled. A small smile appeared on Thyra's face as well. She liked being praised by Nux. So? Were they trying to inform the palace? Nux questioned. Inform the palace? Heh. Thyra smiled disdainfully. They are not that loyal, Nux. They were trying to run away. In their mind, they had already abandoned Allura. Thyra muttered as she glanced at Allura. However, Allura didn't look very surprised. It was as if she had expected that. Nux, however, was different, he frowned, Aren't they supposed to protect Allura? Why would they run away? At the very least, they should inform the kingdom, no? They won't. This time, Allura answered and then she continued. As soon as they say that they failed to protect the concubine, the chances are that the king would kill them as a punishment. No sane person would risk their life to do something so thankless. Thyra glanced at Allura and nodded as she turned back to Nux. Not everyone is loyal enough to give up their life for the kingdom, Nux. Especially someone like them who came from a normal background, they work as protectors because of the money, they won't risk their life for it. I understand. Nux nodded in understanding. However, the 2 people Nux, Thyra and Allura were talking about, had their eyes opened wide in shock. Lady Allura? Why are you with them? William questioned in shock. Wait. You. Aren't you the young man who met Lady Allura a few days ago? Bruce, who didn't like Nux's attitude, recognized him and widened his eyes. Oh, you remember? Nux smiled. Why did you kidnap Lady Allura? Bruce questioned. And Lady Allura, why are you with them? Are they threatening you? Then he turned toward Allura and questioned. Huh? So what if we are, what can you do? Suddenly, Thyra questioned and the 2 protectors turned silent. The 2 of them are really scared of her, huh? Allura thought inwardly. Thyra then walked towards William and stepped on his chest as she bent down. Listen here, worm. This is not a place for you to question. Know your place. What is your Lady Allura doing here? You do not need to know that, you just need to shut that mouth of yours and listen to what we say, do you understand? Why yes. William nodded and he bowed his head. Although his hands and legs weren't tied and he can move just fine, he didn't dare to go against Thyra. This woman defeated both of them alone, and that too within 5 seconds. She was simply a monster. Going against her was no different than courting death. Thyra then turned towards Nux and nodded. Nux nodded back, and then, a small smile appeared on his face as he questioned, so, Williams and Bruce, are you willing to be my slaves? Chapter 168. I have to go back to the royal palace now. Allura groaned in displeasure. Did our first time feel so good that you don't want to return anymore? Nux smiled playfully and questioned. No. That's not it. Allura wasn't honest. Nux's smile widened even more as he questioned, oh? Then why do you don't want to return to the royal palace? That's because that place is boring. Oh really? But I heard that the royal palace is the most interesting place in the whole world right now. Huh? What are you talking about? Allura questioned with a frown. This time, she was actually confused. Aren't the princes fighting each other for the throne? Won't that make things around the royal palace interesting? Nux questioned. Then, a wry smile appeared on Allura's face and she sighed, I thought the same thing as well. I was very excited when I learned about the prince's fight for the throne, I thought I could finally get the entertainment I have been craving for, however. Allura paused. However what? Nux questioned. However, rather than getting excited, things have gotten a lot more tense and boring now. Allura sighed in disappointment. She couldn't understand how they are fighting for the throne. When has a fight for the throne gone without some drama? What kind of stupid politics were the princes playing that there is no drama at all? Are they idiots? Create some drama for her to enjoy, damn it. What do you mean? Nux, however, did not understand what she meant. Normally, you can always find something interesting revolving around the price. For interesting, a prince slapped the other, a prince was found having an affair with a maid, a prince fell from the stairs and was laughed at by others, or something like that. You can always hear about something like that once every year or two. However, after the political war between the princes started, every prince is more cautious and mindful of his actions and images, making things a lot more silent and boring. And I do not like this at all. Allura complained with a wronged face. Nux nodded in understanding. That does sound boring indeed. Right? Stupid princes. Allura cursed. Then to make things interesting, how about we spread a rumor? Suddenly, Nux suggested. What rumor? Allura asked with an excited look on her face. The seventh concubine of the Skyfall Kingdom, concubine Allura Skyfall, has an affair with an unknown young man. How about it? That would create a spark, won't it? Nux questioned with a playful smile. Allura's smile froze then, a minute later, she came out of her reverie and questioned, I don't want to make things interesting at the cost of my own life, Nux. Ha 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 Tilda, Nux laughed out. Then go back to the royal palace. If you are late, someone will be suspicious, there are lots of eyes in the royal palace. Oh. How do you know that? Allura questioned. There's a certain perverted maid in there who told me that. Nux smiled. Allura smiled as well. She knew perfectly well who this perverted maid was. Nux then turned towards the two men kneeling on the ground and ordered. If anyone asks you where you all were, tell them that you didn't go anywhere specific and just moved around the town in a carriage. Do you understand? Yes, Master Nux. The two men nodded and bowed. After the pain they went through a few minutes ago, they would not dare to go against this man in front of them. That woman who defeated them alone in under 5 seconds was scary, however, she was nowhere close to this monster and that weird magic of his. That magic kept tabs on even their thoughts. Just the thought of betraying this man would activate an excruciating pain that was worse than any torture. Too scary. Remember, protect Allura with your life. Do not do things half-heartedly because trust me, if something happened to her, death will only be a luxury. Nux threatened. Bruce's and William's body trembled in fear and they nodded. Allura, who watched the scene, turned silent as well. She has witnessed that weird magic and the agonizing pain as well. To be honest, it was scary. However, when she realized why Nux did it, she couldn't help but smile inwardly. She then walked towards Nux and sealed his lips. Nux was taken aback however, soon, he came out of his reverie and kissed back as he grabbed her back and pulled her soft body close to his. After a minute-long kiss, their lips parted and Allura smiled. I will be leaving now, okay? Don't miss me too much. Just leave, don't waste our time. We have other, far more important things to do. This time, Thyra was the one who answered. She has been standing aside for a long time, waiting for the woman to go, however, it has been 5 minutes and the woman was still there. Thyra's patience was already running out. TSK, I am going, okay. Have some patience, woman. Allura snorted as she glanced at Thyra. Then, she walked towards her carriage and after winking at Nux, she moved inside and her carriage left. I do not like her at all. After Allura met, Thyra commented. Oh. Is that because she said you have small breasts? Nux questioned as his eyes gleamed with interest. Huh? Of course not. Also, she was wrong, my breasts are not small, it's hers that are unnecessarily huge. Thyra replied with a straight. You really are daring, aren't you? Suddenly, Nux questioned. He had a feeling that if he didn't change the topic, something bad would happen. Huh? What do you mean? Thyra questioned with a frown. You dared to fool me and ruin the fun I was having, you are really daring, huh? Nux repeated as he glanced at Thyra and his golden eyes shined. How did I ruin your fun? Thyra acted ignorantly. Don't bother, Thyra Cruz, Nux muttered. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his face, you won't get away without any punishment. Chapter 169. You won't get away without any punishment, Nux muttered with a wicked smile on his face. Punishment? Thyra stuttered. Yes, Nux smiled, he then walked towards Thyra and pulled her close to himself. His face was so close to Thyra that the woman could feel his breath on her skin. And your punishment will be that you can't deny me for the rest of the day, do you accept it? Nux whispered softly and for some reason, Thyra's heart skipped a beat. However, she wasn't an innocent Thyra like she was before, now, she could resist Nux's charm. What if I don't listen to you? She questioned back bravely. Well, if you don't then you don't. I can't really force you, can I? Suddenly, Nux shrugged and released Thyra from his grasp. Huh? Thyra frowned. Was it that easy? What? Did she win? But why doesn't she feel happy? No, screw happy, she was now disappointed? What is happening? Thyra couldn't understand this at all. However, suddenly, Nux grabbed her again, and then, bringing his face very very close to her, he whispered. However, I will say, if you don't listen to what I say, you will miss out on something so amazing and pleasurable that you might regret it for your whole life. Thyra's heart skipped another beat and her little sister twitched. Fuck winning or losing. Pleasure is more important and, when it comes to pleasure, Nux never lies. I will listen to you then. Thyra muttered in a mosquito-like voice and a red face. She was embarrassed. A smile appeared on Nux's face as she gave a light peck on Thyra's lips. Good girl, a small smile appeared on Thyra's face, millimeter, 2 and 3, who were watching everything couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Are you sure she was the cold and collected Miss 1? Why does she look like a teenager in love? She's completely charmed by him. 2 couldn't help but think. As for 3. Well, she was looking at everything as she gritted her teeth. Miss 1. How lucky you are. Uff. She muttered. Oi oi, your jealousy is leaking out. 2 couldn't help but mutter as he glanced at 3. However, it was as if the woman didn't listen to him at all. She just continued watching everything as her eyes gleamed with envy. All right, you 2 can go. Suddenly, Nux turned towards 2 and 3 and ordered. As you say, Master Nux. 2 nodded, however, 3 couldn't control herself and questioned, what about you 2, Master Nux? A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he glanced at Thyra for a moment before turning back to 3. Thyra needs to be punished. Thyra's face turned red in embarrassment. She looked incredibly cute right now. Oh. I understand. 3 nodded then, she turned around and walked away. 2 followed her and left as well. Nux then turned towards Thyra and ordered, "You, come with me." Thyra nodded. Right now, she was being punished. She has to do whatever her master said. The 2 of them then walked into the room where Allura and Nux spend a blissful time. Since the window was opened, the room was now fresh again. Nux then walked inside the room, Thyra followed in, then, with a wicked smile on his face, Nux ordered. "Thyra Cruz, get on all your 4s. A very familiar order. However, this time, Thyra's body wasn't being controlled. Thyra's whole body trembled as she recalled those memories, her heart and mind were now confused. Were those good memories or were those bad ones? She didn't know. She was forced against her will, which is certainly bad, however, she met Nux that day, so it couldn't exactly be called bad either. It was rather lucky. This was confusing. "Thyra Cruz, get on all your 4s. Nux ordered again. Thyra's body trembled, and then, she fell on her knees. "Good, now come here. On all your 4s, of course." Nux smiled and ordered again. Thyra did as she was told and crawled towards Nux. "Now lower my pants with your mouth." Thyra buried her face in Nux's crotch and tried to lower his pants with her mouth. A few more tries later, she succeeded and a 6-inch half-erect rod popped out. "What a filthy thing," Thyra commented with a smile on her face. "Oh." A smile appeared on Nux's face as well. Thyra was playing her role as well. "Is that so? Then start licking this filthy thing," Nux ordered in a strict tone and Thyra opened her mouth. This past week, Nux has never asked her for a boob job or blow job. There were a few reasons, but the main reason was that Nux was a little scared. He feared that it would affect Thyra. But after a week, he was now sure. Thyra was a strong girl. And it was time to take their relationship a step closer. Without any insecurities. Thyra's tongue popped out and Nux placed his dick on her tongue. Thyra then started licking his dick, from the head to the shaft and even the balls. She licked everything without any orders. She did it on her own. Nux patted her head as if rewarding her and then, he ordered, "Now put it inside your mouth." Thyra nodded, and then, she opened her mouth and swallowed Nux's dick. "Ooh." Nux groaned in pleasure. Thyra's mouth was warm and it felt way too good Tilda, and this wasn't over yet. As if she recalled what Nux ordered the first time, her body moved on her own and she started sucking. Her cheeks sunk inwardly while her tongue moved inside her mouth, licking the whole thing like before. "Ooh. This is too good Tilda." Nux groaned in pleasure, his legs started trembling, that was how good it felt. Thyra smiled inwardly when she realized her method was working, then, she initiated the last step and started moving her head. "Arg Tilda." Nux moaned out loud as he grabbed Thyra's head for support while the girl moved her head up and down as slurping sounds echoed inside the room. Asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 170. I can't take it anymore. Nux groaned in pleasure as he then grabbed Thyra's head and started thrusting his hips. Thyra's eyes widened in surprise, this was too deep. Nux's dick had entered her throat, she couldn't breathe. So tight. Nux groaned in pleasure, in the end, he couldn't control him anymore and, I am coming. He thrust his dick inside Thyra's mouth and came directly inside her throat. Then, he pulled out his dick and breathed heavily. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Thyra coughed as tears began to well up in the corner of her eyes. Nux finally came out of his reverie and his eyes widened in surprise. "Hey, are you okay?" He questioned in worry. He couldn't believe he lost control again. He was cursing himself inwardly. Is that it?" Suddenly, Thyra questioned inaudibly. "What did you say?" Thyra then lifted her head as she smiled provocatively. "Is the punishment over?" Then, a small smile appeared on Nux's face as he chuckled. "Heh. You are dreaming if you think this is over." He then glanced at his dick. Thyra followed his gaze and noticed that Nux's little brother was yet to settle down. Nux then stood up as he walked towards the bed and lay down. "You will be the one working today, Thyra." He smiled. A small blush appeared on Thyra's face as she nodded. Her hands then moved as she started removing her skin-tight assassin clothes, revealing her beautiful body slowly. Nux knew that she wasn't doing it purposefully, however, when he saw her removing her clothes like that, he couldn't help but get even hornier. A cold female assassin removing her clothes with a blush on her face, if this scene didn't excite any men, I don't know what will. Soon, Thyra was standing in front of Nux, completely naked and with a small blush on her face. Asterisk gulp asterisk Nux gulped. Thyra then walked towards him and then she started removing his clothes as well. Thyra's blush deepened as she felt Nux's strong abs with her hand. Then, her hands moved to his rod that was standing tall, jiggling up and down as if screaming for attention. Ooh Tilda, Nux felt a weird jolt of pleasure coursing through his body when Thyra held his little brother. Then, Thyra started moving her hand up and down and started observing Nux's expression. Soon, a small smile appeared on her face. This was interesting. She noticed that a more interesting expression appears on Nux's face when she changes her speed periodically. This was the first time she was in the control and she liked that feeling, however, this is your punishment, you are not allowed to play around. She then heard Nux's voice. What do I do? Thyra questioned. Insert it in your pussy. Nux ordered. Thyra then sat in a cowgirl position and for some reason, Nux's heart skipped a beat. Thyra, of course, was oblivious to it. She was focused on accurately placing Nux's little brother in front of her opening. Once she was sure, she lowered her body and, you-oo. Nux groaned in pleasure. Thyra's insides were as tight as ever. He won't ever get used to this. Start moving. After enjoying the tightness, he ordered. Thyra nodded and then, she lifted her body and then lowered it again. As she heard Nux's groan, a smile appeared on Thyra's face and soon, she increased her speed. Sounds of flesh meeting with flesh echoed inside the room. Ooh tilde, this is goo odd tilde, Nux moaned in pleasure. Thyra smiled even more and increased her speed again. Ugh. Combined with her excellent tightness, Nux was on edge, however, he won't come that easily. Thyra knew that, therefore, she increased her speed again. She wanted him to come as soon as possible. Nux understood her thoughts, then, a smile appeared on his face. Annhhh. Suddenly, just when Thyra lowered her hips, Nux pushed his hips upward. Thyra's womb and Nux's little brother's head collided and a big jolt of pleasure assaulted Thyra's body. Annhhh. However, Nux wasn't done yet, he pushed his dick again and continued doing it again and again and again. Ha, ha, ha. As waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Thyra's body, her body turned weak and then, continued moving. Thyra. Nux ordered with an evil smile on his face. If one compares, his smile would really match the king of hell. He looked like a devil incarnate. Of course, since it was her punishment, Thyra didn't deny his order and even though she was tired, she moved. However, now, her pace was a lot slower than before. Nux then placed both his hands behind his head as he glanced at Thyra's tired body and smiled. For some reason, this slow pace excited him even more. Now, he controlled the pace again, since Thyra's speed decreased a lot, he could now predict when she will move, therefore, he won't be taken by surprise. Thyra continued moving and once Nux noticed that things she was getting used to it, Nux moved his hips again. Annhhh a devil incarnate indeed. Annhhh. Ann. Anan. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed inside the room again, but this time, Nux was the one moving while Thyra just accepted his thrusts and continued to moan. Then, once she was tired enough, Nux smiled and stopped moving again. You are not tired already, are you, Thyra? Nux questioned with a smirk. Thyra glanced at his face with a tired look on her face, she then shook her head and started moving. Ann. However, this time, even though she was the one moving, she still couldn't control her moans. Her body was just too sensitive. But, in the end, she was just too tired. Nux understood that and soon, he rolled over and appeared on top of Thyra's body. Thyra was taken aback, however, Nux didn't give her too much time to think, he just grabbed her body, turned it around, lifted her butt and Annhhh. Chapter 171. Thyra was taken aback, however, Nux didn't give her too much time to think, he just grabbed her body, turned it around, lifted her butt and rammed his cock inside. A huge wave of pleasure assaulted her body. This time, Thyra couldn't control herself anymore, her insides tightened to an unbearable extent and then all of a sudden, they loosened. Annhhh. And Thyra came. Nux was surprised by how sudden everything was, he didn't think that Thyra's body was this sensitive right now. However soon, a smile appeared on his face as he questioned in a very very gentle tone. This is not over, is it? Thyra didn't reply. She did not have the energy to, she just shook her head and continued breathing. Nux's smile widened. He then grabbed Thyra's hand and started moving his hips again. Until he wasn't planning on allowing her to rest. This was her punishment after all. Ann. Annhh. Ann. Thyra moaned out loud as Nux drilled her from behind. This was definitely not the first time he did this to her, however, this was most definitely the wildest. And she liked it. Ann. Annhh. Ann. Now, she knew she didn't have to move at all. Nux will be the one who will do everything from now on, he will now take control, of course, she didn't care about it at all. Rather, she was happy. Now she could just moan to her heart's content and enjoy this heavenly feeling. Ugh. Nux, who was on edge now groaned in pleasure. She then glanced at Thyra and knew he had to do something to make her orgasm again. Then a smile appeared on his face and he bent his body and placed his chin on Thyra's shoulder. Before, he thought that Thyra's sensitive to someone blowing a mouthful of hot air into her ears, however, after some testing and countless, difficult and precise experiments, he realized that he was wrong. Thyra's actual weak point was Annhhh her ears. Thyra's eyes opened wide as Nux bit her ear, her walls tightened up and since she was already very sensitive after coming too much, combined with how Nux was still pounding her from behind, she couldn't control herself and, she came again. You. However, this time, she wasn't alone, as her walls tightened, Nux couldn't hold back either and he shot a big load of fresh milk inside her body. Right now, Thyra could barely open her eyes, she was very tired after coming so many times in one row, however, Nux wasn't done yet. An evil smile appeared on his face as he grabbed her body from behind, and then without pulling his dick out of her body, he lifted her up and then walked towards a wall. How about we copy the pose you like the most when you used to peek at us? Nux chuckled and teased. However, Thyra didn't care, she barely even heard him. She only interpreted, how about another round, and that was enough for her to nod. She would not deny such an attractive offer. Her most primordial instincts kicked in, her body moved on its own and did whatever Nux told her to do. She placed her hands on the wall, arched her back, and lifted her butt, ready to accept another round of pounding. Nux smiled, he then spanked Thyra's juicius and then, he started pounding. Annhhh. After that, a 5-hour-long session of continuous sex followed. The room they were in was filled with the stench of body fluids and sweat, it felt like they were in a prostitution house without perfume. Ugh. I am coming. In the end, Nux groaned in pleasure and came inside Thyra again. Thyra's body twitched and she came as well. However, she did not moan. She was too tired. Too tired. By the end of the session, she just accepted the pounding without moving at all. If she wasn't breathing, one would have thought that she was dead, that was how tired she was. Her mind was already blank and she would need some time to recover from it. Nux then finally released her body, she fell on the bed, and Nux fell right beside her. Then, weird but extremely familiar energy entered his body along with a screen containing countless messages. Congratulations to the host for rising to a Grandmaster Stage Mana Cultivator from a Master Stage Mana Cultivator. INT, +10, blank points, +20. Congratulations to the host for rising to a Grandmaster Stage Body Cultivator from a Master Stage Body Cultivator. STR, +5, AGL, +5, VIT, +5, STM, +5, definite, +5, blank points, +10, dash unlocked. Name, Nux Leander, age, 18, Mana Cultivation, Grandmaster. Body Cultivation, Grandmaster. Talent, medium, LVL, 35, 40 HP, 890 MP, 840 STR, 91, 106 AGL, 101, 116 VIT, 89, 104 STM, 128, 143 INT, 84, 99 Def, 88, 103, blank points, 115, 160. A tired smile appeared on Nux's face. He has finally leveled up. He was a Grandmaster Stage Cultivator now. Now, sparring against Thyra, 2 and 3 won't be difficult anymore. I think I should add Bruce and William as well. Nux thought inwardly and nodded. Then, his eyes fell on the new ability he has unlocked, then, a screen carrying a description of the said ability appeared in front of his eyes. Active skill, effects Happy Smiley, doubles host's AGL for 5 seconds, invincibility. While the ability is active, the host will not take any damage, can only be used once a day. Warning, while using this ability, if the host does some action other than a dash, the invincibility will lose its effect. Nux raised his eyebrows when he glanced at the ability description in front of him. Wow, isn't it the perfect ability to run away? That was his first thought. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face, however, before he could think too much, he heard Thyra's weak voice. Nux, did you perhaps liked it when I ruined your fun with Allura? Huh? Why do you say that? Nux turned towards Thyra and frowned. I just felt like it since. Then, a small smile appeared on Thyra's face as she muttered, what you did to me felt more like a reward than a punishment. Chapter 172. What you did to me felt more like a reward than a punishment, Thyra muttered with a small, perverted smile on her face. Oh really? Suddenly, Nux turned around as he glanced at Thyra, then, he moved a little and hugged her from the front. Her breasts touched Nux's chest while Nux's dick touched Thyra's thighs. The situation was getting heated up again and Thyra's heart skipped a beat. However, suddenly, Thyra noticed something. How does he have so much energy left? Wasn't he tired a minute ago? She frowned. Then, she narrowed her eyes and soon, her eyes opened wide in shock when she noticed Nux's cultivation. Why you broke through? Heh. A small smile appeared on Nux's face as he answered, it's all thanks to you, my lovely assassin. What a ridiculous ability. Thyra muttered in surprise. Nux had already told her how he cultivates and although she nodded at that time, she didn't really believe it. You can't blame her either. Nux's ability to cultivate while he fucks straight up defies the very common sense of this world. It will be impossible to believe it unless you experience it on your own. Why your ability straight up ignores all the hard work I have done so far. Thyra muttered. She didn't know if she should be sad or happy. She should be happy since her man has such an amazing ability which would later benefit her as well. However, she couldn't help but feel bad about it when she realizes that all the hard work she did all these years were pretty much useless in front of someone like Nux. What was the point of working so hard? She couldn't help but think about it. Nux understood her thoughts as well. His ability was ridiculous indeed, however, there was a catch. You didn't work hard for so long for nothing, Thyra. Suddenly, Nux muttered. What do you mean? Won't it be pretty much useless when Felberta, Skylar, Lane, Edda, and Allura become a Grandmaster Stage Cultivator as well? You are fine, however, it doesn't really feel good when they reap the rewards for my hard work, you know. Thyra finally expressed what bothered her the most. Am I selfish for saying that? And as soon as she said that, she questioned. The last thing she wants is Nux thinking she was selfish and hating her. However, no matter what, she still felt it was unfair when others reaped the rewards of all the hard work she did. That thought process is completely normal. Thyra then felt Nux's hug around her tightening and her emotions started calming down. For some reason, when she heard Nux saying it was completely normal to have thoughts like that, her heart was at peace. Also, as I said before, your hard work was not in vain. Then, Nux continued, however, his tone was a lot more gentle and loving. It is true that sooner or later, Felberta and the others would have the same cultivation level as you do, however, that does not mean they would be as strong as you. Yes, I am not lying. This is all just my own theory, however, I am fairly confident it is correct. I have divided cultivators into 2 categories. Tenacious cultivator, a cultivator who got stronger by arduous cultivation. And pleasure cultivator, a cultivator who got stronger by, well, fucking. You are a tenacious cultivator, Felberta is a pleasure cultivator. And according to my theory, they are not the same. A tenacious cultivator is stronger than a pleasure cultivator if they are at the same level. What Nux was saying wasn't just some bullshit he came up with to lighten Thyra's mood. It was his actual theory and he had come up with this theory after some observations. Right now, Felberta and Edda are at the same level, however, whenever the two of them spar, it is Edda who wins. At first, Nux thought it was due to skills and experience, however, later, he asked the two of them to sprint without using any skills, and then he told them to arm wrestle. In both cases, Edda won. Her speed and strength were higher than Felberta's even when both of them are at the same level. This is not just for Felberta and Edda. Even Skylar and Lane, who are now Master Stage cultivators, are stronger than Felberta, but weaker than Edda. The weirdest thing about all this was that according to the status the system shows, Skylar, Lane, Felberta, and Edda should all have similar strengths, which is not true at all. Due to this, Nux started thinking and in the end, he came up with a theory. The pleasure cultivators are weaker than the tenacious cultivators. The system may not show it, but it was true. The only reason Nux is a lot stronger than someone who has the same cultivation stage is that his system allows him to cultivate both body and mana at the same time. His stats are overwhelmingly stronger than the cultivators who have the same cultivation as his. This also means that Nux can never defeat someone who has similar stats as him. The incident where he faced a 4-star beast in the Blood Hill Wilderness was a good example of that. A 4-star beast was weaker compared to him, however, he still needed to put a huge amount of effort to defeat it. Of course, the experience was a factor in that as well, however, Nux truly believed that experience was not the sole factor. The main reason for that was that Nux isn't as strong as the system suggests he is. Or at least that's what Nux believes. He wants to test his theory to be 100% sure, however, he wasn't foolish enough to challenge someone who has the same stats as him just so he could test a theory. So are you saying that I will be weaker than a normal expert stage cultivator if I advance to expert stage by pleasure cultivation? Suddenly, Thyra questioned. I'm not 100% sure, however, there are high chances that it is true. Nux nodded. Thyra's eyes shined in determination as she replied, then I will advance to the expert stage with my own efforts. Chapter 173. Then I will advance to the expert stage with my own efforts. Thyra muttered with a determined look on her face. She was an assassin, and although she wasn't given a choice and was pretty much forced to work as an assassin, she now craves power and strength. If becoming an expert stage cultivator through sex makes her weaker than a normal expert cultivator, then she will become an expert stage cultivator on her own. I hope you achieve that, Nux muttered as he patted Thyra's head. Thyra then closed her eyes and enjoyed the pats. However, suddenly, Nux muttered. I suggest you become an expert stage cultivator as soon as possible, don't expect me to hold back, I am telling you now, if I become an expert stage cultivator faster than you, I'll pull you into the room, ram my cock inside your little sister and will make you an expert stage cultivator as well Tilda, Nux whispered into her ears seductive. Thyra's face turned red in embarrassment, she then snuggled close to Nux and nodded, millimeter, cute indeed Tilda, Nux thought inwardly and continued patting her head. The two of them stayed like this for 30 minutes and then, Nux muttered. We should return to the mansion now. Millimeter, Thyra nodded. The two of them stood up, wore their clothes, Nux waved his hand and the bed disappeared. As for the table and the food, it was already taken by 2 and 3. Thyra and Nux then dashed towards Nux's mansion. No, actually, only Nux was the one who was running, he was carrying Thyra on his back. The girl wasn't willing to run at all. She said she was too tired. Of course, even though Nux knew she was lying, he didn't say anything, he just silently carried Thyra on her back and ran towards his mansion. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk in the royal palace, someone knocked on Allura's room. Who is it? Allura questioned, however, instead of answering, the door opened and a woman walked in. Edda? What's with the angry face? Allura questioned with a frown. Lady Allura, how dare you go after my lover? Edda questioned in anger. She was fuming right now. Huh? What? You think I wouldn't know? Weren't you just going on lunch? How come you slept with my lover if you were just going there for lunch? Aren't you ashamed? Edda questioned. Suddenly, a small smile appeared on Allura's face as she answered, He? What can I do? Weren't you the one who told me how good your lover is in the bed? You just told me so many times that I couldn't control myself and went to check it out myself. Why you? I told you because I trusted you. Why did you betray my trust? Edda was even angrier now. Trust? Head maid Edda, I think you are forgetting something, I am Allura Skyfall, you are just a servant, why would someone like me value the trust of someone like you? That is just too pointless. Allura smiled disdainfully. HMPH. I am your servant only because you are the concubine of the king. However, do you think you will keep that status if I tell everyone what you did? You might even be executed. Edda threatened. Oh. And then what? Do you think the king would leave your lover alone? No. He will order to find and execute him as well. Can you bear to do that? Can you bear to see your lover being executed? Can you bear to see your lover's eyes full of hate when he looks at you? Can you bear something like that? Allura's smile widened. This time, Edda stayed silent. In the end, she just sighed and suddenly, her angry expression turned into a smile. You are really good at playing a villain, Sister Allura. TSK. Do you think all those books I have been reading is just for show? Allura smiled as well. She didn't mind being called sister. Rather, she liked that. She felt closer to Nux that way. Those books did have some benefits, Edda muttered as she sat down on the bed beside Allura. Then, a perverted smile appeared on Edda's face as she questioned, So? How was it? How was my lover compared to the king of the kingdom? Is that even a question? Our lover was on a completely another level. The king and his small PP can't even compete let alone compared. Allura replied with a smile as well. TSK, how indecent, Lady Allura, to think you will say something like that about the king. Aren't you scared? My lover would protect me. Ha Tilda, Edda laughed out loud. You really trust him now, don't you? Edda questioned. Then, a small smile appeared on Allura's face as she nodded. Edda smiled as well, and then, she questioned, So? How did it feel like when you were kidnapped by unknown men? So you knew about it? Allura questioned, however, she did not look flustered at all. Of course, I know about it. Nux told me everything, I was the one who suggested to take you to those slums. Edda snickered. Well, I was a little scared at first, then, when I saw Nux, I was surprised, then I was even more scared. It was a fast and risky ride of different emotions, quite thrilling actually. Allura answered. I am envious, Edda spoke her real thoughts. Then suddenly, her eyebrows rose up as she remembered something and muttered, Oh right, I almost forgot. Sister Allura, I am not here to just gossip today, I am here to teach you about all those abilities you have gained after you became Nux's woman. Abilities? Like the one that hid my presence. Yes, that is one of the abilities, there are a few more and I will teach them to you. Alright, but why do you sound like you are in a hurry? Allura questioned with a frown. Suddenly, a small smile appeared on Edda's face as she answered, It is my last day in the royal palace after all. Last day? What do you mean? I will be captured today, Sister Allura. Chapter 174. Subhead maid Edria, a maid called. Edria turned around, her lump shoulders and deep dark circles were honestly scary right now. The maid gulped, she did not want to talk to this somber-like subhead maid at all, however, she has to do her duty or else she will be fired. What is it? Edria questioned in a hoarse voice. She still had a lot of work to do. Lots and lots of work. Too much work. She wanted to die. She was actually regretting offending Edda now. The subhead maid position wasn't that bad either. Subhead maid Edria, there is a letter for you. The maid was even more creeped out when she heard Edria's voice, she quickly passed the envelope and ran away. Edria, who noticed the small red mark on the letter, frowned. She then looked around and seeing that no one was there, she quickly opened the envelope and started reading. The bird flew away, however, since she had taken away your heart with her, I had no choice but to capture her. The bird is with me now. Edria's tired eyes brightened up. This explains why Edda wasn't back yet. Marquise Alger captured her. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Edria laughed out loud. Then, the ring on her finger shined and a paper appeared in her hand. This was the list of things Edda told her to do. She then walked towards a lamp and burned the list. Ha 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 ha. You bitch. I finally got my hands on you. Edria laughed like crazy, then, she returned to her room with an excited face and then started writing another letter. To my one and only love, Algerama, so you captured the bird that I set free. I don't know what to feel about this, however, I hope you will let me meet the bird again, please give me a date and time. I would like to see you and my bird again, maybe this time, the bird will understand my feelings, maybe this time, the bird will finally understand me. Edria's eyes shined in delight as she put the letter in the envelope. You bitch. I have had enough of you. Ha 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 ha. Soon. You will finally beg me to let you go. Ha 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 ha. I am looking forward to seeing you beg in front of me. I want you to kneel in front of me. However, no matter what you do, I would never let you go away, I will torture you. I will make your life a living nightmare. Ha 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 ha. Edria laughed like crazy again. She was really looking forward to meeting Edda again. However, she will do that later. For now. She would like to sleep. She was too tired. Edria then walked towards her bed and as soon as she lay down, she entered the dreamland. 2 days later, Edria stood in front of Allura's door and she knocked. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk enter. Allura's voice was heard and Edria entered her room. Did you summon me, Lady Allura? Edria questioned with a bow. Subhead Edria, I have a question, Allura muttered. Please ask, Lady Allura, I will try my best to answer you, Edria responded. Then I will come directly to the point, where is Edda? Allura questioned as she squinted her eyes. Edria was taken aback by the question, she knew that Allura and Edda were talking with each other for the last few days, but she had no idea that they were close enough for Allura to personally call and interrogate her. However, no matter what she was thinking inwardly, there were no traces of worry on her face and she answered, Lady Allura, I do not know where the head maid Edda is. The last I saw her was 3 days ago. She left the palace to meet someone, however, she didn't return the next day. Edria muttered, not revealing too much and acting ignorantly. Is that so? Yes, Lady Allura. Are you sure you don't know anything else? Allura questioned. Yes, Lady Allura. All right, you can leave. Allura nodded. A small smile appeared on Edria's face as she bowed again, as you say, Lady Allura, then, she turned around and left the room. After she left, Allura turned her blue eyes towards the curtain of her room, a maid walked out from that direction, she was Lean, a maid who was very close to Allura. Well, they were not that close, but she was closest compared to all other maids. Lean's has a good information network, she also knows most of the rumors going around the palace, which is also the reason why she is so close to Allura. Keep a close eye on her, suddenly, Allura ordered. Huh? Why? Lean frowned and questioned. Don't you find her suspicious? Allura questioned back. Suspicious? Why? Edda was bullying Edria, have you seen that? Of course I did, Lady Allura. However, many maids say that head maid Edda was just punishing subhead maid Edria for something she has done. She wasn't bullying her. Lean answered. That doesn't matter, in the end, Edda was bullying her. Yes, she was, Lean nodded. And now, Edda is missing, Allura commented. Wait. Lean wasn't stupid, she knew what Allura was trying to say. Lady Allura, are you saying that Edria might be the reason it is just a speculation, I am not sure, however, there are high chances of that happening. Allura answered. I understand. Lean nodded. Allura nodded. Seeing that Allura had nothing else to say, Lean muttered, Lady Allura, then I will be taking my leave now, Allura nodded again. Then, Lean quickly left the room with an excited smile on her face. Heh. Sure or not, what she learned was still something spicy. She would be a fool if she did not spread it. Allura, who saw her leaving, smiled. She knew what type of girl Lean was. Just like her, she liked rumors a lot. However, rather than listen to rumors, she liked to spread the rumors. And that is what she was going to do now, and that is what Allura, Nux, and Edda wanted her to do now. Chapter 175. Have the cleaning department cleaned the rooms I told them to? Yes, subhead Edria, I have checked it, the rooms are cleaned. What about the washing department? Yes, they have washed all the clothes as well, the clothes are currently being sent to the ones they belong to, good job. Yes, thank you, subhead maid Edria, subhead maid Edria. Yes? See, can I leave now? I still have some work to do. All right, you can leave. Edria nodded. Why yes, thank you. Subhead maid Edria. The maid bowed and then hurriedly left Edria's room. She was panicking hard. She was scared. It was only after she left Edria's room did she sigh in relief and rushed away. Soon, the maid found her friend that looked as worried as her and her friend questioned, "You did not offend her, did you?" No. I did everything she told me to. The maid answered. Good. Her friend nodded. I just hope that I don't catch her eyes, I don't want to end up like head maid Edda. The maid muttered with a pale face. SSSSHHHH. Don't say that out loud. What if she hears you? You will die as well. Her friend placed a finger on her lips and whispered. I am sorry. The maid's face turned even paler, and then, the two of them quickly left the area. Edria, who heard everything from behind, sighed. It was the 4th day after she received Alger's message about him capturing Edda, and rather than getting better, things were getting even worse for her. Sub-head maid Edria killed head maid Edda just because she punished her a little. This rumor spread all over the palace, and the more days passed by, the stronger the rumor got. In just 4 days, all the maids knew about it and they avoided Edria like a plague. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered to Edria if she was just avoided by the others, however, things didn't stop there. If the rumor gains more popularity, then the authorities might hear about it. And if that happened, then they might,